The enigmatic game God Abandoned has arrived, allowing players to slay monsters to gain lifespan, while also enabling them to consume that lifespan to extract game abilities into reality. Thus, the extraordinary has descended, and calamity spreads across the blue planet. In his previous life, Qin Feng, accompanied by his sister Qin Xiaoyou, evolved into one of the top 100 strongest individuals globally. Ultimately, however, his sister, enamored with a star, cruelly gouged out his eyes to present his ancient god eyeballs to her idol. Reborn into a new life, Qin Feng resolved to walk his own path. Sister? Let her vanish. From that moment forth, a shadowy, god-level assassin was born. Chapter 1. Betrayed by my sister, I am reborn. Qin Xiaoyou, are you even human? Qin Feng abruptly opened his eyes. Veins bulged on his forehead. His eyes filled with shock, fury, and disappointment. The pain was unbearable. He never imagined that the sister he had nurtured since childhood would betray him so grievously. I thought you were merely a rebellious star chaser. Yet, the reality is, recalling the recent events, Qin Feng felt a chilling emptiness. No one knew he was a transmigrator. Upon crossing over as an orphan, he was adopted by a couple. When he turned 5, they welcomed a daughter named Qin Xiaoyou. Fortunately, the parents treated both children equally, and Qin Feng took special care of his sister, especially after their parents perished in a car accident when he was 18, shouldering the burden of survival and guardianship. The turning point occurred in the year Qin Xiaoyou entered university. The game God Abandoned made its entrance. People could enter the game, slay monsters to gain lifespan, and even extract game abilities into reality. The strong could tear apart planes and tanks with their bare hands, and resisting nuclear attacks became a dream within reach. Thus, the world underwent a drastic transformation, with disasters proliferating. As survival became increasingly arduous for many, Qin Feng, alongside his sister Qin Xiaoyou, fought through adversity to become one of the world's top 100 powerhouses. Ultimately, Qin Feng obtained a mysterious ancient god eyeball from an ancient deity's relic, granting him the qualifications to ascend to greater heights. Little did he expect that his sister Qin Xiaoyou would turn against him. Qin Feng had no defenses against his sister. She had mixed soul-wandering water into his drink, rendering him utterly incapacitated. Then, standing before him, Qin Xiaoyou calmly declared, "You've always controlled and restricted me since childhood. You've suffocated me with your overbearing care, never allowing me a moment of freedom. I know you despise Song Fei. You forbade me from attending his events and concerts. Do you realize how much I've missed because of you? Yet today, Song Fei took the initiative to contact me. He has always known of my existence. But thanks to you, he realizes that there's no possibility between us. Now, I finally have my chance. With your ancient god eyeball, Song Fei's strength will surpass yours. You will no longer be able to prevent us from being together." Qin Feng's soul drifted outside his body, helplessly witnessing this treachery. His sister, donning a white dress, coldly extracted his eyes with her own hands. Her beautiful face radiated excitement and joy. "Don't worry, Song Fei promised to find you new eyes, as long as you don't stand in our way." Elated with her newfound possession, Qin Xiaoyou exited the room. Yet, unbeknownst to her, the soul-wandering water given by Song Fei contained a fatal toxin. Shortly after her departure, Qin Feng met his untimely end. When Qin Feng next opened his eyes, he found himself lying in bed. This was a simple, refreshing little bedroom. The curtains by the floor-to-ceiling window fluttered gently in a breeze, warm sunlight streaming through the gaps and casting a soft glow upon the quilt. "I have been reborn." Sitting up, Qin Feng felt somewhat disoriented. Reflecting on the events of his past life, his expression turned icy. Song Fei. This individual was a celebrity from the Great Xia. From the time he was just a trainee, Qin Xiaoyou had been a fervent fan, much like countless others, rebellious and passionate. For this reason, Qin Feng had imposed restrictions on her. Late-night outings, no bars, no smoking. That what suffocated you. During the era of the God Abandoned game, I forbade you from teaming up with strangers. For your safety, I guided you through leveling up. Yet you deemed this as a constraint on your freedom. Qin Feng vividly remembered that fateful day when the game God Abandoned descended. Qin Xiaoyou had been sulking, wanting to attend a concert by Song Fei in a neighboring city, but Qin Feng refused her request because she had a calculus exam that day. How could he possibly agree to her skipping the exam for a concert? Ultimately, Qin Xiaoyou, alongside her friends, sneaked out to attend. Qin Feng had intended to wait for her apology, but the next day, the game arrived. Worried for her safety, Qin Feng sought her out to reconcile under his protection. Qin Xiaoyou faced no significant hardships during this tumultuous time, and many envied her for having such a brother. But who would have guessed that in her heart, her brother, who had cared for her for over a decade, paled in comparison to a mere performer? Song Fei. Huh. Qin Xiaoyou, I never thought you could be so foolish. Even if you obtain the ancient god eyeball, using it for yourself, is one thing. Giving to someone else. Do you truly believe that Song Fei knows you, cares for you? Qin Feng laughed coldly. With the advent of the God-abandoned game, Song Fei, despite his moderate success, remained an inferior talent, not even comparable to a finger of Qin Feng's. In 9 years, Song Fei had never crossed paths with Qin Feng or Qin Xiaoyou. Yet, as soon as Qin Feng acquired the ancient god eyeball, the other party sought him out. Clearly, their sole aim was the ancient god eyeball, and Qin Xiaoyou naively believed that he was pursuing her. In my previous life, I missed too many opportunities in my quest to protect you. I overlooked many people, many chances that I avoided numerous perilous areas solely to shield you from danger. If it weren't for that, I might have not only been among the top 100, but could have reached even greater heights. Since you perceive my care as a constraint, so be it I end this life. I shall consider you non-existent as my sister. Without your burden, I shall soar with ease. However, Qin Xiaoyou, after all, she was the biological daughter of their adoptive parents in honor of their deceased parents. Qin Feng was willing to grant her a chance at life, but that opportunity was singular. From henceforth, he would allow her to fend for herself. As for Song Fei, he naturally found himself on Qin Feng's hit list, and when Qin Feng resolved to discard the burden of Qin Xiaoyou, he felt an immediate lightness, a sense of clarity washing over him. Never before had he felt so unencumbered. Qin Feng eagerly anticipated what heights he could reach without the anchor of Qin Xiaoyou. At that moment, a cold, mechanical voice suddenly resonated in his mind, accompanied by a series of mysterious characters appearing before his eyes. Judgment Eye activation in progress. You have obtained the Judgment Authority. The chilling voice momentarily stunned Qin Feng. Judgment Eye? Judgment Authority? Was this the ancient god eyeball he had acquired? The Judgment Eye is an artifact of the ancient god. When I obtained it, it was already bound to me. Even if my eyes are gouged out, it cannot be taken away. Thus, in his previous life, Qin Feng had never managed to activate this power. To his astonishment, upon his rebirth, the ancient deities I was unexpectedly awakened. Chapter 2. The Eye of Judgment. The authority of the ancient deity. What purpose does the Eye of Judgment and the authority of judgment serve? Qin Feng pondered in perplexity. He closed his eyes. In the enveloping darkness, it felt as if an ancient eye was gazing back at him. Before him, words materialized, appearing in a form he could comprehend. Specifically, the characters of the great Xia, soaring forth from the void into his sight. Eye of Judgment activated. Unique attribute. Authority of Judgment. Authority of Judgment. The most authentic and primordial power of the universe, transcending rules and order. You do not yet possess divinity. Thus you are temporarily unable to wield this power, but its passive effects are in effect. Passive effect. Upon entering the Forsaken game, you will automatically acquire the highest grade talent. Primordial power that transcends rules and order. A wave of astonishment surged through Qin Feng's heart. Rules and order represent the pinnacle of power that one can attain within the Forsaken game. In his previous life, during the 7th year since the game's arrival, a formidable individual had managed to escape the realm abandoned by the gods, finally reaching the domain of order, thereby grasping a glimmer of the power of order. In fact, for a full 9 years, as far as Qin Feng knew, no one in Blue Star had obtained any power of order. Yet now, he had unexpectedly acquired a primordial authority that surpassed order and rules. Though I currently lack divinity and cannot activate this authority, its passive effect will grant me the highest grade talent upon entering the game. This means invincibility. Qin Feng's heartbeat quickened. In his previous life, his talent was of the Emerald grade, the 7th tier. The talents, equipment, and skills within the Forsaken game are categorized into 13 tiers. Inferior, Ordinary, Bronze, Silver, Gold, Platinum, Emerald, Diamond, Epic, Legendary, Mythical, Ancient, and Immortal. Does this imply that I will possess an Immortal grade talent this time? The Emerald grade talent had already placed Qin Feng among the top 100 globally. What then could the Immortal grade talent achieve? The thought was almost beyond his imagination. He retrieved his phone from beneath his pillow. It was precisely 8 o'clock in the morning. The Forsaken game had quietly descended. In his previous life, he had been reprimanded by his superior for arriving late. It wasn't until noon that he learned of the game's emergence and sought out Qin Xiaoyou to apologize, only to enter the game together with her in the evening, wasting an entire day's worth of development time. No more unnecessary actions. From this morning at 8, any adult who falls asleep will have their consciousness transported to the realm abandoned by the gods, joining the Forsaken game. Simultaneously, our physical bodies in reality will become ethereal. Though the ethereal bodies can be seen with the naked eye, they cannot be touched as if they do not exist in this world. In other words, once our consciousness enters the Forsaken game, Our physical forms in reality exist in an invincible state, occupying a different dimension. It is precisely this unfathomable phenomenon that has allowed the Forsaken game to spread with astonishing rapidity. In the span of merely half a day, news has traversed the globe. Fortunately, my habitual insomnia has led me to stockpile some prescription sleep aids. Qin Feng promptly resolved to immerse himself in the game. On one hand, he eagerly anticipated his ultimate tier talent. On the other, he sought to enter the game as soon as possible to seize a competitive advantage. To initiate his first foray into the game, he was required to be in a state of slumber, a steadfast rule. Thus, Qin Feng wasted no time. He ingested the prescribed medication and reclined on his bed, preparing to drift into sleep. Meanwhile, at Jianghai Normal University, the autumn season had cast a carpet of fallen leaves across the campus, where groups of students hurried to their classrooms in preparation for their lessons. Among them was a young woman clad in a flowing white dress, her long hair cascading elegantly, exuding youthful vibrance as she made her way to class with her close friend. The short-haired friend, filled with curiosity, inquired, "By the way, Xiaoyou, are you really not going to call your brother to apologize? We skipped the exam yesterday and secretly attended Song Fei's concert. He must be quite upset." The long-haired girl, Qin Xiaoyou, chuckled lightly. "Apologize? He is not my biological brother. Why should he prevent me from attending Song Fei's concert? Isn't he being a tad overbearing?" The short-haired friend sighed, "But he treats you so well. Aside from being a bit strict, he buys you anything you desire. I genuinely envy you for having such a brother." Qin Xiaoyou shrugged dismissively. "I have most of my parents' inheritance. Even without him, I would still thrive. Who needs him?" Soon, they entered the classroom, ready to commence their studies. Unbeknownst to Qin Xiaoyou, Qin Feng was no longer the brother she could summon at will. Nor was she aware that calamity had silently begun to envelop the entire world. Certain individuals in various regions had already begun to circulate videos. Upon falling asleep, one's body entered an ethereal state, presenting a most bizarre sight. However, for the moment, no one comprehended the nature of the sleeping individuals. It would take another 2 or 3 hours for the phenomenon of the Forsaken game to fully disseminate. At this moment, Qin Feng had already succumbed to slumber. As he drifted off, his consciousness traversed an indeterminate distance, arriving at a shadowy realm. Indeed, this scene was all too familiar. Surrounding Qin Feng was an expanse of darkness, devoid of any illumination. Suddenly, wisps of grayish-white light coalesced before him, forming the characters of the Great Xia script. "Welcome to the Forsaken game. You will journey to the land abandoned by deities. Please select your profession. Upon selection, you will randomly receive a talent corresponding to your chosen profession. Best of luck." Before Qin Feng, the gray-white text dissipated rapidly, giving way to a spinning wheel. The wheel displayed a multitude of professions: warrior, mage, priest, archer, assassin, and more. If one were to choose, it would be limited to these foundational classes. Yet, there existed an option for a random profession. Opting for a random profession could yield a slim chance of acquiring a hidden class. In his previous life, to safeguard Qin Xiaoyou, he had chosen the warrior class. While the warrior was formidable, its lack of agility rendered it less suitable for solo play. Although the warrior possessed great survivability, its monster-slaying capabilities were comparatively weak. Inappropriate for the current Qin Feng. Regardless, I possess the highest grade talent. No matter the profession, I will excel. It is better to try my luck at random. Perhaps I may uncover a hidden vocation. Qin Feng did not hesitate for long and promptly opted for a random profession. Chapter 3. The Hidden Profession. I am a shadow. As Qin Feng made his choice, the grayish-white wheel before him commenced to spin. A phantom gray-white pointer gradually settled upon an area marked with a question mark. Is this revealing a hidden class? Qin Feng's heart raced with anticipation. As the pointer halted, the question mark began to transform into a dark symbol. It bore a resemblance to a Greek letter, yet with distinct differences. The upper and lower ends were akin to razor-sharp blades, exuding a menacing aura. Congratulations! You have acquired the profession, Shadow, Unique. Shadow, a unique hidden profession. Born of shadows, you embody darkness, becoming the Reaper in the night. Passive Skill 1. Duration of invisibility doubled. Passive Skill 2. 1 level of invisibility. Passive Skill 3. If you attack while out of the enemy's sight, the damage of that attack is doubled. A hidden profession, the Shadow. Qin Feng felt a surge of joy within. This vocation is the epitome of solo prowess. In my previous life, there was indeed a shadow player, but he was eliminated early on. The later capabilities of this profession remain a mystery. Yet, the mere existence of these 3 initial passive skills signifies that my survival potential will be formidable. In the godforsaken game, what holds the utmost importance? Initially, many were perplexed. However, as the death toll rose, the truth became clear. Survival capability is paramount in the godforsaken game. Although dying in the game does not equate to true death, it results in the forfeiture of half of one's remaining lifespan. This is the true cruelty of the godforsaken game. Players can extend their lifespan by slaying monsters, and lifespan itself becomes a universal currency. Yet, upon death in the game, the remaining lifespan is halved. Should it reach 0, true death occurs. In reality, if one is killed, death is inevitable. The necessity of safeguarding one's strength in reality while consuming lifespan to extract equipment and skills from the game underscores the significance of lifespan. Of course, while survival capability is vital, damage output is equally crucial. The Shadow profession allows for double damage when attacking outside the enemy's line of sight. Invisibility, while out of sight, counts as well. In summary, this vocation boasts impressive survival and damage potential. It truly lives up to its status as a unique hidden profession. Qin Feng was thoroughly satisfied with this choice, far surpassing the ordinary warrior profession from his previous life. Provided he could develop his abilities, even the most resilient warrior would struggle to withstand a blow from Qin Feng. Next, Qin Feng examined his initial skills. Initial skill, Shadow Veil Inferior. Enter a state of invisibility for 8 seconds. Attacking will reveal you. A strike from invisibility gains a 30 increase in attack power. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Initial skill, Backstab Enhancement Inferior. Passive effect, attacking from behind the target increases damage by 10. The former skill grants invisibility, while the latter passively enhances backstab damage. Both abilities are of the lowest tier, which is quite typical as all initial skills of any class fall within this category. I possess the passive effect of the Shadow class, which doubles the duration of my invisibility to an impressive 16 seconds, with a cooldown of 30 seconds. It still lacks the potential for infinite invisibility. Qin Feng feels a twinge of regret, but that sentiment soon dissipates. The passive effect derived from the authority of judgment has finally activated. Once Qin Feng's class was determined, the system bestowed upon him a randomly selected, top-tier talent. Congratulations! You have acquired the talent. Infinite Evolution. Infinite Evolution, a primordial talent of gray-white quality. When you slay monsters in solitary mode, you'll have a chance to obtain evolution points, which can be used to enhance skills. Note, you automatically gain 5 evolution points every 24 hours. Slaying monsters in solitary mode guarantees the acquisition of evolution points. Current evolution points, 5. What is this? Wasn't it supposed to be an immortal level talent? Why is it a primordial talent of gray-white quality? Qin Feng is momentarily taken aback. Primordial? He has never heard of such a tier. Furthermore, gray-white quality. Surely they cannot be classified as subpar or ordinary, represented by gray and white. This certainly does not seem indicative of a top-tier talent. However, the true strength of a talent lies in its effects. Infinite Evolution. Can it enhance skills? If so, I shall test the evolution of the Shadow skill. Qin Feng decides to proceed. He examines the requirements and finds that evolving the Shadow skill necessitates the expenditure of 1 evolution point. Upon selecting the evolution option, the skill indeed undergoes a transformation. You have consumed 1 evolution point, remaining 4. Initial skill, Shadow, subpar, ordinary. Enter a state of invisibility lasting 812 seconds. Attacking will reveal your presence. The power of the first strike after invisibility is increased by 3060. Cooldown, 3028 seconds. The duration of invisibility has increased. Qin Feng's eyes light up. Combined with the passive effect of his Shadow class, he now enjoys a remarkable 24 seconds of invisibility. If I continue to evolve, you have consumed 2 evolution points, remaining 2. Initial skill, Shadow, ordinary bronze. Enter a state of invisibility lasting 1,216 seconds. Attacking will reveal your presence. The power of the first strike after invisibility is increased by 6090. Cooldown, 2,826 seconds. Having consumed 2 evolution points, the results are indeed significant. The duration of Shadow has been elevated to 16 seconds, and coupled with the passive effect of the Shadow class, it now totals 32 seconds. This exceeds the cooldown period of the skill. The Shadow skill begins its cooldown immediately upon use. With this extended duration of invisibility, I can achieve infinite invisibility, and each first strike after re-emerging will grant an additional 90 points of attack power. One must not underestimate the value of 90 additional attack points. In the early stages of the game, a mage, archer, or warrior typically boasts an attack power of around 20 to 30 points. An increase of 90 points equates to inflicting damage several times greater than that of others. Moreover, the passive ability of my shadow profession allows for a doubling of damage when attacking an enemy without visibility. This additional 90 points of damage effectively translates to a staggering 180 points. Qin Feng could not help but marvel. His initial combat strength was already equivalent to what he had achieved after a day of development in his previous life. This is the power of a hidden profession, combined with the most exceptional talent. It appears that the primary talent is indeed the pinnacle of abilities. Furthermore, this talent bears the name Infinite Evolution. Does this not imply that skills can continuously evolve, with effects becoming increasingly extraordinary? Qin Feng could only express his satisfaction. As a transmigrator and reincarnator, he had indeed exceeded expectations. Make use of what one has, converting it into combat power for the utmost gain. The evolution must continue. Chapter 4. The Forsaken Land of the Divine, Shelltown. To further evolve the Shadow skill, 3 evolution points are required. I currently have only 2 remaining. Qin Feng was left with no choice but to choose the evolution of the Backstab enhancement skill. You have consumed 1 evolution point, remaining 1 point. Initial skill, Backstab enhancement, inferior quality. Passive effect, damage is increased by 10 to 15 when attacking from behind the target. Qin Feng was quite pleased with the evolution effect of the Backstab enhancement. Although it only increased damage by 5, one could foresee the immense power this skill would possess with continuous evolution. The profession's passive ability doubles damage. If the damage amplification of the Backstab enhancement could be evolved to 100, the resulting damage would quadruple. Having navigated the treacherous waters of the Forsaken game for 9 years and ranking among the top 100 globally, Qin Feng was well aware of the effects of skill values. Now, a sense of curiosity began to stir within him. If these skills were to evolve indefinitely, could they surpass the highest tier of immortality? Take the Shadow skill. For instance, if it were to evolve continuously, with longer durations and shorter cooldowns, could it potentially achieve a state of no cooldown? Would the damage amplification of the Backstab enhancement reach 100 or even higher through continuous evolution? Qin Feng felt an exhilarating anticipation. After all, in his previous life, he had never encountered the notion that skills could evolve. Whether it be equipment or skill books, the quality obtained from monsters remained fixed and unchanging. Yet now, Qin Feng's primordial talent had transcended all reason. Infinite evolution. Henceforth, his skills would overshadow all others. It was nearly time to enter the game. Qin Feng glanced at his remaining evolution points. He had only 1 left. However, evolving the Shadow skill required 3 points, while enhancing the Backstab skill needed 2, leaving him momentarily without skills to evolve. As he resolved to enter the game, a gray-white input box appeared before him. Please enter your game alias. Within the Forsaken game, each player is required to choose an alias, akin to a nickname in the real world. The alias must be unique. If duplicated, a series of numbers will be appended for distinction. I shall call myself Shadow. Qin Feng lifted his hand and inscribed 2 black characters within the gray-white input box. As he completed his writing, the input box dissipated like smoke. Your code name, Shadow, entering the abandoned land of the gods. The darkness before Qin Feng gradually lifted, akin to thick smoke dispersing. He began to feel a sense of grounding. With the surrounding shadows fading, a dilapidated small town emerged before him, bathed in the moonlight of the night, resembling a silvery veil that rendered the entire town a desolate and crumbling sight. Qin Feng stood in the town's central square, where several players cloaked in black robes observed their surroundings with perplexed expressions. In the realm of the abandoned gods, these were not mere programmed entities, but sentient beings from other civilizations. Engaging with them necessitated utmost caution. A single misstep could cost one their entire lifespan, inciting deep regret. Naturally, in this novice town, no such beings could be encountered. The Blue Star players, who had just arrived at the abandoned land of the gods, possessed 0 tradable lifespan, rendering them nearly worthless in this context. Welcome to the abandoned land of the gods. This is a desolate land, plagued by countless monsters. Exercise caution, for they are always ready to tear you apart and seize your lifespan. Leave the town and slay monsters to gain tradable lifespan. However, should you perish within the game, half of your remaining lifespan, both tradable and non-tradable, will be deducted. The familiar system prompts echoed in Qin Feng's mind. For those entering the abandoned gods game for the first time, this would be a source of astonishment. Yet, Qin Feng felt no emotional upheaval. He merely glanced at the map. Shelltown, peaceful area. No monsters in this area. Players cannot attack each other. This area is a gentle zone, with a lifespan depletion rate of 1x. Indeed, he had changed locations. Shell Town, Qin Feng murmured. Due to the differing entry times into the Abandoned Gods game, he had arrived at a distinct locale. Within the abandoned land of the gods, there existed over 100 million novice towns. These novice towns, colloquially known as safe zones, could accommodate a maximum of 1,000 individuals. Once full, subsequent players would be assigned to other initial towns. However, the initial towns were categorized based on region and entry time. Thus, the players in Shell Town hailed from the Great Xia Kingdom, Zhanghai City. Qin Feng observed that Shell Town had already welcomed 127 players. He was the 128th, a tribute panel. After reviewing the map information, Qin Feng proceeded to examine his personal attributes. In the Abandoned Gods game, attributes were of paramount importance. Codename, Shadow, Occupation, Shadow, Level, and non-tradable lifespan, 75 years, tradable lifespan, 0, Strength, 10-3, Vitality, 10-3, Agility, 10, Mentality, 10-5, Free attribute points, 5. All players began with 4-dimensional attribute set at 10 points, with the figures in parentheses indicating profession bonuses. The Shadow profession truly lived up to its reputation as a hidden vocation. The initial attribute bonuses are astonishing, Qin Feng marveled. In his previous life, his warrior class granted him merely 3 points in strength and 3 points in constitution. In contrast, the Shadow class not only adds 3 points to both constitution and strength, but also bestows an impressive 8 points in agility and 5 points in spirit. The strength attribute influences physical attack power, while the constitution affects physical defense and health points. Agility governs movement speed, attack speed, and spell casting speed, whereas the spirit attribute impacts elemental attack power and resistance. Qin Feng understood well the significance of each attribute. In his former life, many players opted to enhance strength or spirit to boost their physical or magical damage. Yet, in reality, agility is of paramount importance. The monsters in the Forsaken game are immensely powerful. Even a minor foe can effortlessly annihilate novice players. To ensure survival in the early stages, one must prioritize agility. Regardless of the class, possessing a speed advantage is crucial for achieving damage-free kills against monsters. Many players fall into the common misconception that damage is the most critical factor. However, it is essential to recognize that in the Forsaken game, death incurs a penalty on one's lifespan. The significance of lifespan cannot be overstated. Without adequate speed, one often faces a grim demise. With sufficient swiftness, one can both attack and retreat. The marginal increase in damage from boosting strength in the early game becomes rather inconsequential. Especially for me. The bronze level Shadow skill already grants an impressive 90 points of stealth-breaking attack power, equivalent to the effect of 90 points in strength. In the early stages, I lack for damage and have no need to enhance strength. Speed is the sole necessity. Chapter 5. Such pretentiousness. I am curious to see your demise. Qin Feng allocated all 5 of his free attribute points to agility. He then glanced at his combat attributes. Health, 130. Physical attack power, 13, 10. Physical defense, 13. All elemental resistance, 15. The physical attack power of 13 points arises from his strength attribute, while the 10 points in parentheses denote the attribute of the novice short sword, totaling 23 points. Each player, upon descending into the Forsaken Realm, receives a low-quality weapon aligned with their class. Scrap Iron Short Sword, low-quality gray quality. Attack power, 10. Qin Feng grasped the scrap Iron Short Sword, toying with it momentarily. Though he was a warrior in his previous life, he had not been unfamiliar with short swords. Naturally, wielding a weapon that does not correspond with one S-class limits its effectiveness to merely 70. The feel was satisfactory. A slight smile crept upon Qin Feng's lips as he surveyed his physical attack power. An attack power of 23 points represents the typical starting attributes of most novices. This illustrates the formidable nature of the 90 points of stealth-breaking attack power from his Shadow skill. With the short sword in hand, Qin Feng promptly resolved to leave the town and hunt monsters for development. Whether for leveling up or accumulating evolution points, he needed to slay as many monsters as possible. At this moment, no one was aware that the monsters in the Forsaken game do not behave like those in typical online games. They do not linger in place, waiting to be slain. This is the most terrifying place in the eyes of the monstrous beings. Every player who ventures beyond the safety of the town is merely a walking lifespan. These creatures actively seek out players, often attacking in groups, slaying them to siphon their life essence. Lifespan is categorized into 2 types, tradable and non-tradable. The lifespan inherently possessed by individuals is non-tradable. I currently possess 75 years. The sole purpose of non-tradable lifespan is to sustain one's existence. In contrast, tradable lifespan serves multiple functions. Not only does it preserve life, but it can also be exchanged for resources or consumed to extract equipment and skills from the Forsaken game into reality. This grants players extraordinary abilities in the real world. Tradable lifespan can only be acquired from the monsters within the Forsaken game. Simultaneously, these monsters covet the lifespan we carry. By plundering players' lifespans, they evolve and grow stronger. As a reborn individual, Qin Feng is acutely aware of these dynamics. Leaving the town signifies peril. A moment of misfortune could lead to being hunted by hordes of monsters. Players are hunters? That is a grave misconception. In the Forsaken game, the weaker players are merely prey. This explains why so many struggle for mere survival. Not to mention slaying monsters to gain lifespan. They have been slain by these creatures countless times, losing all their lifespan. In the face of the inability to defeat monsters and the depletion of their lifespan, they can only watch helplessly as their time runs out, leading to their demise. Thus, in the Forsaken game, monsters can be regarded as a different kind of player, embodying the principle of survival of the fittest. Even in his previous life, Qin Feng faced a daunting path to ascendance. Moreover, with Qin Xiaoyou accompanying him, she was more of a burden than an asset. In this life, he mused, soloing should accelerate my progress significantly. With a rusted short sword in hand, Qin Feng ventured outside the town. Along the way, he observed scattered players congregating. Nearby, a bespectacled young man appeared somewhat bewildered. I don't know, I was playing a battle royale all night, and just as I fell asleep, I ended up here. The chubby fellow chuckled in response. Buddy, what chicken were you playing? Do tell. Qin Feng disregarded their banter entirely. It is not unusual for the first batch of players entering the Forsaken game to have such queries. Suddenly, several beams of white light manifested before Qin Feng. With a whoosh, 5 figures rematerialized in front of him, almost forgetting this is a resurrection point, as he intended to bypass them. One figure caught his eye, a girl clad in a black short-sleeved shirt. She appeared somewhat pale, clearly having just perished. Evidently, the remaining lifespans of these 5 individuals had been halved. Were those wild creatures truly so formidable? A mere bite had cost them half their health. How were they to fight? It was just a lowly level 1 crawler. Despite their numbers, they had only managed to inflict a third of its health. They had been utterly annihilated. Sisterly, what shall we do now? The gaze of several individuals converged upon the black-clad girl at the forefront. This girl, adorned in a black short-sleeved shirt and sporting a ponytail, wielded a weathered longbow, suggesting she was an archer. However, Qin Feng discerned at a glance that she possessed a hidden class. Typically, archers begin their journey with a short bow, not a long one. This distinction allowed her to ascend to the position of captain, the one who commanded the group. Should we recruit him? Strength in numbers is advantageous, especially since our team can only accommodate 6 members, and we are still 1 short. The girl, referred to as Sisterly, directed her gaze towards Qin Feng, recognizing him as a potential hidden class member. Her assessment was astute. Her team included an assassin whose initial weapon differed from the scrap dagger in Qin Feng's possession. A soft-spoken girl with long hair approached Qin Feng eagerly. Would you join our team, big brother? The monsters outside are formidable. It's impossible to face them alone. Our team has been wiped out once already, and we have gained some experience. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng couldn't help but smile. Experience? More like experience in dying, he thought. He shook his head dismissively, ignoring the girl as he strode purposefully towards the outskirts of the town. His demeanor clearly conveyed a rejection of their invitation. This reaction caused Sister Li and the 3 men behind her to frown. They had not anticipated that this man, who bore a resemblance to an assassin, would be so dismissive. Most notably, Qin Feng appeared intent on departing the town alone. This is hilarious. We all acknowledge the dangers outside. Yet he chooses to venture out alone? Does he believe he can take on monsters that even 5 of us couldn't defeat? Don't be foolish. He has a hidden class, likely an assassin type. Perhaps he can escape even if he cannot win. They chuckled, not taking the situation too seriously. Only Sisterly, having instinctively checked Qin Feng's information when he approached, noted his codename. Shadow? Quite pretentious, she scoffed, observing his retreating figure. Come, let us follow him and see how he meets his demise. Perhaps we can glean the monster's behavioral patterns. With a wave of her hand, she led her companions in pursuit. It was not a morbid curiosity about another's death that motivated her, but rather the strangeness of this unfamiliar territory. She sought to observe and acquire more intelligence. As Qin Feng reached the town's boundary, it was marked only by a few dilapidated wooden fences. Beyond this point, safety ceased to exist. As he departed, Qin Feng noticed Sister Li trailing behind at a distance. Shadow Step. Without hesitation, he activated the skill. Instantly, his form melded seamlessly with the surrounding environment, vanishing from the sight of those few individuals. Where'd he go? Sister Li and her companions were taken aback, glancing around in confusion, unable to locate Qin Feng. The tall male assassin in their group was bewildered. Is that an invisibility skill? Does this class really start with such an advantage? His chosen assassin class had not granted him an initial invisibility ability. Sister Li spoke solemnly. It is far too perilous outside. Having perished once, our remaining lifespans were halved. Nevertheless, let's first scour the quaint town in search of opportunities for enhancement. The girl with soft, flowing hair brightened at this notion, exclaiming, "Yes, indeed. Let us seek out any treasure chests or the like." The tall male assassin, maintaining a positive demeanor, chuckled and remarked, "Look at you all, so tense." Although this so-called Forsaken game is rather peculiar, the idea that it could affect our lifespans is, in my opinion, absurd. Since we have been resurrected, we should simply venture forth and eliminate that crawler. Another male warrior concurred. I share your sentiment. We have managed to deplete nearly half of its health. I fear it may fall to that young lad. Sister Li scoffed. With the combined output of the five of us, we barely managed to reduce the crawler's health to less than half. That fellow can rely on his invisibility for survival. But to think he could slay the crawler is mere folly. Unbeknownst to Qin Feng and the others, their choices were ill-fated. Even if he were aware, he would not dwell upon it. For within the initial town, there existed naught that could enhance one's abilities. It merely served as a sanctuary for players to rest safely. At this moment, Qin Feng activated his shadow cloak skill, traversing the desolate, shadowy ground. Once cloaked, all sounds, footfalls, breaths, heartbeats were rendered silent. Aside from his physical form, he appeared as though he did not exist at all. The sole method to detect an invisible entity was through an anti-invisibility skill. Fortunately, as a shadow class, Qin Feng possessed an inherent level of invisibility. In the early stages, no player or even wild creatures would be able to perceive his presence. Before long, Qin Feng ventured over 100 meters from the town, arriving at a sparse grove. In the distance, he spotted the shadowy outline of a crawler resting among the trees. Crawler 1. Rank, Common, leveling up. This creature had recently claimed the lives of 5 players and was now presumably digesting their lifespans. Qin Feng narrowed his eyes. He had witnessed such occurrences in his previous life. When monsters hunted and consumed lifespans from players, they required time to level up. This particular crawler, evidently greedy, had already defeated 5 players and could have sought a safe haven to advance, yet it lingered here, clearly desiring more. Thus, I demand that you relinquish my lifespan. Qin Feng found a concealed corner. As the duration of his invisibility concluded, he activated Shadow Cloak once more, ensuring a seamless transition between the two states of invisibility. Armed with a makeshift iron dagger, he stealthily approached the crawler. As he drew near, the foul stench of decay emanating from the crawler became evident. The shadowy silhouette gradually sharpened into focus, revealing a faceless entity with gray skin and elongated limbs, crouched beside a tree, enshrouded in a mist of grayish-white vapor. This mist represented the visual manifestation of a lifespan being consumed, indicating that the crawler was attempting to level up. Any lifespans not consumed by the monster would, upon its demise, convert into loot at a certain ratio. Without hesitation, Qin Feng maintained his invisible state and stealthily approached the crawler from behind. Launching his attack in an instant, a rusted dagger emerged from the shadows, transforming into a glimmer of cold light that precisely struck the nape of the crawler's neck. The nape is one of the crawler's vulnerabilities. Hitting it would amplify the damage by 50, resulting in a staggering 15-fold increase. A critical strike of 372 vulnerability attack. In an instant, a stream of grayish blood flowed from the crawler's neck as it collapsed to the ground, utterly incapacitated. The prowess of this shadow class was astonishing. Qin Feng himself was taken aback. However, he understood that this was not solely due to the shadow class. The majority of his damage stemmed from the skill shadow, which had undergone 2 evolutions. With an additional 90 attack power, his damage had multiplied by 2 or 3 times. Had he utilized the initial inferior shadow skill, the damage would have barely reached half of what it was now. You have slain a crawler 1. You have gained 10 experience points. Moreover, from the crawler's corpse, a fist-sized orb of gray mist coalesced, representing its visualized lifespan, which was collectible. Qin Feng reached out and grasped the orb of gray mist. You have obtained 3 days of lifespan, tradable. You have obtained 54 years and 155 days of lifespan, non-tradable. The system notification chimed in, and Qin Feng shook his head. The 5 of them had perished, each losing at least 20 to 30 years of lifespan, which collectively amounted to over 100 years. Yet from the crawler, he only received 54 years. But it mattered little. The non-tradable lifespan held no immediate value. Qin Feng was acutely aware of this. As long as one was alive, they would continuously consume non-tradable lifespan every second, rendering it of little other use. It was the tradable lifespan that was crucial. Consuming tradable lifespan allowed one to extract equipment, skills, and professions into reality. However, obtaining merely 3 days of tradable lifespan for defeating a minor creature was too meager. It was insufficient to extract any substantial equipment or skills. He decided to continue hunting for monsters. Qin Feng did not linger on the thought for long. Surrounding him was a swirling gray mist, gradually being absorbed into his being. He then reached down and retrieved 2 items from beneath the crawler's corpse. 1 piece of equipment and a skill book. Corrupted leather boots, inferior gray quality. Physical defense 3, movement speed 5. Equipment requirement, level 1. Skill book, ice spike, common white quality. Mage class skill book. Learning requirement, level 1. The crawler was a level 1 common monster. The loot dropped upon its defeat was likely to be inferior, with only a small chance of being common. To find 2 items at once was quite fortunate. Regrettably, they offered little benefit to him. Qin Feng donned the corrupted leather boots, feeling a twinge of regret. This creature had not granted him any evolution points, nor was it sufficient to facilitate his level up. He could only continue with Shadow, venturing deeper into the woods. At that moment, in Shell Town, other players began to venture out to explore. Some formed small teams, while others, emboldened by naivety, ventured out alone. Before long, a young couple arrived at the very spot where Qin Feng had just slain the crawler, immediately spotting the creature's lifeless body. Has someone killed a monster here? It appears that this game is not particularly difficult. I always said there was no need for such tension. Haha. Xiaoyou, keep an eye out when monsters appear. I shall lead the charge. However, this couple remained oblivious to the enormous shadow looming above them in the trees. Chapter 7. The Leaderboard Unveiled. The first of the town. The couple, named Niugang and Guan Xiaoyou, reveal themselves. Niugang is a warrior, while Guan Xiaoyou plays the role of a priest, a common healer combination, reminiscent of Qin Feng and Qin Xiaoyou from a previous life. At this moment, Niugang speaks confidently, standing tall at 6 feet. His robust physique indeed providing a sense of security as he strides ahead. As for Guan Xiaoyou, she is far from petite. In fact, she is even more formidable than Niugang. Grasping a subpar priest's staff, she surveys the surroundings with keen vigilance. Suddenly, a gust of wind rushes over them. Both are alert enough to look up, but before they can discern what is happening, they are ensnared by 2 strands of glistening white silk, binding them to a nearby tree. Descending slowly along a strand of silk is a spider, towering at 2.5 meters, its obsidian body adorned with countless eyes. Goodness, what is that? A spider. Niugang and Guan Xiaoyou scream in terror. Brood Mother, 1. Grade, bronze, not an ordinary monster, but a bronze-level creature. This prospect greatly intrigues Qin Feng. By vanquishing such formidable foes, he stands to gain a guaranteed bounty of evolution points. Meanwhile, Qin Feng conceals himself in the shadows, maintaining a watchful distance. The bronze-level Brood Mother possesses a health pool of approximately 1,500 to 2,000, certainly beyond the capabilities of mere novices. Anyone who confronts it is doomed, especially considering the numerous offspring that surely accompany it. Qin Feng observes coldly, having no intention of intervening. Just then, a rustling sound emanates from the surrounding trees, followed by a swarm of small black spiders scuttling swiftly along the web towards Niugang and Guan Xiaoyou. Brood Mother's offspring, 1. Grade, common, these are the progeny of the bronze-level Brood Mother. Each offspring boasts legs nearly a meter long, adorned with 4 pairs of compound eyes. Niugang and Guan Xiaoyou soon find themselves under the gaze of over a dozen of these small spiders. Niugang, who had previously boasted of his strength, now falters in fear. Both he and Guan Xiaoyou, ensnared in webs and rendered immobile, lack the strength and attributes to break free in a timely manner. Helplessly, they watch as the small spiders approach, ready to gnaw at them. They scream in unison. A flurry of damage numbers erupts above their heads. In mere moments, both succumb to death. Their life force dissipates, transforming into pale orbs of light, which are eagerly consumed by the swarm of spiders. At that instant, a glimmer of cold light flashes. Qin Feng, with agile grace, swiftly strikes at one of the Brood Mother's enormous eyes. A sudden and devastating blow struck the bronze-level nurturer, its myriad compound eyes locking onto Qin Feng in an instant. However, before it could unleash its silken threads, Qin Feng's form had already vanished, completely disappearing from its sight. The nurturer appeared momentarily stunned, while the small spiders surrounding it continued to voraciously devour the life force of the unfortunate couple, undeterred by the commotion. It was not until 26 seconds later that Qin Feng's shadowy skill cooled down, allowing him to reappear from an alternate angle. His battered short blade poised to strike at one of the creature's enormous eyes. A precise strike delivered a critical blow of 338 weakness attack. Qin Feng once again melted into the shadows. Observing the nurturer's health bar, it remained slightly above half. 3 more strikes were needed. Following this successful attack, Qin Feng retreated a considerable distance. As anticipated, the nurturer, having suffered 2 consecutive ambushes and unable to locate its assailant, succumbed to rage, unleashing a frenzied barrage of silk into the surroundings. Yet, Qin Feng was well prepared, emerging unscathed. At this moment, the bronze-level creature, now visibly agitated, writhed in an attempt to thwart any further sneak attacks. Unfortunately for it, its vulnerabilities were glaringly apparent. Clutching the battered short blade, Qin Feng struck once more. Another 338 weakness attack. The nurturer's vitality plummeted further. Following the successful strike, Qin Feng once again vanished from sight. This method of combat could be deemed as somewhat unscrupulous. However, the creatures possessed a degree of intelligence, making it implausible for them to remain stationary and endure punishment indefinitely. As the health bar dwindled to a third, the bronze-level nurturer leaped, clinging to a nearby tree. Only 2 attacks remained. Unperturbed, Qin Feng awaited the cool-down of his shadowy skill. After it reset, he picked up a small stone from the ground. In the Forsaken game, every object on the map possessed attributes. For instance, this stone, roughly the size of a fist, bore a physical attack power of 2. Finding an optimal angle, Qin Feng hurled the stone with force. Thud! The stone struck the nurturer's soft abdomen with a resounding impact, dealing 279 weakness attack. Given that Qin Feng's primary source of damage stemmed from the shadowy skill's additional attack upon vanishing, even a thrown stone could inflict remarkably high damage. Following this successful hit, Qin Feng concealed himself once more. The nurturer, now in a state of desperation, darted through the woods, seeking escape. Meanwhile, the dozen or so young spiders had finished feasting on the life force of the couple, frantically searching for Qin Feng's whereabouts. Yet, before they could pinpoint his location, Qin Feng had already reappeared over 20 meters away, launching another stone at the fleeing nurturer. The bronze-level creature, despite its considerable size, lacked speed, making it an easy target for Qin Feng's attacks. Another strike landed, delivering 279 weakness attack. You have slain the nurturer, bronze level. You have gained 300 experience points. Congratulations, you have leveled up to 2. Congratulations, you have received 2 evolution points. Congratulations, you have unlocked the Shell Town level leaderboard, earning 1 reputation point. Meanwhile, within the minds of all players in Shell Town, a system notification reverberated. Player Shadow has slain the nurturer, bronze level, becoming the first to reach level 2. The Shell Town leaderboard is now activated. At this moment, Shell Town boasted over 300 players, all hailing from Jianghai City. Given the morning hour, these players were predominantly in their 20s and 30s, with scarcely any elderly or young children present. They were all bewildered, pondering how they had awoken in such a peculiar place. Suddenly, the system notification echoed through the air. Chapter 8, Shocktown. Solo Kilingu Bronze. Sister Pear, codenamed Duck Pear, along with her 4 teammates, was scouring every nook and cranny of the town, determined not to overlook any corner. Unfortunately, their search yielded little success. Just then, the announcement of Qin Feng reaching level 2 and activating the town leaderboard left the 5 members of Duck Pear's team in utter astonishment. What was going on? Wasn't that Shadow the one who had just ventured out alone? How could he possibly achieve level 2 so swiftly? The most perplexing aspect was that he had slain a bronze-level creature. They struggled to defeat even ordinary monsters as a team. Yet he had managed a solo kill on a bronze? What a farce. But the system notification could not be mistaken. Had he perhaps formed a team after going out? No. Look at the leaderboard. His name is the only one displayed. On the Shell Town leaderboard, only Shadow's name appeared, standing solitary at the top. This left Duck Pear and her companions in disbelief. Sister Pear, bow in hand, was momentarily stunned. She had first-hand experience of the formidable monsters lurking outside. Their group had ventured out only to be decimated by a level 1 ordinary monster. They had barely managed to inflict any damage on it. Yet now, the very Shadow she had deemed reckless for venturing out had single-handedly slain a bronze-level creature. This defied logic. Sister Pear found herself questioning her reality. Niu Gang and Qin Xiaoyou had just revived in the center of the town. The system informed them that their lifespans had been halved. What had once been 4 to 5 decades was now reduced to a mere 20 years. Their expressions darkened at this revelation. Qin Xiaoyou, her complexion pale, asked Niu Gang, "Do you think this lifespan deduction could be real?" Niu Gang vigorously shook his head. "Impossible. There can't be such mystical occurrences in this world." Qin Xiaoyou's expression was complex, "But we clearly just fell asleep. How could we awaken in this place? This is evidently not a dream. If it's a game, then it is far too realistic." Niu Gang too felt a twinge of uncertainty. At that moment, the notification regarding Qin Feng's slaying of the nurturer and ascending to level 2 echoed in the minds of the couple, startling them. What was happening? Had that 2.5-meter tall spider truly been slain by someone? Who was this shadow capable of defeating such a formidable creature? It seemed impossible. That great spider had at least a dozen smaller spiders at its command. Niu Gang and Qin Xiaoyou found themselves questioning their very existence. In the face of that giant spider, they had felt utterly powerless. Yet that shadow unexpectedly eliminated it. Furthermore, the leaderboard displayed only a solitary shadow, prompting the two to speculate that the shadow must have achieved the kill on the nurturer single-handedly. This revelation left them utterly astounded, for the number of players who had fallen asleep only to awaken in the forsaken land of the gods was rapidly increasing. The population of players in Shell Town swiftly rose to 500. The town square was now teeming with newcomers clad in dark robes, the majority appearing bewildered. Nevertheless, a portion of players began to sense that the situation was far from simple. A youth with golden hair stood in the square, waving his arms and addressing the crowd. "Fellow adventurers, we have all fallen asleep and awakened in this so-called forsaken land of the gods. As it stands, we cannot exit the game yet. According to the hints provided, defeating monsters will grant us lifespan, while death will have it. Regardless of the truth, it is prudent for us to avoid venturing out alone. Many players have already fallen victim to the monsters outside, losing their lifespan. I propose that we form a team to explore together. This would enhance our safety. Those who wish to join me in this venture, please come forward to register your professions." The golden-haired youth's words garnered mixed reactions. Some listened while others dismissed him. Meanwhile, at another exit of the town, 3 men and 3 women had already formed a team. The leader, a robust and imposing man named Wang Meng, gazed at the central square from afar, listening to the golden-haired youth's distant calls without paying much heed. He turned to his 5 companions and declared, "In this forsaken game, we shall choose to believe it has merit rather than dismiss it. Let's treat it as a normal game and venture forth to explore. As long as we can slay monsters and level up, it will only benefit us. Regarding lifespan, let us all be vigilant and avoid death. I am a holy shield warrior, and I possess an invincibility skill from the outset that can absorb damage for you. Just focus on dealing damage." Wang Meng's teammates were all carefully selected hidden professions, ensuring their combination possessed formidable strength. Meanwhile, within Shell Town, a group of gaming enthusiasts, who typically played together to climb the ranks, now found themselves in this forsaken game. "Goodness, the emergence of this game allows us to showcase our skills," they exclaimed. "Charge! Charge! Charge! We may not excel in other areas, but when it comes to gaming, who can rival our 5 brothers?" They noted that the forsaken game permitted a maximum of 6 members per team, leaving them in need of 1 more. "Let us find a lovely lady. We are in need of a healer." It was not just Shell Town. Thousands of towns were experiencing the same phenomenon, with players gathering in ever-growing numbers. All of them had succumbed to slumber at this particular moment, their consciousness transported to the forsaken land of the gods. Whether in the Great Xia, North America, or the West, those entering the forsaken game appeared largely bewildered. However, a portion of players began to adopt a cautious approach, choosing to believe in its potential validity. Many strong players had already begun to widen the gap between themselves and others from the very outset. For instance, there was now Qin Feng, who had reached level 2 and ascended the leaderboard, earning 1 point of prestige. Qin Feng glanced at the system prompt, not paying it much heed. Reputation, after all, is a commodity that only increases in value, especially in the latter stages when one can utilize it to procure advanced items. At this moment, Qin Feng stood invisibly before the corpse of a bronze-level nurturer, preparing to reap his rewards. First and foremost, longevity. Qin Feng extended his hand, drawing the pale gray orb hovering above the giant spider's carcass into his grasp. "You have gained 46 days of lifespan, tradable. A meager creature, yielding a lifespan reward equivalent to that of over 10 ordinary monsters. Under normal circumstances, it would require several fully equipped teams to tackle such a foe, and the lifespan would be divided among them, leaving each individual with only a paltry share. However, as Qin Feng had single-handedly vanquished it. His spoils were indeed considerable. Next, Qin Feng rummaged beneath the carcass and retrieved 3 items of loot. Among them, a skill book caught his eye, igniting a spark of excitement within him. Skill book, Greedy Hand, Bronze Assassin Class Skill Book. Upon learning, it could be used on monster corpses with a 20 chance to gain an additional loot reward. Learning requirements, Level 1. A 20 probability may seem modest, yet the pivotal aspect is that Qin Feng can evolve this skill. Chapter 9, Golden Level Greedy Hand. A transformation of the world. Aside from this skill book, the bronze level creature had also yielded 2 pieces of equipment. Qin Feng chose not to examine the gear just yet. He had initially possessed 1 evolution point, but now with the acquisition, he had a total of 3 points. This new skill could be evolved twice. Henceforth, with each monster he slays, he would enjoy an enhanced probability of acquiring an additional piece of loot. Qin Feng was acutely aware that he had ascended. For the Greedy Hand skill is classified as a rare skill, and its highest tier only reaches bronze. In his previous life, anyone who learned this skill invariably became a vital member of a guild, enjoying an exalted status. Imagine the scenario. After countless arduous efforts, one finally slays a formidable foe, only to discover that by utilizing Greedy Hand, there exists a possibility of obtaining an additional reward. What an extraordinary concept. Most importantly, the loot referred to by this skill includes tradable lifespan, yet it remains uncertain whether this encompasses evolution points as well. Technically speaking, evolution points are also spoils acquired from Qin Feng's conquests. Thus, curiosity piqued within him. Regardless, he decided to evolve the skill first and find out. Qin Feng issued the evolution command. You have consumed 1 evolution point, remaining 2 points. Greedy Hand, Bronze Silver Assassin Class Skill. Can be used on monster corpses, with a 20 to 40 chance to gain an additional loot reward. The probability had doubled. The evolution effect of this skill left Qin Feng exhilarated. He pressed on, using all remaining evolution points. You have consumed 2 evolution points, remaining 0 points. Greedy Hand, Silver Gold Assassin Class Skill. Can be used on monster corpses, with a 40 to 70 chance to gain an additional loot reward. From silver to gold, the skill's effectiveness had significantly increased, soaring from a 40 probability to 70. If it were to evolve once more, would it not reach a certainty of 100? Qin Feng felt his heart race. In the Forsaken game, this skill was only available at the bronze level. However, through the initial innate talent, Qin Feng was able to infinitely evolve it, remarkably enhancing its effects without limitation. From now on, when I slay monsters, I can achieve a 100% chance of receiving double rewards, perhaps even more than double. Without hesitation, Qin Feng maintained his stealth, targeting the corpse of the nurturer, and unleashed the skill of Greed's Hand. Surrounding the corpse were a total of 12 young spiders, completely oblivious to Qin Feng's presence nearby. As he cast his skill, a golden hand extended from the earth, reaching out to grasp at the nurturer's corpse. Skill Greed's Hand. Success. You have obtained 2 evolution points. You have gained 46 days of lifespan, tradable. As the system notifications arrived, 3 additional loot items emerged from beneath the nurturer's corpse. Success. The 70 success rate did not deceive me. Thankfully, it was not a game of the Twisted Vine. Qin Feng smiled with satisfaction. The 2 evolution points and 46 days of tradable lifespan were crucial. As for the loot obtained, it was not of great significance to Qin Feng. He had collected 6 items, aside from the Greed's Hand skill book and an assassin's weapon. The other 4 were unsuitable for him. Qin Feng shook his head. In the Forsaken game, the currency for trade was measured in lifespan. At this early stage of the game, very few could afford the prices. He glanced at the assassin's weapon. Corrosive Dagger, Bronze Attack Power 35, Agility 4. Equipment requirement, Level 1. There was nothing more to say. He promptly replaced the worthless iron short blade. With his ascent to Level 2, he had gained 2 points in all attributes, raising his attack power to 25. After equipping the Corrosive Dagger, Qin Feng's attack power soared to 50. It had effectively doubled. Of course, Qin Feng's damage did not precisely double, as the largest portion of his damage output stemmed from the additional stealth attack of the Shadow Strike skill. The remaining 4 loot items included 3 pieces of equipment and a skill book, but they were of ordinary quality rather than bronze. It was time to clear the smaller monsters, hoping to accumulate some evolution points. Beside the nurturer's corpse, there were still 12 young spiders, and Qin Feng had no intention of letting them escape. As he emerged from the shadows, a swift slash through one spider's abdomen felled it in a single blow. By the time the other young spiders reacted, Qin Feng had vanished once more. Possessing boundless stealth capabilities, Qin Feng had no need to contemplate survival at this early stage. Meanwhile, as Qin Feng began his monster hunting spree, In the real world of Blue Star, at Shanghai Normal University in the Great Xia, Qin Xiaoyou was in class with her best friend, Chu Yan. Suddenly, an unusual occurrence in the classroom captured everyone's attention. A male student slumped over his desk, sound asleep. Upon falling asleep, his body inexplicably transformed into a semi-transparent, blurred state. What on earth? Weigo, what happened to you? His roommate, noticing the change in his status, was instantly startled. The roommate's exclamation drew the attention of the entire class. In the midst of an impassioned lecture, the Mediterranean middle-aged teacher paused, casting a perplexed glance at the boy. Curiosity sparked among the gathering crowd. Classmates and the teacher alike reached out, only to have their hands pass through the boy's body as though he were entirely insubstantial. This extraordinary spectacle left the entire class gasping in astonishment and trepidation. The short-haired girl, Chu Yan, tugged at Qin Xiaoyou, directing her gaze toward a few rows ahead. Her beautiful eyes reflected a hint of anxiety. Qin Xiaoyou frowned slightly. Dressed in a pristine white gown, she appeared pure and unblemished, and her considerable beauty had garnered her a multitude of admirers within the school, a fact that contributed to her somewhat lofty self-regard. At that moment, the area to her right was crowded with onlookers, compelling her to rise gracefully. Unfortunately, her height was inadequate, and only after rising on her tiptoes did she manage to glimpse the boy slumped over his desk in slumber, his form rendered half-translucent and ethereal. Determined to seek answers, she scoured online platforms, quickly uncovering a plethora of forwarded chat records and images within various discussion groups. The pictures depicted individuals in slumber, mirroring the state of the boy at the desk. Speculation rampant across the internet had yet to yield clarity, as no one had awakened from this peculiar slumber, leaving the world in suspense regarding the unfolding mystery. Chapter 10. I shall not initiate contact within the classroom erupted into chaos. With that declaration, the teacher hastily exited, intent on making calls to ascertain the situation. Meanwhile, students engaged in fervent whispers, pulling out their phones to capture the moment and share it online. Qin Xiaoyou and Chu Yan, however, remained detached from the discussions, seated in their original spots as they scrolled through their devices. Soon, Qin Xiaoyou's brow furrowed in concern. It seemed this phenomenon was a global occurrence. Particularly in certain countries, it was night, and many were succumbing to this state of slumber. Chu Yan expressed her worry. What on earth is happening? I need to contact my parents. She turned to Qin Xiaoyou. Shouldn't you ask your brother if he has encountered anything unusual? Qin Xiaoyou shook her head, her tone cool and dismissive. I have no intention of reaching out to him. Chu Yan replied with exasperation. But with such events unfolding, I assent it unnecessary to remain at odds with family? Qin Xiaoyou chuckled softly. Family? He would only seek to control me. Does that truly constitute family? I am disinclined to engage with him unless he apologizes first. If Qin Feng were to witness this scene, he might have found amusement in it. In her past life, Qin Xiaoyou had maintained a similar stance. Yet this time, circumstances had shifted dramatically. She neither wished to contact Qin Feng, nor would he likely initiate any communication with her. In his eyes, the sister he had cared for over a decade had become as good as non-existent. Since the moment she had taken his eyes, he could no longer recognize her as his sister. This bizarre phenomenon continued to unfold across the globe, an enigma sweeping through nations far and wide. After thorough research, various nations swiftly issued statements indicating that individuals who fall asleep enter a semi-transparent, illusory state, the cause of which remains unknown. They urged the populace to refrain from slumber while awaiting further expert investigation. Thus far, no one who has succumbed to sleep has awakened, leaving those outside utterly unaware of the unfolding events. In the forsaken realm of deities, within a series of quaint towns, many players who have succumbed to sleep and entered the Forsaken game have begun to take action. They formed squads and ventured forth to vanquish monsters. Upon first entering the Forsaken game, a prerequisite for logging out is to reach level 3. Qin Feng relentlessly engaged in combat within the darkened woods. The difficulty of leveling up in the Forsaken game is exceedingly high. Solo play in the early stages is nearly impossible, and even in a team, experience and the tradable lifespan are divided among members, making advancement sluggish. In Shelltown, it was not until 20 minutes after Qin Feng activated the leaderboard that another player finally reached level 2. This player, known by the codename Wang Meng, led an elite hidden class team. 6 individuals simultaneously ascended to level 2, claiming the 2nd to 7th positions on the Shelltown leaderboard. Meanwhile, a young man with golden hair, accompanied by dozens of players, ventured out to hunt monsters. However, they soon discovered a terrifying reality. No monsters dared to approach their gathering. Regardless of the creature, upon sighting this group of players, they all turned and fled, resulting in minimal rewards for the group. Their sole gain perhaps lay in familiarizing themselves with the terrain beyond the town. Finally, after much effort, Qin Feng accumulated 3 evolution points. Upon slaying a level 1 crawler with a single strike, he was greeted with a system prompt that illuminated his path. Previously, he had dispatched the small spiders surrounding the nurturer one by one. 12 sub-spiders yielded only 2 evolution points, with 1 point extracted through the skill greedy hand. This indicated that, in the absence of fortunate encounters, acquiring evolution points through slaying minor creatures posed significant challenges. After dealing with the small spiders, he scoured the area for other monsters. Maintaining his stealth, Qin Feng moved swiftly through the dark woods, soon dispatching 5 more level 1 crawlers. At this moment, the 5th crawler he felled granted him yet another evolution point. He could evolve now. Qin Feng opened his attribute panel and proceeded to evolve Greedy Hand. You have consumed 3 evolution points, remaining 0. Greedy Hand, Gold Platinum, a skill of the Assassin class. It can be applied to monster corpses with a 110 chance of acquiring an additional loot reward. The outcome of the evolution exceeded all expectations. Qin Feng understood that in the Forsaken game, probabilities exceeding 100 would indeed take effect. The 110 probability of Greedy Hand implied a guaranteed additional loot, with a further 10 chance of obtaining yet another item, thus potentially yielding a 3rd piece of loot. Excellent. Upon completing the evolution, Qin Feng directed his Greedy Hand towards the corpse of the crawler before him. Skill Greedy Hand successfully activated. You have gained 1 evolution point. You have earned 1 evolution point. You have gained 3 days of lifespan, tradable. You have received an additional 3 days of lifespan, tradable. Qin Feng's eyes brightened. This maneuver had directly triggered the bonus, granting him 2 additional rewards. He was astonished by the invincibility of it all. As for the 2 evolution points, he had no immediate intention of utilizing them. To evolve the same skill for the 4th time, it surprisingly required 5 evolution points instead of 4. It appeared that the required evolution points did not follow a linear progression. As for the specific pattern, he would ascertain it upon evolving the Greedy Hand once more. For now, Qin Feng was not lacking in damage or survival. Even if he encountered challenges, he could manage them with relative ease. His priority was to advance skills that would facilitate his growth more swiftly. The Greedy Hand was undoubtedly the optimal choice. Upon inspection, he noted that he now possessed 146 days of tradable lifespan. However, to extract equipment and skills into reality, the minimum requirement was at least 2.5 years, specifically 900 days. Additionally, he needed to reach level 10 first. Maintaining his invisibility, Qin Feng continued to traverse the woods. Suddenly, he sensed the commotion of battle ahead. Stealthily approaching, he felt a surge of excitement as he beheld another bronze-level creature, this one at level 2. Swift Chaser 2. Rarity, Bronze. This was a humanoid crawling creature with 6 legs, reminiscent of a crawler, lacking eyes but possessing a decayed mouth. Moving at an astounding speed, at least twice that of novice players. Encountering this creature was indeed a stroke of misfortune for new players, leaving them no chance of escape. Defeating the Swift Chaser proved to be a far greater challenge than vanquishing the breeder. Chapter 11. Instant Kill of the Polluter. The shock of Wang Meng. Upon seeing the Swift Chaser, Qin Feng instinctively glanced at his agility. Thanks to the Shadow class bonus and the agility enhancement from the bronze-level Corrupted Dagger, his agility had now reached an impressive 34 points. In a godforsaken game, a doubling of agility did not equate to a doubling of movement speed. Rather, it followed a calculative correlation. With an initial agility of 10, his regular movement speed was approximately 3 meters per second, while sprinting could reach up to 95 meters per second. Now, with 34 agility, his regular movement speed was 583 meters per second, and during a full sprint, it ranged from 17 to 18 meters. Qin Feng's speed was nearly double that of some novice players. Even so, it was just sufficient to match the speed of the Swift Chaser. This was adequate. Being able to keep pace meant he need not worry about escaping. Concealed in the shadows, Qin Feng gazed ahead and observed that the Swift Chaser was pursuing a group of players. At the forefront of this group was a burly man, wielding a subpar shield, who was both defending against the Swift Chaser's attacks and retreating simultaneously. This imposing figure was none other than Wang Meng, the second-ranked player of Shelltown. Behind him stood 5 players with hidden professions, their faces solemn as they unleashed their skills to assault the Swift Runner. Alas, whether archer or mage, the 2 ranged classes, a man and a woman, struggled to land a hit on the elusive foe. The Swift Runner darted left and right, employing its decayed claws and sharp fangs to swiftly reduce the health of the Holy Shield warrior, Wang Meng, to half. It is noteworthy that the Holy Shield Warrior possesses a remarkably high base defense, boasting health and protection levels exceeding those of other novice players by over 30%. Throughout the team's ascent to level 2, it was Wang Ming who shielded them from danger. Yet now he found himself unable to withstand the onslaught of this bronze-tier Swift Runner. In stark contrast, the Swift Runner still retained at least 90% of its health. At this juncture, the young archer in Wang Ming's team had missed 2 more shots, his expression darkening. This is untenable. Its speed is too rapid, making ranged attacks nearly impossible. Regrettably, Wang Ming's strategy had proven overly optimistic. As the battle reached a stalemate, other monsters emerged from the adjacent woods. Polluter 2, grade, ordinary. These were level 2 ordinary monsters, humanoid in form but covered in deep brown sludge, specializing in ranged attacks. Within the forest, 3 polluters appeared, launching their sludge attacks directly at the rear of Wang Ming's team. Thud! A beautifully proportioned young woman, brandishing a staff, was suddenly struck in the chest by a glob of sludge. The impact caused her dark robe to ripple violently. 32. Ugh, how foul. The young woman was overwhelmed by a wave of putrid stench, feeling utterly nauseated. And this was merely the beginning. Clumps of sludge began to rain down on the rear of the team with alarming speed, rendering evasion nearly impossible. Compounding their plight was the bronze-tier Swift Runner looming before them. Should they scatter to avoid the ranged attacks, Wang Ming would be unable to shield them from the Swift Runner's assault. A single strike from it could spell doom for them in mere moments. In an instant, Wang Ming and his comrades found themselves in dire straits, their health plummeting rapidly. Wang Ming and Qin Feng squinted, observing the chaotic scene unfold. Truth be told, Qin Feng recognized this individual, not from the present, but from before his rebirth. At that time, Qin Feng was among the top 100 players globally. Though he ranked low within that elite circle, he remained merely an ordinary warrior. Achieving such a feat as an ordinary class was nothing short of legendary, inspiring countless individuals, including Wang Ming. After all, Wang Ming was a Holy Shield Warrior of a hidden profession, with enhancements and skills far exceeding those of an ordinary warrior like Qin Feng. Yet, Wang Ming's combat prowess paled in comparison to Qin Feng's, instilling in him a deep respect for Qin Feng's capabilities. Their acquaintance stemmed from Wang Ming representing the Daxia government in collaboration with Qin Feng to establish the Godslayer Guild. On ordinary days, Qin Feng would eliminate surplus equipment and skill books, and if they were of no use within the guild, he would hand them over to Wang Ming, who would sell them to the Daxiao officials in exchange for tradable lifespan. In my previous life, I established a guild to better protect Qin Xiaoyou. In this life, such measures are unnecessary. Nonetheless, forging a connection with Wang Ming could still prove beneficial. Qin Feng now plans to convert all excess equipment and skill books in a tradable lifespan to enhance his own capabilities. Therefore, identifying a stable sales channel is of utmost importance. Wang Ming is relatively reliable, and the Daxia officials he represents possess ample financial resources. After all, these monsters must be slain. With that in mind, he resolved to lend Wang Ming a hand. Qin Feng did not intend to abruptly approach the man. Instead, he aimed to leave a favorable impression first. Observing the situation, he swiftly maneuvered to the rear of one of the polluters. Seizing the moment, he launched a surprise attack. The polluter was frantically hurling sludge at a beautiful girl wielding a staff, utterly oblivious to the assassin lurking behind. The corrosive dagger transformed into a glimmer of cold light, striking the polluter at the nape of its neck. 441, weak point attack. A lethal blow. In an instant, the polluter disintegrated into a puddle of sludge, splattering across the scorched earth. You have slain a polluter too. You have gained 20 experience points. You have acquired 1 evolution point. You have obtained 4 days of lifespan, tradable. The system notification that echoed in his mind took Qin Feng by surprise. It was fortunate that this minor creature yielded evolution points. Casually, he unleashed the skill Greedy Grasp. Greedy Grasp skill, check successful. You have gained 4 days of lifespan, tradable. Regrettably, no evolution points were acquired. The probability of ordinary creatures yielding evolution points is inherently low. The additional reward from Greedy Grasp entails an extra drop check, akin to Qin Feng having slain another identical creature, rather than duplicating a reward. Therefore, the absence of evolution points was entirely reasonable. Once again, only slaying creatures guarantees a stable yield of evolution points. Having dispatched a polluter, Qin Feng did not rush. Before the monsters and players in the vicinity could react, he once more entered a state of invisibility. Witnessing a polluter suddenly collapse into sludge left Wang Ming and his companions in utter astonishment. They merely caught a fleeting glimpse of a dark figure, and then the polluter fell lifelessly to the ground. How is this possible? Even a level 1 crawler requires a coordinated assault lasting several seconds to be defeated. Yet this level 2 polluter was taken down in an instant. In that moment, all 6 members of Wang Meng's team were left stunned. Chapter 12. Venomous Dart. 1 skill. 1 kill. With the polluter eliminated, the pressure on Wang Meng's rear line significantly eased. The beautiful girl wielding the staff, her eyes shimmering with excitement and exhilaration, thought, an extraordinary ally has come to our aid. Could it be the shadow from the leaderboard? In truth, the girl could hardly be assessed for her beauty at that moment. Her body and face were smeared with sludge, and her health was perilously low. Only her figure remained alluring, prompting lingering glances from those around her. Her slender legs moved with an agile grace, reflecting a vivacious and elastic demeanor. Wang Meng, with a serious expression, unleashed his skill as the cooldown concluded. Sacred Barrier. A golden radiance enveloped his robust form, granting him a 3-second invulnerability, allowing him to endure a moment longer beneath the onslaught of the rusher. The others were afforded a brief respite. With 1 less polluter, the remote threat diminished significantly. Almost half a minute later, Qin Feng reappeared behind another polluter, striking without warning. He swiftly eliminated the polluter once more. No evolution points were obtained, but Greedy Hand activated. Oh, a skill book dropped? Qin Feng collected the skill book that the polluter had released and examined it in his inventory. Venomous Dart, Common Assassin skill. Throws a dart laced with poison, with a maximum range of 12 meters. Inflicts an additional 40 attack damage upon hitting and applies a poison state. Cooldown, 5 seconds. Learning requirement, level 2. Poison, inflicts 30 damage per second, with no weakness bonus, lasting 5 seconds and cannot stack. At last, an offensive skill had arrived, and it was a mid-range sustained damage skill. Even a regular player would experience a significant acceleration in development by acquiring such a skill early on. However, the probability of ordinary monsters dropping skill books is quite low. Despite Qin Feng's numerous kills of regular monsters, he had only obtained skill books twice. The first was from the initial crawlers, which dropped a spell-based ice spike. The second was this time procured through Greedy Hand. Equipment and skill books yield higher drop rates. But for ordinary players lacking foundational equipment and skills, it is nearly impossible to defeat even the weakest bronze-level foes. Qin Feng pondered this. Without hesitation, with 3 evolution points remaining, he directly evolved Venomous Dart twice. Venomous Dart, Common Bronze, Silver Assassin skill. Throws a dart laced with poison, with a maximum range of 121,314 meters. Inflicts an additional 408,0120 attack damage upon hitting and applies a poison state. Cooldown, 5 seconds. Learning requirement, level 2. Poison, inflicts 304050 sustained damage, with no weakness bonus, lasting 5 seconds and cannot stack. After 2 evolutions, the total damage of this skill had more than doubled. Qin Feng acted swiftly. He picked up the skill book, learned the skill, and evolved it in one seamless motion. Just as the last polluter turned around and attempted to unleash a sludge attack at Qin Feng, he was quicker. With a swift motion, he launched a venomous dart, instantly striking the polluter's head. Other novice players could never achieve his level of accuracy in such an attack. However, having navigated the treacherous realms of the Forsaken game for 9 years in his previous life, Qin Feng possessed an innate proficiency in ranged attacks. He effortlessly launched the venomous dart, directly hitting the critical weak point. 237 weak point attack. The damage appeared modest. This was due to the lack of stealth, backstab, and the fact that the opponent had already detected Qin Feng, causing the Shadow class passive to not activate and resulting in no double damage. Yet after his strike, Qin Feng vanished from sight. As the polluted creature was struck by the venomous dart, it transformed entirely into a vivid green hue. 2 damage indicators promptly appeared above its head. 158. 158. After enduring the toxic damage twice, the creature finally succumbed to its fate. The sustained damage was indeed substantial. Furthermore, after I executed my attack, I became invisible, and astonishingly, this lingering damage seemed to activate my class passive, doubling the damage dealt. Qin Feng, particularly sensitive to damage metrics, immediately discerned this phenomenon. The third passive ability of the Shadow class dictates that damage dealt while out of the enemy's line of sight is doubled. Having rendered himself invisible, he was certainly not within the enemy's view, thus making the doubling of sustained damage entirely reasonable. Regrettably, this final polluted creature also yielded no spoils. Only a lone bronze-level sprinter remained, and that was the main event. At this moment, Wang Meng was drenched in sweat, exclaiming, I can barely hold on. The middle-aged priestess in their party tirelessly cast healing spells upon him, but alas, the effects were minimal. Wang Ming's health bar continued to dwindle perilously close to empty. Clearly, despite the team having slain lesser foes and reached level 2, they had not acquired any useful equipment or skill books, leaving their combat strategies rather rudimentary. Just then, a figure suddenly appeared behind the sprinter. As it lunged toward Wang Ming, a venomous dart hurtled through the air, aimed directly at the creature's head. It struck with precision. 845 critical hit. With the benefits of breaking stealth, landing a backstab, and exploiting a weak point, the attack was devastating. Wang Ming and his companions, tense and on edge, watched in astonishment as the sprinter's health bar plummeted by nearly half in an instant. What the hell? Wang Ming couldn't help but exclaim in disbelief. Their entire team had struggled to inflict even 10 points of damage on the sprinter. Yet this mysterious figure had managed to reduce its health by half with a single skill, and this was merely the base damage of the venomous dart. What followed was even more terrifying. 324, 324, 324, 324. As the sprinter's body turned a sickly green, for consecutive sustained damage notifications appeared, leaving the creature no chance to resist before it collapsed before Wang Ming. Of course, Wang Ming and his team could not see the damage numbers of others. They were only aware of the diminishing health bar. With each drop, their hearts raced in tandem. They watched helplessly as the creature, which had nearly led to their demise, was effectively poisoned to death. Is this damage even humanly possible? No. Is this truly a player who entered the game at the same time as us? They missed the crucial point. This individual had accurately hit the head amidst chaotic movement. Indeed, while it was challenging for their ranged attacks to connect, this player effortlessly struck the weak point. All 6 of Wang Ming as companions inhaled sharply in awe. They beheld a plethora of loot spilling forth. It was abundantly clear that they held no claim to any of it. In Forsaken Game, the ownership of loot dropped by monsters belonged to the team or individual who dealt the highest damage. Now, the swift creature with 90 health points was vanquished by Qin Feng. Thus he rightfully claimed all the spoils of war. Chapter 13. So many crawlers, what on earth? You have slain the swift runner, bronze level. You have gained 600 experience points. Congratulations, you have leveled up to level 3. Congratulations, you have received 2 evolution points. You have acquired 55 days of lifespan, tradable. In the moment the creature fell, a series of system notifications echoed in Qin Feng's mind. After he had thrown that venomous dart, he activated Shadow Veil once more, slipping back into invisibility. The cooldown for Shadow Veil was still 26 seconds, which felt rather lengthy and slightly hindered his efficiency in monster farming. However, he rationalized that acquiring evolution points to enhance his greedy hand was the better option. He quietly approached the corpse of the swift runner and collected the pile of loot. This scene appeared exceedingly strange to Wang Ming and his group of 6, as they had not seen a single shadow. Suddenly, the spoils by the corpse vanished. Thank you. My friend, Wang Ming, aware of the formidable presence nearby, performed a solemn gesture of gratitude. Thank me? Qin Feng replied, his voice resonating as though it emanated from all directions. In the wild, do not trust others so easily. This statement rendered Wang Ming solemn. I understand. Thank you for the reminder, esteemed one. In the game of divine abandonment, only towns served as safe havens. Outside the towns, players could slay one another, and upon death, both tradable and non-tradable lifespans would drop by half. Of course, players could only collect tradable lifespan. Non-tradable lifespan could not be directly gathered unless absorbed by a creature and then slain to convert it into 50. Clearly, if Qin Feng wished harm upon Wang Ming, he could easily eliminate them, yet it was unnecessary, as they would yield no valuable items. These individuals were simply too impoverished. At that moment, Wang Ming comprehended that if this esteemed one harbored any ill intentions, he would not have offered them a warning. This realization deepened Wang Ming's gratitude. We shall take our leave then, so as not to intrude upon your equipment assessment. I am Wang Ming, and should you ever require assistance, do not hesitate to seek me out. Wang Ming was quite perceptive, and after uttering these words, he intended to lead his group away. However, the charming girl, covered in mud, suddenly waved her hand around, exclaiming, Esteemed one, I'm Black Plum Bigley Z. May I add you as a friend? Upon hearing her chosen moniker, Qin Feng nearly burst into laughter. He recognized her, of course, from his previous life. She had adopted this name because her true name was Lin Li Yu, with her father's surname being Lin and her mother's surname being Li. Thus the name Black Plum Bigley Z was born. She was indeed beautiful, with a vivacious and charming personality and an alluring figure. As for her profession, she was a hidden class prophet, significantly stronger than an average mage. In his previous life, Qin Feng had collaborated with her on several occasions. It seemed her beginnings mirrored those of their last encounter, as she had directly teamed up with Wang Ming. Later, he became an official member of the Great Xia. Qin Feng shook his head inwardly, recognizing that there was no necessity to forge a connection with the other party at this moment. He merely stated apologies. But I hold no interest in the Black Plum de Lizy. The young woman, unwilling to accept that she had not added Qin Feng as a friend, attempted to persist in her pursuit. However, the middle-aged female priest in the party, with a look of exasperation, dragged her away, turning to leave. Observing their retreating figures, Qin Feng felt a twinge of sentimentality. Indeed, Wang Ming's sacred shield warrior profession was substantial. Moreover, the middle-aged female priest was also a hidden class oracle priest, possessing an initial healing capacity twice that of an ordinary priest. Without her, the team would not have endured for such a prolonged duration. While my attacks appear to be instant kills, they were hampered by the cooldown of my skill, resulting in a lengthy interval between strikes. In total, it took nearly 2 minutes to vanquish these 3 pollutants. In that time frame, a standard team would have been annihilated by the swift assailants. Qin Feng shook his head, not dwelling on it further. This round had yielded bountiful rewards. After Wang Ming and the others departed, Qin Feng directed his greed hand towards the corpse of the swift assailant. Congratulations! You have acquired 2 evolution points. You have received 55 days of lifespan, tradable. A bronze-tier enemy provided Qin Feng with a total of 4 evolution points, alongside 110 days of tradable lifespan and 5 items of loot. The haul was commendable. Among the drops were 3 pieces of equipment and 2 skill books, with only 1 piece of equipment being usable by Qin Feng. In the realm of the Forsaken game, the abundance of professions often led to the emergence of items belonging to other classes, which was rather commonplace. Leggings of swift skin, bronze equipment for assassins. Physical defense 9. All elemental resistance 5, cooldown speed 15. Equipment requirement, level 2. The defense and elemental resistance of this equipment held little significance for Qin Feng. Yet the cooldown speed was quite favorable. He donned it immediately. The cooldown time of shadows was reduced from 26 seconds to 22. 61 seconds, a notable improvement. In the Forsaken game, cooldown reduction was not a conventional attribute. Rather, it focused on cooldown speed. In later stages, cooldown speed could be enhanced to several 100%. For instance, a cooldown speed of 400 equated to a quadrupling of cooldown efficiency, transforming a skill with a 20-second cooldown to just 4 seconds. In essence, it can be summarized as final cooldown time, base cooldown time, 1 cooldown speed. He continued to grind monsters. With just 1 more evolution point, he would be able to elevate Greed Hand to Emerald level. Maintaining his stealth, Qin Feng ventured deeper into the dark woods. Simultaneously, his tradable lifespan had reached an impressive 268 days. He still possessed numerous equipment and skill books from other professions. It is no exaggeration to assert that Qin Feng's developmental pace surpassed that of his previous life by more than 100-fold. It may sound as though his previous growth was painfully slow, but circumstances dictated otherwise. As the player count in the small town increased, the monsters outside began to congregate. For novice players, hunting these beasts would become exponentially more challenging. Conversely, many player teams fell victim to hordes of monsters, incessantly losing their lifespan. For instance, in the present-day Shell Town, while many teams can easily dispatch a solitary creeper, the prospect of facing dozens of them is a daunting challenge. What the hell? A young man exclaimed in a fit of panic, only to be swiftly overwhelmed and torn apart by 3 creepers. Chapter 14. Offering 10 million to have the Shadow Lord facilitate an upgrade? Prepare for battle. Wang Ming's expression grew exceedingly grave as he brandished his inferior shield. They had taken a brief respite during their journey, and their health and mana had nearly fully replenished. Meanwhile, the enchanting sorceress Lin Liu, who wielded a staff, was lamenting her failure to add Qin Feng as a friend, convinced that her muddy appearance had deterred him. She was on the verge of tears. However, before her sorrow could linger, the scene before her stunned her, and she promptly readied her staff for combat. Over a dozen creepers, within mere seconds, they had annihilated an entire 6-member player team. Initially, Wang Ming had been solemnly preparing for battle. Yet, before departing, they absorbed the untradable lifespans dropped by the 6 players. Although it took time for the monsters to digest the lifespans, the absorption and storage were rapid. Once accomplished, the multitude of creepers turned and fled into the depths of the forest. They're running? Wang Ming and his companions were momentarily taken aback. These creatures defied all expectations. Moreover, the speed of those creepers was decidedly alarming. While not as swift as the sprinters, they were certainly beyond Wang Meng and his team's capability to pursue. If they wished to flee, pursuing them was futile. Did these monsters possess an instinct to prey on the weak? Wang Meng, Lin Liu, and the others felt a sense of incredulity, their respect for this forsaken game deepening. The monsters within this game were nothing like the usual passive entities found in typical online games. They actively coordinated to hunt players and seize their lifespans. As for the purpose behind the monsters stealing players' lifespans, Wang Meng and his team were yet to uncover this mystery, but the mere thought sent chills down their spines. Let us proceed, Wang Meng urged his team onward. Soon, they encountered another 6-member team, 3 of whom had already perished, with the remaining 3 desperately fleeing. Regrettably, they were far too slow, as 5 creepers relentlessly pursued them, attacking with abandon, poised to finish them off. Arcane Orb. Triple shot. 2 ranged members of Wang Meng's team launched their attacks from a distance, each striking a creeper and reducing its health by approximately 1/10. Surround them. Do not let them escape. Wang Meng charged forward, shield in hand, executing a powerful leap that sent shockwaves through the ground, stunning all 5 creepers in place. All around Shell Town, similar events unfolded. What had once been mere monsters, destined to be slain for experience points, now banded together, conspiring to hunt down players. At the resurrection point in the town square, flashes of white light flickered incessantly, leaving no moment of respite. Each resurrected player bore a grim expression. Monsters have begun to form alliances. Do we truly need to sacrifice ourselves to reach level 3? I have a troubling thought. If we are unable to attain level 3 indefinitely, will we forever be trapped in this place? In reality, will we not become akin to vegetative beings? This cannot stand. We must rally more individuals. If a party of 6 proves insufficient, then let us assemble 2 or even 3 teams to venture forth. Yet, alas, an excess of people might attract unwanted attention. Just moments ago, a group of 40 was beset by a cursed entity, which annihilated over 30 of them with a single skill, instilling terror in the hearts of many. At that very moment, they beheld the leaderboard of Shell Town, where the top rank, held by Shadow, had ascended to level 3. Goodness, is Shadow truly that formidable? We struggle to defeat even the smallest monsters, yet he levels up with such ease. It appears he is grinding solo. After all, he is the sole individual on the leaderboard at such a high level. Surely, he must be playing alone. How astonishing! A sense of disbelief washed over the crowd. By this point, many had departed from the town, having profoundly experienced the savagery of the creatures outside. In such circumstances, for Shadow to so effortlessly conquer foes and level up is a testament to his immense strength. Meanwhile, the player known as Sister Pair, bearing the codename Duck Pair, along with her teammates, revived once more in the square. The girl's countenance, clad in a black short-sleeved shirt, had turned as dark as coal, for this marked her 3rd demise. Her non-tradable lifespan, originally 80 years, now dwindled to a mere 10, a significant loss indeed. Although she harbored doubts regarding the authenticity of this lifespan, it nonetheless weighed heavily upon her psyche. The delicate girl with cascading hair, who revived alongside her, now trembled slightly. Sister Pair, what shall we do now? She asked anxiously, casting a glance at her experience bar. Thus far, their party had vanquished 4 crawlers, yielding less than 10 experience points each, leaving them far from the 100 points required to reach level 2, let alone level 3. Even defeating these 4 crawlers had proven a formidable challenge, as they would flee when their health dwindled. Without their retreat, they would have struggled to eliminate even these foes. In summary, they could not afford to die again. Sister Pair's complexion darkened as she suddenly glimpsed the leaderboard, noting Shadow had indeed attained level 3. This revelation sparked a glimmer of hope in her eyes. Everyone disperse and spread the word. Thus, this news swiftly circulated throughout Shell Town. A noblewoman was willing to pay 10 million for the assistance of Shadow, the top-ranked player, to help her level up. After dispatching the sprinters, he continued to slay several crawlers in the dense forest, ultimately acquiring 1 evolution point through his insatiable greed. He then proceeded to evolve his skill. Greedy Hand. You have consumed 5 evolution points, remaining 0. Greedy Hand, Platinum Emerald, a rogue-type skill that can be used on the corpses of monsters, with a 110,160 probability of gaining an additional loot reward. The acquired extra loot has a 20 chance of increasing by 1 tier. In evolving to Emerald level, Greedy Hand astonishingly gained an additional special effect. With a 20 probability, one can elevate the quality of additional loot. Invincible. Qin Feng's eyes sparkled at this prospect. Such an effect could be described as utterly delightful. If he were to continue evolving, wouldn't that guarantee 100% enhancement in quality? Defeating a bronze enemy could yield silver equipment, while vanquishing silver foes could potentially uncover golden gear. Perfect. Qin Feng had already memorized a certain location. The Cursed One, a withered Trent-like creature, seemed to have eliminated dozens of players and was lurking somewhere within the dense forest, rapidly consuming life essence. Soon, the Cursed One would ascend to silver rank. Chapter 15. Selling Ice Spike. The arrogant young lady. However, advancement would require some time. At present, no one could defeat it, so he would allow it some time to evolve. Qin Feng glanced at his backpack. Now at level 3. 5. His meager 10 slots were already filled to the brim with equipment and skill books that were irrelevant to his class. To Qin Feng, these items held little value. It would be best to exchange them for tradable life essence. Yet for other players in Shell Town, these items could significantly enhance their capabilities. For instance, the Mage Skill Book, Ice Spike. Once learned, it could slow down targets and even freeze them with a certain probability. Of course, targets with high control resistance would be challenging to immobilize. Nonetheless, it was an excellent tool against minor foes. His expression remained impassive. This scenario was common in the early stages of the game. It wouldn't be long before players realized that the solution lay in increasing agility. With high agility, one could evade being overwhelmed by enemies, rendering any number of crawlers futile. Moreover, should crawlers attempt to flee, one could pursue them with speed. This was precisely why Qin Feng aimed to enhance his agility. As he approached the safety zone of Shell Town, he finally ceased his invisibility. However, he activated the facial concealment feature on his system panel. In reality, he was still an ordinary person, temporarily devoid of any abilities. He could not afford to expose his identity. Qin Feng was acutely aware of this fact. Should his identity be revealed, given his current status as the top player in Shell Town, trouble would undoubtedly ensue, even leading to potential fatal consequences. Such occurrences were not unfamiliar to him from his previous life. After enabling the facial concealment feature, a layer of impenetrable black veil shrouded his face. He donned an initial black robe, with brown, swift-running leg guards on his legs and decayed leather boots upon his feet. Beneath the black veil, only his cold eyes were visible. The players in Shell Town, all hailing from Jianhai City, wore expressions of distress. Yet now, they could not even manage to defeat a single crawler. When confronted, they appeared as a swarm, leaving them at a loss for how to proceed. Thus, they congregated within Shell Town, incessantly discussing strategies. Upon Qin Feng's return, his cold demeanor instantly captured the attention of the surrounding players. The leg guard's boots and his corrosive dagger were clearly equipment dropped by wild monsters outside. Notably, the dagger and leg guards emitted a faint bronze glow, unmistakably indicating their bronze rank. Who is this person, so ostentatious? With 2 pieces of bronze equipment, could one possibly refrain from boasting? Alas, could this individual truly be the illustrious Shadow Master, reigning at the pinnacle of the leaderboards? By heavens, it appears to be the case. Esteemed Master, there are offers of 10 million for your assistance in leveling up. Dear Master, I require no guidance from you. I am willing to offer you 100,000 if you simply divulge the secret of your solo prowess. Oh dear Master, I have perished 4 times already. If you would consent to guide me, I would comply with any request, for I am still but a novice. In no time, a throng gathered around. Some sought to have Qin Feng assist them in leveling up, while others inquired about his solo strategies. Regrettably, Qin Feng paid them no heed. He proceeded directly to the town's central square and settled beside a dilapidated flower bed. Activating his stall feature, he displayed the 10 pieces of equipment and skill books for sale. The shop was titled, Equipment and Skills Clearance, available for 10 minutes only. Act swiftly to purchase. The town was bustling, and Qin Feng estimated that 10 minutes would suffice. As soon as the stall was established, it immediately captivated the attention of all nearby. Truly, the illustrious Shadow Master. Remarkable. The Master is indeed selling equipment, including 2 pieces of bronze gear. In an instant, players from all walks of life converged upon the scene. Soon, a woman clad in a gray robe approached with her team. Her curiosity piqued as she scrutinized Qin Feng. How much for the ice spike spell? The gray-robed woman inquired. Her lips pursed in contemplation. Like Qin Feng, she had activated a facial concealment feature, yet he recognized her instantly. This woman must be the renowned Grey Rose, currently ranked 11th in the Shell Town leaderboard. The robe she wore appeared to be a low-quality piece dropped by common monsters, quite befitting her alias. Qin Feng replied, 100 days of transferable lifespan. Grey Rose furrowed her brows slightly. 100 days? That is quite excessive. I cannot afford that. Could you possibly lower the price? Qin Feng shook his head, disinterested in further discourse. The Ice Spike spell, a common-level skill, significantly enhances the early monster grinding speed for magic users. 100 days is already a bargain. Gray Rose then asked, "May I pay in cash?" Qin Feng replied coolly, "If you have sufficient cash. You may first purchase lifespan from others and then return a trade with me. If no one offers a higher price, I can reserve the item for you." Gray Rose bit her lip in contemplation. "Please hold on." She led her team aside to confer in the party channel. After half a minute, Gray Rose returned to Qin Feng. "All right, 100 days of lifespan. Let us proceed with the transaction." As of now, Qin Feng had accumulated a total of 268 days of lifespan. In contrast, Gray Rose had managed to reach level 2, leading her team to slay at least 30 to 40 creepers. However, the transferable lifespan dropped by the creepers had been evenly distributed among her and her teammates. At this moment, Gray Rose had consolidated all her team as transferable lifespan to purchase the Ice Spike spell, allowing for swifter progress. You have sold Ice Spike skill book. You have gained 100 days of transferable lifespan. Transferable lifespan, 268 days, 368 days. Just as the transaction concluded, a few individuals forcefully pushed through the crowd, making their way to Qin Feng. At the forefront stood the girl clad in a black short-sleeved shirt, known by the codename Pear, the illustrious sister of the pear tree. This young lady had evidently torn the initial black robe sleeves bestowed by the system, transforming them into a short-sleeve garment that lent her a lively and refreshing appearance. Shadow? Upon uttering these words, the crowd erupted in astonishment. 10 million. All it took was to elevate her to level 3. The onlookers were taken aback, marveling at the prospect. For the powerful figure of Shadow, guiding someone to level 3 would undoubtedly be a trivial task. Indeed, it was a casual opportunity to amass 10 million. However, what no one anticipated was that Qin Feng, seated beside the flower bed, cast a glance at the short-sleeved girl, his demeanor betraying not a flicker of emotion. "I decline." Chapter 16. The Ruthless Jiang Li. Is money so easily acquired? Unbeknownst to anyone, Qin Feng was silently scoffing. The first time he encountered this pair, he failed to recognize her. After all, he had met countless individuals in his previous life. How could he possibly remember them all? Yet upon hearing the name Dajiang Industries, a realization struck him. This young lady, resembling a pampered heiress, was none other than Jiang Li, the daughter of the chairman of Dajiang Industries. In his past life, she had committed numerous heinous acts, leaving at least a dozen individuals in her wake. At that time, society had descended into chaos, with acts of violence becoming all too common. Jiang Li, leveraging the acquired tradable lifespans and her hidden class, had risen to prominence with alarming speed. Qin Feng recalled that it wasn't until the 4th or 5th year of the godforsaken game that Jiang Li faced her comeuppance. Of course, such matters bore no relevance to him, as in his previous life, he had been preoccupied with leveling up alongside Qin Xiaoyou and had little interaction with Jiang Li. As for the present, Qin Feng had no intention of believing her deceitful words. 10 million? While such a sum could indeed be beneficial, it was contingent upon one's survival to obtain it. Though currently, within the confines of the godforsaken game, he surpassed all others, in reality, he remained an ordinary individual. Dajiang Industries, with its cadre of enforcers, posed a significant threat. Did Qin Feng dare to claim cash? It would be tantamount to courting death. Moreover, in this world, cash would soon lose its value. The currency of trade globally would rapidly transition to lifespans. Consequently, Qin Feng remained indifferent, utterly disinterested in Jiang Li's presence. His demeanor left Jiang Li momentarily stunned, seemingly unable to fathom that someone could dismiss the allure of 10 million so effortlessly. Qin Feng waved his hand dismissively. "If you're not buying anything, kindly step aside. You're disrupting my business." "You." Jiang Li was nearly apoplectic with rage. From childhood, she had been the cherished darling of her family, the pampered heiress of Dajiang Industries, adored by the chairman. Who would dare to intimidate her? Indeed, Jiang Li had never been treated in such a manner. A glimmer of fury flashed in her eyes as she regarded Qin Feng, but it was swiftly concealed. She forced a smile. "All right, if you're unwilling, then so be it." With that, she turned on her heel, her expression darkening once more. Qin Feng watched her retreating figure with indifference, unaware that the godforsaken game would precipitate the collapse of reality's order. Only one's own strength is the foundation of everything. As for Jiang Li, her proud background in the Jiangshi group will soon prove to be utterly meaningless. After departing from the central square of Beak Town, Jiang Li was contemplating how to uncover Qin Feng's true identity. At that moment, a young man with bare arms, adorned with a tattoo, approached her. "Hello, Sister Li. My name is Mao Lijun, but you can call me Old Mao," he said with a cheerful smile. "I am currently at level 2 and possess some secrets on how to level up. I can guide you. Does that 10 million still hold value?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Li raised her brows in curiosity. "Secrets? What secrets?" The young man, known as Old Mao, replied candidly, I typically do not share this with just anyone. However, as a gesture of sincerity towards sisterly, I will inform you that under the current circumstances, to level up, one must allocate all initial 5 attribute points into agility. This way, our running speed will surpass that of the crawlers by a slight margin. Do you understand? Jiang Li felt a moment of enlightenment upon hearing this. However, her expression soon soured, for she had initially invested her 5 points into strength, believing that high damage equated to everything. To her dismay, she had been overwhelmed by swarms of crawlers. All right, leave me to level up, she commanded. Old Mao readily agreed. No problem. As he spoke, he mused himself. Though the shadow is formidable, they seem to lack common sense. To forsake such a simple 10 million is rather foolish. Little did he know the true nature of Jiang Li. This 5 million was not easily acquired. Meanwhile, Qin Feng swiftly sold off all his items. Compared to skill books, equipment was significantly cheaper. He still possessed 2 pieces of bronze-grade gear, one for warriors and one for priests, both of which had rather average attributes, thus only fetching a trading lifespan of 30 to 40 days. As for the other inferior equipment and skill books, their prices were even lower. After selling 10 pieces of equipment and skill books, Qin Feng amassed nearly 300 days of trading lifespan. Trading lifespan, 546 days. The haul was commendable. By now, the cursed one should have advanced to silver grade, right? Qin Feng decided to pack up and leave Beak Town. While in stealth, he swiftly headed towards the location of the cursed one. Along the way, he noticed the young man named Old Mao leading Jiang Li out, presumably to assist her in leveling up. Observing this, Qin Feng instinctively knew Old Mao's fate. However, he had no intention of warning him. For Qin Feng, as long as he was not provoked, he was indifferent to other matters. After a little over 10 minutes, Qin Feng ventured deep into the shadowy forest, reaching the area where he had previously encountered the cursed one. Indeed, it had advanced to silver grade, shrouded in a gray mist, and was in the process of advancing to gold. The transition from silver to gold would require at least 7 to 8 hours. Impatient, Qin Feng decided to take action. There would be plenty of opportunities to confront gold-ranked foes later. There was no need to wait idly. Eliminating this threat and growing stronger was the true path. This place was rife with danger, with monsters lurking throughout the dense woods. Only Qin Feng could arrive here through his permanent invisibility. Without hesitation, he silently approached the cursed being, which resembled a withered tree, and launched a poison dart that struck its head with lethal precision. The silver tier adversary possessed health 2 to 3 times that of a bronze tier, meaning it would take 2 or 3 poison darts to bring it down. Qin Feng threw the dart and vanished into thin air. The cursed being suffered a grievous blow, losing nearly a quarter of its health and continuously enduring toxic damage. However, upon turning around, it found no trace of its assailant, which provoked an enraged cry from the cursed entity. It raised its frail, withered arm, gray elemental energy swirling in its hands, gathering and expanding, culminating in a massive area attack skill with a diameter of over 20 meters that erupted instantaneously, engulfing its surroundings. Chapter 17. Slaying the Silver. Golden Tier Equipment. The cursed being belonged to the realm of magical creatures, primarily utilizing area of effect attacks with formidable damage. After launching the poison dart, Qin Feng retreated at the fastest possible speed, narrowly escaping the blast radius of the attack. A close call. Had he been caught in the explosion, given his current health and defense, he would have faced certain death. As Qin Feng observed the expansive gray mist erupting before him, his heart raced. This cursed being had claimed the lives of over 30 players and had advanced to silver tier in one fell swoop. It had even amassed enough life force to potentially ascend to gold tier or beyond. Unfortunately for it, it had encountered Qin Feng. After the cursed being unleashed its gray mist attack, Qin Feng did not approach, but instead distanced himself, awaiting the cool down of his stealth ability. The cursed entity persistently raised its hands, releasing bursts of gray mist into the surrounding air. These smaller skills, while less expansive, posed a significant threat to Qin Feng. Should he be struck, his fate would be sealed. Fortunately, he remained concealed and distanced, encountering no peril whatsoever. Once Qin Feng's stealth ability was ready again, the cursed being appeared somewhat fatigued. Having unleashed over 10 spells, which drained its mana reserves, the cursed entity was extremely vigilant, cautiously advancing deeper into the thicket. Suddenly, a figure materialized behind it, and another poison dart struck its head. 659, critical hit. 219. 219. Qin Feng's form flickered and vanished. From a distance of about 10 meters, the dart found its mark with uncanny accuracy. The precision of his ranged attacks was far beyond what other players could achieve. He dare not approach too closely, as he would be unable to escape the area attack in time. It could be said that while his apparent strength was formidable, a significant portion of his prowess stemmed from the rich experience he had accumulated over 9 arduous years in his previous life. With 2 poison darts unleashed, the health bar above the cursed being's head had dwindled to a mere third of its total. The cursed entity, unable to discern the enemy's location, could only frantically flee deeper into the thicket. A frail, withered being, its elongated arms dangling to its knees, was now fleeing at full speed. If anyone were to witness this scene, they would undoubtedly be awestruck. No one could fathom that a player who had already ascended to the silver rank would be relentlessly pursued by another player. It is worth noting that during their time in the bronze rank, this individual had annihilated dozens of players in one fell swoop. At this moment, a shadow loomed once more behind the cursed one. Venomous darts. Once again, the cursed one's body was tainted of vivid green. Under the relentless onslaught of poison, the health bar of the cursed one plummeted to its nadir, ultimately leading to their demise. The frail and withered body collapsed upon the decayed and damp forest floor. You have slain the cursed one, silver rank. You have gained 800 experience points. Congratulations, you have reached level 5. Congratulations. You have acquired 4 evolution points. You have gained 124 days of lifespan, tradable. The substantial experience points propelled Qin Feng to ascend 2 levels, reaching level 5. Furthermore, attaining the silver rank bestowed upon Qin Feng an additional 4 evolution points. Greedy hand. Qin Feng immediately looted the corpse. A golden hand emerged from the void, grasping the cursed one's desiccated body. Skill Greedy Hand activation successful. You have gained 4 evolution points. You have gained 4 evolution points. You have gained 124 days of lifespan, tradable. You have gained 124 days of lifespan, tradable. He received 2 additional rewards. This single silver rank foe granted Qin Feng a total of 12 evolution points and 372 days of tradable lifespan. Moreover, upon utilizing Greedy Hand, a golden glimmer flickered beneath the corpse. Was this the emergence of something of golden rank? Truly, the Greedy Hand of the emerald rank is formidable. Qin Feng realized that this was the trigger for the additional effect of the emerald rank Greedy Hand, which had a 20 probability of elevating the quality of extra loot by 1 tier. While the thrill was palpable, Qin Feng gazed at the 7 or 8 pieces of loot lying beneath the corpse, feeling somewhat disheartened. Such a waste of time. He hoped the cursed one would drop a storage ring or something similar that would increase his inventory space. With anticipation, Qin Feng reached towards the pile of loot beneath the corpse. Meanwhile, as Qin Feng vanquished the silver rank foe and ascended to level 5, countless individuals in Shelltown were astonished upon glancing at the leaderboard. Level 3, suddenly leaping to level 5? What formidable adversary did they slay? Just over 10 minutes prior, they had witnessed this powerhouse selling equipment, and now they had ascended 2 levels in such a short span? This was utterly absurd. My sister is 18 this year. I truly hope this powerhouse takes notice of her. That way I could benefit and level up as well. Dream on. They wouldn't even look at someone with a mere million. Do you think they would notice your sister? In the town center, Wang Meng, Lin Liu, and their team of 6 finally reached level 3. They instinctively glanced at the leaderboard. What? The sharp-eyed archer of the team exclaimed, We just reached level 3. And that powerhouse is already at level 5? Are we even allowed to exist? Wang Meng wore a dazed expression. As a member of the armed police, he felt the weight of the moment. Hearing Wang Meng's words, Lin Liu and the others nodded in solemn agreement. In the game of the Forsaken Gods, the bodies gradually became ethereal until they vanished. Amidst the shock of countless onlookers, the scene unfolded. Qin Feng has also welcomed his bountiful harvest. From this silver tier, cursed one, he not only acquired 12 points of evolution, but also gained 372 days of transferable lifespan. Remarkably, he even received over 200 years of non-transferable lifespan. Currently, his non-transferable lifespan stands at an impressive 418 years and 271 days. While this seems substantial, the passage of time will accelerate in the advanced regions of the Divine Abandonment game, or in reality, following the initial spread of desolation. Qin Feng shook his head, choosing not to dwell on such thoughts. He turned his attention to his backpack. First, he examined a piece of golden tier equipment. Ring of the Cursed, golden usable by all classes. All attributes 8. Dark element resistance 26. Weak point attack multiplier x1. Equipment requirement, level 4. A ring that enhances all attributes? Qin Feng felt quite satisfied. With an increase of 8 to all attributes, it equates to a total of 32 points of attribute value. Acquiring such a ring is akin to gaining the attributes that would typically require another 3 levels of advancement. The additional dark element resistance proves advantageous against many magical creatures. The weak point attack multiplier starts at 15 times, and with this ring, it becomes 16 times, quite commendable. The Divine Abandonment game does not have a concept of critical hits. Instead, it features a weak point attack multiplier that functions similarly to critical damage in certain online games. Next, Qin Feng's gaze fell upon a skill book. In comparison to equipment, he clearly favored skill books far more, as they allow for infinite evolution of skills. At that moment, the silver tier skill book dropped by the cursed one caught his eye, filling him with immense delight. Chapter 18, Shadow Slash. Diamond tier Grasp of Greed. Shadow Slash, Silver Assassin class skill. Blink in a specified direction, up to 15 meters, entering a state of invisibility, lasting 5 seconds, and dealing 3 slashes to all enemies in the path. Cooldown, 12-10-43 seconds. Learning requirement, level 4, slash width, 21 meters. Each slash adds 100 attack power. Deemed a backstab with 100 certainty. Qin Feng grasped the skill book and learned it immediately. Most importantly, this skill not only enables him to remain invisible, but also inflicts area damage. As for the cooldown, 12 seconds represents the base cooldown, while 1043 seconds reflects the actual cooldown period, considering Qin Feng possesses a cooldown speed attribute of 15. With a striking range of 15 meters in length and 21 meters in width, it is particularly satisfying for attacking minor foes. Through evolution, you should be able to enhance the range, but there is no need to rush. Qin Feng then focused on the Grasp of Greed. Having evolved it 4 times previously, he was now on the 5th evolution. The required evolution points have been 1, 2, 3, 5, and 8 points respectively. Thus, it seems that the evolution points required for each skill increase equal the sum of the previous 2 evolutions. If his conjecture is accurate, the 6th evolution of each skill would demand 13 points. While pondering this, Qin Feng expended 8 evolution points to evolve the Grasp of Greed once more. You have consumed 8 evolution points, leaving you with 4 points. Grasp of Greed, Emerald Diamond Assassin class skill. The ability can be utilized on the corpses of monsters, offering a 16.0220 chance to obtain an additional loot reward. The acquired extra loot has a 20 to 40 probability of being upgraded by 1 tier. Witnessing the effects of this skill enhancement, Qin Feng couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Each time he slays a creature, he is guaranteed to secure 2 additional pieces of loot. Defeating a single monster is akin to vanquishing 3 for others. Furthermore, there exists a 20 chance to gain 3 rewards, along with a 40 probability of elevating the tier. With the evolution of this skill, Qin Feng felt an intensifying sense of power. When he glanced at the next evolution requirements for the Greedy Hand, he discovered that indeed, the forthcoming evolution demanded 13 evolution points. Without the Greedy Hand, accumulating these 13 points would have posed a significant challenge for Qin Feng. However, with the Greedy Hand at his disposal, acquiring evolution points became remarkably effortless. With 4 evolution points remaining, he decided to bolster his combat prowess. Qin Feng realized that he could no longer instantaneously defeat silver tier monsters. Thus, his combat strength required enhancement. Otherwise, encounters with higher tier foes could prolong battles and lead to unforeseen dangers. You have expended 3 evolution points, leaving you with 1 point. Shadow Slash Silver Gold. Platinum teleports in a specified direction, up to 15 to 18 meters, entering a state of invisibility, lasting 5 to 6 seconds, inflicting 3 to 4 slashes on all enemies in the path. Cooldown, 12-10 to 43 seconds. Slash width, 21 to 26 meters. Each slash inflicts an additional 150-200 points of attack power. The evolution of Shadow Slash did not reduce its cooldown time, which was somewhat disheartening. Nevertheless, relying solely on Shadow Slash allows me to achieve infinite invisibility. Transforming 3 slashes into 5 resulted in explosive damage. With only 1 evolution point left, there were currently no skills available for further evolution. Qin Feng glanced at the remaining loot. There was nothing applicable for him, yet there remained a silver tier warrior skill book, Battle Roar, which, when unleashed, increases the team's attack and defense by 20 points. Learning this skill book would double the damage and resilience of the entire team in the early stages. Had the warrior from his previous life possessed this skill at the onset, they would have been truly invincible. However, at present, this skill book would have to be sold. Much to Qin Feng's regret, maintaining his invisibility, he surveyed his surroundings. This dense forest had become a 45-level monster respawn area. and the originally level 2 cursed one had ascended to level 4 due to its prolonged lifespan, thus dropping level 4 loot for Qin Feng. Not far away, in the shadows of the woods, 3 rotting limb crawlers were cautiously observing the corpse of the fallen cursed one. Before they could react, Shadow Slash. 725. 725. 725. Level 4 ordinary monsters had approximately 1,000 health points. Yet, with a single Shadow Slash, Qin Feng's figure materialized for about 0.1 seconds before swiftly traversing over 10 meters. In its path, each of the 3 limb crawlers suffered 2 slashes, resulting in their immediate demise. You have slain a limb crawler for, you have gained 80 experience points. You have acquired 5 days of lifespan, tradable. A series of system notifications echoed within Qin Feng's mind. Fortunately, the insatiable hand of greed has not yet grown cold. Regrettably, each monster's corpse can only be touched once. What a pity. If anyone were aware of Qin Feng's thoughts, they would likely scold him vehemently. ISNT, 100% triple reward satisfying enough? Does one really wish to touch more? Is there no sense of shame? However, after mastering the Shadow Slash, Qin Feng's efficiency in monster hunting has significantly improved. It appears that reaching level 10 will only take a couple of hours. A smirk played upon Qin Feng's lips. Just as he prepared to strive for level 10 and extract his abilities into reality, the scene shifted to the Blue Star. Initially, an increasing number of individuals were entering the godforsaken game due to sleep. In reality, their bodies transformed into a semi-transparent, ethereal state, instilling panic in those around them, and leading to various apocalyptic rumors swiftly spreading. The truth has finally come to light. Upon falling asleep, our consciousness ventures into a land abandoned by deities? The godforsaken game? Is it akin to an online game? Can one grow stronger merely by playing? I, Zhuo Binwei, am invincible in real name. However, let us not be overly optimistic. It is said that the majority are continuously dying, with each death resulting in the loss of half their lifespan. In the game, defeating monsters grants 1 additional lifespan. Could this not lead to immortality? Who can ascertain the authenticity of this phenomenon? The prospect of the entire globe entering the game upon slumber. Who can explain such power? Truly, in my small town, there was an old man who, with little time left, went out and died several times, ultimately perishing on the spot. The entire town of players received a death notice, leaving us to wonder if it meant death in reality as well. Across nations and major online forums, countless discussion threads have emerged. The godforsaken game has swiftly become a trending topic on all global websites. In Jianghai City, at Jianghai Normal University, Chapter 19, Qin Xiaoyou. Those who have reached level 3 are undoubtedly formidable. In the dormitory, for girls were fervently discussing matters concerning the godforsaken game. A bespectacled girl nodded enthusiastically, akin to a chick pecking at grains. Yes, yes, yes. We cannot even guarantee our own normal development. Qin Xiaoyou glanced at her phone. In truth, she was waiting for an apology from Qin Feng. However, even now, there's been no word from him. This has only served to increase her frustration. With such a significant matter at hand, why has he not come to apologize? Does he truly carry such a lofty air? Yet, it is even less likely that she would take the initiative to apologize to Qin Feng. Most importantly, Qin Xiaoyou feels that skipping the exam to attend Song Fei's concert was not wrong at all. To her, how rare is it to attend Song Fei's concert? How could a mere exam compare? Exams can be retaken or rescheduled, but missing the concert would mean forever losing a chance to be close to her idol. Thankfully, Chu Yin accompanied her this time. It was the closest she had ever been to her idol. The mere thought of Song Fei filled Qin Xiaoyou with sweetness. She wondered when her idol would enter the godforsaken game. With his prowess, he would surely put in great effort and excel in the game. Ironically, the image of her brother that now resides in Qin Xiaoyou's mind is predominantly that of Song Fei, rather than Qin Feng. The previous Qin Feng was unaware of this fact. Due to the emergence of the Forsaken game, Qin Feng personally visited the school to find Qin Xiaoyou, offering apologies and requests, ultimately accompanying her into the game. In this life, it is up to fate. However, the current circumstances, influenced by Qin Feng's choices, will inevitably alter the course of events. In the previous life, although Qin Feng was occupied with work and did not seek out Qin Xiaoyou immediately upon receiving the news, he consistently sent her messages of apology to reassure her. This time, however, he completely disregarded her. Apologies? What use are they now? Consequently, it is highly likely that Qin Xiaoyou will enter the Forsaken game ahead of schedule under such conditions. Yet, what concern is that to Qin Feng? Suddenly, Chu Yin glanced at her phone and exclaimed with delight, "Ladies, look, Zhang Wei has actually leveled up to level 3 and emerged from the Forsaken game." Qin Xiaoyou was somewhat taken aback. So impressive? Those who reach level 3 this early must be formidable. As she spoke, she picked up her phone and tagged Zhang Wei in the group chat. Zhang Wei was the boy who had dozed off on his desk during class. His appearance in the chat immediately ignited a wave of admiration from the entire class. Xiaoyou, Zhang Wei, esteemed player, do you have any strategies to share? The flattery from her classmates sent Zhang Wei into a state of euphoria, particularly encouraged by Qin Xiaoyou's comment, which made him think, isn't this the perfect opportunity to win her over? Typically, Qin Xiaoyou maintained a high profile. Zhang Wei was not the type to fawn over her. But why turn down an opportunity when it presented itself? Thus, he initiated a private chat with Qin Xiaoyou, boasting confidently, don't worry, Xiaoyou. As soon as someone in the town reaches level 5, we can activate the teleportation array. At that point, towns will be able to transport between each other. Just find a town and form a casual team to level up, and I will come and guide you. He also shared a secret. At the start of the game, allocate all your attribute points to agility. Otherwise, you won't be fast enough and will be overwhelmed by monsters. Upon reading Zhang Wei's message, Qin Xiaoyou felt puzzled. She inquired, what if I choose a magic-based profession? Should I still invest in agility? Xiaoyou got it. Gazing at Qin Xiaoyou's adorable profile picture, Zhang Wei felt a rush of excitement, even envisioning scenarios of winning her affection. Little did he know, Qin Xiaoyou's heart belonged solely to her brother, Song Fei. Others were of no interest to her. They were merely tools for leveling up in her eyes. Contemplating Qin Feng, she smirked inwardly. Still no apologies from you? Truly, you were testing my patience. With that thought, she resolved to level up first, waiting for Zhang Wei to bring her over once someone in his town reached level 5. Qin Feng, by the time you enter the game, we may have reached an entirely different level. She felt confident that with a powerful ally, her leveling speed would be swift. Unbeknownst to her, Qin Feng had already attained level 5. If Zhang Wei was a big shot, then what title could be ascribed to Qin Feng? The teleportation arrays in the initial towns functioned bidirectionally. Thus, merely lighting up one town's array was insufficient. Other towns needed to have players reach level 5 as well. Moreover, for Qin Feng, he intended to swiftly ascend to level 10 and journey to the main city, for that is where the true essence of the Forsaken game begins. However, the towns offer complementary teleportation, allowing Qin Feng to effortlessly engage in monster slaying within the shadowy woods while squinting in contemplation. In his previous life, shortly after the beginning, Qin Xiaoyou sought to find Song Fei, but Qin Feng intervened, preventing her from doing so. Thanks to Qin Xiaoyou, there existed a fan group for Song Fei, which revealed the location of Song Fei's initial town, seemingly named Firefly Town. Excellent. Once he advances to Firefly Town, he intends to confront Song Fei repeatedly. A murderous intent flickered in Qin Feng's eyes. The hunts within the game were merely a prelude, aimed at instilling fear enough to drive them offline. The true hunt was yet to come. Qin Feng glanced at the level leaderboard of Shell Town. At present, he stood alone at level 6, while others remained stagnant at level 3. It would not be swift for players from other towns to reach level 5 and unlock inter-town teleportation. He continued to grind for experience. Shadow Slash. 754. 754. 754. The once ferocious monsters, perceived as terrifying by other players, were swiftly vanquished at Qin Feng's hands, transforming into experience points, lifespan, and loot. Meanwhile, in reality, in Zhanghai City, what? You say someone in Shelltown has already reached level 5? And did it solo? Their codename is Shadow. If they're already at level 5, wouldn't they be the first in the world? In a meeting, over a dozen high-ranking officials were left astonished after hearing Wang Meng's report. Chapter 20, Astonishment. Could Shadow be a time traveler? At this moment, several influential figures from Zhanghai City's officialdom had gathered together. Some of them, who casually played games, found themselves quite intrigued by this Forsaken game. Of course, as officials of the Great Xia, their utmost priority was stability. Wang Meng shook his head. I cannot say for certain. Perhaps it truly is not the case. At that moment, a clear and melodious female voice chimed in. Could this Shadow be a time traveler? Aren't they typically orphans who rise rapidly? The crowd was taken aback, turning in unison to gaze at her. They beheld a beautiful female officer, adorned in an elegant uniform, with a naturally dazed expression. Her legs were long and straight, and her figure was quite pleasing to the eye. Noticing the attention directed towards her, the lovely officer blushed. Was what I said incorrect? A ministerial official sighed. And you, in such a serious setting, you ought to refrain from reading novels and making such jokes. Oh, the officer pouted, falling silent. The officials resumed their discussion regarding Shadow. Based on Wang Meng's description, it seemed that Shadow's character was not malevolent. Indeed, although they appeared slightly eccentric, Their act of saving Wang Meng and his companions indicated that they were fundamentally good. Hence, it appeared necessary to cultivate a friendship with this shadow. After a brief deliberation, the officials swiftly reached a consensus, assigning Wang Meng and Yin Yu the task of befriending Shadow within the game. Firstly, to gauge Shadow's character, and secondly, to unearth their true identity in reality. The third party represents the official stance, establishing a collaboration with the Shadows. Regarding the matter of lifespan, a message has been received confirming the authenticity of the lifespan data. It has been observed that some older individuals have perished after entering the game abandoned by the gods. Subsequent data collection and comparison have verified that these deceased players had died numerous times within the game, resulting in their lifespans being halved repeatedly. If a player's remaining lifespan falls below 1 day, upon death, they will be forcibly deducted a day from their lifespan, leading to their demise. Thus, the game has been confirmed to possess extraordinary qualities, prompting countries around the globe to take abandoned by the gods with utmost seriousness. Currently, the authorities are preoccupied with two primary objectives: maintaining social stability and exploring the intricacies of the game. The control of human lifespan by this enigmatic and bizarre game has compelled officials worldwide to acknowledge its significance. At present, the global community is aware solely of the game's capacity to influence lifespan. However, the truly critical aspect is that once a player reaches level 10, they will receive a system prompt allowing them to extract their game levels, attributes, equipment, skills, and more into reality by consuming tradable lifespan. That moment will herald the onset of global chaos. Over an hour later, Qin Xiaoyou forced herself to sleep in her dormitory and entered the game abandoned by the gods. As in her previous life, she chose a random profession and acquired the hidden class of Life Priest. This profession boasts a healing capacity superior to that of an ordinary priest, ensuring the survival of teammates to the greatest extent possible. In her past life, Qin Feng was merely an ordinary warrior, which led Qin Xiaoyou to regard him with disdain despite his formidable combat abilities. Little did she know that Qin Feng had chosen the warrior class solely to protect her within the game. In this life, devoid of Qin Xiaoyou, Qin Feng directly attained the unique hidden class of Shadow. Although both are hidden professions, their tiers differ significantly. The Life Priest is considered an ordinary hidden class, one that others might also acquire. In contrast, Qin Feng's Shadow possesses uniqueness and is of higher caliber than typical hidden classes. How wonderful! I have obtained a hidden profession. Surely, I am now worthy of Brother Song Fei. Qin Xiaoyou exclaimed with delight. With her newly acquired hidden class, she felt a surge of confidence, especially with Zhang Wei having promised to assist her. However, she grossly misjudged the game's difficulty, for it would undoubtedly subject her to relentless trials. In Shell Town, she was fortunate enough to obtain a storage backpack. Although it only contained 5 slots, it was still capable of holding 5 pieces of loot. And abandoned by the gods, players initially possess a 10-slot backpack attached to their left side. Now, Qin Feng also had a black cloth bag on his right side, adding 5 additional slots. He calculated that these items could fetch at least 500 days of tradable lifespan. It is noteworthy that after slaying the Silver Cursed One, he had spent considerable time grinding and had only accumulated just over 600 days of lifespan. Therefore, 500 days was indeed a substantial gain. As for Jiang Li from Jiang Industrial, Qin Feng silently passed by her side. He overheard a conversation between her and a young man from her team. Old Mao, miss, you've reached level 3. It's time to fulfill your promise, isn't it? Old Mao, all right, haha. The young Mao Li Jun was merely an ordinary profession, having chosen the archer role. And with his initial allocation of agility, he found the leveling process quite smooth in the early stages. Now, having brought his character to level 3, it was time to reap the rewards. Although Shadow had already ascended to level 7, it was still just a game. Like me, one must seize opportunities to convert gaming prowess into cash. That is the mark of true wisdom. Even if this game were to affect lifespan, it could always be replenished. So what was the rush? Mao Li Jun felt a sense of pride, elated at the prospect of earning 5 million or even more than 600,000. In his lifetime, he had never encountered such a substantial sum, and it exhilarated him. Of course, Qin Feng had no interest in the two of them. He maintained his stealth and made his way to the underground chamber of the central plaza. Descending the staircase, he encountered a petrified teleportation portal. He reached out to touch it. Congratulations! You have activated the teleportation array of Shell Town. Shell Town is now connected to other initial towns in Jianghai City, Great Xia Nation. You may teleport for free once per day. Multiple teleports require the consumption of tradable lifespan. You have gained 1 point of reputation. Once again donning the veil of a black-robed assassin, he appeared before the players in the town, eliciting countless gazes of envy, jealousy, and admiration. Chapter 21. The Spatial Ring. Gold Tier. In Shelltown, Shadow was a figure of reverence, while the vast majority of players struggled to reach level 3. This Shadow had already attained level 7. In a typical online game, people might merely express admiration and sentiment. However, in this game, which was intrinsically linked to lifespan, how could anyone avoid envy and jealousy? Originally, many others were setting up stalls around the shattered flower bed. Yet, upon seeing Qin Feng's arrival, they flocked towards him. The big shot has finally arrived. I've saved 150 days of lifespan, just waiting for the big shot to sell something. The last time the big shot appeared, he sold an ice spike spell that propelled the Grey Rose directly to second place on the leaderboard. It was truly remarkable. Of course, the big shot's items were not just ordinary fare. Many eager individuals gathered around, knowing that Qin Feng's was included many-tiered items. They could accumulate lifespan and grind low-level monsters for inferior equipment and a few common items. But acquiring high-tier gear and skill books could only be achieved through purchases from Qin Feng. After all, they couldn't defeat those foes even if they encountered them. Anything that Qin Feng possessed, particularly useful gear and skill books, was in high demand. For instance, a silver-tier warrior skill book, War Cry, dropped by a cursed one, was sold for a staggering 300 days of lifespan, a considerable price indeed. A single skill book exchanged for nearly a year's worth of lifespan. Many warriors yearn to acquire that battle cry, yet are unable to afford its steep price, left only to envy a level 4 warrior who has purchased the skill book. Is it worth sacrificing 300 days of life for a single skill book? Living without wealth is a torment, and one might as well exchange their lifespan for riches. Thus, such narrow-mindedness is lamentable. The individual who procured this skill book will experience a doubling in monster-slaying efficiency. What is a mere 300 days of life in comparison? Indeed, if one's strength is formidable enough, not even eternity is beyond reach. In addition to this skill book, there exists a variety of lower-tier equipment and skill books, categorized as inferior, ordinary, and bronze. Some items with commendable attributes command higher prices. For instance, footwear that enhances movement speed and skill books that offer control or acceleration effects can be sold for 5,080 days of life. The remainder, however, is priced considerably lower, at only 2040 days. Aside from selling items, Qin Feng has also indicated at his stall a desire to acquire storage bags and similar items. Before long, a hidden class member from Wang Meng's team, the enigmatic Black Grape, a young seer, approached him. The seer, belonging to the mage class, can don magical gear. Due to her class's passive abilities, she possesses significantly greater strength than the average mage, particularly in terms of damage output. Great one, I have what you seek, the beautiful maiden declared, gracefully making her way to Qin Feng. Her sparkling eyes lit up as she extended her delicate hand, revealing a ring before him. Qin Feng glanced at it. Spatial ring. Contains 12 slots of storage space. Does not occupy ring or bag equipment slots. Upon seeing this item, Qin Feng was astonished. While each player can carry a maximum of 3 storage bags, the spatial ring serves as a unique storage item that does not occupy bag slots, thus providing additional storage capacity. Although such items can drop from any monster, their drop rate is exceedingly low. In his previous life, a single spatial ring could be traded for at least 10 years of lifespans, equating to over 3,650 days. Qin Feng inquired, "How do you intend to sell it?" The Black Grape replied mysteriously, "I do not wish for your lifespan. Rather, I seek to add you as a friend and would like to invite you to join our team for a hunt." After a moment's contemplation, Qin Feng sent a friend request to the maiden. Player Black Grape accepted your friend request. Player Black Grape has sent you a private message. Qin Feng opened the private chat interface and conversed with the young woman for a while, soon learning the circumstances. It turned out that after Wang Meng logged off, he had yet to return, leaving the beautiful girl somewhat bored. She wandered about slaying monsters and, by chance, encountered a golden-level creature. Knowing she could not defeat it alone, she had initially planned to wait for her teammates to log in. However, realizing that even with her entire team, they would likely struggle against a formidable foe. Especially after her harrowing experience with the bronze-level Swift Runner, she seized the opportunity upon meeting Qin Feng. He intended to get acquainted with Qin Feng, while simultaneously utilizing that spatial ring to exchange for an opportunity to enlist Qin Feng's assistance. After pondering for a moment, Qin Feng inquired, "What is the name of that golden-level creature?" The girl, Black Plum Big Plum, shook her head, replying, "I was too far away to see clearly." However, the golden-level creature's health bar is quite evident. It is on a dilapidated ship in the swamp. A ship? Qin Feng nodded, his mind already racing with possibilities. He privately messaged the girl, stating, "I can assist you in defeating it. If any usable equipment or skill books drop, they can be yours. Everything else will belong to me. What do you think?" The beautiful girl appeared somewhat taken aback, exclaiming, "What about Captain Wang Ming and the others?" Her plan was to have Qin Feng join her team, and after the battle, distribute the loot according to who could use it. However, this arrangement would be quite disadvantageous for Qin Feng. He shook his head. "Your team comprises various classes. If no equipment for my assassin drops, I would essentially be working for free." Black Plum Big Plum considered this and reluctantly agreed. "Then let us proceed, as you suggested. However, I have one request. If any equipment for Captain Wang Meng's team drops, could we perhaps negotiate a slight discount?" Qin Feng nodded. "That is certainly agreeable." The beautiful girl replied, "All right, then we shall set off once the captain and the others are online." Qin Feng, having sold most of his items, shook his head. "There is no need to wait. Take me directly. I can handle it alone." Upon hearing this, Black Plum Big Plum was momentarily stunned. "Huh? You intend to take on a golden level creature by yourself? Isn't that a bit overambitious?" In her eyes, although Qin Feng leveled up quickly and dealt significant damage while being elusive, the creatures in this Forsaken game were formidable, particularly the golden level ones, whose abilities remained a mystery. How could this esteemed individual be so confident in his ability to single-handedly vanquish one? Wasn't that a bit excessive? Chapter 22. Stalking? Instant kill. The Frenzied Zone. In truth, Qin Feng's assertion was far from unfounded. Upon hearing the girl's description, he discerned that the golden level creature was a rare, special golden ghost ship. If it appeared near the starting town, it would likely be level 5. Its health and attack power were comparable to ordinary golden level creatures, but it possessed a multitude of skills, making it exceedingly challenging to conquer. Most critically, it would drop a highly valuable special item, one that would be unattainable even with a millennium of lifespan in the later stages of the game. Encountering a golden ghost ship so early in the starting town was indeed fortuitous. Furthermore, a level 5 golden ghost ship was the easiest to defeat. Should it have been a higher level variant, the range and damage of its skills would have been astronomically unreasonable. A few minutes later, after selling his last 2 items, Qin Feng departed Shell Town alongside Black Plum Big Plum. He calculated that the total lifespan he had sold amounted to 650 days, bringing his accumulated tradable lifespan to 2,174 days. Yet this was still insufficient to extract the levels, attributes, professions, and equipment skills from this Forsaken game into reality. 6 or 7 years of lifespan would fall woefully short. He was not far from reaching level 10, and before that milestone, he needed to accumulate as much lifespan as possible. The unexpectedly discovered golden ghost ship represents yet another pivotal moment for Qin Feng. Once he defeats it and acquires that special item, his progress will accelerate significantly. Accompanied by the charming girl, whose true name is Lin Liu, he departed from the small town. The girl, with her large, expressive eyes, was filled with astonishment as she contemplated how Qin Feng could possibly slay a creature of golden tier. Surely, such a foe would possess formidable area attacks? Even if he could cloak himself, sustaining no damage seemed implausible. With his fragile assassin frame, a single hit could lead to his demise. "You are somewhat sluggish," Qin Feng remarked nonchalantly. "There are individuals tailing us." Lin Liu's eyes widened in alarm. What should we do? The notion of being pursued was decidedly unwelcoming. An ambush during combat would be quite distressing. "Just continue on. I will return shortly," Qin Feng instructed. She, adorned in a flowing black robe, proceeded across the scorched earth, while Qin Feng quietly vanished from sight. Moments later, he retreated to a thicket several dozen meters away, where he spotted 5 players tracking him. With a swift motion, he unleashed a shadowy strike. The blade glimmered. Damage numbers erupted before him. 817. 821, 798, for the pursuers fell instantly, lifeless. The last one, witnessing the rapid demise of his companions, paled and attempted to flee, only to be struck by a venomous dart that found its mark at the back of his head. 948, critical hit. He too was swiftly dispatched. Regrettably, these 5 were impoverished. The tradable lifespans they dropped amounted to merely a few days, considered akin to vanquishing a couple of minor foes. Qin Feng departed the woods with a calm demeanor. "Let us hasten our pace," he urged, effortlessly lifting Lin Liu and hoisting her over his shoulder. "Huh?" She gasped, but soon found herself awestruck by his speed. With a total of 72 agility points, Qin Feng normally moved at 85 meters per second, and during a full sprint, he could reach an astonishing 25 meters per second. This meant he could cover 100 meters in just 4 seconds, far surpassing the limits once deemed humanly possible. Upon reaching level 10, this attribute could be translated into real life. granting him such capabilities in the tangible world as well. Qin Feng mused, acknowledging Lin Liyu's admirable physique. Her slender waist and elongated legs were commendable. Although this was merely a game, it mirrored reality in every aspect, including player height, weight, and appearance. This similarity contributed to the widespread belief that this divine game was indeed extraordinary. At this moment, although Qin Feng could not render Lin Liyu invisible alongside him, carrying her while sprinting at full speed rendered them untraceable by any pursuer. If someone attempted to shadow them, they would remain undetected. Thus, he continued to bear Lin Liyu, advancing at maximum velocity, ensuring that no one could keep pace. Guided by Lin Liyu's directions, Qin Feng navigated through the shadowy woods. Upon encountering a minor foe, a swift and lethal poison dart dispatched it with ease. Lin Liyu, observing this display, could not help but marvel at Qin Feng's formidable prowess. It was truly impressive. After a considerable passage of time, the duo finally arrived at a precipice. Standing at the edge, they gazed downwards to behold a small cliff, approximately 10 meters high, beneath which lay a mist-laden swamp. In the midst of the murky waters floated a vessel, a dilapidated ship that glimmered with a faint golden hue. Even from a distance of over 100 meters, the ship's health bar was discernible, elongated and adorned with a golden frame, unmistakably signifying its status as a golden ghost ship. Qin Feng's heart raced at the sight of the vessel, prompting him to set Lin Liyu down at the cliff's edge. "Wait here and be cautious of potential ambushes. I shall handle this," he instructed. As he stepped into the swamp, a system notification resonated within his mind. Due to the influence of the ghost ship, this area has transformed into a berserk zone. Life depletion rate in this area, 100 times. In this swamp, the life depletion rate was indeed set at a staggering 100-fold. This meant that lingering in this berserk zone for a mere 15 minutes would cost him an entire day's lifespan. However, such temporary zones posed little significant threat. Yet, a month after the onset of the godforsaken game, the first wave of desolation would erupt, transforming the entirety of Blue Star's reality into berserk zones. And even more terrifying disaster areas, the nightmare zones. It was then that humanity's true calamity would descend upon them. At this moment, Qin Feng paid little heed to the system notification, having already entered a state of invisibility as he traversed the swamp. Even in this murky terrain, a player in stealth would leave no trace of footprints. He advanced towards the heart of the swamp, and soon enough, the gray mist parted like a shroud, revealing a dilapidated ghost ship nearly 5 meters in length before him. Upon the vessel stood a skeletal figure, barely holding together, wielding an oar, while at the bow rested a bell engulfed in flickering golden ghost flames. Golden Ghost Ship 5, Grade, Golden, Special. Time until existence expires, 45 minutes 25 seconds, Chapter 23. An opportunity to seize? An instant annihilation. Fortunately, there remained 45 minutes. Qin Feng exhaled in relief. Such peculiar entities were bound by time constraints. With ample time to vanquish the Golden Ghost Ship, he prepared for battle. With a glance at his stealth skill, now fully recharged, he launched his offensive against the Golden Ghost Ship. Shadow Slash. 549. 549. 549. 5 consecutive damage figures erupted from the ghost ship. Qin Feng vanished in a blink, only to reappear moments later, launching a venomous dart that struck the golden bell atop the ghost ship. 621. Weak point attack. 207. 207. The ghost ship's vulnerability was not the skeletal figure wielding the oar, but rather that golden bell. After executing his 2 skills, Qin Feng swiftly retreated to a safe distance, employing stealth to ensure his escape. Immediately, the skeletal figure wielding a paddle on the golden ghost ship emitted creaking sounds, and ghostly flames flickered in its hollow eye sockets. In the surrounding marsh, the waters surged forth. Countless jets of turbulent water erupted from around the ghost ship in an instant. Qin Feng was acutely aware that with his currently frail physique, being struck by these water jets would result in certain death. Fortunately, he had prepared himself. After launching a surprise attack, he swiftly retreated. However, the water jets erupted around him, nearly sealing his fate. The closer he approached the ghost ship, the denser the water jets became. Unless one possessed a full set of silver equipment, it was impossible to withstand even a single onslaught of these water jets. Qin Feng remained calm and collected, skillfully evading the successive eruptions of water jets by predicting their trajectories and positioning himself strategically, keeping a safe distance from the ghost ship. Simultaneously, as the water jets subsided, a dozen putrid water ghouls crawled out from the marsh. Each of these decaying water ghouls possessed the combat prowess of silver rank. Moreover, Defeating these water ghouls yielded no rewards whatsoever. This was the most insidious aspect of the Golden Ghost ship. Choosing not to engage the water ghouls meant facing 12 silver-level minions capable of annihilating any team. Conversely, defeating them provided no benefits and wasted precious time. The most terrifying part was that the Golden Ghost ship summoned 12 putrid water ghouls every 3 minutes. If the team's damage output was insufficient, the ghouls would multiply, inevitably leading to total annihilation. As for the health of the Golden Ghost ship, even with Qin Feng's current damage, 2 skills would only reduce its health by 1/10. It was evident that its health exceeded 40 or 50,000 for players currently dealing merely 20 or 30 damage per skill. Vanquishing the Golden Ghost ship was nothing short of a pipe dream. Xiaohei, I will die once shortly. Upon receiving this private message, Lin Liu was momentarily taken aback. Who is Xiaohei? She inquired. Aren't you Xiaohei? Qin Feng replied. Lin Liu was on the verge of despair, yet had no retort, considering she had chosen the rather peculiar name of Black Plum Bigley. Meanwhile, in Shell Town, several players were scouring the path leading to the marsh. Damn it, do they really think Iron Man is easy to bully? A middle-aged man clad in heavy armor, bearing a cross-shaped scar on his face, was darkly searching for Qin Feng. This man, codenamed Iron Man, was the leader of the trackers that Qin Feng had just eliminated. Back in my heyday, when I was conquering legends and capturing one Shabak after another, this brat was still in diapers. Iron Man was intrigued by Qin Feng. He had long desired to track Qin Feng, but after he left the town, Qin Feng had gone invisible, making him impossible to locate. Finally, he seized an opportunity when Qin Feng ventured out with a woman. After all, he was young. How could he resist taking a girl out so soon? Iron Man chuckled. He believed that while Qin Feng could become invisible, the girl could not. By merely following behind, he could uncover Qin Feng's secrets. Now, Iron Man, accompanied by around 20 individuals, was relentlessly searching in the direction Qin Feng had departed. During this time, numerous underlings fell victim to the assaults of monstrous creatures. Yet Iron Man remained indifferent. As long as he could uncover Qin Feng's secret, everything would be worthwhile. At last, the leader exclaimed, having spotted the woman perched upon a precipice. Before her lay a vast swamp, where the shadow was engaged in a fierce duel. This revelation filled Iron Man with immense excitement. He promptly summoned his subordinates, a total of around 20, and they hastened toward the swamp. Meanwhile, Qin Feng tirelessly evaded the diverse water elemental attacks unleashed by the Golden Ghost ship, seizing the opportune moment to execute his shadow slash and venomous darts repeatedly. Due to the frequency of his attacks, Qin Feng found his opportunities limited. After approximately 10 minutes, he had managed to reduce the ship's health to half. This indicated that he could only find an opportunity to strike every 2 minutes or so, just as the Golden Ghost ship's health dwindled to 50%. The ghostly bell at the bow suddenly rang out, emitting an invisible wave of soul energy that spread outward for over 100 meters. Upon being touched by this soul wave, Qin Feng was instantly immobilized. Even in his invisible state, he was revealed by the sweeping energy. In the next moment, a column of water erupted violently beneath him, engulfing him entirely, dealing a devastating blow of 1059 damage. This resulted in his instantaneous demise. This was a mechanism of the Golden Ghost ship when its health reached half, triggering a 5-second area immobilization that was unavoidable, leaving one with no choice but to endure it. This was, of course, anticipated by Qin Feng. You have died, losing 326 years of lifespan, non-tradable. You have died, losing 1,087 days of lifespan, tradable. He lost half of his lifespan in an instant. However, such a loss paled in comparison to the potential rewards from the items dropped by the ghost ship. Witnessing Qin Feng's demise and the resulting loss of lifespan, Iron Man erupted in laughter. Ha ha ha, truly, the heavens are aiding me. This fool has grown too arrogant, daring to challenge a golden-level creature? Brothers, let us move in and collect the lifespan dropped by that shadow. Look at that large gray-white orb. It must contain several hundred days of tradable lifespan. Iron Man led his underlings directly toward the Golden Ghost ship. However, mere moments later, within the swamp, an overwhelming horde of 30 to 40 silver-level rotting water ghosts, in conjunction with the Golden Ghost ship's relentless water columns, utterly annihilated the 24 men on the spot. They couldn't even approach the location where Qin Feng had perished. The gray-white lifespan orbs exploded throughout the swamp. Given the special circumstances that required Qin Feng to die before the creature could be slain, it was evident that it would not be so easily conquered. How on earth is this so formidable? How did that shadow manage to reduce its health by half? This is absurd. Chapter 24. the first kill of the entire server. Shocking the world. Iron Man and his 23 subordinates were resurrected as beams of white light in Shell Town. Their expressions were grim. They had intended to take over the golden-level creature that the Shadow was dealing with. Yet they never anticipated such overwhelming strength. It was utterly ridiculous. Barely had they entered the swamp when they were surrounded by silver-level monsters. Moreover, the water column sprayed haphazardly, leaving no time to evade. I might have been able to react, yet my speed was insufficient. How agile must that Shadow be to dodge such torrents? Surely, all attributes must have been allocated to agility. But how could that be? If all attributes were invested in agility, where would the damage come from to deplete half my health? Indeed, we had dealt damage for a brief moment, yet we had only managed to inflict a mere 3 points of health. How could he single-handedly reduce my health by half? Iron Man's expression darkened. Their losses were substantial this time. According to Iron Man's theory, dying would merely result in the loss of non-tradable lifespan, which posed no significant issue. The key was to become strong enough before that non-tradable lifespan was exhausted. However, this time, they had effectively thrown away their lives. Let us proceed, Iron Man declared, unwilling to concede defeat. Under the astonished gazes of many townsfolk in Shell Town, he led the group onward. Their situation left the townspeople bewildered. It was rare to witness so many being wiped out together. Consequently, others began to follow them, departing the town in pursuit of the marshland. Yet, Qin Feng was significantly faster than them. By the time Iron Man's group set off again, Qin Feng had already returned to the marsh. Shadow Slash, Venomous Dart, continuing with the same strategy to confront the Golden Ghost ship. After depleting half its health, the Golden Ghost ship acquired several new skills. Among them was a wide-range attack. As the skeletal oars of the ship struck, waves of water radiated outward. With Qin Feng's current attributes, being caught in those waves would spell certain death. However, for Qin Feng, evading them was quite feasible. When the waves began to spread, all he needed to do was leap. The erratic nature of the waves, however, meant they would sometimes advance quickly and at other times slowly, demanding exceptional reflexes from players. Those with slower reactions, within 100 meters of the Golden Ghost ship, faced inevitable demise. As for the other skills, most were single target. Since Qin Feng remained cloaked, those skills would not be triggered. He merely needed to dodge the area attacks. Just as his health reached a quarter, Iron Man and his group finally arrived. They gazed into the marsh, filled with luminous orbs of lifespan, eager to eliminate the Shadow and seize them. However, just as they were about to leave the woods and step into the marsh, a bolt of lightning surged from the trees, striking Iron Man and cascading to several of his companions. 39, 34, 36. To prevent any interference with Qin Feng, Lin Liu lay in ambush within the trees, launching a sudden assault. Furthermore, Wang Meng was leading an elite team, well aware of the significance of agility in this game. Lin Liu's movement speed surpassed that of ordinary players. Qin Feng, engaged with the Golden Ghost ship in the marsh, observed the scene from a distance, remaining largely unconcerned. In truth, even if those individuals enter the marsh, most would likely meet their end. Shadow Slash, Venomous Dart. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Feng unleashed another series of attacks, leaving the ship with merely 5,000 health points, appearing to have only 1/10 remaining. As another group of players trailed behind the likes of Iron Man and his companions, Qin Feng executed his final Shadow Slash, slicing through the Golden Ghost ship. A series of 5 brilliant arcs of light erupted, cleaving the ship's hull. 549, 549, 549. You have slain the Golden Ghost ship, gold level. You have gained 4,800 experience points. Congratulations, you have leveled up to level 8. Congratulations. You have earned 7 evolution points. You have acquired 216 days of lifespan, tradable. Simultaneously, an announcement echoed in the minds of all players in the Forsaken Realm. Player Shadow, Shell Town, achieves the first kill of the gold level across the server, earning 3 points of prestige. This announcement repeated thrice, leaving both domestic and international players in a state of bewilderment and shock. Gold. First kill? What on earth is this Shadow, so formidable? My goodness, I can barely defeat a minor creature. And here he is vanquishing a gold-level foe? Which country does Shell Town belong to? The first kill at gold level must surely be by a formidable warrior from our great Han nation. Surely this Shadow is a master from our cherry blossom country. Players worldwide who have ventured into the Forsaken game were momentarily stunned. Even in reality, anyone who had entered the Forsaken game heard the announcement. For instance, Wang Meng had just remarked that this Shadow could barely handle a bronze opponent. Yet suddenly, he had single-handedly slain a gold-level creature. How could there be such a disparity between individuals? I am struggling with a hidden class team to barely manage bronze. And this shadow takes down gold? Wang Ming was left questioning his very existence. In the Forsaken Lands, while countless players around the globe were engulfed in astonishment, Qin Feng's expression remained unchanged. After all, in his previous life, he had also achieved several first kills, albeit with a team. Nevertheless, he had triggered numerous server-wide announcements for gold, platinum, emerald, and diamond-level first kills, each calculated by tier. For instance, a gold-level first kill is counted only once. Now that Qin Feng triggered it, no one else could claim a first kill on a gold-level creature thereafter. However, for epic level, every kill would be publicly announced, with names attached. On this occasion, Qin Feng had not teamed up with Lin Liu, so only his name appeared in the announcement. As the final shadow slash was unleashed, the golden ghost ship shattered, scattering loot across the ground. Before Qin Feng could gather the spoils, a throng of players surged into the swamp. Aguang, cast your skills and locate that fellow. Eliminate him, and we shall claim the rewards from the gold drops. A tall, slender young man, pale of skin, gazed at the scattered loot with gleaming eyes, clearly intent on seizing it. A gold-level creature. In other words, the treasure strewn about were at least silver-level equipment and skill books. He even spotted a golden glow, indicating the presence of gold-level loot. And then behind him, a hunter player raised his hand and summoned a spectral horned eagle, which soared into the sky, unleashing ripples of pale blue energy that spread outward. This energy ripple had the ability to reveal hidden figures. According to the player's plan, they believed they could detect the concealed shadows and eliminate them. However, when the spectral horned eagle flapped its wings and sent forth the pale blue waves, it failed to uncover any hidden players. Chapter 25. The Epic Grasp of Greed. The Ghost Firebell. Qin Feng, as a shadow class, possessed an innate level of invisibility. Thus, these players were oblivious to his presence. He remained unhurried regarding the loot on the ground, knowing that the protection period for ownership ensured that others could not claim it. Upon witnessing the players summon the spectral horned eagle, Qin Feng deduced their intentions. Did they still wish to slay him and seize his belongings? Such a naive thought. He scoffed inwardly. He moved like an unseen specter, drifting in the vicinity. There were about 10 players, all clustered together, approaching the remains of the golden ghost ship. They speculated that Qin Feng had fled. Otherwise, there was no reason they would release the spectral horned eagle, yet fail to locate him. Clever of him, remarked a tall, slender youth with a sneer, raising his hand, but do not let your guard down. Be prepared for battle at any moment. The protection period for the loot lasts 5 minutes. After that, it rightfully belongs to us. The spectral horned eagle soared above them, its energy waves providing a sense of security. Suddenly, a figure flashed within their line of sight. Accompanied by a flurry of blades, countless damage numbers erupted around the group, and then darkness enveloped them as they fell lifelessly to the ground. Shadow slash. If the opponents had dispersed, it might have posed some difficulty for Qin Feng. However, since they remained clustered together, he could not be blamed for his ruthlessness. All perished, as blades glimmered. 12 grayish orbs of life materialized beside the dismembered remains of the golden ghost ship. The marshland fell silent at last. By the way, where did that girl Lin Liu run off to? Qin Feng glanced around the marsh but saw no signs of anyone. He did not rush to employ the grasp of greed on the corpse of the golden ghost ship, but instead opened his skill panel. Previously, he had 6 evolution points, and with this, he received 7 more, perfectly totaling 13 points. Evolve Grasp of Greed. Grasp of Greed, Diamond Epic Assassin class skill, has a 220,300 chance to gain an additional loot reward. The extra loot gained has a 100 chance to increase by 1 tier. Epic Grasp of Greed, a direct qualitative transformation, a 100 increase in tier. Was this not invincible? Qin Feng's breath quickened. Even after 9 arduous years in the Forsaken game, he had never encountered such an outrageous skill. Without further ado, he proceeded to loot the corpse. You have used the skill Grasp of Greed. You have gained 7 evolution points. You have gained 7 evolution points. You have gained 7 evolution points. You have acquired a lifespan of 216 days, tradable. A series of system prompts surged forth, causing Qin Feng's heart to race. A singular event granted him 21 evolution points, 648 days of lifespan. Qin Feng collected all the tradable lifespan that had been dropped within the swamp, including over 1,000 days from his own yield. Upon surveying his tradable lifespan, he found it to be 115 days. He had also gained another 21 evolution points. He proceeded to evolve the skill Greedy Hand. However, just as he was about to initiate the evolution, a system notification interrupted him. The skill-greedy hand has reached the epic level. Further evolution requires tenfold the evolution points. Do you wish to expend 210 evolution points to evolve this skill? Qin Feng declined. Where could he possibly amass such a considerable amount of points? The evolution from epic to legendary level demanded an exponentially greater investment. Sighing, he found solace in the fact that his rate of acquiring evolution points had increased. With the epic greedy hand, a golden level evolution would yield 28 evolution points. Thus, he resolved to invest his points into other skills for the time being. Shaking his head, he refrained from any immediate action and instead examined the spoils he had gathered from the golden ghost ship. Among these treasures, the most coveted was undoubtedly the special item he sought. Ghost Fire Bell, special item when carried. Death will not result in the loss of lifespan. This effect has a cooldown of 1565 seconds. Soul Absorption passive. When you slay a creature, the lifespan dropped increases by 20. Scare active. Shaking the Ghost Fire Bell causes all enemies within a 100-meter radius to be immobilized for 3 seconds. Cooldown 521 seconds. This special item is something that, in the later stages of the Forsaken game, could not be purchased even with thousands of years of lifespan. Its most significant effect is the soul absorption. The importance of tradable lifespan in the Forsaken game is self-evident. Not only does the ability to extract into reality consume tradable lifespan, but many aspects in the mid to late game are also reliant on it. In essence, the more tradable lifespan one possesses, the stronger the player will naturally become. Moreover, the Ghost Fire Bell does not count as equipment. It is merely an item. It occupies only one slot in the inventory and is incredibly convenient to use. With the Ghost Fire Bell, there exists an opportunity every half hour for the bearer to die without losing any lifespan. For Qin Feng, this significantly enhances his margin for error. After all, although he can maintain stealth indefinitely, his physical form remains quite fragile. Furthermore, there was another aspect that filled Qin Feng with delight. Even after defeating the Golden Ghost ship, the drop of the Ghost Fire Bell is not guaranteed, statistically. Its drop rate hovers around 30. Yet this time, with the base drop combined with 3 additional drops from the greedy hand, he astonishingly obtained 2 Ghost Fire Bells. In his previous life, no one had ever acquired 2 Ghost Fire Bells. Thus, Qin Feng was uncertain whether this item's effects could be compounded. He examined his detailed attributes and discovered the entry for enemy kill lifespan enhancement, which astonishingly indicated a value of 40. This was utterly extraordinary. Qin Feng was taken aback. The effects of the 2 Ghost Fire Bells could indeed be cumulative. Consequently, the lifespan gained from his monster hunting endeavors would increase by 40. Unfortunately, in the Forsaken game, the cooldown for identical item effects is shared. The passive effect of not losing lifespan upon death, once triggered, would cause both Ghost Fire Bells to enter cooldown simultaneously. The active effect of the Spirit of Terror operates in the same manner. Using it once would cause both to cool down together. This is a fundamental rule of the Forsaken game, which Qin Feng, having played for 9 years, understood all too well. Nonetheless, even if only the soul absorption effect could be compounded, it was already a remarkable boon. Qin Feng's growth speed was already rapid, and now it had accelerated further. Next, Qin Feng continued to examine his spoils. Thanks to the effect of the greedy hand, after defeating the Golden Ghost ship, he had amassed over a dozen items. Among them were 11 pieces of golden equipment and skill books, along with 2 pieces of platinum-grade equipment and 1 platinum-grade skill book. Chapter 26, Qin Xiaoyou Surprise. The Shadow Deity is from our city? Originally, golden grade drops typically consisted of 24 pieces of silver equipment, with a slight probability of yielding golden items. However now, due to the epic level effect of the greedy hand, any loot dropped would be elevated in tier. This directly upgraded 3 of the golden spoils to platinum quality. Among these treasures, there were 3 items suitable for assassin-class professions. Qin Feng inspected them in order. The first was a platinum-grade assassin weapon. Ghost Ship Twin Blades, Platinum Assassin Class Weapon. Attack Power 136, Agility 22. Attack Speed 24, Armor Penetration 17. Equipment Requirement, Level 5. Unique Effect. Each of your normal attacks deals damage twice. This effect was not particularly significant, as I primarily relied on skill damage. However, the weapon's base attack power was sufficiently high, and it provided an additional 22 points of agility. The increased attack speed would also enhance skill casting speed and reduce post-skill recovery time, making it not entirely useless. As for the armor penetration attribute, it yielded considerable benefits. When he confronted the Golden Ghost ship, the damage dealt through skills was evidently much lower than against other creatures. attributed to the ship's formidable golden-level defense. The benefits of armor penetration were quite substantial. Qin Feng promptly equipped this weapon. He then proceeded to examine the next piece of equipment. Ghost Fire Leather Armor, Golden Physical Defense 25, Fire Element Resistance 50. Damage Block 14, Health 419. Equipment Requirement. Level 5. This was a commendable piece of armor, especially with its damage block attribute. Moreover, since he had not invested in vitality during his level ups, his health was only 350 points. This armor granted him an impressive 419 points. After all, it was golden-grade equipment. The attributes of a single piece exceeded those of an entire set from others. Finally, there was a skill book, Ghost Shadow Blur, Golden Assassin Class Skill. Receiving a passive 15 evasion rate, triggering evasion grants immunity to all damage. Upon witnessing this skill, Qin Feng's eyes sparkled with delight. At last, an assassin survival skill has arrived. Evasion builds are not mainstream in the game of the Forsaken, primarily due to the generally low evasion rates. Even with a 50 evasion, death can come easily. However, I possess the ability to infinitely evolve skills. Achieving an 80 evasion rate would yield considerable effects. Qin Feng noted that he currently had 21 evolution points. For others, faced with such a plethora of skills, it would undoubtedly be challenging to decide which skill to evolve first. Yet for Qin Feng, the decision came swiftly. He chose to enhance his damage output first. The higher the damage, the stronger the foes he could conquer, leading to better rewards. For the time being, he set aside the newly learned skill Ghostly Shadow and opted to evolve Shadow / first. You have consumed 35 evolution points, remaining 13 points. Shadow / Platinum, Emerald, Diamond blink in one direction, up to 212 for 127 meters, and enter a state of invisibility, lasting 789 seconds, dealing 567 slashes to all enemies in the path. Cooldown 12, 1, 0, 43 seconds. Slash width 313, 641 meters. Each slash adds 200, 250, 300 points of attack power. By evolving Shadow / twice consecutively, the damage of this skill has at least doubled. Even without being in an invisibility state, and without breaking stealth, a single execution could deliver 3,000 damage. If stealth is broken for a back attack, the total damage from the 7 slashes could soar to 6 or 7,000. With 13 evolution points remaining, Qin Feng chose to evolve an initial skill, Back Attack Enhancement. You have consumed 235 evolution points, remaining 3 points. Initial skill, Back Attack Enhancement Common, Bronze, Silver, Gold. Passive effect, damage increases by 15, 20, 25, 30 when attacking from behind the target. This offers a stable increase in damage, and the higher it is, the better. After refining these skills, Qin Feng's combat power surged once more. Should he face the Golden Ghost ship again, he could likely conquer it in under 5 minutes, with a high probability of survival. After all, his agility had risen by 20 to 30 points, significantly enhancing his speed, enabling him to evade even the full-screen attacks of the half-health Ghost ship. Next, Qin Feng glanced at his backpack. Within, he found a piece of platinum equipment and a platinum-level skill book. The gear was intended for archers, while the skill book belonged to priests. For now, platinum-level items were not suitable for sale and would be kept in reserve. Qin Feng was not concerned about exposing his greedy hands. After all, as long as he remained formidable, what was there to fear from exposure? Equipment of this caliber could be sold for 5 to 6 years of lifespan, and skill books could fetch even more, lasting a decade or more. In addition to the platinum items, there were also 7 or 8 pieces of golden equipment and skill books, all sellable to Wang Meng's team. Qin Feng contemplated for a moment. A mage skill book and a magic type ring would be given to Lin Liu. It was previously agreed that any items belonging to her would be returned without issue. Ultimately, Qin Feng acquired a spatial ring from her, a treasure of considerable value. Additionally, the items belonging to warriors, priests, and archers could be sold to Wang Meng's team at a 10% discount. While they may not be able to afford it at present, Qin Feng held faith in Wang Meng's character, feeling assured that incurring a debt would pose no issue. After all, he had collaborated with Wang Meng for several years in his past life and was well aware of the man's integrity. A rough calculation revealed that these items collectively amounted to several thousand days of lifespan. Having organized his belongings, Qin Feng departed from the marsh and activated the private chat channel with Lin Liu. Xiaohei, where are you? Lin Liu could no longer tolerate the moniker Xiaohei and regretted choosing such a codename, yet the game did not allow for name changes. The uncle she mentioned referred to Wang Meng. His survival skills were formidable, thus entrusting him with her lifespan felt relatively secure, as it would mitigate the risk of death and the subsequent loss of half her possessions. In no time, she spotted Iron Man accompanied by over 20 individuals, heading towards a marsh. Upon seeing these players, Qin Feng regarded them as a horde of wild monsters and immediately engaged in combat. Meanwhile, in another location belonging to the great Xiaozhai city, at Moonlight Town, Qin Xiaoyou, having obtained the hidden class of Life Priest, found a team struggling to level up outside. They were engaged in a discussion regarding the recent global first kill of a golden level monster. Hey, I heard Bishel Town is the starting town of our Jianghai city. Does that mean that the Shadow God is from our Jianghai city? The group buzzed with speculation. As a priest, Qin Xiaoyou followed behind, healing, and was secretly delighted to overhear her teammates' conversation. The Shadow, this global first killer of golden-level monsters, was actually from Jianghai City? This revelation sparked a gleam in Qin Xiaoyou's eyes, and she resolved, once someone from our town reaches level 5, I shall journey to Bishel Town to seek out the Shadow God. She harbored considerable disdain for her current temporary teammates, as even defeating minor monsters took an eternity. And at times they were even chased by wild creatures, rendering their efforts quite pathetic. She mused that teaming up with the Shadow would surely expedite their monster-slaying and leveling process. Chapter 27. The Shadow Brother? The girl's astonishment. The first player to reach level 2 in each town would unlock the town's level leaderboard, earning 1 point of prestige. The first to reach level 5 would activate the town's teleportation array, also gaining 1 point of prestige. However, at present, aside from Qin Feng, who had achieved level 8, no other player in any town had reached level 5. A multitude of level 4 players were fervently grinding monsters, striving for level 5. Only when a player from the town reached level 5 and lit the teleportation array could the town connect with others. Furthermore, there was a stipulation. Towns within the Jianghai City region could only connect with other towns in the same region and could not access towns from different areas. At this moment, Qin Feng noted that this group displayed a fair degree of alertness, seemingly aware of his area damage skills, and refrained from clustering together. Yet, wielding his platinum-grade ghost ship dual daggers, even a standard attack could fell a player in 2 swift strikes. He sought the optimal angle and executed a shadow slash. 1,225. 1,219. 1,231. Qin Feng transformed into a shadow, swiftly traversing through the crowd of adversaries, leaving behind a flurry of damage indicators. With a single stroke of his instant shadow slash, he annihilated over 10 foes in an instant. He deemed it unnecessary to conceal himself further, brandishing his dual blades from the phantom ship with astounding speed, embodying the essence of a phantom assassin as he advanced upon the remaining dozen or so individuals. Iron Man and his subordinates stood frozen in sheer terror. Quick, we must eliminate him. One person against so many of us? Surely, he is overestimating his capabilities. Beware of his invisibility. As they witnessed the shadow materialize, they desperately retaliated. However, their counterattacks quickly spiraled into despair. In this Forsaken game, there was no concept of attack locking. Qin Feng's agility far surpassed theirs, allowing him to flawlessly evade every control skill they unleashed. The attacks that landed upon him inflicted merely trivial damage, with many unable to even breach his defenses. Qin Feng's level and equipment far exceeded theirs, particularly his golden-grade spectral fire leather armor, which bestowed upon him an overwhelming combat prowess in the face of these players. Iron Man and his companions were soon crying out in desperation. Please stay back. His speed is too great. We can't even land a hit. How are we supposed to compete? Big brother, please spare me. My lifespan is already under a year. Qin Feng harbored no intention of mercy. Initially inclined to engage, he found himself dismissing them after their obliteration. Yet, when they continued to meddle, did they truly expect him to let them off the hook? His figure glided through the darkened woods like a specter. Ultimately, he dispatched a total of 22 individuals, including Iron Man. As the remaining players fled in disarray, 2 managed to escape, not because Qin Feng could not pursue, but because they fled in different directions, and the distance was such that he deemed it unnecessary to waste time chasing them. Regrettably, the lifespans they dropped amounted to merely over 30 days. Such poverty, Qin Feng mused. During his slaughter, he received a system notification indicating that due to his excessive acts of murder, he had acquired a layer of the killer negative status. At the first layer of the killer status, death would result in a loss of 75 current lifespan. At the second layer, death would cause a loss of 875 current lifespan. In essence, each layer of the killer status meant that a player would effectively die twice upon their demise. However, Qin Feng possessed the Ghost Fire Bell. Thus, Even if he were to inadvertently perish once, he would not lose any lifespan. Therefore, he paid little heed to this killer negative status. After all, this status would not diminish his attributes nor impede his development. As long as he did not consecutively die twice, it bore no influence on him. What an exquisite armor. Is that golden grade leather armor? How enviable. He truly soloed a golden level opponent. In my opinion, this guy must have exploited a glitch to achieve that. Laughter erupted. Hey, you up there? Why don't you try and glitch to see for yourself? Amidst the myriad of envious gazes, Qin Feng made his way to the central square of the town. Suddenly, a group of individuals approached Qin Feng with utmost reverence. At the forefront was a tall, pallid young man. Brother Shadow, I sincerely apologize, the lanky youth said, his demeanor exceedingly humble as he addressed Qin Feng. This is an assassin skill book we acquired by pooling our lifespans. Please accept it, and let us consider this matter as though it never occurred, shall we? This unexpected situation caught Qin Feng off guard. He glanced at the skill book being offered. Strike, common assassin class skill book. Single target skill, inflicts an additional 20 points of damage upon hitting, and causes 2 seconds of stun. Cool down, 22 seconds. It was a book of control skills. When someone offers a gift, it would be unwise to refuse. Qin Feng casually accepted the skill book and replied nonchalantly. Very well. With the skill book in hand, he learned it immediately. He then gestured for them to leave, finally able to meet the girl he had been waiting for, Lin Liu. However, what Qin Feng did not realize was that the slender youth, codenamed Xianyun, gazed at his departing figure with a hint of malice in his eyes. What does it matter if the game is abandoned? As long as I can find you in reality. I can imprison you and make you a slave to collect lifespans for me. Once the other towns activate their teleportation arrays, I will send a woman to extract information from him. Xianyun, whose real name is Dongfang Xian, was notorious in the circles of Zhanghai City as a wealthy second-generation heir. He smirked to himself, thinking, that voice I just heard from Shadow was unfamiliar. If he is not from my circle, it indicates he is a pauper. I will send a professional beauty his way. I don't believe he won't fall for it. Upon encountering Lin Liu, Qin Feng found her clad in a black robe, her eyes sparkling with curiosity as she glanced around. Upon seeing Qin Feng, she appeared somewhat anxious. Here you go. Qin Feng casually tossed her a golden-level mage skill book and a piece of golden-level mage equipment. Lin Liu, initially apprehensive about whether Qin Feng would even provide her with a silver-level item, was taken aback to receive 2 golden-level treasures instead. One was a fire-based area damage skill, with an impressive attack boost of 150 points. Lin Liu's mind buzzed with excitement. These items were utterly exhilarating. She felt as though she had been propelled to new heights. Originally, she had hoped for even a single silver-level mage item or skill book from Qin Feng. But to her astonishment, 2 golden-level items? This skill and this necklace had multiplied her damage output several times over, and her mana recovery had more than doubled. Previously, Lin Liu had regenerated 2 points of mana per second, but now, donning that necklace, she restored 5 points per second. Her sustainability had skyrocketed. It could be said that her monster hunting efficiency now surpassed that of her entire team combined. Thank you so much, esteemed one. Lin Liu's beautiful eyes sparkled with joy, nearly moved to tears. Qin Feng shook his head. No need for gratitude. It is merely as agreed. Now, if you would hand over the spatial ring. Moreover, this girl had once been pursued by Iron Man and his men to assist Qin Feng. Although, truth be told, Qin Feng did not require her assistance. It is evident that this young lady possesses a commendable character, worthy of friendship. Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, Lin Liu seemed to awaken from a dream and promptly handed over the 12-slot space ring. By the way, esteemed one, Lin Liu continued, while I was fleeing through the woods, I stumbled upon a cave, which appears to be an entrance to a relic. Are you interested? A relic entrance? Qin Feng responded with a hint of surprise. Previously, there had been a saying circulating among the officials that Lin Liu was akin to a lucky koi, and it now seemed to hold some truth. First the golden ghost ship, and now a relic entrance. Qin Feng regarded the beautiful young woman before him and felt that befriending her was indeed a prudent choice. However, he pondered that had he not provided any equipment earlier, she might not have divulged the information about the relic entrance. Sincerity is reciprocal. It appeared that these 2 golden grade items had effectively won her over. Qin Feng couldn't help but smile as he slipped the space ring onto his left pinky finger. The storage space had finally expanded to 27 slots. With a sigh of relief, he acknowledged the scarcity of backpack slots in this forsaken game, especially since the initial town lacked any facilities for storing supplies. With 27 slots at his disposal, everything would become considerably more convenient. Turning to Lin Liu, he said, your captain has yet to log in. So let's wait until he arrives to sell the items. I shall make my way to the relic you mentioned. The young lady nodded enthusiastically, producing a rolled sheepskin map from her backpack to mark a location for Qin Feng. This is the entrance to the relic, indicated by a stone slab on the ground. I had initially intended to move the slab and hide inside, but after only a few steps in, I heard terrifying wails from within, which compelled me to flee. Otherwise, I would not have been caught by Iron Man and his companions. As Lin Liu recounted her experience, she described the entrance to Qin Feng. Understood, he replied, memorizing the location. In truth, every initial town and its surrounding terrain were identical. These novice towns were merely replicated landscapes. However, relics like the golden ghost ship appeared randomly. Some towns had them while others did not. Notably, the town where Qin Feng resided in his previous life lacked such features. To his astonishment, this shell town not only harbored a relic, but also spawned a golden ghost ship. After bidding farewell to Lin Liu, he entered a state of invisibility and departed Shell Town once more. Initially, he aimed to find a location to grind to level 10. Yet, with the presence of a relic, there was no need to pursue other avenues. Conquering the relic would undoubtedly allow him to reach level 10. The relics that could emerge in initial towns primarily fell into three categories: Tomb, Cursed Relic, and Temple of Faith. The tomb was straightforward, filled with a multitude of monstrous creatures, making it quite challenging to clear, though it often yielded gold. The creatures within the cursed relic were cursed by ancient or evil deities, once perhaps human, now driven mad or transformed into specters. The monsters in the Temple of Faith were adherents of ancient or evil gods, and while they could be slain, it was not obligatory. However, the layout of the temple was exceedingly complex. If the latter two successfully navigate through, they shall obtain some unique items or skill books. For instance, the ancient divine Eye of Qin Feng, also known as the Eye of Judgment, originates from a temple of faith. Regardless of the type of ruins that Lin Liu refers to, Qin Feng shall not let an opportunity slip by. For within these ruins, even the minor creatures possess at least bronze or even silver levels of existence. This translates to an abundance of evolution points for Qin Feng. With my current epic level greedy hand, defeating a bronze creature yields 8 evolution points. If it were silver, the bounty would rise to a remarkable 16 evolution points. In comparison to slaying higher-tier foes, the sheer quantity of lower-tier creatures offers a significantly greater accumulation of evolution points. Before long, maintaining his stealth, Qin Feng arrived at the location marked by Lin Liu on the map. Amidst the gray-black thicket, he indeed spotted a stone slab. Upon moving it aside, a staircase leading downward revealed itself. No sooner had he shifted the slab than eerie cries echoed from the depths of the passage, lamenting and sorrowful. Qin Feng, undeterred by fear, entered the passage and replaced the slab. Instantly, darkness enveloped him, save for the faint, flickering firelight illuminating the stone walls on either side. By the glow of the dim firelight, Qin Feng's expression shifted as he noticed the murals on the walls bore an uncanny resemblance to those from the Temple of Faith in his previous life. This is indeed the Temple of Faith. Moreover, it likely serves as the shrine of the ancient god of judgment. Qin Feng possesses the Eye of Judgment, wielding the authority of judgment. The manifestation of this temple here instills in him a profound sense of significance. Taking a deep breath, Qin Feng, still cloaked in invisibility, ventured further down the passage. Meanwhile, players from various initial towns were fervently leveling up. Naturally, their pace in gaining experience could not compare to that of Qin Feng, who was battling within the ruins. However, given their lower levels, the experience required for their ascension was considerably less. Soon, some players reached level 5, activating the teleportation array of their respective towns. Each player had a free teleportation opportunity each day to visit other initial towns. Consequently, the number of players from other towns rapidly increased in Shell Town, drawn by the presence of the global first killer of gold, the deity known as Shadow. The town grew increasingly crowded. Chapter 29. Qin Xiaoyou joins the team? The Judicator. Why are there so many people? Wang Ming logged in again, astonished to find that the player count in Shell Town had multiplied exponentially since his last visit. Upon entering the Forsaken game for the first time, one needed to reach level 3 to exit, essentially logging off. Wang Ming, who was originally at level 3 and ranked among the top 10 in Shell Town, now found himself pushed down to over 20. Time was of the essence. Wang Ming swiftly messaged his teammates, Black Plum and Big Lee, only to discover that 2 members of their team had yet to log in, one of whom was the middle-aged female priest. Wang Ming decided to summon the other 3 members of the team. Upon seeing Lin Liu, he was momentarily taken aback, for he noticed a delicate golden necklace blooming upon her chest. Both Wang Meng and the other two were bewildered. What is this? Lin Liu smiled and recounted the events that had transpired with the shadow. Wang Meng was left in a state of bemusement. The silver grade is manageable. But if it were a gold grade item, we might find it beyond our means. The keen-eyed archer in the group displayed a hint of envy. How fortunate. You've actually befriended a prominent figure from the shadows. If we could gain their favor, we too would enjoy a life of luxury. Lin Liu cast a disdainful glance in his direction. Look at you, relying solely on others for advancement. Consider your own efforts. Have you been diligently hunting and leveling up? The archer rolled his eyes, uninterested in her admonishment. Though the four had met within the Forsaken game, their camaraderie had grown quite strong. With the backgrounds all cleared, it was time to solidify their team. Wang Meng then stated, "We need to find a priest to join us for monster hunting. For now, let us start with 5. I have a colleague in the neighboring town. Once someone there reaches level 5, she will teleport to join our team." Lin Liu inquired, "What about Wang Jia?" Wang Jia was the middle-aged female priest from their previous team. Wang Meng shook his head. Wang Jia is off to another town to find her son. So we're without a priest for now. They were not like Qin Feng, who could solo. In a team, both a tank and a healer were essential. Thus, Wang Meng set up a stall, not to sell items, but to post a notice, recruiting for a team, seeking a priest. Such recruitment stalls were common. Yet the delicate golden necklace adorning Lin Liu caught the attention of many. Was it truly gold-grade equipment? Many were skeptical, but driven by Lin Liu's striking beauty. Several young priests soon approached to apply. However, when they learned that they needed to provide their real identities and that this would be documented officially, they all hesitated. At that moment, a long-haired young woman approached. It was Qin Xiaoyou, who had already reached level 3 as a life priest. Qin Xiaoyou exhibited great politeness. "I am a hidden class life priest. May I join your team?" Wang Meng regarded her with an impassive expression. A life priest sounded promising, but he sought someone who could commit long-term, thus he needed to verify her real identity. Qin Xiaoyou did not object and straightforwardly revealed her background. "I'm a first-year student at Jianghai Normal University. My parents have passed away. I only have an older brother, who was adopted by my parents, not a biological sibling." Wang Meng nodded. "Qin Xiaoyou it is. You can join the team and see how it goes." Xiaoyou has joined the team. In truth, Qin Xiaoyou had initially wished to use Xiaoyou as her alias. However, since she joined later and the name had already been taken, she opted to add a suffix, resulting in Zaya. Upon entering the team, Qin Xiaoyou's lips curled into a smile. Seemingly by chance, she cast a glance at Lin Liu's golden necklace, a symbol of the first global kill, claimed by the Shadow in Shell Town. Thus, it was highly probable that this necklace was associated with the Shadow. Such a turn of events was entirely unexpected for Qin Feng. In this lifetime, his ascent had been remarkably swift, with the golden level first kill causing his alias, Shadow, to resonate across the globe. His fame had escalated to a point that even Qin Xiaoyou found herself intrigued. At this moment, Qin Feng, within the Temple of Faith, steadily advanced along the passageway, soon arriving at a spacious hall. The hall was devoid of any furnishings, save for 2 hunched figures of humanoid monsters, kneeling upon the ground with their hands raised above their heads, as if cradling something ethereal. The eerie wails heard at the entrance emanated from these 2 creatures. Ancient God's devout followers, Judge 10, rank, silver, maintaining his state of invisibility, Qin Feng entered the hall. Upon observing the 2 kneeling followers, he swiftly unleashed the Shadow Slash. Breaking stealth, a surprise attack. All damage bonuses triggered, apart from the weak point attack. However, the weak point attack was not feasible. The judgment position for the Shadow Slash was random, making it challenging to trigger a weak point attack precisely, a limitation beyond mere skill. Instead, the fundamental added damage of this skill was significantly high. 1058. 1058. From the heads of the 2 devout followers, 7 damage numbers burst forth. Yet, their health bars were only diminished by a small fraction. After all, they were level 10 silver entities, boasting health exceeding that of the cursed ones Qin Feng had vanquished previously by more than double. In fact, the combined health of the 2 devout followers surpassed that of the golden-level golden ghost ship. Initially, Qin Feng had prepared to evade their attacks. However, to his astonishment, the 2 kneeling devout followers not only refrained from attacking him, but instead turned towards his concealed position and knelt once more. These beings were judged. Yet I possessed the authority of judgment. Could it be that they would not strike me? A thought crossed Qin Feng's mind, leaving him somewhat astonished. To confirm this hypothesis, he deliberately disengaged from his invisible state, maintaining a distance from the 2 devout followers. To his surprise, the ghoul-like followers indeed did not assault him. Instead, upon seeing him, they entirely prostrated themselves before the ground. Chapter 30. Devout Followers. The Underground Maze. Originally, Qin Feng had intended to slay these two for evolution points and experience. However, this unexpected development left him quite perplexed. Even after 9 arduous years in his previous life, he had never encountered such a scenario. Surely, it must be due to my possession of the authority of judgment. Qin Feng pondered. The emergence of such a peculiar temple of faith here might indeed be connected to his judging eye. This temple harbored secrets. Contemplating, he attempted to speak. Do you know the way? Please lead me. Upon hearing his words, the two devout followers seemed momentarily bewildered, clearly unaware of what he was articulating. Indeed, Qin Feng was aware that the creatures abandoned in this realm of deities were, in fact, beings from other civilizations. However, they had been eroded and corrupted, driven to madness, transforming into beasts that knew only to prey upon the lifespans of humans. The two before him seemed to retain a semblance of sanity. Just as Qin Feng pondered this, the two devout followers suddenly became alert. A fierce expression erupted upon their decaying faces as they abruptly turned and lunged towards the entrance of the Grand Hall. Qin Feng heard disordered footsteps echoing from the corridor outside, suggesting the arrival of other players. The two fervent devotees conjured 2 spheres of green flame in their hands and hurled them towards the distant corridor. What the hell? 2 silver-tier foes. We can't even handle one, and now there are 2? Run quick! The waves of green flames unleashed by the 2 zealous followers engulfed the corridor, amidst the chaos. 6 players found themselves unable to escape, reduced to ashes. Gray roses? Qin Feng recognized a familiar silhouette within the flames. It was none other than the mature woman who had previously purchased the Ice Spike spell from him. Unbeknownst to him, she too had discovered this temple of faith. Unfortunately, her team lacked the necessary strength, and the 2 silver-tier sentinels dispatched her with ease. The corridor was simply too narrow, leaving no room for evasion against the flames of the devout followers. Thus, it was only logical to first enter the hall, allowing ample space to maneuver. Qin Feng shook his head, observing coldly as the 6 met their fiery demise. Soon, 6 grayish orbs of lifespan materialized within the corridor. Without hesitation, Qin Feng approached to collect them, discovering a rather surprising bounty of over 100 days of tradable lifespan from this group. To his astonishment, the 2 devoted followers exhibited no interest in these lifespans whatsoever. For now, Qin Feng disregarded them and began to search the Grand Hall, only to find no pathways leading elsewhere. Could this truly be it? Just 2 silver-tier foes? He found himself perplexed. Continuing his exploration yielded no fruitful results. Thus, Qin Feng resolved to take action, eliminating the 2 fervent followers. As anticipated, regardless of how he attacked, they showed no intention of retaliating, ultimately succumbing to his relentless assault. You have slain the ancient god-devout follower, the judge silver tier. You have gained 4,000 experience points. Congratulations, you have leveled up to level 9. Congratulations. You have earned 4 evolution points. You have obtained 188 days of lifespan, tradable. With the defeat of the 2 devoted followers, Qin Feng ascended to level 9. He promptly unleashed his greedy hand upon their corpses. In no time, Qin Feng had processed the 2 silver-tier foes, accumulating a total of 32 evolution points and 1,504 days of tradable lifespan. The epic-level greedy hand proved to be immensely gratifying. Moreover, a total of 4 golden-tier items emerged, alongside approximately 10 silver-tier artifacts. Among them, a golden necklace, available for the assassin class, caught his attention. Faithful pendant, golden a trinket for assassins. Agility 15, cooldown speed 20. Equipment requirement, level 8. Unique effect, summons a silver-tier faithful adherent to fight alongside you, with a cooldown of 600 seconds. The attributes of this necklace were commendable, particularly the 20 cooldown speed. Upon equipping it, Qin Feng found that the cooldown of his shadow stealth skill was reduced from 226 seconds to 192 seconds. The cooldown of his venomous dart decreased from 43 seconds to 37 seconds, and the cooldown for shadow slash was shortened from 104 seconds to 88 seconds. This enhanced his efficiency in monster farming, Qin Feng mused. He decided to set it aside for the moment. Just as he contemplated leaving, the floor in the center of the hall suddenly shifted. The demise of the 2 faithful adherents had finally triggered a mechanism. Was this an elevator? Qin Feng glanced over to see a circular stone disc rising from the ground. He had encountered such devices many times in his previous life. Without hesitation, he stepped onto it. Immediately, the stone disc emitted a thunderous sound and began to descend with him. A circular pit appeared in the hall's center. As Qin Feng was lowered, 2 semicircular stone blocks slid into place from the sides, sealing the pit. Everything returned to its original state. as if the circular stone disc elevator had never existed. Should anyone else arrive here, they would only behold the lifeless bodies of the two faithful adherents, with nothing else in sight. With a resounding crash, the circular stone disc carrying Qin Feng landed on the ground. Debris and dust scattered around him. Qin Feng sensed that he had descended at least 300 to 400 meters. Upon arrival, he noted that the surroundings were considerably brighter. Indeed, he had entered a labyrinth. He sighed. He had explored many such mazes in his past life and felt quite adept at navigating them. However, fully exploring it would still require a significant amount of time. Most importantly, there were numerous traps within the maze. Given Qin Feng's current attributes, triggering any of those mechanisms would almost certainly lead to his demise. Fortunately, he had just acquired this pendant. Qin Feng touched the faithful pendant at his chest and activated its unique effect to summon a silver-tier faithful adherent. A gray-skinned humanoid creature manifested before him, poised to scout ahead. Under Qin Feng's command, the faithful adherent began to crawl forward, embarking on the exploration of this underground labyrinth. With a scout to lead the way, Qin Feng felt considerably more at ease. Taking advantage of his leisure, he opened his skill panel, preparing to utilize the 32 evolution points he had just obtained to further enhance his skills. Chapter 31. The Epic Ghostly Shadow and the Dilemma of the Long-Legged Lady. With 32 evolution points, plus the remaining 3 points, he had a total of 35 points. The evolution of Greedy Hand required 210 points, so he decided to postpone that for now. This Temple of Faith could pose dangers. It would be prudent to enhance his passive evasion first. In pursuit of a higher survival rate, Qin Feng opted for the evolution of the Shadow Phantom skill. You have consumed 1235 evolution points, leaving you with 24 points. Shadow Phantom, Golden Epic, a skill from the Assassin class. Passively grants a 1575 evasion rate, and triggering an evasion renders one immune to all damage. Once the skill reaches the epic level, the evolution points required for further enhancement multiply tenfold. Initially, only 8 points are needed for evolution. However, transitioning from epic to legendary requires 80 points. Qin Feng shook his head, temporarily setting the skill aside. An evasion rate of 75 was already commendable. He then proceeded to evolve the Shadow / skill, elevating it to the epic tier as well. You have consumed 13 evolution points, leaving you with 11 points. Shadow / Diamond Epic Blink in one direction, up to 2,730 meters, and enter a state of invisibility, lasting 912 seconds, delivering 79 slashes to all enemies in the path. Cooldown, 1288 seconds. Width of slashes, 415 meters. Each slash adds 300 to 500 attack power. From Diamond to Epic level, the additional attack power of Shadow / surged by a substantial 200 points, while the number of slashes increased from 7 to 9. The total damage nearly doubled. It is worth noting that Qin Feng had only acquired epic-level skills several years into his previous life. In this existence, he possessed epic-level skills right from the outset. Although the values of these skills were relatively modest due to their lower tier, they could evolve infinitely. However, the evolution points required for the transition from epic to legendary level were tenfold. Thus, skills with higher initial tiers were more cost-effective for evolution. Qin Feng calculated that if a skill already began at the epic level, the evolution to legendary would be its first enhancement, requiring a base of merely 1 point, which multiplied to 10 points. Consequently, it could swiftly evolve to legendary, mythical, or even ancient and immortal tiers. Conversely, if a skill commenced as a basic skill, it would necessitate 7 evolutions to reach the epic level. By that time, the base evolution points required would amount to either 21 or even 34 points. Multiplying that by 10 results in 210 or 340 points, a considerable loss. Nevertheless, a silver lining was that irrespective of the tier of skills learned, he could evolve them to epic level at a minimal cost. This meant that henceforth, all of his skills would be at least of epic caliber. With 11 evolution points remaining, Qin Feng contemplated and evolved his initial skill, Shadow Veil. You have consumed 35 evolution points, leaving you with 3 points. Initial skill, Shadow Veil, Silver, Gold, Platinum. Enter a state of invisibility lasting 16 to 20 seconds. The power of a breaking strike increases by 90 to 120. And cooldown is 26, 24, 22 seconds. The base cooldown for the final skill is 22 seconds. However, due to Qin Feng's cooldown speed attribute of 35, the effective cooldown ultimately becomes 16, 3 seconds. This invisibility skill still possesses a rather lengthy cooldown period. Moreover, the offensive capability against hidden threats is somewhat lacking. The devout follower, crawling on all fours, advances at a relatively brisk pace. As they round a corner, suddenly, a massive iron ball emerges from the adjacent wall, propelling the follower into the air. The momentum causes Qin Feng to momentarily halt his advance, patiently awaiting the cooldown for summoning his devout follower. This labyrinth is intricate and fraught with peril. Thus, he must rely on his summoned companion to scout ahead. With a sigh, Qin Feng acknowledges the time he will inevitably squander. Yet this temple of faith is evidently intertwined with his judgment eye, compelling him to delve deeper. Otherwise, one can only speculate what secrets he might forfeit. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the temple, as they steeled themselves to confront the two silver-tier foes, they were taken aback to discover that the adversaries lay lifeless. Gray Rose, with her flowing black curls adorned in a gray robe that accentuates her delicate figure, furrowed her brow upon witnessing the corpses of the two devout followers. How could they have been slain? Has the Shadow Boss ventured here? Her teammates, equally astonished, exchanged glances at the pallid remains, collectively exhaling a sigh of relief. Although they had prepared themselves, the fear of potential defeat lingered, dreading a second demise. Only Gray Rose, observing this scene, appeared perplexed. The last time she visited, she seemed to have glimpsed a shadow conversing with the silver-tier foes. Was that indeed the shadow? Did I misinterpret what I saw? During her previous visit, Gray Rose had ventured halfway into the hall, catching sight of a dark figure engaging with the two silver adversaries. However, upon hearing their roar, she retreated, ultimately succumbing to the silver's green flames. Gray Rose remained skeptical. I am convinced my perceptions were accurate. But why did these two silver foes refrain from attacking the shadow? Could this be the reason for their unprecedented demise? Regardless of her conjectures, the truth eluded her grasp. As time passed, the influx of players teleporting to Shell Town increased, causing the quaint settlement to become utterly congested. A town of this size could accommodate a maximum of 10,000 individuals, and Shell Town was now nearing its capacity. This surge in population resulted in a significant depletion of surrounding monsters available for slaying. Nearly tenfold the number of players had descended upon the area. Creatures such as crawlers and polluters had not anticipated such a turnout, scattering in fright. Yet, they were relentlessly hunted down and exterminated by the players. In this scenario, even elite teams like Wang Meng's found their monster-slaying pace severely hindered. After a grueling 3 hours, they had only managed to attain level 5. Lin Liu's golden tier skills remained dormant, unable to manifest. Wang Meng frowned, realizing they would need to teleport to a less populated town to enhance their leveling speed. Lin Liu concurred, stating, "No problem. However, before departing, we must wait for Brother Shadow to complete our transaction." Wang Meng nodded in agreement. Beside him, Qin Xiaoyou listened quietly to their conversation, her lips curving upward uncontrollably. Chapter 32. The Mysterious Woman. Assassin's Divine Skill. Gift of Liberation. Deep within the Faith Temple. 3 hours had elapsed. Based on my exploratory pace, I estimated it was nearly time. Drawing from the experiences of my previous life, the Faith Temple contained only so much. For others, traversing this place would likely result in dozens or even hundreds of deaths. However, with Qin Feng's extensive experience, coupled with the ability to summon silver-tier devout followers to scout ahead, the possibility of failure was non-existent. At that moment, Qin Feng arrived at a passageway adorned with starlight. The azure glow of the stars transformed the corridor into a celestial avenue. The devout followers prostrated before him, with Qin Feng following closely behind, advancing towards the passage's luminous end. Before him stood an ancient bronze door. "Open the door," Qin Feng commanded the devout follower. The follower crawled forward to push the door, only to find it utterly immovable. The bronze door did not budge. Confirming there was no danger nearby, Qin Feng approached. As he raised his hand and brushed against the bronze door, he felt it stir, and to his astonishment, the door began to open. As the door slowly creaked open, Qin Feng stepped back, ready for battle. Yet, what lay before him was a grand hall illuminated by starlight. In the center of the hall stood an altar, beside which was a woman clad in a white robe, her head concealed by a white scarf, rendering her visage a mystery. The woman in white crossed her hands over her chest, slightly bowing toward the starlit altar. When the bronze door swung wide, Qin Feng hesitated to enter. Casting a glance at the white-robed woman, to his surprise, he could discern not a single detail about her. As Qin Feng stood at the entrance of the grand hall, she bowed her head, seemingly murmuring something, with starlight flickering in her hands. In the next moment, her graceful figure dissipated into starlight. She vanished? Qin Feng furrowed his brow. He soon noticed an ancient treasure chest had appeared on the altar, gleaming with a resplendent golden light, while a golden chest would emit a soft golden hue. This one radiated a bright golden brilliance, indicating that it contained an epic-grade item. Qin Feng's eyes lit up. He was uncertain of the mysterious woman's identity, but it likely pertained to his judgment eye. Moreover, the woman appeared to hold great respect for Qin Feng. Regardless, caution was paramount. Qin Feng refrained from making any rash movements. Upon spotting the treasure chest, he commanded the silver tier summoned devout follower to approach the altar. Upon reaching the chest, the devout follower extended a hand and opened it without incident. Soon, the follower retrieved a skill book from within the chest and handed it to Qin Feng. This skill book was titled Assassin's Divine Skill. Qin Feng's pupils constricted. Gift of Liberation, Epic Assassin Class Skill Book. Passive effect, 100 weak point hit correction. Double weak point attack multiplier. The skill Throat Slit possesses both active and passive effects. The passive effect is extraordinarily powerful. The doubling of the weak point attack multiplier is easily understood. As for the weak point hit correction, consider this. The human head and heart are both vulnerable spots, which require precise accuracy to strike effectively. However, upon acquiring the skill Bestowed Liberation, one essentially amplifies the opponent's weaknesses. The higher the weak point hit correction value, the easier it becomes to strike the enemy's weak points. Even for Qin Feng, this passive ability proves invaluable. For an average player, it will be nearly impossible to hit those weak points. Yet, with the passive effect of Bestowed Liberation, targeting that glowing point becomes a trivial task, as the system automatically adjusts to enhance the player's accuracy toward the target's vulnerabilities. A weak point hit correction of 100 effectively doubles the size of the opponent's weak area. As for the active effect of Bestowed Liberation, it is even more astonishing. It allows the next attack to inflict a throat-slitting effect, resulting in a 3-second bleed. For instance, after activating the throat slit, if Qin Feng casually strikes an enemy, inflicting 300 points of damage, the effect will cause the opponent to suffer an additional 300 points of damage every second for the next 3 seconds. In total, this amounts to 300 plus 900, equating to 1,200 points of damage. In simpler terms, the throat slit effect from Bestowed Liberation triples the damage of the next strike, albeit over a span of 3 seconds to complete the effect. If one were to use a skill like Shadow Slash, which counts 9 strikes as a single attack, the throat slit damage would accumulate accordingly. This epic skill significantly amplifies my burst damage. Furthermore, this initial epic skill can be evolved into a legendary tier with just 10 evolution points. Currently, Qin Feng possesses only 3 evolution points, as he is surprised and disappointed to find no monsters within this underground labyrinth. After all, previous labyrinths were filled with formidable creatures like devout followers and fanatical zealots that obstructed players' explorations. It is likely related to my judgment eye. Qin Feng shook his head, dismissing such thoughts. Overthinking serves no purpose. Should he encounter that mysterious woman in the white robe again, he would surely attempt to communicate with her. Though he missed the opportunity this time, it is of little consequence. The assassin's skill Bestowed Liberation has made Qin Feng's damage potential truly terrifying. If you're to face a level 5 golden-gray golden ghost ship, a single Shadow Slash might well be enough to annihilate it. Minutes later, the circular stone disc brought him back up, now transformed into a layer of blackened soil, as if it had never existed. Given the time that has passed, Wang Meng and the others should have logged him by now. Qin Feng primarily needed to clear out his inventory, as it was nearly full. Hence, before embarking on his leveling journey, he needed to sell off all his belongings. When he finally contacted Lin Liu, he unexpectedly received some news. Qin Xiaoyou? Qin Feng furrowed his brow. Chapter 33. Truly remarkable. Qin Xiaoyou. Qin Feng never anticipated that Qin Xiaoyou would arrive at the abandoned land of deities at this moment, and even join Wang Meng's team in Beak Town. In an instant, Qin Feng grasped her intentions, seeking to connect with Shadow, perhaps to build a relationship. What other reason could there be for her presence in Beak Town? Nevertheless, she recognized the link between me and Lin Liu, displaying a hint of cleverness. Qin Feng chuckled coldly. In his previous life, having spent every moment with Qin Xiaoyou, he was well aware of his sister's thoughts. Before he had risen in the godforsaken game, she had persistently sought to join other powerful teams, only to be thwarted by Qin Feng. Fortunately, he soon ascended in the game, and thereafter, Qin Xiaoyou obediently followed him. It appeared that the timeline had shifted in this life. Qin Feng was slightly taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. Since Qin Xiaoyou was with Wang Meng's team, there was no need to sell the priest's equipment to them. Even if it were mere coincidence, Qin Feng would not allow Qin Xiaoyou to gain any advantage, nor would he exhibit any signs of recognition. After all, There were far too many eyes on the name Shadow. He had yet to extract his abilities into reality. If anyone were to discover his true identity, it would lead to significant, potentially fatal troubles. However, as soon as he reached level 10, he would at least be able to extract the invisibility skill, granting him some degree of self-protection in reality. Even a single handgun could be lethal to Qin Feng. Therefore, any exposure now would be tantamount to courting death. Yet, he was not far from level 10, and soon he would extract extraordinary abilities, manifesting them in reality. More than 10 minutes later, having explored the Faith Temple, afternoon had arrived in Daxia. In Jianghai City alone, hundreds of initial towns had been activated, indicating that tens of thousands had entered the godforsaken game. However, Qin Feng was utterly unprepared for the sheer number of people within Beak Town. As he surveyed the scene, he was met with a throng of bodies, densely packed. When Qin Feng, clad in his ghostly fire armor, made his entrance, he captured the attention of everyone in the town. Shadow, brother Shadow, may we be friends? You are indeed Shadow. I'm a chairman of the Run Ding group in Jianghai City, and I wish to invite you to join our organization. Great Shadow, do you need any underlings? I can shout 666. Esteemed one, this is my sister. She is your devoted fan, and she simply wishes to meet you. With a swift shadow slash, Qin Feng traversed 30 meters and entered a state of invisibility, evading those who had approached him. He then arranged to meet Lin Liu in a more concealed location before proceeding. Wang Meng and the others from Lin Liu's team awaited him behind a dilapidated building, with Qin Xiaoyou anxiously behind them. The young girl appeared both excited and nervous, alternating between gripping her left and right hands while glancing around incessantly. When Qin Feng materialized before Lin Liu, his gaze swept past Qin Xiaoyou, regarding her with the eyes of a stranger. He remained silent. He pulled out a multitude of items from his backpack. First, he added Wang Meng as a friend and then privately messaged him. This is a set of golden tier warrior equipment with commendable attributes, priced at 300 days of lifespan. I can sell it to you for 280 days. This is a golden tier skill for archers. While it's not particularly useful, it's priced at 550 days of lifespan. I'll sell it to you for 520 days. Qin Feng then proceeded to offer all the equipment he had previously set aside to Wang Meng, assigning prices to each item. These prices were exceedingly reasonable. My friend, I currently possess only 925 days of lifespan, Wang Meng said with a rueful smile. That's too much for me to afford. Not to worry, you can owe me, Qin Feng replied nonchalantly. The total value of these items amounted to 2,200 days of lifespan, and with the official financial support, repayment would come swiftly. After some contemplation, Wang Meng nodded in agreement. All right, thank you for trusting me, brother. He transferred 900 days of lifespan to Qin Feng, received the equipment and skill books, and expressed his gratitude multiple times. With these new items and skills, their team's monster hunting efficiency would undoubtedly soar, potentially allowing them to even contend with silver tier challenges. Wow, the Shadow Boss is incredible. I can use golden equipment so early? This golden tier skill is phenomenal. My output has surged more than threefold. Moreover, the boss has allowed us to buy on credit. This shows he trusts us. Wang Meng and the others were left in awe and astonishment. However, they soon realized a pressing issue. Hey, where are the items for priests? This question left Qin Xiaoyou, who had been waiting to contribute, momentarily stunned. No items for priests? Qin Feng remained entirely unfazed by this. He stealthily activated his invisibility, vanishing from their sight. In truth, Qin Feng did possess priestly items in his backpack, including a golden tier priest staff and even a golden tier skill book for priests. However, there was no way he would allow such precious items to fall into Qin Xiaoyou's hands. Not only would he refrain from giving her anything, but he also planned to find another priest to forcibly include in Wang Meng's team, ensuring that Qin Xiaoyou would be ousted. Allowing her to linger in this group would eventually jeopardize his collaboration with the officials. Just then, Qin Feng received a system notification. Player Xiaoyou requests to add you as a friend. Verification message. Hello, esteemed leader. I'm the priest of Wang Meng's team. Qin Feng frowned. She was so polite to outsiders, yet always displayed impatience in his presence. Impressive, Qin Xiaoyou. He completely disregarded her request. He neither accepted nor rejected it. Given the vast number of players vying for his friendship, he treated Qin Xiaoyou as though she were just another stranger, ignoring her entirely. What audacity it would be to single her out for rejection amidst a sea of names. At that moment, Qin Feng arrived at the town square, preparing to teleport to Firefly Town, which was the starting town of Songfei. Yesterday, this fellow was performing in a neighboring city, but after the concert concluded, he made his way to Jianghai City, where he spent the night in the company of two young women. When the game God-Forsaken descended, Song Fei found himself assigned to the initial town of Jianghai City, known as Firefly Town. Since the town's teleportation had been activated, it was only natural to eliminate Song Fei a few times first. Qin Feng smirked indifferently. Although in his previous life, it was Qin Xiaoyou who had administered him the soul-wandering water, the true instigator was still Song Fei. This Song Fei was indeed the one Qin Feng was determined to eliminate. To vanquish him in reality, Qin Feng first needed to instill fear in him within the game, forcing him to retreat. Otherwise, as long as he remained online, his opponent would be in an invincible state in reality while cowering in the safety zone of the game, rendering even Qin Feng's strength impotent against him. Chapter 34, Firefly Town. Song Fei's fans. For Qin Feng, it mattered little where he farmed monsters. Upon arriving at Firefly Town, he could conveniently eliminate Song Fei a few times, achieving dual objectives. While he could not completely eradicate the fellow, he could certainly force him offline, thus creating an opportunity for total annihilation. Additionally, he recalled that Xiao Xue was also in Firefly Town. Perhaps he might chance upon her. Gu Yixue, codenamed Snowy Day, was one of the managers of the Slaying God Guild in Qin Feng's previous life, a profession known as the White Bird Priest. The White Bird Priest was a formidable hidden class within the healer category, accompanied by a white bird capable of assisting in healing and bestowing beneficial statuses. While Qin Xiaoyou was also a hidden class life priest, this pampered young lady hardly engaged in combat. In his previous life, she had merely stayed behind Qin Feng, responsible solely for healing and enhancing his states, forever shielded by him. However, Gu Yixue had once single-handedly faced epic-level adversaries. She was Qin Feng's right-hand ally. Should he encounter her, he would invite her to join Wang Meng's party. If Gu Yixue joined, it would naturally displace Qin Xiaoyou, who also belonged to the healing class. Qin Feng wished to avoid any unforeseen variables during his development, and Qin Xiaoyou was that very variable. In summary, no matter her circumstances, he simply hoped she would not appear before him. Moreover, making this request would also allow him to gauge Wang Meng's reaction. In this life, Qin Feng was progressing too swiftly and was not entirely clear on the current stance of the authorities. Thus, this would serve as an opportunity for observation. Firefly Town, an initial town within the Jianghai City region, was where Qin Feng stealthily arrived, utilizing his free teleportation for the day. In stark contrast to the bustling Shell Town, Firefly Town was markedly quieter. Although there were many players coming and going within the town, it was not crowded. Some players were hawking their wares in the square, while others, shimmering with white light, appeared in the center of the square. These resurrected players bore expressions of dismay. As Qin Feng wandered around the town, he did not spot Song Fei or Gu Yixue. Just then, he overheard a few recently revived players conversing. Hurry, don't let someone take advantage of us. That silver tier player has less than half health left. Damn it. The players expressed their indignation as they made their way out of the small town. How could anyone compete with Song Fei, who has so many devoted fans? I simply cannot fathom how a mere celebrity can attract such fervent admirers. I am resolute. Today, I shall bring that pretty boy down. Qin Feng, somewhat taken aback, mused, there appears to be a lead. Song Fei is out there garnering silver, accompanied by a throng of infatuated fans. A faint smile graced Qin Feng's lips as he imagined that, had it not been for the shadow's emergence, Qin Xiaoyou might have also joined the ranks of those adoring fans. Song Fei was not a concealed profession. Rather, he ostentatiously chose to be a mage. With the support of his legion of admirers, he rose rapidly in the early stages, but his potential waned by the mid-game, let alone in the later phases. It was rumored that Qin Feng, a global top contender, had once garnered the admiration of Qin Xiaoyou. Nevertheless, in this lifetime, Qin Feng resolved not to allow Song Fei to thrive. He would first eliminate him from the game and then, upon extracting his abilities into reality, execute a direct assassination. At this juncture, Qin Feng stealthily followed the outraged players, departing the town. Maintaining his invisibility, he sought concealed spots to renew his stealth whenever it began to wane. After leaving the town, he ventured into a shadowy forest, ultimately arriving at a foreboding valley, a level 5 monster spawn area known as the Valley of Wailing Souls. Here, the creatures known as Firebearers and Shacklers lurked. The Firebearers were ranged attackers with high fire elemental damage, albeit their attacks were singular in nature, merely launching fireballs. In contrast, the Shacklers engaged in close combat, their limbs shackled, relying solely on their jaws to inflict damage. Both types of monsters bore grotesque features, enough to frighten even the most timid players into tears. As Qin Feng entered the ominous valley, he soon heard the sounds of battle and curses. punctuated by the shouts of several young women, who were vociferously cursing with remarkable vigor. He advanced quietly until he beheld a 3-meter-tall, two-headed fire-bearer in the valley center, spewing blood-red flames in all directions. The two-headed fire-bearer, a silver-tier beast, stood at over 3 meters, engulfed in crimson flames, with eyeless heads and mouths twisted into maniacal grins. It boasted 4 arms, each ablaze, capable of attacking 4 targets simultaneously. Numerous players surrounded it, launching their assaults, even turning on one another in chaotic skirmishes. Amidst the throng, surrounded by a bevy of adoring fans, stood Song Fei, draped in a black robe and wielding a staff, exuding an air of flamboyance. His game, alias Heaven-Defying Mage, was quite juvenile, yet many of his female admirers were utterly captivated. Players attempted to strike him, but were thwarted by the protective circle of his devoted followers. Those devoted sisters, each fearless in the face of death, are willing to sacrifice their very lives to protect their beloved Song Fei. The battlefield is strewn with the corpses of numerous players. Some among them are the sisters, while others sought to attack Song Fei. Meanwhile, Song Fei, alongside his 5 sisters, relentlessly assaults the silver-tier, two-headed pyre beast. Indeed, his entire party consists of 6 mages, including himself. What tanks? What priests? Forgive me, but he has no need for such roles. The sisters encircling him form a natural fortress, protecting him from harm. As for a healer, he is impervious to damage. Why would he require one? Since entering the Forsaken game, Song Fei has but one task: to cast spells, slay monsters, and reap experience and vitality. Although many sisters have perished shielding him from harm, what concern is that of his? Chapter 35, Song Fei. Am I dead? Song Fei himself is quite perplexed. He entered the Forsaken game not too late, having spent an entire night playing with 2 sisters, only to awaken together after breakfast. Moreover, in the Firefly Town, he is surrounded by an abundance of sisters aiding him. Initially, he believed that he would certainly level up swiftly. However, he never anticipated that the Shadow and Shell Town would surpass him in leveling speed. That individual even achieved a first kill on a gold-tier creature. Surely, they must have exploited the gold-tier spawn, right? If slaying a silver tier is this arduous, how could anyone possibly solo a gold tier? Nevertheless, on the whole, Song Fei is rather exhilarated. With dozens of sisters providing protection, he navigates the Forsaken game with unparalleled ease. Although merely an ordinary mage, he ascended to level 6 at an astonishing pace. In Firefly Town, he is the one who illuminated the teleportation array. Once he defeats this silver tier beast, he shall ascend to level 7. The Shadow and Shell Town has reportedly lingered at level 9 for quite some time. Let him rally his efforts to surpass them and become the foremost player in the Forsaken game. With such aspirations, Song Fei is resolute in his determination to bring down the two-headed pyre beast before him. He, along with dozens of sisters, engages in a concerted effort to vanquish it. The surrounding players have also become their targets. Given the current circumstances, it seems inevitable that Song Fei will secure the defeat of the silver-tier creature. However, just as the two-headed pyre beast's health dwindles to a third, an unforeseen turn of events occurs. A figure clad in chilling leather armor appears instantaneously beside Song Fei, who is enveloped by the protective embrace of his sisters. The figure materializes for but a moment before vanishing from the battlefield. In the next heartbeat, 9 blades of light erupt from Song Fei and several of his sisters. 1995, 2052, 2009. Song Fei sees a flurry of damage numbers rise before his vision fades to black. You have been slain by the Shadow. You have lost 1,106 days of lifespan, tradable. You have lost 18 years and 113 days of lifespan, non-tradable. The system notification leaves Song Fei in utter disbelief. Am I dead? His expression is one of incredulity. As the silver-tier opponent's health dwindled to a third, victory seemed imminent when suddenly an ominous shadow emerged. Impossible. How could a shadow manifest in our humble Ember Town? Among the myriad of initial settlements in Zhanghai City, it inexplicably chose to appear here, right before me, and snatched away my chance. Song Fei, with his greasy and effeminate visage, wore an expression of utter bewilderment. Am I dead? How could this be? How could my brother also fall? It is the Shadow, but why would it seek to eliminate us and my brother? Surely, it desires to seize the silver tier. Such villainy, to ambush my brother when he was unprepared. How despicable. I see no need for vengeance. My other sisters will surely avenge him. As the 5 sisters exchanged their thoughts, their gazes brimming with affection for Song Fei, he soon realized that something was amiss. The number of resurrected players in the square was rapidly increasing, and, astonishingly, Most of them were from his sister group. As more and more sisters returned to life, Song Fei found himself in a state of confusion. How could this be? Have you all been slain? This defies logic. It was one thing for the shadow to strike once, but could it truly have dispatched you all with such ease? Song Fei's expression darkened. The sisters who resurrected wore faces of despair, chattering in dismay. Brother Song Fei, we are so useless. But that shadow was too swift. My attacks couldn't even reach it. Yes, it seems to possess an uncanny ability to evade. Many of our strikes, despite landing, were reported as dodged. Even when my ice spike struck the shadow, it only inflicted a mere 2 points of damage. The situation deteriorated rapidly. Soon, not a single member from Song Fei's sister group remained near the silver tier two-headed flame bearer. In the Valley of Weeping, after Qin Feng's stealthy strike had eliminated Song Fei, he did not depart, but instead commenced a slaughter of the hapless sisters, reducing them to tears. Naturally, these sisters possessed a particular talent, verbal retaliation. They hurled insults at the shadow, venting their frustrations. Yet, their only recourse was to indulge in verbal outbursts, for their strength rendered them incapable of even grazing Qin Feng. Even if they managed to land a hit, Qin Feng's 75 evasion rate would mitigate the damage. Most crucially, the defensive prowess of his golden tier ghostly fire armor was beyond their current capabilities to breach. Amidst the assault from dozens of sisters, Qin Feng traversed through them as though they were mere phantoms, dispatching them in mere moments. Surrounding them were some solo players who had initially banded together to compete against Song Fei. However, witnessing this scene, they stood in stunned silence. It is important to note that this group of solo players numbered a dozen or so. Yet, during their confrontation with Song Fei, many had already perished, with some falling 2 or 3 times. Thus, they fully grasped the terrifying, frenzied, and reckless nature of Song Fei's sister group. Yet now, a rogue assassin had emerged, wreaking havoc before their very eyes. Those sisters, one by one, could only succumb to impotent rage, being mercilessly dispatched like lambs to the slaughter amidst defiant curses. Is this not astonishing? Who is this assassin? Could it possibly be the Shadow? Surely, it must be that renowned global conqueror of the Golden Tier. Otherwise, who else could it be? I too ponder this. Yet why would the Shadow arrive in our humble Ember Town? Everyone stepped back, making way for the formidable one. The casual players, with keen insight, retreated with reverence and admiration into the depths of the valley. Soon, only Qin Feng remained at the forefront. Faced with this scenario, Qin Feng executed a stealth maneuver, entering a state of invisibility. Just as the onlookers believed he would quietly depart, he suddenly unleashed a venomous dart, striking one of the heads of the two-headed firebringer with lethal precision. The astonishing scene that unfolded left the surrounding crowd in shock. That dart had struck true, and the health bar above its head was instantaneously depleted. Chapter 36. With anti-stealth and crowd control, what have I to fear from assassins? In an instant, the more than 10 casual players who had retreated stood dumbfounded. What on earth? A single dart, and it was eliminated, with only a third of its health remaining? Surely it could be expected to survive. Do you not realize the absurdity of your own words? Even with a third of its health, a silver tier entity possesses several thousand hit points. To be dispatched in a single blow is hardly reasonable. Is this truly the prowess of the Shadow? Initially, I believe the Great One relied on card mechanics to achieve his golden status, but now it is evident that this is not the case. The damage inflicted is simply astounding. Our skills deal mere dozens, while theirs inflict thousands. Are we playing the same game? Is it as though we are employing League of Legends metrics in a game of King of Glory? The onlookers were all left in awe, their gazes fixed upon the two-headed firebringer as its health bar emptied and it collapsed in a thunderous fall. The carcass of the firebringer blazed with crimson flames, leaving charred marks upon the valley floor. Qin Feng emerged beside the fallen creature, toying with his platinum-grade, ghostly twin blades. Regarding the group of casual players as one would observe prey. Leave quickly. Damn it. The Great One does not intend to slay us, does he? Do not linger. This is life and death. Let us depart. Panic ensued, and the group of over 10 fled the mournful valley, vanishing into the woods with a speed that rivaled flight. They had no choice. In this forsaken game, death meant a loss of lifespan. They dare not take the risk. Although the Shadow had appeared and eliminated Song Fei and others, it did not imply that the Great One would ally with them. From the recent events, it was abundantly clear that should the Shadow wish to eliminate them, it would be as effortless as slaughtering sheep. How could they not flee? Observing the retreating figures, Qin Feng remained unperturbed. He activated the ghostly bell's active effect, Panic. Ding-ling-ling. The eerie chime resonated, capable of immobilizing all enemies within a 100-meter radius. If any targets were in a state of invisibility, they would be ensnared and rendered visible. Fortunately, as the tolling rang out, no one remained nearby. Qin Feng turned and raised his hand toward the corpse of the two-headed firebringer, unleashing the greedy hand. Instantly, 3 additional rewards erupted from the silver tier body, shimmering with silver light and even radiating a faint golden glow. Calmly, Qin Feng gathered all his belongings. At present, a single item would occupy a significant portion of his backpack space. He would need to reach level 10 and depart from the initial town to liberate it. He shook his head. The experience required to ascend from level 9 to 10 was considerable, and despite vanquishing this silver-rank foe, he remained a third of the way from achieving level 10. If only the greedy hand could bestow additional experience, Qin Feng mused. However, such an enhancement would render the effect of the greedy hand excessively remarkable. Nonetheless, the most pivotal gain from this encounter was the 16 evolution points. Qin Feng accessed the skill interface and proceeded to evolve his graceful liberation. You have consumed 10 evolution points, leaving you with 9. Graceful Liberation, Epic Level Legend Passive Effect. Weakness Attack Correction 100 to 200, Weakness Attack Multiplier doubled. Active use. The next attack inflicts a throat-cutting effect, dealing 100 to 150 damage per second for 3 seconds. Cooldown, 30, 222 seconds, reduced to 25, 185 seconds. The correction for critical hits had increased by 100, reaching a total of 200. This effectively magnified the target's weaknesses twofold. Was it not true that all enemies before him now appeared as large targets? If it could be amplified further, his Shadow Slash could exploit weakness damage. Qin Feng gasped. Although the weakness attack multiplier had not increased, the throat-cutting damage had significantly risen, and the cooldown had decreased from 30 to 25 seconds. Originally dealing an additional 3 times damage, it now escalated to an extraordinary 45 times. He could truly eliminate golden-level foes in an instant. Qin Feng could not help but marvel at this skill. It was indeed the hallmark of an assassin. This ability propelled his damage to an entirely new echelon. Evolving an initial epic skill to legendary status was exhilarating. Yet, transitioning from legendary to mythical would astonishingly require a 100-fold increase in evolution points. The second evolution of a skill initially demanded 2 points, but from legendary to mythical, it necessitated a staggering 200 points. Qin Feng clicked his tongue. One must admit, evolution points were indeed perpetually insufficient. Following this pattern, the epic greedy hand would require 210 evolution points for its upgrade, and upon reaching legendary status, would demand 3,400 points for evolution. Qin Feng felt the weight of responsibility ahead of him. Fortunately, with the greedy hand at his disposal, once he departed from the initial town, accumulating several hundred evolution points would be relatively manageable. Glancing at his inventory, he noted he still possessed 9 evolution points. Thus, he expended 8 points to enhance his back attack skill. You have consumed 8 evolution points, leaving you with 1. Initial skill, Back Attack Enhancement Golden Platinum. Passive effect, damage increased by 30 to 40 when attacking from behind the target. Having accomplished this, Qin Feng collected all the white life orbs scattered around the area. In total, he acquired over 1,400 days of tradable life, in addition to an astonishing surplus of several decades of non-tradable life. After Qin Feng had tidied the battlefield, he once again entered a state of invisibility and departed from the Morning Valley. At that moment, one of his subordinate sisters, a skilled archer, approached Song Fei with eager anticipation, exclaiming, "Brother Song Fei, my skill, Eagle Eye, allows me to detect those who are invisible." Another sister, wielding a staff, volunteered, "Brother Song Fei, I have learned an area control skill, Ice, Wind, Snow. Even that shadow cannot escape." Song Fei laughed heartily. "Well then, let us go and eliminate the shadow. With the ability to counter invisibility and area control skills, what do I have to fear from an assassin? With their numbers, they could first detect the foe, then restrain him. Each of them could unleash a skill, overwhelming their opponent." Several sisters nearby began to jest. "That shadow relies on its assassin's abilities to launch sneak attacks without honor. Daring to harm our brother must come with consequences. Indeed, once we control the shadow, let our brother finish him off, teaching him the fate of provoking us." These sisters, each calling him brother, would surely make Qin Feng retch if he were to hear them. Soon, Song Fei and his entourage of sisters marched confidently towards the Morning Valley once more. Chapter 37, The Death Notification. Song Fei questions his existence. With his band of sisters, Song Fei advanced with great momentum. Many players in the vicinity, witnessing the spectacle, distanced themselves. What is this little star up to now? What? With so many sisters to protect him, how could he be killed? After all, he is up against a shadow, wouldn't you agree? Incredible. That shadow is audacious. Yet, it seems these women are not quite sane. Many players were taken aback upon hearing the news. Some, observing the composition of Song Fei's team, shook their heads in dismay. That shadow is doomed. I see a hunter in Song Fei's team capable of countering invisibility. Indeed, the last time I attempted to ambush while invisible, that female hunter's eagle eye spotted me. If the shadow's invisibility proves ineffective, it would be nothing more than a fragile assassin. Moreover, their mage possesses numerous control skills, sealing the shadow's fate. Many expressed regret, yet they kept their distance, eager to witness how this unfolding drama would conclude. Song Fei, accompanied by his sisters, was swelling with confidence. Though there were numerous players trailing behind, he paid them no heed. Excellent, he thought with a smirk, with so many witnesses. Once I've vanquished that shadow, people will realize that even the strongest lone wolf is no match, especially when it is an assassin. A fragile little assassin cannot compare to my esteemed mage. Song Fei felt quite satisfied with his profession. Although merely an ordinary mage, he believed that even an ordinary mage surpassed any hidden profession, such as that of an assassin. Little did he know that the Shadows class was indeed one of the assassin's hidden professions. But what of hidden professions? Soon, I shall become your stepping stone. You will claim your first kill on me, and I will be your first kill. Such is the nature of the food chain. The young girl, endowed with the eagle eye skill, has now approached Song Fei, feeling immensely honored. With a proud demeanor, she surveys her surroundings. Just moments ago, when Song Fei was slain, her eagle eye skill had just concluded, and she had exhausted her mana. This left her feeling quite remorseful. My mana should have been devoted to maintaining the eagle eye state. Song Fei Gidge has perished once, all because of me. Oh, how I lament. The girl is filled with self-reproach, yet she feels a surge of pride for being able to assist Song Fei. She yearns to press herself against him. However, this sister is not particularly attractive, and Song Fei does not harbor much interest in her, viewing her merely as a tool. After all, the lifespans she has accrued through her efforts are unconditionally offered to him. How delightful is that? As their group advances toward the Valley of Mourning, a fierce presence looms. Are they seeking vengeance upon me? Qin Feng chuckles. At this moment, he stands beside the haughty Song Fei, refraining from direct confrontation. Instead, he gently pats Song Fei on the shoulder. Who? Such a gesture does not constitute an attack, thus preserving his stealth. Upon hearing the man's voice, Song Fei instantly realizes it is the shadow. Protect me, protect me. Song Fei is utterly terrified. Yet, before the others can react, Qin Feng swiftly darts through the crowd. And in an instant, the blade of his shadow blossoms upon Song Fei and the several young women beside him. 2,218, 2,275, 2,197. With a single strike, Qin Feng once again dispatches Song Fei. Although Song Fei managed to cast a magical shield in time, its capacity to withstand damage was merely 300 to 500 points, which was shattered in an instant by Qin Feng's blade. Moreover, Song Fei keenly observes that, compared to their last encounter at the silver level, Qin Feng's damage has inexplicably increased. What on earth? He feels bewildered, his face paling as if afflicted by a sudden ailment. Having died twice in quick succession, the approximately 2,000 days of tradable lifespan he had accumulated now dwindles to a mere 500 days. These were all amassed through the efforts of his sisters. And now they have dissipated, undoubtedly benefiting the shadow. How could this be? Did you not activate your eagle eye? Did you not see him approach? Song Fei's eyes widen as he turns to the archer girl beside him, who is equally bewildered. In a panicked voice, she exclaims, I did activate the eagle eye, yet there was no one in sight. I scanned my surroundings, but not a single silhouette was visible. This girl is now both terrified and distressed. She is distressed because of her oversight. While she cannot pinpoint where she went wrong, she has once again caused the demise of her beloved Song Fei Gidge, and she is frightened that her repeated mistakes may lead to her being cast aside by him. However, Song Fei does not express any blame toward this sister. After all, the individual who has achieved such prominence must possess remarkable qualities. It is evident that he does not resort to violence against his fans. He began to ponder the reasons behind this. Why is it that even his keenest perception fails to detect the shadow? Unable to contain his curiosity, he posed a question in the team channel. Soon, a member of the team, a young lady randomly assigned the assassin class, timidly suggested, I noticed that my attribute panel mentions a level of stealth. Could it be that the shadow possesses a higher level of invisibility? This prompted the archer girl to nod in agreement, saying, "Indeed, I have that as well. My eagle eye skill has an anti-stealth level of 1, which allows me to see only targets with a stealth of the same level. If the opponent's stealth level is 2 or above, I cannot perceive them at all." This revelation was a breakthrough. Song Fei realized he had provoked a fearsome entity with a stealth level of 2. A chill ran down his spine. This individual could appear and disappear without a trace. If they intended to kill him, how could he possibly defend himself? Song Fei's heart sank. Initially contemplating a confrontation with the shadow, he was now entirely dissuaded by the knowledge of the shadow's superior stealth level. It was simply impossible to catch them. The instant they appeared, his demise would be inevitable. They could even casually tap his shoulder to deliver a death notification. The weight of this pressure was overwhelming. Chapter 38. The White Bird Priestess, gouged. Qin Feng once again eliminated Song Fei. This fellow possessed an astonishing amount of lifespan. Qin Feng calculated. From his first defeat of Song Fei, he had garnered over 1,000 days of lifespan. From the second defeat, he obtained over 500 days. This indicated that Song Fei originally had more than 2,000 days of lifespan. However, why did none of the surrounding girls possess any lifespan? Had they all willingly given their time to Song Fei? Qin Feng found himself at a loss for words. Did these women truly believe that this Forsaken game was merely a game? Of course, even if the lifespan were genuine, Qin Feng suspected that these young ladies would still willingly bestow their lifespan upon Song Fei. If it were not for their inherently non-transferable lifespan, they would likely have sacrificed even their own time. The fervor of blind fans was indeed alarming. Qin Feng shook his head, observing the scattered orbs of lifespan, which amounted to several hundred years of non-transferable time. He lamented that he could not claim them, leaving them to the nearby monsters instead. He had not even seen the girl squad. Had they ventured to another town? Or had they logged off? Soon, while concealed in the town, he gathered information and learned that Song Fei had taken the girls to another direction for leveling up. Although he was aware of their departure's direction, he remained oblivious to their destination, which posed a dilemma for Qin Feng. In such circumstances, even with his speed, locating Song Fei in the desolate wilderness would not be an easy feat. Just then, he spotted a familiar figure. It was a young girl clad in a white priestess robe, who walked past him with a white owl-like bird perched on her shoulder. This young lady was gouged. She was, in fact, one of the core managers of the God-slaying guild that Qin Feng had established in his previous life. Qin Feng was already immensely familiar with gouged. In this lifetime, the other party clearly did not recognize him. However, the priestess Shiratori possessed extensive detection abilities. Qin Feng decided to enlist her assistance, taking the opportunity to become acquainted in this life. After a brief moment of contemplation, he appeared before gouged. Her in-game name was Snowy Day. Qin Feng interjected, "Excuse me, fair maiden, could you lend me a hand?" Gouged, with her porcelain skin and innocent beauty, particularly her pair of clear and sparkling eyes, exuded an aura of pure desire. Her figure was enveloped in a white priest's robe, making it difficult to discern her true form. Are you the shadow?" Upon recognizing the man before her, gouged's lips parted in surprise. It then dawned on Qin Feng that he was perhaps too renowned in this life. The title Shadow had become known to countless players globally. Thus, it was not surprising that gouged could instantly identify him. Indeed, Qin Feng nodded, opting for brevity. "I have heard that your profession allows for extensive target searching. Could you locate Song Fei for me? In return, I will be willing to part with this golden grade staff at a discounted price." As he spoke, he revealed the golden grade priest staff that had previously dropped from the Golden Ghost ship. Originally, it was intended for Wang Meng's team, but with Qin Xiaoyou now taking the role of the priest, it was only fitting to offer it to gouged. Gouged's eyes sparkled at the sight of the golden grade staff. "That is fantastic. But wait, how did you hear that I could conduct extensive searches? I haven't mentioned it to anyone." Qin Feng shook his head. "That's not your concern. Do you desire this golden grade weapon or not?" Gouged nodded repeatedly. Yes. But I might not be able to afford it." Qin Feng replied, 500 days of lifespan is hardly too much, considering its original price is at least 700 to 800. Gouged tilted her head. "Oh, then that works perfectly. Shall we finalize the deal?" "Agreed. Now, please find Song Fei's location." Gouged chuckled, opening the trade interface and offering her entire 500 days of lifespan. As a priest, albeit a hidden class, she had faced considerable challenges while soloing. Fortunately, her personal skills and understanding of the game were exceptional, which was why she had become a core combat member of the God-slaying guild later on. This young lady was certainly more than just a support role. Simply put, her healing was lethal. As she grasped the golden grade staff, a goofy smile spread across her face. "Now to business." Qin Feng waved his hand in front of her. "Oh." The girl, as if awakening from a dream, showed no signs of embarrassment and giggled. Aren't you afraid I might take the staff and run? Qin Feng smiled. What? Are you a fan of Song Fei? Gu narrowed her eyes playfully. Do you even know that I'm a fan of Song Fei? You wouldn't happen to be a friend of mine in real life, would you? But your voice doesn't sound like it. Qin Feng shrugged, nonchalantly. Guess. Gu shook her head. I'm too lazy to guess. Off you go. She waved her hand, sending the white owl perched on her shoulder soaring into the sky. Then her eyes transformed into a brilliant white, signaling to Qin Feng that she had shifted her perspective to that of her white bird. The bird soared gracefully through the sky, encompassing a vast area of approximately 10 kilometers around the quaint firefly town. Meanwhile, Song Fei, accompanied by numerous sisters, had a clear objective. Soon enough, Gu obtained the coordinates of their location and relayed them to Qin Feng. After sharing the coordinates, Gu continued. I cannot guarantee they will remain stationary. They might relocate by the time you arrive. Qin Feng contemplated for a moment and replied, add me as a friend and keep an eye on them, updating me with their latest whereabouts. Gu exclaimed, huh? You want me to monitor them continuously? For how long? If it takes too long. She appeared somewhat apprehensive. What if he expected her to watch for an entire day and night? It's just for a little while, Qin Feng retorted, uninterested in further explanation. As he sent a friend request and turned to head towards the outskirts of the town, where Song Fei and the others were located, instantly entering a state of invisibility. Only then did Gu feel reassured. Just a little while, then that's manageable. With a sense of joy while holding her weapon, she chuckled foolishly, accepted Qin Feng's friend request, and resumed her watch over Song Fei and the others from the perspective of the white bird. Indeed, Song Fei and his group were continuously on the move. He led his sister squad along a desolate riverbank, advancing steadily. Along the way, they effortlessly dispatched numerous monsters, as if effortlessly uprooting weeds. Song Fei mused, I bear no grudge against that shadow. After it stole my silver-level item and killed me twice, that should suffice, right? It shouldn't pursue me all the way here. He believed there was no animosity between him and the shadow. It seemed unlikely. Chapter 39, Emerald-level skill, Blooming Curse. Was Song Fei's fortune about to change? With his sister fan club, Song Fei continued to cleanse the area of monsters along the riverbank. Many monsters, upon seeing such a formidable group, attempted to flee. However, Song Fei and his sisters, having increased their agility, moved swiftly, overwhelming the monsters before they could escape. While Song Fei reveled in his victories, he remained oblivious to the fact that the shadow was rapidly approaching his location. Following Gu Ishue's guidance, Qin Feng made his way to the riverbank where Song Fei was situated. Along the way, he dealt with any monsters he encountered, though their low levels yielded minimal experience. Just as he arrived before a large tree, he suddenly halted. Hey, where you now, big shot? Gu Ishue inquired through private chat. Having been monitoring Song Fei, but unable to see Qin Feng's position due to his invisibility. Can you check if there are any other trees like this nearby? Qin Feng gestured towards a grand tree before him. Wait, what? I thought we were looking for Song Fei, not trees. Gu Ishue was momentarily confused. Nevertheless, it was not a difficult task for her. About 20 seconds later, she sent a message with her findings. Nearby, 2 other similar towering trees stood within 100 meters of Qin Feng. He meandered around these 3 grand trees and soon discovered some peculiar symbols etched into their trunks. Gu Ishue, filled with curiosity, inquired about the nature of these symbols. Qin Feng, with a playful demeanor, responded, what do you think? He extended his hand, tracing a circle around one of the symbols on one of the trees. Subsequently, he approached the other 2 trees, uncovering 2 distinct symbols and tracing them as well. As his fingertips glided over these unique markings, they began to illuminate. Once all 3 trees glowed with their respective symbols, a faint emerald-hued treasure chest materialized amidst them. Gu Ishue's eyes sparkled with wonder. Wow. Ignoring her awe, Qin Feng stood before the ethereal treasure chest, awaiting its solidification. Unexpectedly encountering a divine blessing in a novice village brought a smile to his face. Such blessings could manifest anywhere within forsaken lands of the deities, often represented by bizarre symbols. As observed now, the variety of symbols on the 3 trees amounted to 30 or 40 different types. Illuminating different symbols on each tree yielded diverse effects. Some could summon malevolent creatures, while others might call forth a horde of minions. There are also treasure chests and even unique rewards. Yet, Qin Feng was a reincarnate. In his previous life, he had encountered an abundance of divine blessings over 9 years. Furthermore, many patterns have been discerned by players on online forums during that time. Thus, he effortlessly combined the symbols to achieve the optimal reward, an emerald-grade treasure chest, If one were to rely solely on luck, the probability of obtaining an emerald gray treasure chest would be less than 1 in 1,000. Open. As the emerald chest materialized, Qin Feng reached out to unseal it. This scene elicited a reddening of Gu Yishu's eyes, who observed from above, exclaiming, "An emerald gray treasure chest. This is incredible. Such a chest must possess a lifespan of at least 1,000 days, which translates to millions. Given the current circumstances, many in the outside world were already seeking to purchase lifespans. Based on Qin Feng's recollections, the tradable lifespan on the first day typically had a ratio of 1 to 10,000 or 20,000. This meant that one day of tradable lifespan could be sold for cash, ranging from 10,000 to 20,000. However, these were initial rates. By the second day, the ratio had already escalated to 1 to 50,000 or more, continuously rising until cash lost its purchasing power globally. This was why the authorities wielded such power. In the early stages of the Forsaken game, governments worldwide had amassed substantial amounts of tradable lifespan. If one were to consider purchasing lifespan with cash, the authorities could print money infinitely. Who could compete with that? I must quickly take note, Gu Yishu thought, her heart racing as she fixed her gaze on the 3 trees, determined to memorize their appearance. She resolved to leverage her scouting skills to search the wilderness further. However, divine blessings appeared at varied locations each time, with symbols that were perpetually different, comprising thousands of permutations. If it were up to Gu Yishu alone, could she ever find an emerald treasure chest? Qin Feng could hardly believe that this girl possessed such extraordinary luck. To open a golden treasure chest was already exceedingly rare, and the likelihood was that it would yield nothing but a multitude of magical creatures, resulting in an arduous battle with scant rewards. However, as Qin Feng opened the emerald chest, he reached in and was greeted by a system notification. You have opened an emerald-level treasure chest. You have acquired the emerald-level skill book, Blooming Curse. At the moment he heard the system notification, Qin Feng was momentarily bewildered. Blooming Curse? What sort of skill is this? In his previous life, spanning 9 years, he had never encountered a skill by that name. He gazed at the skill book in his hand, which emanated a faint emerald glow. The cover depicted an eerie, blood-red flower adorned with bizarre patterns resembling a sinister smile. Upon inspecting the skill, he read, Blooming Curse, Emerald-Level Universal Skill Book. When used on a player's corpse within 15 seconds of their demise, it will cause cursed flowers to grow from the enemy's body. These cursed flowers will continuously drain the target's transferable lifespan until it reaches 0. No cooldown time. After perusing the skill description, Qin Feng could not help but gasp in astonishment. This skill was utterly monstrous. It could be employed on a player's corpse after they had been slain, incessantly siphoning away the target's transferable lifespan. Of course, Qin Feng understood that the cursed flowers would undoubtedly have health points, meaning they could be destroyed. However, as long as he eliminated everyone around, there would be no one left to eradicate those flowers. A prosperous future awaited Song Fei. A subtle smile crept across Qin Feng's lips as he promptly learned the Blooming Curse skill. Typically, when a player was killed, they would drop half of their transferable lifespan. Yet, with this skill, every time Qin Feng vanquished an opponent, he could extract all of their transferable lifespan. He merely needed to guard the enemy's corpse and allow the cursed flowers to completely absorb their transferable lifespan. One could only imagine how this skill would become a nightmare for countless enemies. Chapter 40. Song Fei's defense crumbles. Shadow, are you insane? If that is indeed the effect, then it rings a bell. In my previous life, someone had indeed acquired this skill, though I was unaware of its name. So, this is what it's called. After learning the skill, Qin Feng once again entered a state of invisibility. Meanwhile, Gu Yishu, though envious, remained vigilant, keeping a watchful eye on Song Fei and his group of sisters. Upon obtaining the Blooming Curse skill, Qin Feng continued his swift dash towards the riverbank where Song Fei was situated. His speed was remarkable. Now, he could cover 100 meters in just about 3 seconds, the distance between him and Song Fei diminishing rapidly. At that moment, Song Fei was engaged in combat with a level 7 bronze-class corrosive claw. Just as he prepared to deliver the final blow, a voice suddenly echoed in his ear. Just to inform you, you are about to die. What the hell? In an instant, a deadly poison dart hurtled through the air, striking the back of his head. 2115, Weakness Attack. Due to Qin Feng's venomous dart skill currently being at the silver level, its damage appears inferior to the epic level Shadow Slash. However, it suffices to deal with Song Fei. This fragile little mage does not possess more than 1,000 health points. Moreover, Qin Feng's venomous darts inflict continuous poison damage. Even if Song Fei had 5 times the health, he would still be unable to withstand Qin Feng's assault. What is wrong with you? Song Fei felt a dark veil descend before his eyes, plunging him into a state of near madness. He had been pondering whether the shadow would come to eliminate him. He sensed that, with no grievances or enmities between them, it was unreasonable for the shadow to fixate on him. Yet once again, he was indeed vanquished by the shadow. This led him to conclude that the shadow bore some deep-seated obsession. Why did it persistently target him? Was it because of his sister? Was it jealousy of him? Song Fei felt himself unraveling. He finally recognized that the shadow was intent on his demise. He even suspected that this entity had come to Firefly Town solely because of him. While he outwardly had not offended the shadow, he understood the allure of his charm. Through 2.5 years of practice, he had amassed a legion of devoted female fans. Is the woman you desire one of my admirers? What does that have to do with me? Song Fei could not help but think, feeling a sense of despair wash over him. In the real world, he would not fear such occurrences, as the laws of the Great Xia would offer protection. However, within the forsaken realm of the game, the laws of Great Xia hold no sway over anyone. It dawned on him that the shadow was merely a failed suitor, unable to attract women. And blaming him for it? With a cold chuckle, Song Fei's disdain for the shadow grew. Yet, regardless of his thoughts, his tradable lifespan diminished by half once more. Originally 2,000 days, after dying twice he was left with over 500 days. This time, however, the surrounding admirers granted him an additional 300 days, bringing his total to 800 days of tradable lifespan. However, Song Fei soon realized that his tradable lifespan seemed to be in disarray. Initially, at 860 days. Losing half should have left him with 430 days. But now, why was it under 400 days? And still decreasing? Song Fei was bewildered. He watched helplessly as his tradable lifespan plummeted from 390 days to 380 days, then to 370 days, and continued to fall. Was there a penalty for dying too often? Amidst the chaos, voices called out in panic, "Brother, brother, it's bad." The shadow cast a spell, and a blood-red flower has appeared on your corpse, seemingly absorbing something from you. Hearing this, Song Fei gasped in horror. A flower is growing on my corpse. Is it siphoning my lifespan? He collapsed under the weight of despair. At the scene of Song Fei's demise, by the riverbank, Qin Feng appeared alone. Song Fei and the 30 female admirers around him had all become lifeless corpses, having slain so many at once. The negative status of Slayer stacked to 4 layers on Qin Feng. At 4 layers of Slayer, the death penalty resulted in a loss of 96,875 current lifespan. It was akin to a complete loss. This was undoubtedly a disheartening state for other players. Yet, for Qin Feng, it was of little consequence. After all, he possessed the Ghost Fire Bell, which ensured that upon his demise, he would not forfeit any of his lifespan, completely negating the detrimental effects of the Slayer. By the riverbank, the ground was strewn with corpses. Each body had blossomed with a crimson flower. The vitality of these flowers appeared to correlate with the level of the deceased. The flower atop Song Fei's corpse boasted 3,600 health points, corresponding to his level of 6. The flowers on the bodies of other women displayed 1,600 health for level 4 and 2,500 health for level 5, seemingly proportional to the square of their respective levels. At present, it posed a considerable challenge for other players to destroy these flowers. However, as each player's damage potential escalated in the future, obliterating the flowers would become a relatively straightforward task. Thus, the Emerald Tier skill, Blooming Curse, was not as invincible as it initially seemed. Nevertheless, the point remained. As long as Qin Feng eliminated all opponents, there would be no one capable of destroying these blood-red blossoms. Over 30 crimson flowers collectively siphoned the tradable lifespans of these players, leaving Qin Feng somewhat astonished. An additional 1,000 days of lifespan had been accrued. These individuals had indeed slain a significant number of monsters. This scene was similarly witnessed by Gu Ishiwa. She switched to her white bird perspective, gazing down from above, taking in the entirety of the spectacle. Wow, wow, wow. Is this the power of the shadow? One individual annihilated an entire team led by Song Fei. The opposing side stood utterly defenseless. Observing this scene, Gu Ishiwa appeared somewhat apprehensive. Her delicate form beneath the white robe involuntarily trembled. This formidable figure was truly remarkable. How unfortunate for Song Fei to have provoked him. Damn it, I'm logging off. Meanwhile, Song Fei had intended to push through and reach level 10, surpassing the shadow. Instead, he was consecutively defeated 3 times by the shadow. Although death in the game does not result in a loss of level, he had lost all of his tradable lifespan. Even his non-tradable lifespan was dwindling. Should he be slain again, his very existence would be at stake. Song Fei realized the severity of the situation. Chapter 41. The sisters were stunned. Would losing lifespan truly mean death? In fact, Song Fei had another option, to teleport to another town to farm monsters, thus evading Qin Feng's grasp. However, he could not bear the humiliation. After 2.5 years of diligent practice, how could he allow himself to be bullied in a game? Soon, they would be fully armed, their combat prowess significantly enhanced, and they would confront him once more. After sharing his thoughts with his admiring sisters, Song Fei logged off within the Glowfire town. Upon hearing his words, the dozens of sisters surrounding him also logged off together. As they exited, they felt a mixture of pain and joy. The joy stemmed from having had such close contact with their idol, Song Fei. The pain arose from having been sanctioned alongside their idol in the Forsaken game, mercilessly slaughtered by the Shadow. Oh my, how fortunate I am to be so close to Brother Song Fei in the game. Sob. The way Brother Song Fei unleashes his skills is simply stunning. Although it is merely a game, being able to follow Brother Song Fei is truly marvelous. Everything was idyllic until that Shadow emerged, attacking like a rabid dog. That Shadow is utterly deranged. It must be envious of Brother. No matter. It seems that cash can be exchanged for lifespan. Let us pool our resources to buy some for Brother. At this moment, most of these fervent fans of Song Fei remain oblivious to the true implications of lifespan within the game. After all, they have been by Song Fei's side since entering the game and have not been informed of the real-world confirmations released by various national authorities regarding lifespan. It is precisely for this reason that they recklessly offer their lifespans to Song Fei, even expressing no grievances when they are killed repeatedly. Both the tradable and non-tradable lifespans are genuine. Once lifespan reaches 0, players will perish in reality. Upon receiving this information, these sisters were struck as if by a thunderbolt. How could this be? Isn't this just a game? We have been killed by that Shadow 3 times, and our tradable lifespan is now 0. Our non-tradable lifespans are dwindling to mere years. I originally had over 70 years of life, and now I am left with just over a year. How can this be? How could dying 3 times result in such a loss? I have eliminated numerous other players and hold a status of killer. Dying once equates to losing 2 lifespans, sob. Oh dear, I am left with only 2 years of life. Is this lifespan truly real? I refuse to believe it. Many of these sisters immediately began to feel regret. They had thought this was merely a game, so they gave everything to Song Fei, assisted him in every way, even sacrificing themselves to shield him from arrows. However, the outcome is that the game of the Forsaken Gods is indeed real. When lifespan reaches 0, death follows, even while defending Song Fei from monsters. Many of the sister fans fell victim to the onslaught. Some even eliminated numerous other players for Song Fei, only to find that after being killed 3 times by Qin Feng, their non-tradable lifespans were reduced to merely 1 or 2 years. Does this not imply that we only have 1 or 2 years left to live? These sisters were instantly rendered speechless. The majority of them felt a pang of regret. Of course, there were also those who had already become obsessed, believing that as long as they could be near Song Fei, even if they could only live 1 or 2 more years, it would be worth it. Meanwhile, Song Fei himself began to voraciously acquire lifespans. Bye. The price for tradable lifespans is over 10,000 a day. Purchase for me. My current assets amount to just over 100 million. Darn it. The rest of my money has been taken by the agency. Never mind. 100 million will suffice. I will first buy several thousand days of tradable lifespans. Stock up on equipment and skill books. And I refuse to believe that Shadow can kill me again. Once Song Fei chose to log off, Qin Feng could indeed no longer harm him within the game. Gouged nervously nodded. Alright. She clearly appeared a bit apprehensive. Ever since witnessing the harrowing scene of the Shadow massacre involving Song Fei and that group of girls, Gouged has been haunted by a lingering psychological shadow. The sight of lifeless bodies strewn across the ground, adorned with crimson blossoms, sent chills down her spine. Do you desire this golden-level skill from the priest class? Qin Feng inquired, producing a tome of skills. This particular book contained the priest's offensive skill, Sword of Divine Judgment. Although it was a single target attack, its damage was commendable, making it one of the few offensive abilities available to priests. Upon seeing the skill book, Gouged's beautiful eyes sparkled with excitement. I want it, she exclaimed. Qin Feng replied directly, it will cost you 500 years of lifespan. The young beauty was momentarily taken aback. Fidgeting with her small hands, she shyly asked, Great one, is it possible to purchase it on credit? After a moment as contemplation, Qin Feng responded, if you agree to one condition. I can offer you this skill book at half price. Gouged eyed him warily and took a step back. Just to clarify, I want to be selling myself. Qin Feng pondered her thoughts, amused. After some explanation, Gu Yixue realized that this formidable individual wished for her to join his friend's team. The friends he referred to were none other than Wang Meng and Lin Liu. To extricate Qin Xiaoyou from the team, Qin Feng needed to recruit a powerful priest player. And Gu Yixue fit the bill perfectly. Tilting her head thoughtfully, the young beauty finally acquiesced. All right, but if they turn out to be subpar, I will be compelled to lodge a complaint with you. Qin Feng chuckled. They're competent enough. If Wang Meng were to overhear this, he might very well be rendered speechless. Among ordinary players, their team was considered top tier, yet to Qin Feng, they were merely adequate. After reaching an agreement with Gu Yixue, Qin Feng began to contact Wang Meng. Wang Meng, I have someone for you, a hidden-class white-bird priest with commendable strength. Would your team be interested? Qin Feng initially anticipated that Wang Meng might hesitate, but to his surprise, Wang Meng replied, Brother, if you say she is capable, then she must be exceptional. Since you've brought it up, of course, we'd be happy to have her. Qin Feng was taken aback by how smoothly this was unfolding. He continued privately, Great. She is currently at Firefly Town, where there are few players hunting monsters. You might want to come over. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng gestured to Gu Yixue, and they stepped aside to await their arrival at Beak Town. When Wang Meng received Qin Feng's private message, the frown that had been etched on his brow finally relaxed. In truth, even without Qin Feng's intervention, Wang Meng had already been contemplating a change. This was due to the fact that Qin Xiaoyou was simply too inept. As a priest, her role should primarily involve applying buffs and maintaining the team's health. However, Qin Xiaoyou consistently fumbled with her healing spells, often leading the entire team into peril during critical moments. In the unforgiving realm of the game, no skill was guaranteed to lock onto its target, including healing abilities. At times, while Wang Meng was deftly maneuvering to evade monstrous attacks, Qin Xiaoyou would miscast her healing spells, endangering the whole team. Such circumstances had become unbearable for Wang Meng. Just as he was planning to switch maps and players, Qin Feng approached him. It is important to note that Wang Meng has received the official endorsement from the leadership. He has been amenable to all the requirements put forth by Shadow, striving to cultivate a positive relationship with them. Is this not an opportunity to curry favor? Little you, the population in Bake Shell Town has become overwhelming. After careful consideration, Wang Meng articulated, we need to find a different location to level up. You must have exhausted your free teleportation opportunities since you arrived from another town, correct? Qin Xiaoyou paused momentarily upon hearing this. Yes. She felt a glimmer of joy, initially believing that Wang Meng intended to compensate her with an additional 100 days of life for her second teleportation. However, Wang Meng continued, the town we are heading to has our colleagues, and we will conveniently form a party of 6. This left Qin Xiaoyou somewhat bewildered. Oh, I see. She felt a pang of disappointment, as it seemed he was subtly urging her to withdraw. This was rather unfortunate, as since entering the game, she had joined numerous parties, none as formidable as Wang Meng's. Within his team, she could merely float along and still gain experience in life. Wang Meng concluded politely, since you're on my friends list, feel free to reach out if you need anything. All right, thank you, Brother Wang. Qin Xiaoyou sighed in relief. His words rekindled her spirits, and now her thoughts revolved around using her connection with Wang Meng to forge a relationship with Shadow. Little did she know, Wang Meng's statement was merely a courtesy. He and Qin Xiaoyou were not particularly close. Once they parted ways, who would still be concerned for her? He might assist with trivial matters, but any task requiring time was far beyond his capacity. In reality, Wang Meng's ability to endure discomfort while accompanying Qin Xiaoyou for so long was already quite commendable. Once he had successfully dissuaded her, Wang Meng engaged in a private conversation with Qin Feng to confirm the town and location. Accompanied by the remaining 3 teammates, they teleported to Firefly Town. Qin Feng and Gu Yixue awaited Wang Meng and his 3 companions. Besides Lin Liu, there was a young archer with sharp eyes and a middle-aged man, a card master of a hidden profession. This hidden profession, a magic-based damage dealer, could not wield a staff or learn conventional magical skills, making it rather unique. Upon seeing Qin Feng, Wang Meng immediately initiated a trade, providing him with 800 days of life. With a wry smile, he remarked, I still owe you 500 days of life. Our captain and will deliver it shortly. Life in this game is truly hard to come by. Captain? Qin Feng mused, though he did not dwell on it. He accepted the 800 days of life and drew Gu Yixue closer. This is Shuetian. He is Wang Meng. You two should introduce yourselves. At that moment, a striking figure emerged from the teleportation room beneath the plaza, dressed in silver-white light armor that accentuated her sleek silhouette, with a long sword at her waist and her long hair flowing. She possessed elegantly long legs and a notably voluptuous figure, She appeared somewhat excited and expectant. It was none other than Yu, the beautiful police officer who had seemed somewhat naive during her previous meeting with Wang Meng. She, along with Wang Meng, was responsible for liaising with Shadow. As she sprinted towards him, a sensation akin to surging waves enveloped Qin Feng, who was taken aback by a mere glance. Could it truly be Yu? The Soul Hidden class, Dragon Swordsman, was once among the top 20 elite players globally in his previous life, and also one of the pillars of the Great Xia's official force. However, he recalled that in his previous life, this woman was not on the same team as Wang Meng. Qin Feng was momentarily stunned, yet that graceful and enchanting figure had already arrived before him. Shadow Overlord, what an honor to meet you. I am Yu, and I hold you in great admiration. With a face full of reverence, and Yu extended her hand. Qin Feng could not help but feel a sense of wonder. This was the first time he had encountered a player from his past life who surpassed him in rank, a formidable force within the Forsaken game. Reflecting on his previous life, and Yu, the Dragon Swordsman under the codename of Justice Execution, was a nightmare for many foreign adversaries. Even in a one-on-one confrontation, Qin Feng would have been at a disadvantage, for he had merely been an ordinary warrior, while Yu wielded the unique hidden class of Dragon Swordsman, equivalent to his current Shadow class. Now, witnessing Yu's adoring demeanor, Qin Feng felt a twinge of discomfort. However, considering that Yu was currently only a level 5 Kalami, he soon found solace in the thought. In this life, Qin Feng's growth rate was extraordinarily advanced. Not only did he possess a unique hidden class, but he also harbored an unprecedented primal talent, leaving even someone of Yu's caliber trailing far behind. Greetings, Qin Feng said, maintaining his composure, and shook her hand. Shadow Overlord, your growth rate is astonishing. And Yu chuckled softly, her beautiful face radiant with admiration. I was just pondering, could you be a time traveler or perhaps a reincarnator? She teased. A hint of a smile danced upon Qin Feng's features, obscured by his black veil. Time traveler? Reincarnator? And Yu's imagination was indeed vivid, yet she could never fathom that he embodied both concepts. At that moment, and Yu reached out her hand once more. Let us transact, Overlord. Wang Meng still owes you 500 days of lifespan, which I possess. Qin Feng nodded. Clearly, and Yu had already represented the Jianghai city authorities and acquired a substantial amount of tradable lifespan. Her hidden class, Dragon Swordsman, endowed her with formidable survival capabilities. Entrusting lifespan to her would undoubtedly instill confidence in the authorities. Agreed. Qin Feng nodded. Soon, he received 500 days of lifespan from Yu. She gazed at him, blinking playfully. If you have any gear, feel free to sell it to us. We desire everything. Furthermore, all the lifespan from the Jianghai city authorities is with me. Surely you wouldn't harm me, right? This seemingly naive girl was in fact quite astute. Her words were clearly a test of Qin Feng. Should he succumb to temptation and strike her down, it would undoubtedly affect how the authorities would regard him in the future. Chapter 43. The World's First Level 10. The assassination plan commences. In this life, while Qin Feng need not fear the authorities, he had no reason to foster enmity. After all, the gear and skill books he obtained from monster hunting needed to be swiftly sold in cooperation with the officials. Establishing a long-term collaboration surpasses the fleeting gains of a single transaction by far. Moreover, who knows how much lifespan this woman possesses? If the outcome of this endeavor yields only a few days of life, would that not result in a significant loss? Thus, Qin Feng nodded thoughtfully, opting to remain silent. After casting Gu Ishue into the opposing team, he turned away to focus on leveling up. He glanced at his experience points, noting he was a third of the way to reaching level 10. Meanwhile, after departing from Wang Meng's team, Qin Xiaoyou logged off momentarily. Thanks to Wang Meng, she found herself in possession of nearly 200 days of transferable lifespan, with the intention of converting it into cash. After all, the current exchange rate allowed for the sale of a single day of life for 150,000 in cash. Naturally, she was intrigued. Heavens, Shadow had slain Brother Song Fei? And 3 times at that. Qin Xiaoyou was utterly bewildered. Once lifespan reaches 0, death ensues. Thus, upon learning that Song Fei had been killed thrice, she felt a piercing pain in her heart. Even if he originally had a century's worth of non-transferable lifespan, after 3 deaths, only a little over 12 years would remain. But why would Shadow target Brother Song Fei? Qin Xiaoyou found herself unable to comprehend. Initially, she stood firmly on Song Fei's side. However, now her heart was ensnared in turmoil. After all, she believed she had a chance to befriend Shadow, the formidable player who had achieved the world's first kill of a gold-tier opponent. Moreover, from the chat in the group, he had managed to kill Song Fei 3 times amidst the onslaught of dozens. His strength was terrifying. Furthermore, how could Song Fei, having only just entered the game, be mingling with so many sisters? Qin Xiaoyou felt a sense of exclusion, leading to a tinge of resentment towards Song Fei. Regardless of her thoughts, her long-standing admiration for him left her emotions in a state of uncertainty. Song Fei or Shadow, whom should she choose? After being dissuaded by Wang Meng and hearing of Song Fei's demise 3 times, Qin Xiaoyou's spirits plummeted. Perhaps it was best to sell her lifespan first. Initially, she intended to reach out to her classmate Zhang Wei, who had previously engaged with the Qian group to sell transferable lifespan at a rate of 150,000 in face-to-face transactions. However, upon seeing a message in Song Fei's fan group, where an administrator was rallying support, she felt compelled to act. Brother Song Fei urgently needed assistance. Sisters in Shanghai City were encouraged to seek him out and sell their transferable lifespan to him at a rate of 110,000. Ladies, here lies an opportunity to both profit and aid our brother. Upon reading this, Qin Xiaoyou could no longer restrain herself. Brother Song Fei was at Dajiang Square? No. She could not idly watch as his lifespan dwindled away. Gritting her teeth, she resolved that even if it meant incurring a loss, she would sell her lifespan to Song Fei. At that moment, Qin Feng was on the cusp of executing his assassination plan. He tirelessly hunted monsters in the high-level monster area of Firefly Town, mere moments away from reaching level 10. Each starting town was an island surrounded by the sea. The town lay at the center of the island, and the closer one ventured to the coast, the higher the levels of the monsters encountered. With the speed and prowess of Qin Feng, he swiftly arrived at the coastline of the island, methodically vanquishing the level 10 monsters along the shore. Among them were the Tidebringers, launching water element spells, the elusive Diggers, adept at burrowing underground, and the crimson armored creatures resembling lobsters. These insignificant foes could not withstand a single skill from Qin Feng, transforming into experience points beneath his command, contributing evolution points and lifespan. Although he encountered no significant resistance, half an hour later, with the aid of his epic skill, Greedy Hand, he had amassed a considerable number of evolution points. Gazing at his attribute panel displaying 13 evolution points, Qin Feng accessed the skill panel and evolved his backstab enhancement skill. You have consumed 13 evolution points, remaining 0. Initial skill, backstab enhancement platinum emerald. Passive effect, damage increased by 40-50 when attacking from behind the target. From an initial 10 damage increase to now a 50 boost, the efficacy of this skill had become increasingly pronounced. Subsequently, with a swift shadow slash, he dispatched 2 crimson armored creatures and finally reached level 10. Congratulations on reaching level 10. Your 4-dimensional attributes have increased by 2. You have gained 5 free attribute points. You have unlocked class promotion. You are the first player to reach level 10 within the Shanghai City area, earning 7 reputation points. You are the first player in the Great Xia Kingdom to achieve level 10, earning 14 reputation points. You are the first player globally to attain level 10, earning 21 reputation points. When there are 7 level 10 players within the Shanghai City area, the teleportation feature to the abandoned continent of the gods will be unlocked as the first player globally to reach level 10, even after spending 3 hours exploring the temple. Qin Feng maintained his leading position. His efficiency in soloing, defeating monsters in mere moments, far surpassed that of others. Outside of Qin Feng, the highest level globally was merely 8. It was reminiscent of the previous life, where it was only by night that the first level 10 player emerged. A player from North America. A subtle smile crept upon Qin Feng's lips. Currently, many players found themselves in dire straits, with numerous teams struggling to defeat even the weakest of monsters, facing catastrophic wipeouts. Few players could level up consistently, let alone efficiently grind for experience. Upon reaching level 10, Qin Feng triggered a server-wide announcement, igniting a flurry of discussions across the globe. Chapter 44, Skill Extraction. Lifespan is in short supply. Indeed, it was Shadow again. He claimed the first kill of the Golden Tier and was the first to reach level 10 worldwide. The Shadow powerhouse was formidable. Moreover, I just heard that he had recently defeated a minor celebrity several times. Is it Song Fei? I saw his Weibo post stating he wanted to acquire lifespan. Hilarious. This fool wouldn't dare seek revenge on the Shadow powerhouse, would he? Song Fei barely managed to reach level 6 with the escort of dozens of sisters. And he dares to compare himself to Shadow? In the Great Xia Kingdom, forums and towns buzzed with players' discussions. In the conflict between Shadow and Song Fei, no one holds any optimism for Song Fei. As for foreign players, they're even more impressed by the codename Shadow. Astonishing. This shadow is actually from the Great Xia? Incredible. Our Sakura Nation's highest level player is only at level 7. I cannot accept this. With our population of 1.5 billion in Tianzhu, is there truly not a single individual who can match Shadow's prowess? It is said that this Great Xia player has been leveling up rapidly through solo play. Impossible. Given how challenging the game's minor monsters are, how could someone possibly level up so swiftly through solo efforts? Countless individuals around the globe are left in astonishment. Many yearn to uncover the true identity of this enigmatic shadow. Even the Great Xia authorities are discreetly investigating. Yet as of now, no one is aware of Shadow's real-world identity. In Firefly Town, after Qin Feng reached level 10, he glanced at his attribute panel. Codename, Shadow, Class, Shadow, Unique Hidden, Level, Non-Tradable Lifespan, 1,219 years and 128 days, Tradable Lifespan, 7,455 days, Strength, 39, Vitality, 39, Agility, 111, Mentality, 41, Reputation, 47. The tradable lifespan of merely over 7,000 days is utterly insufficient. Qin Feng sighed and then logged off. After reaching level 10, the experience required for leveling up increases to more than 10 times that of before. Relying solely on grinding minor monsters for experience is excruciatingly slow. Moreover, at level 10, experience points are also needed for class advancement. Following class advancement, not only will his 4 primary attributes see an enhancement, but he will also unlock a greater array of class-specific skills. This is especially paramount for hidden classes. Next, he must either seek out a kill or wait for 6 more individuals to reach level 10 before departing from the starting town. Qin Feng closed his eyes, his indistinct silhouette along the coastal area of Firefly Town gradually dissipating. In Zhanghai City, Great Xia, within an ordinary residential complex known as Shanshui Impression, Building 11. On the 11th floor, a simple and refreshing bedroom housed Qin Feng. Originally a translucent figure floating above the bed, he began to take on a more tangible form. Just as Qin Feng opted to log off, having reached level 10, he received a system notification. Would you like to consume tradable lifespan to extract abilities into reality? Yes or no? Qin Feng selected yes. A list of extractable abilities appear before him. 1. Extract class and level. 2. Extract equipment. 3. Extract skills. 4. Extract bloodline, temporarily unavailable. 5. Extract divinity, temporarily unavailable. First, he chose to extract his class. In this regard, the game treats all classes equally, whether they are ordinary or hidden. Extracting class abilities into reality requires a consumption of 1,000 days of lifespan. Without hesitation, Qin Feng proceeded to extract his unique hidden class, Shadow, into reality. You have consumed 1,000 days of lifespan, tradable. You have extracted Shadow, unique hidden class. You have acquired Shadow, unique hidden class. Class passives have activated. Your strength is 3, constitution is 3, agility is 8, spirit is 5. Following this, the extraction of levels occurred. Extracting levels primarily facilitates enhancements to attributes in reality. However, the allocation of free attribute points cannot be redistributed. The manner in which they are allocated in the game will remain fixed in reality. Prior to reaching level 10, the cost of level extraction is fixed at 1,000 days of lifespan per level. Thus, extracting to level 2 in reality. You have consumed 10,002 days of lifespan, tradable. You have extracted level 2. Your level in reality has risen to level 3. Your strength is 4, constitution is 4, agility is 14, spirit is 4. This leaves you with 4,455 days of lifespan. Next comes the most exhilarating aspect for Qin Feng, skill extraction. My talent allows me to evolve skills. Originally, the higher the tier of the skill, the more lifespan would be required for extraction, often exponentially increasing. Unexpectedly, the lifespan consumed for skill extraction is determined by the skill's initial tier. For instance, Shadow Strike. This skill has already been evolved to Platinum tier by Qin Feng. And according to the calculations, extracting it would typically require over 10,000 days of lifespan. However, now it only necessitates the basic 900 days. Furthermore, the extracted skill synchronizes with the game's Platinum tier as the skill continues to progress in the game. It will also evolve in reality without requiring additional lifespan for extraction. How delightful! Qin Feng swiftly selected 2 skills for extraction. You have consumed 900 days of lifespan, tradable. Extracted skill Shadow Strike, Platinum tier. You have consumed 2,262 days of lifespan, tradable. Extracted skill Venomous Dart, Silver tier. After extracting these two skills, Qin Feng is left with only 1,292 days of lifespan. The lifespan consumed is considerable, yet the benefits are astounding. Originally, Qin Feng was merely an ordinary person in reality. But now, his attributes nearly reach double those of an average individual. Particularly, his speed has surpassed the human limit. In reality, Qin Feng now possesses 32 points in agility and can sprint 100 meters in just over 5 seconds. Unfortunately, there is insufficient tradable lifespan remaining. However, it matters not. With these attributes, he is more than capable of eliminating Song Fei. Qin Feng squinted his eyes. For someone who has endured 9 years of apocalyptic survival, he has long grown accustomed to slaughter. He would never allow Song Fei an opportunity to rise. Extracting a platinum tier skill at the price of a lesser skill is an incredibly advantageous bargain. Coupled with class passives, his invisibility duration has doubled, enabling infinite stealth. Along with the venomous dart that can be released from a distance of up to 14 meters, he can undoubtedly find the perfect moment to eliminate Song Fei. The pressing question now is where to locate Song Fei. If he were to follow the trajectory of his previous life, it would not be so easy to find him. However, currently, Song Fei is aggressively acquiring lifespans. To exchange lifespans, one must do so face to face. In other words, Song Fei's presence in reality is akin to being exposed before the public eye. In light of this, Qin Feng has already devised a plan. In Jianghai City, afternoon, Qin Feng gradually awakens in his bedroom. Once he has completed the extraction, his body solidifies entirely. He clenches his fist, moving it slightly to acclimate to his attributes. A smile gracing his lips. He is about to set forth when suddenly, his phone beside him rings. Chapter 45. Assassination under broad daylight. Qin Feng furrows his brow. He picks up the phone, glancing at the screen, and discovers it is his former boss from his previous workplace, Hu Qibin, calling. Hu Qibin, he recalls the last life, when he was late for work today and was met with a tirade from this rotund man. Now, Qin Feng has no intention of engaging. He swiftly hangs up the call and tosses the phone onto the bed. Just as he prepares to leave, the phone rings again. Still Hu Qibin. Qin Feng answers, hangs up, and blocks the number in one fluid motion. However, shortly thereafter, Hu Qibin sends him a message. Qin Feng, are you seeking death? The young lady is looking for you, and says, this is your last chance. If you continue to disobey, consider the consequences. Without even finishing the message, Qin Feng deletes the contact and blocks the number. The world around him falls into silence. He sets forth. Objective, Song Fei. Location, Dajiang Square. Through Weibo, Qin Feng has already ascertained that Song Fei is personally present at Dajiang Square in Jianghai City, acquiring lifespans. The square is merely 7 to 8 kilometers from his residence. Given Qin Feng's current speed, a swift, stealthy jog will see him arrive in approximately 10 minutes. He leaves his phone behind in the room, dons a gray mask, and slips into a black jacket, his figure becoming ephemeral and transparent until he vanishes completely. This scene, if witnessed by others in reality, would undoubtedly evoke shock and awe, for this is a power from the game Forsaken God, manifesting for the first time in the real world. Presently, other players are unaware that the abilities from Forsaken God can be extracted into reality. This signifies that Song Fei remains utterly unprepared for Qin Feng's impending assassination. In Jianghai City, Dajiang Square, at 4 in the afternoon, female fans of Song Fei flock to Dajiang Square after receiving news via Weibo. Many of these young women have even acquired lifespans through the Forsaken God game. They gather excitedly, eager to sell their lifespans to Song Fei in hopes of gaining a chance for intimate interaction with him. Amidst the crowd, surrounded by over 20 security personnel and temporary barriers, Song Fei sits in the center of the indoor venue, clad in a white vest and sunglasses, leisurely crossing his legs. Beside him sits a girl with a single ponytail, dressed in a pink short-sleeve top and a black skirt. Her legs adorned with black stockings, she radiates youthful charm. She is none other than Jiang Li, the daughter of the chairman of Dajiang Industries. Jiang Li has always been a fan of Song Fei, albeit not as fervently as others. Upon learning of Song Fei's intention to acquire lifespans, she proactively reached out to arrange for Dajiang Square as the venue. On one hand, she could closely interact with Song Fei, assisting him in collecting lifespans. On the other hand, once Song Fei's funds were depleted, she could also claim a portion of his lifespan. Leveraging Song Fei's fame, she could entice more individuals to come forth and offer their lives. At that moment, Jiang Li was nestled beside Song Fei, engaged in light-hearted conversation. The young lady smiled and inquired, Song Fei, how much lifespan have you amassed? Song Fei glanced at his attributes. Miss Jiang. He had already accumulated over 2,000 days of lifespan, having spent 20 million. Jiang Li pursed her lips and remarked, "There's still many fans generously gifting you their lifespans. I am truly envious." Song Fei waved his hand dismissively, laughing as he replied, "I cannot compare to your Jiang Corporation, which is vast and prosperous. My endeavors are but trifling." Song Fei furrowed his brow. "This is somewhat challenging. Currently, all we know is that he is male and located in Jianghai City. Beyond that, we have no information." Jiang Li chuckled. "Everyone possesses weaknesses. Wealth? Beauty? I have already dispatched someone to Firefly Town to make contact with him and present an offer. I am not concerned about his refusal. Once he agrees, he will undoubtedly come to collect his payment. When he arrives, he will have no choice but to reveal himself." Song Fei smiled. "That is indeed a strategy. I have heard that your Jiang Corporation has successfully controlled several players through this method, compelling them to work for you without charge." Jiang Li covered her mouth, giggling softly. "They are all fools, utterly incompetent, unable to amass much lifespan. If we could capture that shadowy figure, our efficiency would surely increase significantly." Song Fei nodded at that time. "You must inform me." Jiang Li laughed. "Rest assured, once we apprehend him, I will certainly call upon you, Song Fei, to deliver a sound thrashing in retaliation." Suddenly, Jiang Li Smila froze. She witnessed a blood hole abruptly appear on Song Fei's forehead. A dark green, enigmatic dart had been shot from an unknown source, silently piercing through his brow. Thud! Song Fei collapsed, blood pooling on the ground, and from his body, like in a Forsaken game, a grayish-white ball of lifespan materialized. "Ah!" Jiang Li exclaimed in horror, scrambling backward. The surrounding crowd fell into a stunned silence before erupting into a cacophony of screams. Chaos ensued. "Protect the young lady." The security personnel of Jiang Corporation swiftly reacted, converging toward Jiang Li. The head of security glanced at Song Fei. There he lay on the ground, his sunglasses fallen, eyes wide in disbelief, a gaping wound on his forehead, bleeding profusely. Suddenly, the lifespan ball from his body vanished. It was evident that someone had absorbed it, yet no shadow could be seen near the corpse. The security team gasped in shock. Could this be invisibility? "Move, move, move. Protect the young lady and retreat." Did anyone see any suspicious figures? No. "Hurry, pull up the surveillance." The scene devolved into utter chaos. Jiang Li, shielded by over 20 security guards, swiftly evacuated through a side fire exit and soon emerged outside Jiang Square. Just as she intended to enter a black sedan, a dart suddenly struck from above, piercing through the back of her head with deadly precision. Thud! The daughter of the chairman of Dajiang Industries fell tragically at the entrance of her own family business. Unexpectedly, a buy-one-get-one free situation arose. Qin Feng, maintaining a state of invisibility, was somewhat taken aback. He overheard the conversation between Jiang Li and Song Fei. Jiang Li had set her sights on him. He could hardly let her off the hook. After all, she was not a good person, and it was convenient to deal with her as well. Unfortunately, she had hundreds of days of lifespan upon her, and with security surrounding her body, it was unattainable. In reality, death would produce half of the tradable lifespan. Seizing the moment amidst the chaos, Qin Feng absorbed the 1,046 days of tradable lifespan that erupted from Song Fei. This fellow could never have anticipated that the lifespan he had just purchased would end up benefiting Qin Feng. If only there were a blooming curse, he could extract the other half as well. Qin Feng shook his head, feeling a twinge of regret. The emerald-level blooming curse skill could extract tens of thousands of days of lifespan into reality. But he was unable to do so at present and had to let it go. After resolving everything, Qin Feng silently departed, leaving a scene of chaos in his wake. This assassination, occurring in broad daylight, quickly spread across the nation and even the globe. Chapter 46. The Collapse of Worldview. To avoid dragging Qin Feng down, in Jianghai City, at Dajiang Square, Song Fei's female fans and the crowd selling lifespan were plunged into a state of terror and confusion. Some were taking photos with their phones. Others screamed in fright, and many fled in panic. Among the crowd, Qin Xiaoyou and Chu Yin were utterly stunned by the unfolding scene. Originally, Qin Xiaoyou intended to sell her lifespan to Song Fei, but she ended up witnessing his sudden demise. At that moment, Qin Xiaoyou's worldview collapsed with a resounding crash. "Xiaoyou, let's go, hurry." Chu Yin reacted swiftly, urgently pulling Qin Xiaoyou to leave amidst the chaos. The entire Dajiang Square descended into disorder, and the scene rapidly spread through numerous live broadcasts and recordings. Moments later, official police officers arrived on the scene. Some cordoned off the area, while others checked the surveillance footage. Additionally, a portion began analyzing the dark green dart left at the scene. This dart was of unknown material and origin, quite peculiar. Rather than being a product of our reality, It resembled something from the Forsaken game. The style certainly matched. But how could an item from the Forsaken game appear in reality? The surveillance department found no results. The attack originated from a blind spot, and the assailant remained unseen. Have we inquired with the witnesses on site? Yes. Those nearby were questioned, but they all claimed not to have seen anyone. How could someone be invisible? Wait a moment. The assassins in the Forsaken game can become invisible. The police officers in Jianghai City were utterly baffled. However, after investigation, they reached the most plausible conclusion. The individual who targeted Song Fei and Jiang Li was likely indeed in a state of invisibility. Could it be that the abilities from the Forsaken game could be unleashed in reality? What a joke! I can also become invisible in the game. Why not in reality? Must certain conditions be met? Due to the overwhelming presence of eyewitnesses, the authorities of Jianghai City found it impossible to conceal the news, especially as chaos reigns across the globe. The word of Song Fei's demise spread swiftly. Officials from various countries, after reviewing several videos, promptly speculated that the capabilities of the game Godforsaken could very well be employed in reality. Qin Feng remained indifferent to this. After all, night would soon fall, and others would inevitably reach level 10. This secret would soon cease to be one. As the news of Song Fei's death erupted, sending the Jianghai officials into a state of alarm and instilling fear among countless citizens, Qin Feng changed into unremarkable athletic wear and, armed with his phone, made his way to a noodle shop across from his residential complex, where he ordered a bowl of noodles. In the game Godforsaken, players, while invincible in reality, still expend energy. Hunger necessitated sustenance, a bothersome aspect for Qin Feng. While enjoying his noodles, he overheard patrons conversing about the game and the circumstances surrounding Song Fei's death. They could never fathom that the one who ended Song Fei's life was right before their eyes. Achieving level 10 in Godforsaken was merely the beginning. Meanwhile, in a moving taxi, Qin Xiaoyou and Chu Yan were both lost in thought. They could hardly believe that just yesterday they attended Song Fei's concert, and today they witnessed the tragic end of his life. Chu Yan anxiously scrolled through her phone, her body trembling uncontrollably. Darts? Invisibility? How closely this resembles the powers from Godforsaken. Xiaoyou, could it be that the shadow killed Song Fei? The death of Song Fei stripped color from her world. When she arrived at school and stepped out of the taxi, her expression had turned stoic. Song Fei was dead. In this world, only strength matters. Shadow. I must approach him, draw near to him. No one can thwart me. Zhang Wei, take me to the Qin group. I need to sell 200 days of lifespan. I want to buy a new apartment and move out to avoid being hindered by Qin Feng. Additionally, do you have a book on assassin skills? I needed to gift to the shadow. With Song Fei's passing, Qin Xiaoyou no longer had to grapple with whom to choose. Yet the pressing question remained, was it truly a matter of choice? Approximately half an hour later, as he prepared to lie down and re-enter the game Godforsaken, his phone incessantly pinged with notifications. He glanced at the screen. It was a message from his female colleague, Yang Xiaoya. Xiaoya, Qin Feng, who Fatsi is furious. He says you've blocked his calls and messages, and if you don't return, you'll be fired and 1T receive your salary for this month. This girl had a pleasant demeanor, albeit somewhat timid, often subject to bullying. In his previous life, she was also a member of Qin Feng's Zhanshen Guild. Xiaoya, all right. Xiaoya, I heard the lifespan generated in the game is quite valuable now. How is your progress? Qin Feng, how much have you earned? Xiaoya, wow. Have you bought a car and a house? No wonder you blocked Hu Fatsi he. This girl seemed to believe that Qin Feng had earned money and squandered all. The truth is, Qin Feng has no intention of trading his lifespan for money. Rather, he directly consumes his life force to extract abilities into reality. Moreover, Yang Xiaoya remains oblivious to this fact. The reason for Hu Qibin's furious outburst is not Qin Feng's absence from work, but rather his refusal to acquiesce to the unspoken rules set by the company's young lady. In Chapter 47, the notion of severing ties arises. Could such a fortunate occurrence be possible? The Qin family conglomerate, and specifically Qin Xiaoyou, draws a sardonic laugh from Qin Feng. The media company where he works is a subsidiary of the Qin Group, and Qin Xiaoyou is none other than the daughter of its chairman. One fateful day, Qin Xiaoyou caught sight of Qin Feng and subtly hinted at her desire to spend the night with him. Anyone else might have been elated by such an invitation. Although Qin Xiaoyou is not exceptionally beautiful and possesses a rather flat physique, she undeniably embodies the essence of a wealthy and beautiful woman. However, Qin Feng has previously noticed the spade tattoo on her calf, which only serves to repel him further. In truth, he harbors no interest in her whatsoever. In fact, he finds her repulsive. Rumors about Qin Xiaoyou circulate within the company, detailing her escapades with 6 middle-aged foreign men at a hotel. in her joyrides with 3 African men in a sports car. Upon encountering Qin Feng, captivated by his handsome appearance, she sought to engage him. Had it not been for the arrival of the abandoned god game, the repercussions of Qin Feng offending her would have been dire. However, in his previous life, the emergence of the abandoned god game compelled Qin Xiaoyou to abandon her intentions towards Qin Feng. She ceased her pursuit and departed from Daxia, heading to North America to spearhead the formation of the prestigious guild, Alice's Wonderland, one of the top 3 guilds in North America. The Alice Guild stands as a formidable adversary to Daxia, and the Qin Group, to which Qin Xiaoyou belongs, is a shareholder in this guild. Through further encounters, Qin Feng came to understand that Qin Xiaoyou has always idolized foreign men, deeming them as the true embodiment of masculinity, while looking down upon the men of Daxia. Even towards Qin Feng, she maintained a frivolous attitude. At this juncture, Qin Xiaoyou should be trapped at the airport in Modu, as the abandoned god game has temporarily halted global transportation, grounding all flights. It would not be until several days later that she finally boarded a plane to North America. If she were in Shanghai, he could have dealt with her today. Yet, there is no need for such a delay. Once he extracts a higher attribute, he can easily head to Modu and eliminate her before her departure, thereby preventing future complications. Otherwise, once she reaches North America, dealing with her will become significantly more challenging. Qin Feng has designated Qin Xiaoyou as his next target. Should she perish, it is highly probable that the Alice's Wonderland Guild, which had caused great turmoil for the Slain God Guild and all of Daxia in his previous life, would never come into existence. After all, he had heard rumors that many founders of the Alice Guild were romantically involved with Qin Xiaoyou. With her demise, those founders would naturally lose their connection. As he ponders this, suddenly his phone rings. To his astonishment, it is Qin Xiaoyou calling him. She is actually reaching out to him. Qin Feng is momentarily taken aback. After all, in his mind, Qin Xiaoyou would never take the initiative to contact him. Yet, astonishingly, she had daringly called him. Qin Feng pondered for a moment before answering the call, albeit with a somewhat indifferent tone. Hello? Qin Xiaoyou's voice came through coldly from the other end. Qin Feng? You can still answer your phone? I thought you had perished in that Forsaken game. Since you're alive, I just wanted to inform you that I've earned enough to buy my own apartment, so don't bother me anymore. Upon hearing her tone, Qin Feng immediately sensed her discontent. Was it due to her expulsion by Wang Ming, or perhaps the death of Song Fei? Regardless of the reason, it was of no consequence to him. He was utterly disinterested in her affairs. Your matters are of no concern to me. Qin Xiaoyou, haven't you always believed that I inhibit your freedom? Rest assured, I have no intention of meddling in your life anymore. Do as you wish. Qin Xiaoyou was taken aback by his words. She had anticipated that her brother, who had always treated her kindly, would speak to her in such a detached manner. However, she had resolutely decided to sever ties with Qin Feng. Eager to associate with the shadows, she was no longer inclined to dwell on their relationship. Thus, she replied coldly, "You realize how stifling you made me feel, right? Those are your words. From now on, we share no connection. Don't concern yourself with my life, and I want to seek you out. Let us end our relationship, and don't inquire about where I live." At her declaration, Qin Feng chuckled. Severing ties? What a delightful prospect. Very well. He then switched off his phone and reclined on the sofa. As his form gradually became translucent, he once again entered the Forsaken game. Upon hearing the call disconnect, Qin Xiaoyou was overcome with a complex array of emotions. First and foremost was relief. She had long felt suffocated under Qin Feng's control, and now she was finally liberated. With her own efforts, she had secured a 3-bedroom apartment alongside Chu Yin and had moved in directly. Although the paperwork was yet to be finalized, that was merely a matter of time. From now on, she could live independently of Qin Feng. No one would hinder her anymore. She could do as she pleased. The feeling of freedom was exhilarating. Next, she would find a way to connect with the shadows and cultivate a good relationship with them. Qin Xiaoyou glanced at her phone. The news of Song Fei's death had spread globally. Many speculated that he had likely been assassinated by the shadows. Yet, the mystery remained as to how the shadows could wield the powers of the Forsaken game in reality. Chu Yin, standing beside her, looked at her with concern. "Xiaoyou, do you think it's wise to sever ties with your brother? Perhaps you could apologize. He genuinely seems upset this time." Qin Xiaoyou shook her head. Apologize to him? Absolutely not. Let us go. Once I've established a connection with the shadows, what need have I for him? Soon, Qin Xiaoyou and Chu Yin entered the Forsaken game together, converging at Shell Town. Qin Xiaoyou obtained a bronze-level assassin skill book, Stun Strike, from Zhang Wei. With anticipation, she opened the private chat window with Wang Ming. "Brother Wang, I possess a skill book for assassins. Could you kindly inquire if Brother Shadow might need it? If he does, I would be delighted to gift it to him." Qin Xiaoyou felt a mix of anxiety and pride. The anxiety stemmed from the fact that this was her inaugural attempt to communicate with Shadow. If she could establish a good rapport with him, she, Qin Xiaoyou, would undoubtedly surpass countless others in the forthcoming era ushered in by the godforsaken game. However, Qin Xiaoyou was left utterly dumbfounded. She never anticipated that Shadow would decline such a skill book, one that possessed control effects. The refusal was so abrupt. Chapter 48, Golden Appendages. Astonishing speed. Qin Xiaoyou was taken aback by this unexpected outcome. What was going on? I offer him a skill book, and he refuses? Qin Xiaoyou was bewildered. Is it truly possible for someone to decline a gift? Beside her, Chu Yin, noticing her daze, could not help but inquire, Xiaoyou, what is the matter? Qin Xiaoyou recounted the situation, leaving both Chu Yin and Zhang Wei astonished. Zhang Wei exclaimed, what the heck? He refuses a skill book offered for free? Is he out his mind? Chu Yin pondered for a moment and reassured, Xiaoyou, perhaps he has already mastered that skill? Let us defeat more monsters and see if we can uncover other skill books. Sighing, Qin Xiaoyou replied, I suppose that is all we can do. A few minutes earlier, before he could fully grasp his surroundings, he was met with a series of piercing screams. I logged off by the seaside. Surely, the monsters can't respawn this quickly? Qin Feng mused, astonished. As the darkness receded around him, he quickly noticed several players scattered in frantic escape along the coastline. Behind them loomed a bizarre creature, towering at about 3 meters, in hot pursuit. Quality, golden. The creature was a pale gold, its lower half resembling that of a horse with 8 legs. Yet its upper half was akin to a centipede, possessing dozens of arms, each brandishing rusty iron blades and swords. Its head resembled that of a spider, adorned with hundreds of compound eyes, fixating on the fleeing players in a most eerie manner. With swift, intersecting strikes of its iron blades and swords, it mercilessly sliced a warrior player into numerous pieces within seconds. Among the fleeing players, one caught sight of a figure ahead and was immediately filled with joy. Qin Feng turned to see a mature beauty dressed in a fiery red robe, her figure strikingly alluring. With cascading black waves of hair and sparkling eyes, she gazed at Qin Feng with delight. It was the stunning Grey Rose, the very one who had previously purchased the Ice Spike spell from him. Upon spotting Qin Feng, Grey Rose first beamed with joy, then her expression shifted to one of concern. Shadow, this creature can negate invisibility. Our team as assassin has already been taken down by it. You must proceed with caution if you wish to engage. Without uttering a word, Qin Feng contemplated. As a golden-level creature, he certainly intended to confront it, as it promised 28 evolution points. Narrowing his eyes, he understood this did not negate the necessity for stealth. After all, his ability to break invisibility would yield even greater damage. Stealthy shadows. The figure of Qin Feng swiftly vanished. Grey Rose, witnessing the scene, felt an undercurrent of tension in her beautiful eyes. Her team had already been dispersed by that golden-level opponent, and engaging in battle was out of the question. She could neither discern whether Qin Feng intended to fight or flee, so she could only hastily retreat. Qin Feng maintained his invisibility, gliding past Grey Rose. As they crossed paths, concern was unmistakably reflected in her lovely gaze. However, Qin Feng paid her no heed. Shadow Slash. 1013. 3042 Weak Point Attack. 1013. Indeed, the second level of invisibility could be penetrated. My Shadow class effect did not activate. When attacking from outside the target's line of sight, damage is doubled. This effect, however, cannot manifest if the opponent can see through invisibility. Consequently, Qin Feng's damage output was significantly reduced. Yet, simultaneously, within the 9 strikes of his Shadow Slash, 3 were deemed successful hits on the target's weak points, inflicting triple damage. Truly, it is a legendary skill. I must also thank Lin Liu. Without her, I might not have located that Temple of Faith. The enemy's health plummeted by approximately 1/6, targeting the opponent's head. 1785, Weak Point Attack. 223. 223. The deadly poison darts were still only at silver level, and their damage output was simply inadequate. Now, facing him, even the 50 back attack damage was unattainable. It was imperative to advance my profession to achieve a higher level of invisibility. Qin Feng pondered silently. He then sprinted at full speed, reaching at least 30 meters per second. Be careful, Grey Rose called out instinctively from a distance, her brows knitted with concern. But soon not just she, but all the dispersed teammates around her widened their eyes in disbelief. They witnessed an astonishing scene. Under the onslaught, Qin Feng sidestepped, retreated, and rolled. A series of movements executed seamlessly. In a mere moment, he evaded dozens of attacks. What kind of speed is this? It wasn't merely his speed. His reflexes were astonishingly quick, and he demonstrated an intimate understanding of the attacking patterns. Indeed, in terms of speed, he was comparable to them. Yet he managed to evade each attack with pinpoint precision, as if he had undergone countless repetitions of this very scenario. Little did they know, this was the foundational skill Qin Feng had honed over 9 years in his previous life. In his past incarnation, he was a warrior, and a warrior does not merely endure. A truly elite warrior must dodge critical skills, often avoiding damage entirely, lest the entire team be thrust into peril. Especially when the healer in the party was Qin Xiaoyou. In tackling epic-level, large-scale skills, Qin Xiaoyou found it challenging enough to evade those abilities, let alone have the capacity to heal Qin Feng. Thus, in his previous life, Qin Feng often bore the brunt of challenges alone. If one were to mistakenly believe that Qin Feng relied solely on stealth to annihilate his foes, that would be a grave misconception. With sufficient agility, even if invisibility failed, Qin Feng's agility would allow him to effortlessly toy with the vast majority. Chapter 49. Can the double standards be more obvious? Slash. Charge. Stomp. Even Qin Feng found himself ensnared by their relentless pursuit. Yet, no matter the ferocity of the golden-tiered attacks, they failed to land a blow on him. Qin Feng evaded each assault with remarkable ease. Once the skills cooled down, he retaliated effortlessly, each counter dealing a sixth of the opponent's health. In just over a minute. To the astonishment and disbelief of the Grey Rose and her companions, the golden-tiered foe turned tail and fled. But Qin Feng was far too swift. You have gained 6,400 experience points. You have earned 7 evolution points. You have acquired 497 days of lifespan tradable. Seizing the moment while Grey Rose and her allies failed to pursue, Qin Feng unleashed his greedy hand. You have gained 7 evolution points. You have gained 7 evolution points. You have gained 7 evolution points. You have acquired 497 days of lifespan tradable. A cascade of system notifications filled Qin Feng with a delightful exhilaration. A single golden foe netted him 28 evolution points and nearly 2,000 days of tradable lifespan. The effects of Greedy Hand, coupled with the stacking power of the Ghost Fire Bell, propelled Qin Feng's growth far beyond that of the average player. As for experience, leveling from 9 to 10 required 10,000 points, while ascending from 10 to 11 demanded a staggering 100,000. The 6,400 points he received were considerable, yet insufficient for an upgrade. Upon inspecting his spoils, Qin Feng's eyes brightened. Blacklight Shield, Platinum, Assassin Class skill. Upon activation, converts all of your evasion rate into a damage-absorbing shield for 8 seconds. Cooldown, 60 seconds. Required level, 8. Conversion rate. Every 20 evasion grants 1 layer of damage-absorbing shield. The shield reverts to normal evasion rate once broken or upon expiration. To discover such a skill book was indeed fortuitous. Mastering this skill would enable him to conquer many challenges without sustaining harm, particularly on the Forsaken Continent. Qin Feng was elated and promptly learned it. For instance, now that he had acquired the skill Shadow Blur and evolved it to an epic level, he possessed a passive 75 evasion rate. When utilizing the Blacklight Shield, he would gain 3 layers of damage-absorbing shield. This meant that regardless of the enemy's attack power, Qin Feng could withstand the first 3 strikes unscathed, not only for combat, but also for exploring ruins and maps. This skill would allow him to venture into numerous high-level areas ahead of time. With no hesitation, Qin Feng expended 123 evolution points, achieving a total of 6 points, and evolved this skill to the epic tier. Blacklight Shield, Epic Platinum Assassin Class skill. Damage-absorbing shield lasts for 8, 10, 12, or 14 seconds. Conversion rate. Every 20, 15, 12, or 10 evasion grants 1 layer of damage-absorbing shield. The epic tier Blacklight Shield would transform Qin Feng's 75 evasion into 7 layers of damage-absorbing shield. Continuing to evolve Blacklight Shield required 50 evolution points, which he had enough of for the time being. Qin Feng was left with 22 evolution points, having expended a total of 358 evolution points. I have successfully evolved the Venomous Dart 3 times. The Venomous Dart, Silver Emerald, boasts a maximum range of 14-17 meters and inflicts an additional 120,240 points of damage upon impact. The Venom deals 5,080 points of damage per second for a duration of 5 seconds, without any weak point bonuses, and cannot be stacked. With 3 evolutions, the damage of this skill has at least doubled. Given its base cooldown of merely 5 seconds, its sustained output is on par with that of the Shadow Slash. I still possess 6 evolution points, which I shall reserve for now. The Agile Ring, Platinum level. An accessory for assassins, grants 20 agility, 20 movement speed, 20 attack speed, and 20 cooldown speed, requiring level 8 for equipping. The heavy red leather gloves, golden level. An armor for assassins, provides 18 physical defense, 15 elemental resistances, 12 constitution, and 588 health, requiring level 6 for equipping. Upon exchanging these two pieces of equipment, Qin Feng's cooldown speed surged to 55. The Shadow Slash, originally with a cooldown of 12 seconds, now requires only 7 seconds. Furthermore, Qin Feng's constitution, defense, and health have all seen significant increases. 51 points in constitution, 106 points in physical defense, and 17 points in health. Even the full-screen attack from the level 5 Golden Ghost ship, a half health, could not bring me down. Moreover, my passive ability grants me a 75 evasion rate. Qin Feng stowed away his backpack, which was now half filled with various items. It was at this moment that Gray Rose, accompanied by her remaining 3 teammates, caught up with him. A true powerhouse indeed. He had single-handedly secured the kill. In her beautiful eyes, admiration and anticipation gleamed. So, esteemed one, do you possess any equipment or skills that I could use? I wish to purchase. As for the mage, I have a golden skill book, Frost Bounce. Qin Feng glanced at his backpack and retrieved the skill book with its icy blue cover, presenting it before her. A group skill that releases ice orbs, capable of bouncing up to 10 times, priced at 800 days. This loot, dropped at level 8, requires a level between 6 and 8 for usage. The Frost Bounce skill book is indeed a level 7 skill book. Naturally, higher level skill equipment bears superior values. The level 7 Frost Bounce, being a golden level skill, surpasses its level 5 counterpart in damage by over 40. 800 days? That is exorbitantly priced, Gray Rose remarked with a wry smile. Yet, as she gazed at the attributes of the skill book, reluctance filled her heart. After all, the Frost Bounce skill would considerably expedite her leveling process. When faced with hordes of minor adversaries, this skill would unleash devastating damage. Ultimately, after deliberating for half a minute, Gray Rose approached her teammates once more and borrowed their lifespans. 800 days, it's a deal. You have lost Frost Bounce, golden level skill book. You have gained 800 days of lifespan, transferable. With the system notification echoing in his ears, Qin Feng turned and departed. Silver level grants 30 days, while golden level provides 100 days. Thus, Qin Feng now possesses an inexhaustible source of lifespan to slay, and his growth rate is maximized. What on earth? Qin Xiaoyou intends to present me with a tome of bronze skills? Outside, many are speculating that it was the Shadow who eliminated Song Fei. Given Qin Xiaoyou's character, had Qin Feng been the one to slay Song Fei, she would undoubtedly seek to confront him with fervor. Yet, in the case that it was the Shadow responsible for Song Fei's demise, not only does she remain unperturbed, but she also wishes to bestow a skill book upon me? Can this double standard be any more pronounced? Chapter 50. What? Do you wish to apprehend me? Qin Xiaoyou has always exhibited such a disposition. No matter how well Qin Feng treats her, she perceives it as her due. In her previous life, even the slightest dissatisfaction would set her off, leading to fierce quarrels with Qin Feng. For 9 years, he cared for her, providing her with equipment, skills, longevity, sustenance, and shelter. Yet she regarded all of this as her entitlement. Ultimately, for the sake of Song Fei, she personally gouged out Qin Feng's eyes. The most absurd part is that she wore a blissful expression while doing so. The small kindnesses from others you can remember for a lifetime. No matter how well I treat you, it will never hold significance in your heart. Qin Feng scoffed softly. Although Song Fei is now deceased, he could never reconcile with Qin Xiaoyou. After all, her character remains unchanged. Without Song Fei, there will still be Lin Fei, Li Fei, and Zhang Fei. Qin Feng could not afford to stumble over the same individual twice. The fact that he treated her differently than he did Song Fei was already a concession made out of respect for his deceased parents. If you were to discover that I am the Shadow, the one who killed Song Fei, you would likely curse me for 3 consecutive days and nights without feeling satisfied. Yet, in the face of the Shadow, you still offer a skill book? Qin Feng shook his head, dismissing her from his thoughts. He then opened a private chat with Wang Ming. This fellow was currently leading a team, hunting monsters outside of Firefly Town to level up. In the midst of their conversation, Wang Ming suddenly inquired, "By the way, it was you who killed the esteemed Song Fei, right?" Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Feng readily acknowledged, yes. Wang Ming, being one of his friends and having remained online, was undoubtedly aware that during the recent slaying of Song Fei, the Shadow had been offline. The motive and timing for the crime were both abundantly clear. Now, since Wang Ming posed such a question, It indicated that he had already deduced most of the truth. Qin Feng could choose to deny it, as the other party possessed no evidence, but he deemed it unnecessary. It was an opportune moment to observe the official response from the Great Xia regarding this matter, serving as a test of sorts. Upon hearing Qin Feng's decisive admission, Wang Meng appeared somewhat taken aback. Qin Feng smiled and remarked, "No worries, I am much further away." In his pursuit of rapid leveling, he had ventured to the coastline, a distance of over 20 kilometers from the town. Along the way, Qin Feng encountered various monsters, effortlessly dispatching them. Subsequently, he arranged a meeting point with Wang Meng and the others. They convened in the basement of the abandoned church in Firefly Town. The esteemed one has arrived. Wang Meng and the others had been waiting for about 2 minutes, as they beheld Qin Feng, veiled and clad in armor gleaming with a subtle golden hue. A palpable tension filled the air. Dressed in silver light armor, the dragon swordsman and Yu, with a slender waist adorned by a silver longsword, appeared graceful and agile beneath the metallic plates. The beautiful police officer, clad in her swordsman armor, showcased her exquisite curves to perfection. With a graceful and elegant demeanor, she swiftly approached Qin Feng, her eyes widening as she scrutinized him from head to toe. "Do you admit to killing Song Fei?" she demanded. Qin Feng, inhaling the sweet fragrance that enveloped her, offered a faint smile. "What, do you intend to arrest me?" And you pointed to her own head, indicating her codename. In the Forsaken game, her alias was Justice Executor. Qin Feng glanced at her codename and then appraised her alluring figure, playfully inquiring, "So, who do you believe embodies justice more, Song Fei or myself?" Initially, and you had been somewhat serious, but upon hearing Qin Feng's question, the beautiful officer suddenly smiled. "Rest assured, we have reviewed the surveillance recordings and are aware that both Song Fei and Jiang Li plotted against you. Moreover, the Jiang Industries has detained numerous players to work for them, constituting illegal confinement." Upon hearing this, Qin Feng comprehended the current stance of the authorities. Clearly, without the means to uncover his true identity, the officials, even if they wished to apprehend him, would find it impossible. They could only maintain a temporary collaboration with him. As for the future, Qin Feng remained uncertain. In his previous life, his cooperation with the authorities had been devoid of blemishes. However, in this life, having directly eliminated Song Fei and Jiang Li, some complications were bound to arise. The officials could not possibly endorse rampant killings in reality. He mused on how his rebirth might alter the landscape of this Forsaken game era. What followed was a transaction. Qin Feng displayed all the gold and platinum tier equipment from his backpack. Due to Wang Meng and Yu's official affiliations, they required equipment and skill books of all professions, making it far more convenient and efficient for Qin Feng to sell to them. Most importantly, the officials' resources were ample. Platinum tier equipment and skill books? Upon seeing what Qin Feng produced, Wang Meng and Yu and the others were left in awe. They recognized Qin Feng's prowess, having achieved a first kill of the gold tier. However, the platinum tier had yet to yield any first kills. How could he possibly possess several pieces of platinum tier items? Platinum tier equipment and skills? Let me see if there's anything I can use, exclaimed the priestess Gu Yixue, her lovely face brimming with curiosity. Dressed in a pristine white robe that shimmered with a faint silver glow, her equally enchanting figure exuded an aura of purity, presenting a stark contrast to Yu's style. Otherwise, they wouldn't possess so many silver tier items. Yet compared to Qin Feng's stock, their gear seemed utterly insignificant. In a moment, Wang Meng and the others were left speechless. How on earth did he acquire such platinum tier equipment and skill books? Chapter 51. As an assassin, you want me to save someone? In response to the bewilderment of Wang Meng and the others, Qin Feng casually remarked, "Just got lucky and found a few treasure chests." He turned to the inquisitive Gu Yixue. I even managed to acquire an emerald tier skill book myself." Gu Yixue nodded eagerly, akin to a chick pecking at grains. "Indeed, I personally witnessed the grand opening of a jade treasure chest by the esteemed figure, revealing several platinum-grade items. Can this truly be deemed luck?" The charming young lady was overwhelmed with envy. At that moment, a striking sorceress clad in a black robe, Lin Liu, the seer, leaned against a dilapidated stone pillar, her long, graceful legs elegantly crossed, her figure alluringly perfect. She chuckled. "You may call her Xiaoyou, but I am to be referred to as Xiaohong." Qin Feng glanced at her. "Who could resist calling you Black Plum?" He continued, "If Xiaohong doesn't suit you, how about Little Black?" Lin Liu responded with a puzzled expression. In Wang Meng's team, 3 beautiful maidens shared a close bond with Qin Feng. Among them, Gu Yixue had only joined this group because of him. Besides Wang Meng and the trio of girls, there was also a sharp-eyed archer youth and a middle-aged cardmaster. Both men were in awe as they beheld the golden and platinum-grade resources Qin Feng had procured. The disparity between individuals was indeed striking. While they had exerted tremendous effort to defeat a mere silver-level foe, the esteemed figure casually opened platinum and jade-level treasure chests. Soon, they began to negotiate prices. Wang Meng was merely a police officer, while Yu held the title of squad leader. In terms of rank, Yu was the true captain of the team. However, this young policewoman had a somewhat naive disposition, charging in a battle without much thought, which is why Wang Meng was considered the core combatant in the game Godforsaken. For other matters, Yu took the lead. The price for the platinum-grade archer skill book was set at 2,500 days, while the platinum-grade berserker weapon was priced at 1,500 days. Having navigated the market for 9 years, Qin Feng was well acquainted with the nuances of pricing. As he quoted the prices for each item, the figures associated with the platinum-grade goods caused Wang Meng and the others to gasp in astonishment. Given the current market, a lifespan of 1 or 2,000 days equated to a staggering 20 to 30 million in cash. Shadow truly dared to set such prices. It is crucial to note that platinum-grade items are exceedingly rare on a global scale. Even if someone were fortunate enough to encounter ancient deities' blessings in the wild and strike gold with a platinum or jade treasure chest, the occurrences would still be incredibly scarce. In this era of Godforsaken, where world rules are on the brink of transformation, every nation and faction seeks to secure as much power as possible. In a previous life, why did cash collapse? It was due to the official intervention of currency-issuing nations, which aggressively acquired lifespans. When cash crumbled, lifespan emerged as the new global currency, providing countries with a foundation to thrive in the new era. Qin Feng was unaware of how much lifespan Yu currently possessed. However, it was certain that she had ample resources to purchase his platinum and gold-grade items. After finalizing the prices, he calculated. In total, there are 25 items, amounting to 16,500 days. I will offer you a discount. Let's settle on 16,000. Agreed, and Yu nodded in immediate acceptance, leaving Wang Meng looking dejected. Wait, Captain, are you not supposed to negotiate? Shouldn't you haggle over the price? And Yu's beautiful eyes widened in surprise. Huh? We can negotiate? I thought the price was quite fair. Having concluded the discussion, she promptly engaged in a transaction with Qin Feng. In passing, she also settled the debts owed by Wang Meng and Gu Yixue, displaying remarkable generosity. Wang Meng and his companions observed this with twitching lips. Qin Feng was taken aback by her forthrightness. He had intended to leave room for negotiation. Yet she accepted his terms without hesitation. Undoubtedly, their investment in these items would yield substantial returns. As for the skill books, how significantly could they accelerate the leveling process? In this era of the Forsaken game, levels and power reigned supreme. A moment later, the transaction was finalized. Gu Yixue acquired 2 pieces of golden tier priest equipment. Her joy evident. Initially, she had planned to solo, reluctant to join a team, but now she found the arrangement delightful. The equipment she needed was procured for her by the officials. Of course, she possessed only the right to use these 2 golden items. They would need to be returned to the authorities when she no longer required them. Yet this was sufficient to bring her great satisfaction. As for Qin Feng, he had amassed 160,000 days of lifespan, a considerable gain. Once the tradable lifespan exceeded 10,000 days, the default display unit shifted to years. If one wished to see the exact number of days, they could check the details. With 60 years of tradable lifespan, that equated to 220,000 days. This was indeed a fortune. If converted to cash now, it would amount to 300 or 400 million. Even for the Zhonghai municipal authorities, this represented a significant expenditure. However, the hidden benefits from this transaction for the officials far surpassed 300 million. With this batch of equipment and skill books, how many teams in Zhonghai would experience accelerated development? As Qin Feng prepared to depart, Yu tugged at his sleeve. Wait, over at Dajiang Industries. Several players have been imprisoned, and we are planning a rescue. Would you like to join us? Qin Feng was somewhat taken aback by her words. Did the authorities wish to recruit him? Were they hoping to absolve him of his actions against Song Fei? Nevertheless, Qin Feng had no time to engage in rescue operations. I'm an assassin. You expect me to save people? He shook his head. However, I do have a piece of advice. If you intend to act, do so swiftly. Once the Forsaken game reaches level 10, its abilities can be extracted into reality. You should comprehend the implications of this. Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, Yu's expression changed slightly, her concern evident as she nodded. Understood. Dajiang Industries is also acquiring lifespans. Once their players reach level 10 and extract their abilities, our mission will face greater obstacles. As long as you understand, Qin Feng replied, turning to leave. After all, in a couple of hours, the world would be aware of this matter. Informing the authorities in advance was merely a courtesy, with no detriment involved. As he exited, and you gazed at his disappearing figure, worry etched on her beautiful face. Wang Ming, we need to split up for leveling. Currently, all 6 members of our team are at high levels. When grouped together, we annihilate minor monsters instantaneously, causing overflow and damage. However, by separating into individual teams, we can significantly enhance our overall leveling efficiency. Should we encounter challenges, we can reconnect to strategize together. In any case, let us first aim to reach level 10. Do not be deceived by Yu's seemingly naive demeanor. She possesses considerable aptitude in her field. Under her guidance, the prowess of the players in Jianghai City will escalate at an accelerated pace, thereby allowing for better control of the situation. Qin Feng departed from the basement of the abandoned church and made his way to the square of Firefly Town, where he set up a stall named Coordinates for 30 days to silver, 100 days to gold. Just as he settled down, a somewhat familiar player approached him. Chapter 52. The enigmatic money sure of the Demon City. Hiring Shadow to eliminate Qin Feng. The newcomer was an archer player. Qin Feng had encountered him once before in Shell Town, alongside Jiang Li. His codename was Old Mao. Initially, Jiang Li had offered 10 million for Qin Feng's assistance in leveling, which he declined. Consequently, Old Mao contacted Jiang Li to help her level up, hoping to claim a hefty sum of 5 million. Instead, Mao Lijun found himself coerced into contributing a portion of his lifespan to Dejiang Industries. If his lifespan donation fell short, he would be deprived of sustenance. This left Mao Lijun in tears, realizing why Shadow had previously rejected 10 million. He had remarkable foresight. After being ensnared by Dejiang Industries, Mao Lijun acquiesced. He even expressed willingness to become a subordinate of Jiang Li, bringing 2 more individuals into her fold. At this moment, he awaited Shadow in Firefly Town, having accepted Jiang Li's task. Shadow, clad in green leather armor, approached Qin Feng's stall, glanced at him, and smiled. Our young lady has stated that if you are willing to assist her in leveling, she can offer you 300 million, along with shares in Dejiang Industries. Opportunities like this are rare in life. I advise you to cherish it. Upon hearing Mao Lijun's words, Qin Feng regarded him as if he were a fool. This fellow seemed unaware that Jiang Li had already met her demise. He uttered but a single word, scram. Mao Lijun froze in place, astonished that 300 million in shares in Dejiang Industries failed to sway Shadow. Though reluctant, he ultimately retreated, having just learned that Shadow had quietly eliminated Song Fei. He dared not linger for idle chatter. However, he was only aware of Song Fei's death, remaining oblivious to Jiang Li's fate, as he was imprisoned in reality and had no access to external information. In the game, the only gossip he had heard was about Song Fei's demise. As for Jiang Li, who was she? After Mao Lijun's departure, he did not entirely lose hope. He still sought an opportunity to invite Shadow, fearing that failure to complete his task would result in punishment. Just then, he overheard a few individuals discussing nearby. Goodness, Shadow has actually appeared. Didn't he just eliminate Song Fei? Not only Song Fei, it is said he also ruthlessly took out a young beauty. Ah, what a waste. It is said that the woman referred to is the heiress of Dejiang Industries, known as Jiang Li. Originally, the plan was to seize the Shadow in reality and grant her a longer lifespan, but she was unexpectedly eliminated on the spot. How did the Shadow manage to accomplish this? Who knows? It must be an issue stemming from the Forsaken game. This world is on the brink of upheaval. We must level up quickly. What? Jiang Li is dead. Upon hearing the discussions among the onlookers, Mao Lijun felt as if struck by a bolt of lightning. He stood there in disbelief. The death of Song Fei did not affect him much, as he had no substantial connection to him. They were worlds apart. However, Jiang Li was a woman who instilled fear in Mao Lijun. In such a short span, the Shadow had killed Song Fei and Jiang Li. Was it an assassination? A chill ran down Mao Lijun's spine. The Shadow. He had previously mocked the Shadow for its foolishness, rejecting the million offered as a gift, only to realize he was the true fool. Fortunately, he had not provoked the Shadow. Terror gripped Mao Lijun. Death had always seemed distant to him. Yet he never anticipated that the imposing and commanding Jiang Li before him would be so swiftly dispatched. He cast one last glance at Qin Feng's figure, trembling, and hurriedly departed. Qin Feng paid no mind to Mao Lijun's arrival. To him, it was merely a minor interlude. As he set up his stall, he noticed that the players in Firefly Town regarded him with a mix of fear and anxiety. Some young women even dare not pass by him, apprehensive of drawing his attention. It seemed many had already learned that Song Fei had met his end at his hands. Nevertheless, Qin Feng remained indifferent. At this moment, several seasoned players had entered the game, though they were all assigned to the smaller towns at the back, and he would certainly not encounter them. In 2 hours, others would ascend to level 10, at which point they could prepare to venture to the mainland. Qin Feng was not in a hurry. Before heading to the Forsaken Continent, he could first gather a complete set of golden and platinum gear in the initial small town. After all, once he crossed over, countless opportunities would await him. Before long, 2 players clad in black robes approached his stall. "I have coordinates for silver," one of them said, just as Qin Feng was preparing to grind a bit more. Meanwhile, in the neighboring city of Zhanghai, known as Magic City, the total population of Zhanghai is over 8 million, while that of Magic City reaches 35 million. Thus far, the initial small towns in the Zhanghai region have numbered over 700, with a total of more than 700,000 players having entered the Forsaken game. This number is expected to surge dramatically in the evening, rapidly surpassing 5 million, until all adults have joined the game. In comparison, the population in Magic City is even larger. The initial small towns in the Magic City region have exceeded 4,000 and continue to proliferate at an astonishing rate. In one of the towns within the Magic City region, a particular team stands out. It consists of a woman clad in fiery leather armor, accompanied by 5 foreign men, 3 with fair skin and 2 with dark skin. The woman appears to share a close camaraderie with the 5, laughing and chatting amiably. Indeed, it is Qian Xiaoyou, the esteemed daughter of the Qian Group's chairman. Initially, she intended to board a flight to North America, but with the emergence of the game abandoned by the gods, her flight was cancelled. Thus, she contacted 5 foreign gentlemen in the magical metropolis and entered the game alongside them. Soon, utilizing the group's resources, she purchased an abundance of lifespans, which she exchanged for equipment and skill books, enhancing both her and her 5 companions' prowess. As they strolled through the town, observing the players around them who kept their distance, Qian Xiaoyou scoffed. "Look at these men from the Great Xia, each as feeble as a pest. Tony, your North American charm is still unmatched." Qian Xiaoyou chuckled. "I eagerly anticipate our adventures." At that moment, a thought struck her. "I just heard that Song Fei. That useless fellow was killed. I once played with him, and he was gone in a minute. A true waste. If the shadow in Zhanghai can eliminate Song Fei, then dispatching an ordinary person should be a trivial task, shouldn't it? Everyone, I shall log off briefly to make a call. I need someone to contact the shadow and arrange for the assassination of a certain individual in Zhanghai." The target of her ire was none other than Qin Feng. After all, Qin Feng had repeatedly declined her invitations to play, showing her no respect, which vexed her greatly. In her eyes, it was a privilege for any man from the Great Xia to be regarded by her, merely an employee of a subordinate company, and he dared to refuse her? "If you won't give me the courtesy I deserve, then you shall perish." Of course, spending a fortune on his assassination would be a waste. The key was to forge a connection with the shadow. Though he's a man from the Great Xia, he is, after all, the best in the world, and I could reluctantly make his acquaintance. With a slight smirk, Qian Xiaoyou believed herself to be the master strategist. However, she remained oblivious to the fact that the person she intended to kill, Qin Feng, was in fact the shadow himself. To hire the shadow to assassinate Qin Feng was akin to orchestrating her own demise. Unbeknownst to her, Qin Feng was entirely unaware of these machinations. As he prepared for his own pursuits, on the other side, Qin Xiaoyou, having been rebuffed in her attempts to offer gifts to Qin Feng, found herself in a state of turmoil. She had intended to sever ties with him and align herself with the shadow. Yet, the reality was starkly different from her expectations. Chapter 53. 50 million to kill Qin Feng? At this moment, Qin Xiaoyou's spirits were considerably low. Ironically, she felt more distressed now than when she had initially decided to cut ties with Qin Feng. Finally, the game abandoned by the gods notified her that her physical hunger had reached 90, indicating it was time to eat. Only then did she realize she needed to log off and invite Chu Yin to join her. She had initially planned to order takeout, but the arrival of the game had led to many establishments closing their doors, with no delivery personnel available. At that moment, Qin Xiaoyou recalled Qin Feng. In the past, he would always prepare her favorite meals, requiring no effort on her part. Not even a thought. She could simply eat. But now they had severed ties. For a moment, Qin Xiaoyou felt a twinge of discomfort. Yet, she quickly steeled herself. It's just a meal. In comparison to freedom, it holds no significance. Meanwhile, Qin Feng had long since moved on, leaving Qin Xiaoyou behind his thoughts. Just over an hour later, he had already received 4 coordinates of silver rank, and he proceeded to eliminate each of the 4 consecutively. Each kill granted him 16 evolution points. including the spoils obtained through his greedy endeavors. Selling everything to the authorities would yield an average profit of 3,000 to 4,000 days of tradable lifespan per silver rank. After more than an hour, he contacted the liaison arranged by the officials and sold all the silver and gold rank equipment and skill books in his inventory. Glancing at his inventory, tradable lifespan, 105 years, which equates to nearly 40,000 days of tradable lifespan. He could extract a significant amount of items now. However, there was no rush. Qin Feng inspected his entire gear. At present, he was clad in equipment of at least gold rank. His weapon was a platinum rank ghost ship twin blades. His attire consisted of a gold rank ghost fire leather armor. His wrist guards were heavy red leather gloves of gold rank. He wore a necklace of the disciple pendant, gold, and 2 rings, the ring of curses, gold, and the ring of agility, platinum. After defeating these 4 silver ranks, Qin Feng had also replaced his previously bronze rank leg armor and inferior shoes. Instantaneous leather leggings, gold assassin type armor. Physical defense, 15. All elemental resistance, 12. Cooldown speed, 35. Equipment requirement, level 8. Stealth boots, gold assassin type armor. Stealth duration, 20. Movement speed and stealth, 30. Breaking stealth attack, 35. Equipment requirement, level 9. With these 2 pieces of equipment, Qin Feng's stealth capability had significantly improved. The cooldown speed increased from 55 to 75. The previously 12-second cooldown for the Shadow Slash was now reduced to just 6 to 8 seconds, resulting in a substantial increase in his output capability. Currently, his experience points amounted to 28,000. Upon reaching 50,000 experience, he would achieve his first-class advancement. Before venturing to the mainland, he needed to advance his class once to elevate his stealth level to 3. Qin Feng contemplated this in his mind. The initial town did not possess platinum rank items. However, upon reaching the mainland, he was determined to secure a platinum rank first kill. Moreover, platinum rank foes typically had at least a level 2 anti-stealth capability. Thus, without enhancing his stealth level by 1, Qin Feng would encounter some challenges when facing platinum ranks. After all, platinum ranks were designed for team strategies. Usually, a group of 30 to 40 individuals would consider confronting them. At that moment, a voice inquired, "Are you the Shadow? I have an assassination contract. Will you take it? Rest assured, the reward will be substantial." The young man spoke in a hushed tone. Qin Feng glanced at him and turned to leave. The young man with triangular eyes grew anxious. "Wait, don't go. It's just a matter of killing an ordinary person named Qin Feng. I'll give you the address. You've already taken down Song Fei. This will be a piece of cake for you." Upon hearing this, Qin Feng halted in his tracks. "Killed Qin Feng? Good heavens." He turned to face the young man and asked, "Did this person offend you, prompting you to offer such a sum for his demise?" The triangular-eyed youth glanced around cautiously and whispered, "That's none of your concern. Just know that the reward will be yours. Complete the task, and I'll grant you 3,000 days of lifespan." 3,000 days. The current price is nearly 50 million. The opposing bid is quite substantial. Clearly, it is not due to the difficulty of eliminating Qin Feng, but rather because of the Shadow's prestigious global reputation. How intriguing. Who seeks to take my life? Or is it that someone has commissioned the Shadow to do so? A smile almost escapes Qin Feng's lips, yet the gravity of the situation indicates that someone harbors ill intentions towards him. The young man with triangular eyes before him is someone Qin Feng can ascertain he has never encountered, suggesting he is merely a lackey. The true mastermind behind this assassination attempt remains concealed. If it indeed pertains to the Shadow's identity, then there are several individuals he has offended. However, concerning Qin Feng, his real-world identity should not have drawn attention so soon. Thus, this is likely a grudge that predates the arrival of the Forsaken Game. Could it be Qin Xiaoyou? The thought quickly crosses Qin Feng's mind. The heiress of the Qin Corporation, known for her extravagant revelries with foreigners. After much contemplation, he concludes that she possesses both the motive and the financial resources to hire someone to eliminate him. How absurd. I have yet to seek you out, yet you come looking for me? Qin Feng finds the situation preposterous. He understands her intentions clearly. This contract is merely a means for her to establish a connection with the Shadow. The elimination of Qin Feng is merely incidental. With these thoughts in mind, Qin Feng glances at the young man with triangular eyes and states, "Very well, I shall accept this contract, but I require half the payment up front. Additionally, I shall determine when the deed is to be executed." The young man's eyes widen with delight. "You agree? However, I must consult my superiors regarding the upfront payment." Soon after, the young man initiated the transaction invitation. As expected, he offered up 1 500 days of lifespan. For Qin Feng, this amount of time is negligible. Yet why refuse a gift? The transaction was swiftly completed. Qin Feng revealed a playful smile, inwardly musing. Though I receive the deposit, the one I intend to eliminate is not Qin Feng, but you, Qin Xiaoyou. Despicable? Shameless? Qin Feng is unconcerned with such labels. For him, there are only two tasks to attend to. First, to grow stronger. Second, to send all adversaries to the depths of hell. Chapter 54. The Plague Bearer. I have laid my cards on the table. After receiving the 500 days of lifespan, the young man with triangular eyes promptly sent Qin Feng his address. The impression of mountains and waters indeed corresponds to his residence. Qin Feng calmly turned and departed. Qin Xiaoyou is, after all, his next target. It appears prudent to eliminate this woman sooner rather than later. In reality, she is the only one who poses a threat to Qin Feng. He then resumed his activities. Acquiring coordinates. The time was approximately 6 o'clock in the evening. Many players had reached level 9, on the brink of level 10. Once the number of level 10 players in the Zhanghai City region reaches 7, Qin Feng will promptly leave the starting town and venture into the mainland. Compared to the daytime, the atmosphere within the town is distinctly different now. As Yinghua Town is one of the earlier settlements, the local players have attained relatively high levels, and numerous established small groups have formed. A female player clad in silver armor, her long legs carrying her swiftly, approached Qin Feng with purpose. Brother, I possess a golden coordinate. Will you accept it? The voice of the female player was quite melodious, tinged with a hint of allure. Qin Feng glanced up and observed an attractive female player, likely a warrior by profession. She stood tall, with a pleasing visage, her face resembling a delicate melon seed, particularly accentuated by her captivating eyes that seemed to spark with electricity. Yet, what truly drew attention was her moniker, Milky White Snow. It was evident she was quite the talent. Qin Feng, maintaining his composure, replied, 100 days, payment upon meeting. The female player gestured towards the northern town. All right, follow me. The journey is a bit lengthy. Qin Feng rose and inquired, what is your name? After a moment of contemplation, she responded, you may call me Pestilence Enveloper. Does that suffice? Qin Feng nodded. Indeed, Pestilence Enveloper is a golden level entity, and rather challenging to defeat, particularly for a lone wolf like myself. It possesses a toxic aura that inflicts continuous damage on anyone within its vicinity. With no means of recovery while soloing, Qin Feng understood that dispatching it quickly was paramount. Nonetheless, he felt confident in his abilities. Upon hearing Qin Feng's affirmation, the long-legged maiden hesitated momentarily and asked, can you manage alone? Would you not prefer a healer? The poison damage is quite extensive. Qin Feng shook his head. No need, simply lead the way. If a healer were required, I could easily summon Gu Yixue. The healing prowess of the White Bird Priest far surpasses that of ordinary clerics. However, given sufficient damage output, who needs a healer? The damage from Pestilence Enveloper is not formidable enough to pose a significant threat to me, as long as I avoid its single-target skills. Before long, Milky White Snow led the way, with Qin Feng following closely behind. It must be said, the way she walked exuded a captivating charm. One word, enchanting. Strolling alongside the river that bordered the town, they soon arrived at the entrance of a cave. Milky White Snow pointed inside. It's right in there. My team has cleared out the minor creatures, but I cannot defeat it alone. I will take you inside. She continued onward. Inside the cave, faintly glowing stones adorned the walls, providing just enough illumination to navigate the path. They soon entered a cavern the size of a football field. Qin Feng noticed a gray-brown, desiccated tree trunk positioned in the center of the cavern. This lifeless trunk emanated a noxious gas within a 50-meter radius, inflicting 1 point of poison damage per second upon approach. If memory served, this poison damage could be evaded, making his 75 evasion quite advantageous. He traded with Milky White Snow, granting her 100 days of life, and prepared to strike. However, at that moment, Milky White Snow hesitated and called out to him, Hey brother, I must warn you, this is a trap. Once you initiate the attack, others will swiftly come to eliminate you. I recall they possess level 2 anti-invisibility items. Qin Feng had already concealed his presence. Upon hearing her words, his voice echoed from within the cave, It matters not. The Milk White Snowy lamented, This is not the crux of the matter. The key lies in my plan to intercept those individuals and seize the opportunity to familiarize myself with the elder brother. Ultimately, I shall discover your true identity. Qin Feng felt somewhat speechless. What kind of ridiculous scheme is this? The Milk White Snowy continued, Elder brother, I am being forthright with you. Please do not harbor any resentment against me. Seek out the one behind me. It appeared that Qin Feng's elimination of Song Fei indeed wielded a degree of intimidation. At the very least, this woman dared not provoke him and instead candidly explained the situation to him. She appeared beside her and inquired, "Who is behind you?" The female warrior, wielding a long knife, exhibited signs of inner turmoil, yet ultimately resolved herself. "It is Dongfang Xian. The godforsaken game, Xianyan, claims that you have slain him once before. Elder brother, if you can kill Song Fei, you can certainly eliminate him as well, right? I am laying all my cards on the table with you. Do not betray me. It would be best if you took care of Dongfang Xian, or else I am doomed." Dongfang Xian? Xianyan? Qin Feng recalled, with a flicker of recognition. Was this not the leader of that group of players who sought to seize his golden ghost ship? They had even sent him a skill book, feigning a desire for forgiveness, only to engage in such underhanded tactics behind his back. In his previous life, it seemed he had not heard of this individual, either not having developed or being eliminated early on. It was no wonder. In the early stages of the game, one would inevitably attract hostility while competing for monsters, and surviving unscathed was a rarity. Another name was added to Qin Feng's death list. He said to the milk-white Snowy, "Then let us use their own strategy against them and lure them here." It had been quite some time since he last engaged in combat within the game, and he had yet to employ the flower-blooming curse. The more adversaries, the more opportunities for him to gain additional lifespans. "Understood, elder brother." The milk-white Snowy nodded eagerly in agreement. Soon after, Qin Feng charged towards the level 10 Golden Plague Bearer. In order to resolve the battle swiftly, he activated the active effect of the Gift of Liberation. With a swift shadow slash, countless blades of light erupted upon the dry trunk in an instant, blossoming forth. 2118, 2118, 6345, weak point attack. At the center of the Plague Bearer's trunk was a grotesque, smiling face, with its eyes marked as weak points. Thanks to the amplification effect of the Gift of Liberation, a third of the strikes from the Shadow Slash found their mark upon these weaknesses. Furthermore, the legendary Gift of Liberation's active effect was a throat-slitting maneuver, inflicting an additional 150 damage per second for 3 seconds. This amounted to a total of 450 extra damage. After executing a single Shadow Slash with the Gift of Liberation, 3 seconds later, the enemy's health bar dwindled to a mere third, with a total damage output exceeding 80,000. Witnessing this scene, the female warrior, Milk-White Snowy, felt her pupils constrict in disbelief. What on earth? A single skill diminished the golden level's health by 2/3? Is this even human? Chapter 55. This man is utterly terrifying. Gazing at the explosive scene before her, the girl could hardly believe her eyes. Golden level, indeed. It was said that when Dongfang Xiansai discovered this, they had dispatched 3 teams, comprising 18 individuals. Yet, mere half a minute into the battle, they were utterly annihilated. The tank could not withstand the onslaught, and the healer was unable to provide adequate support. The continuous toxic damage was simply too severe. Most critically, the 3 squads, comprising 18 individuals, besieged the enemy, yet managed to inflict less than 5% damage before being utterly annihilated. Meanwhile, with a mere flick of the Shadow's hand, the foe's health plummeted by 2/3. Are we truly engaging in the same game? Even the usually composed healer, by Shuizi, could not contain her expletives as she beheld the health bar, her beautiful eyes wide with disbelief. Unbeknownst to her, the active effect of the Grace of Liberation now had a cooldown of 25 seconds. With a cooldown speed enhancement of 75%, the final cooldown extended to 143 seconds. This meant that in just 143 seconds, Qin Feng would be able to eliminate the threat. Yet, Qin Feng remained unperturbed, cloaked in invisibility, biding his time for the arrival of Dongfang Xian's men to meet their demise. As for the enemy, they were merely a segment of a tree trunk. Without the ability to locate their target due to Qin Feng's stealth, they continued to spew toxins in place. Various green and gray mists of poison erupted from the trunk, spreading outward, along with bursts of venom splattering in pools around them. This damage, even Qin Feng would find lethal, not to mention the other players. To truly eliminate the Plague Wielder, one would need at least a full set of silver gear and a healer with ample skills. Otherwise, direct confrontation was entirely unfeasible. Yet those players, let alone silver gear, had barely glimpsed bronze equipment. The majority lacked even complete ordinary gear. And here they were, aspiring to challenge the gold tier? Soon, a cacophony of hurried footsteps echoed from outside the cave passage. Reinforcements from the opposition were evidently arriving. Prepare yourselves. Enter the cave and kill anyone who obstructs us. Show no mercy. The leader's voice was somewhat familiar. Concealed in the shadows, Qin Feng peered into the dimly lit cave and couldn't help but smile. To his surprise, it was Iron Man. This fellow had aligned himself with Dongfang Xian. It seemed he was still resentful after being defeated several times. Their strategy appeared to involve by Xiaoyou acting as a barrier against this group, allowing them to close in on him. Qin Feng was somewhat perplexed. Did Bai Xiaoyou possess such formidable strength? Iron Man had brought more than 10 men with him. Could she truly hold him at bay? Before long, Qin Feng received his answer. He witnessed the woman drawing forth a large shield, positioning it before Iron Man and his entourage. Could it be a gold-tier shield? Its defensive capabilities were astonishing. Qin Feng was taken aback. As Iron Man and his men charged forward, they found Bai Xiaoyou standing resolutely in their path. Their attacks were futile, consistently deflected by her gold-tier shield, inflicting at most 5 points of health damage, with most assaults failing to penetrate her defenses. Currently at level 7, as a warrior, her health exceeded 2,000. Iron Man and his crew would require at least 1 or 2 minutes to overpower her. The narrow passage further limited the number of attackers who could engage her simultaneously. With little time for contemplation, Qin Feng materialized behind Bai Xiaoyou as Iron Man's group appeared. In his state of invisibility, he unleashed a swift shadow slash. Now, the cooldown for Qin Feng's shadow slash is merely a little over 6 seconds, allowing it to be fully refreshed by the time Iron Man and his companions arrive. Following this, a myriad of flashing blades erupted within the passage. The enemy, numbering over 10, was perfectly clustered within this narrow corridor, falling victim to Qin Feng's singular skill, a veritable harvest. 2,412, 6597, weak point attack, 1978. Yet, the majority of them merely registered a damage number before succumbing to defeat. Only one, Iron Man, with his considerable health and defense, survived a single strike of the Shadow Slash, but Qin Feng's skill delivered a total of 9 strikes in an instant. Iron Man and his cohort met with utter annihilation. Afterward, Qin Feng raised his hand to cast the Flower of Curse upon Iron Man and his allies. Vivid crimson blossoms began to bloom from the corpses strewn across the ground, commencing their insidious siphoning of their tradable lifespans. The pale and delicate Snowy sheathed her shield, gasping for breath, and implored, her spine tingling with an eerie sensation. The man before her, shrouded in invisibility, was simply terrifying. At that moment, she felt a sense of relief. Had she heeded Dongfang Xian's advice to approach the shadows and probe into his reality, her fate could have been dire. In truth, she had nearly resolved to follow Dongfang Xian's counsel, but the gruesome sight of Song Fei's demise had instantly deterred her. In the realm of the Forsaken game, if it merely bestowed lifespan, her concerns would be minimal. However, rumors now circulated that the game's abilities might extend into the real world. Faced with a globally renowned assassin who appeared and vanished without a trace, who could remain untroubled. Very well, Snowy exhaled in relief. I shall await your summons. Should you require assistance, feel free to seek me out, complimentary. Upon hearing her words, Qin Feng nearly lost his composure. All this time, he realized she was a woman of considerable allure. No wonder she was so captivating. Blessing of Liberation. Shadow Slash. With only a third of his health remaining, Qin Feng remained in a state of invisibility, continuously unleashing a toxic mist around him, saturating a 50-meter radius with noxious fumes and venom. Fortunately, Qin Feng's output was explosive. With 2 successive shadow slashes, he swiftly dispatched his foe. You have slain the Plague Wielder, 10 gold tier. You have earned 10,000 experience points. You have gained 7 evolution points. You have acquired 555 days of lifespan, tradable. The withered, brownish root collapsed to the ground, spilling forth a bounty of spoils. Truly a miser. Qin Feng couldn't help but scoff. Of course, his disdain was directed not at the spoils, but rather at Iron Man and his ragtag band. This gold-tier foe had yet to even utilize the grasp of greed, yet had relinquished 555 days of tradable lifespan. In contrast, Qin Feng had extracted the lifespans of Iron Man's group through the Flower of Curse, amounting to merely over 300 days. As for their non-tradable lifespans, they were likely dwindling rapidly as well. Despite their precarious situation, they had ventured forth to stir trouble instead of securely farming monsters. Qin Feng harbored no pity for them whatsoever. He found himself eagerly anticipating the gold tier drops, as they were almost guaranteed to yield platinum tier items. As a plethora of loot was revealed around him, Qin Feng's eyes gleamed with excitement. It has been quite some time since I last encountered an assassin skill book. But at last, one has emerged. Chapter 56, The Advancement of the Shadow Profession. The passage to the continent has been opened. Qin Feng examined the skill book in his hands. Darkest Hour Platinum Assassin skill. Unleashes a burst of dark radiance from the blade, blinding all enemies within range. Cooldown 60, 343 seconds. Required level 10. Range 20 meters. Base duration 10 seconds. The higher the target's mental attributes, the shorter the duration. In essence, this is a blinding skill. Does it not perfectly complement my professional characteristics? As long as I can blind the enemy. Even if I am not in a state of invisibility, I can still trigger double damage. Of course, this blinding effect can be dispelled. If that is the case, I must be cautious of opponents who possess group dispelling skills, such as healers, paladins, or other supportive professions. For combat, it proves to be quite useful. Even if the mental attributes are relatively high, facing opponents of the same level, a duration of 3 to 5 seconds should not pose much of a problem. However, there is one point to bear in mind. With the same negative effect, there exists a resistance capability. If the first blinding lasts for 5 seconds, the second may only persist for 3 seconds, and the third will be even shorter. Learning. Qin Feng proceeded to learn the Darkest Hour skill. In addition, he retrieved a higher-level Platinum Assassin weapon from the corpse of the Plague Wielder. Plague Blade, Platinum Assassin Weapon. Attack Power, 216, Agility, 42. Weakness Attack Multiplier, 0, 3. Equipment Requirement, Level 10, Unique Effect. Any attack you make will be imbued with poison, which will erupt after 3 seconds, dealing 50 damage from that attack. The effect of this unique attribute effectively amplifies any damage by 50. However, the reckoning occurs after a 3-second delay. In comparison, Qin Feng's previous Ghost Ship Twin Daggers had a unique effect of dealing damage twice with each normal attack, but currently, I am not focused on normal attack builds. He swiftly equipped the Plague Blade. As for the Platinum Ghost Ship Twin Daggers, they are considered artifact-level weapons for other assassins, easily fetching 3,000 in the market. Qin Feng glanced at the remaining spoils. There was nothing else useful for assassins, so he gathered them all. Next came the evolution points. Previously, he had accumulated 4 silver level points, along with the golden level Plague Wielder and the occasional small monsters he defeated along the way, bringing Qin Feng's evolution points to a total of 98. His damage output was currently sufficient, and there was no rush to evolve Darkest Hour. He decided to conserve his points for now and continue evolving the epic level Grasp of Greed to legendary status. Qin Feng reviewed his skill list. Shadow Step, Platinum Evolution requires 13 points. Backstab Enhancement, Emerald Evolution requires 21 points. Grasp of Greed, Epic Evolution requires 210 points. Deadly Dart, Emerald Evolution requires 13 points. Shadow Slash, Epic Evolution requires 210 points. Ghostly Blur, Epic Evolution requires 80 points. Gift of Liberation, Legendary Evolution requires 200 points. Shield of Blacklight, Epic Evolution requires 50 points. Additionally, there are 3 skills, Curse of Bloom, Chisel Strike, and Darkest Moment, that have yet to be evolved. Continue to grind monsters. The number of initial towns is quite limited. Qin Feng has also ceased gathering coordinates. He has nearly eradicated the monsters in Firefly Town and must now wait a considerable time for them to respawn. With just over 10,000 experience points needed, he decides to hunt lesser creatures directly. Qin Feng equips the Plague Blade, which significantly enhances his agility and speed, allowing him to reach the coastline in roughly 10 minutes. He continues to hunt level 10 monsters. Each lesser creature yields 100 experience points, so eliminating just over 100 should suffice to accumulate 50,000 experience. Ample for his first occupational advancement. Unfortunately, the monsters in this Forsaken game do not respawn at the rapid pace typical of conventional online games. Otherwise, he could easily level up in no time. Locating monsters on the map presents a considerable challenge. For instance, the lobster-shaped Crimson Armor Behemoth is exceedingly difficult to spot with the naked eye, as it is often buried in sand. Thus, Qin Feng finds himself alone, appearing as an easy target to these monsters. Whenever he passes nearby, they stealthily approach him. Once they draw near, escape is futile, and they are swiftly dispatched by Qin Feng's blade. Thus, the hours passed until it was 8:30 in the evening. Qin Feng finally amassed 50,000 experience points. To ascend to level 11, he requires 100,000 experience, so he refrains from haste. In comparison, this 50,000 experience is far more valuable for his first occupational advancement, yielding a more pronounced enhancement in strength. Your shadow profession has advanced. Current, 0 tier to 1st tier. Occupational attribute bonuses, Strength 39, Constitution 39, Agility 824, Spirit 515. Passive ability 1. Stealth duration is doubled. New. Can utilize stealth skills while in stealth mode. Passive ability 2. Stealth level 12. Passive ability 3. If an attack is executed while not within the enemy's line of sight, the damage of that attack is doubled. 2x damage, 3x damage. Merely relying on leveling up, enhancing equipment, and skills will not suffice to progress far in this Forsaken game. Due to the difficulty in leveling up and the inherent limits on equipment and skills, advancing one's profession post-level 10 is a crucial aspect of power enhancement. Initially, Qin Feng's Shadow Profession attribute bonuses were Strength 3, Constitution 3, Agility 8, and Spirit 5. Upon advancing to the first tier, these bonuses triple. More importantly, the enhancements to the 3 passive abilities are significant. He can now seamlessly enter stealth mode. Qin Feng is pleasantly surprised by the newly added effect of the first passive ability. Previously, all stealth skills could not be activated during the duration of stealth. This meant that even if the duration exceeded the cooldown time, one had to wait for the stealth to end before using stealth skills again. However, now Qin Feng can unleash stealth skills while in stealth mode. In other words, as long as he refrains from attacking, he can remain permanently hidden. As the sole concealed profession, the early stages of Shadow may seem rather ordinary, but its capabilities in the later stages are undoubtedly formidable. Qin Feng holds a rather optimistic view regarding the prospects of his profession. The recent advancement in his vocation has indeed elevated his stealth level by 1 rank. Moreover, the damage inflicted when attacking from outside the line of sight has escalated from double to triple the original amount. With this newfound power, he is poised to venture to the mainland in pursuit of a platinum-level first kill. Glancing at the clock, he notes that it is 8:30 in the evening, a time when numerous players have already reached level 10. To his surprise, however, the first players to attain this milestone are not the North American players he recalled from his past life, but rather those hailing from Jianghai City. In fact, several players have achieved level 10 simultaneously. These familiar faces are indeed noteworthy. It appears that the numerous pieces of equipment and skill books he has sold have ultimately benefited him. The faster the players from Jianghai City level up, the sooner he can set foot on the mainland. A smile graces Qin Feng's lips, just as he completes his professional advancement. The system announces an update. The number of level 10 players in the Jianghai City area has reached 7, and the passage to the godforsaken continent has finally opened. Chapter 57. Arrival at the mainland. The ruins of Jianghai City. The entire world has undergone a remarkable transformation in such a brief span of time. Within the confines of Jianghai City, including Qin Feng, precisely 7 players have attained level 10. Although Qin Feng stands alongside them at level 10, he possesses an additional 50,000 experience points dedicated to his professional advancement, points that many players might take a day or 2 to accumulate. Thus, Qin Feng's progression is, in reality, several times that of his peers. Simultaneously, players from various regions across the globe have also reached level 10. In North America, a former professional shooter has become the first to attain this level in Los Angeles, revealing a shocking revelation. The equipment, skills, and levels from the godforsaken game can be exchanged for tradable lifespans, allowing them to be drawn into reality. Shortly thereafter, a blonde singer from the Western nations also reached level 10, announcing the same astonishing news. Reports of similar revelations have emerged from regions including India, Japan, Australia, and Russia, igniting fervor worldwide. The implications of extracting abilities from the godforsaken game into reality? Such fortune awaits me when I reach level 10. I shall immediately initiate zero-cost purchases. This suggests that the little star named Song Fei from Daxia was indeed murdered by the Shadow. It is evident that the Shadow, having reached level 10 first, must have extracted the stealth skill. How terrifying. If he chooses to kill, it would be effortless. I must obtain the counter-stealth skill quickly. Without the ability to counter-stealth, this world may become dominated by assassins. Surely, not everyone can possess counter-stealth capabilities. It will require collaboration. But why did the Shadow kill Song Fei? It is rumored that there was a conflict arising from a quarrel over resources in the game. In an instant, billions across the globe find themselves engulfed in a state of panic and unease. Governments worldwide have initiated urgent measures, with the paramount objective being to mobilize official law enforcement and military forces into the godforsaken game to level up as swiftly as possible. With the substantial trading lifespan acquired through extensive prior acquisitions, the authorities of various nations still maintain a certain degree of control, preventing any immediate chaos. In this moment of global panic, news has emerged from the Dajiang Industrial Corporation in Jianghai City, which has been subjected to legal action for alleged illegal detention, operating a gambling house, and organ trafficking. Concurrently, there are accusations against Song Fei, who has reportedly engaged in inappropriate relations with underage female fans and even incited them to attract more followers. The motive behind the Shadow's intent to eliminate Song Fei and Jiang Li appears to be a commission from the authorities, perhaps in an effort to cleanse my reputation for future collaboration. Qin Feng mourned for Song Fei and Jiang Li. The charges levied against Song Fei and Dajiang Industrial may not be unfounded. It is likely they have indeed committed such acts, albeit previously unreported. In summary, both of these entities have become relics of the past, regardless of Song Fei or the once powerful Dajiang Industrial. They have already faded into history at the onset of this new era. The authorities have even taken the initiative to exonerate Qin Feng. Dongfang Xian is currently at level 7 and shows no intention of logging off. Very well. Once he does, please inform me of his location. After concluding his private chat with the Snow White Naibai, Qin Feng closed the chat window. His stealth now feels remarkably fluid. No longer does he need to search for specific locations. He merely awaits the cooldown of his stealth skill, which he can then use to refresh the duration of his invisibility, achieving a state of perpetual concealment with ease. Upon arriving at the teleportation room, he noticed numerous players bustling about, yet not a single level 10 player was in sight. In Jianghai City, only 7 individuals have reached level 10. The Grey Rose, Gu Ishua, Lin Liu, and the sharp-eyed marksman from Wang Meng's team, along with the cardmaster. As for Wang Meng and In Yu, these official personnel have been delayed due to pressing matters, but it is presumed that they will reach level 10 shortly, albeit at a slower pace than him. Qin Feng had no intention of waiting for them. Instead, he directly approached the teleportation array and selected to travel to the abandoned continent of the gods. Although he still had numerous items unsold, it mattered not. Upon arrival on the continent, he could seek refuge to store his goods, thus simplifying matters significantly. Within the teleportation room, a special teleportation array had emerged. In addition to the arrays connecting the towns, there was one accessible solely to level 10 players leading to the continent. Many players were queuing at the town teleportation array, while the continental array remained unattended. Qin Feng stepped forward and activated it. Do you wish to proceed to the abandoned continent of the gods? Yes, Qin Feng confirmed his choice. As a brilliant white light enveloped him, the glow of the teleportation array drew the attention of all nearby. Wow, the continental teleportation array has been activated. But where are the players? Who is teleporting? Of course, it must be the Shadow Master. Wait, I have a level 2 anti-stealth skill, so why can't I see him? Fool, this indicates that the Master's stealth level exceeds 2. Amidst the envious and jealous gazes of the players, the continental teleportation array activated, whisking the invisible Qin Feng away. It is noteworthy that the overwhelming majority of players are at approximately level 35, with only a select few reaching level 68. In fact, globally, there are just over 100 who have attained level 10. In the eyes of the average person, reaching level 10 is an extraordinary feat, and even levels 6 and 7 are regarded with great respect. In the forsaken land of the gods lies an expansive and desolate world. Within the ruins of a city in the east, a brilliant white light of teleportation flickered, heralding the arrival of an unseen entity. This expanse encompasses a city ruin spanning over 100 kilometers. Just as in my previous life, it is the familiar ruin of Jianghai City. Qin Feng maintained his invisible state as he materialized at the heart of this city ruin. He surveyed his surroundings, taking in the reminiscent sights with a sense of nostalgia. The landscape was littered with the remnants of decayed buildings, and the shadows of wandering monstrosities could be discerned amidst the debris. At the center of the ruins stood a colossal statue, over 10 meters tall, depicting a sightless stone figure. In truth, it was an epic-level creature, though it had yet to meet the conditions for activation. Every player arriving in the forsaken land of the gods would appear in their respective city ruins, which are geographically consistent with their real-world counterparts. Throughout the previous 9 years, countless speculations have arisen regarding the true nature of this forsaken realm, yet none have yielded any definitive answers. The ruins of Jianghai City will serve as the foundation for millions of players over the next 9 years, a sanctuary for countless inhabitants. In the game of the Forsaken Gods, there are no warehouses, and such facilities are a rarity. To store items and develop guilds, one needs a stronghold, a refuge, and the best sanctuary in Jianghai City ruins is none other than the refuge of my guild, the God-Slaying Guild. Qin Feng did not linger. He swiftly made his way toward the northwest of the city ruins. In this life, he intended to claim the most advantageous and spacious sanctuary for himself. Shortly after his departure, several beams of white light illuminated beside the sightless stone statue in the city center. Gu Ishua, Lin Liu, and others had arrived together. Wow, this ruin is immense. I heard that Brother Shadow teleported here just moments ago. I wonder where he went. Be careful, Xiaoyou. There's a creature beside you. Chapter 58. Knowing he's fierce. But not this extraordinary. Unfamiliar with the dynamics of the forsaken land of the gods, Gu Ishu, Lin Liu, Wang Meng, and their companions had agreed to teleport together. As anticipated, upon their arrival at the center of the ruins, two stone-like creatures emerged from behind, charging toward them. Earthshaker, 11. Grade, ordinary. Though they were merely two small monsters, Wang Meng and his companions did not dare to take them lightly. Razor shields. Wang Meng, clad in golden armor and wielding a silver shield, positioned himself before the two Earthshakers. The others formed a line behind him. Gu Ishua's white owl, perched upon her shoulder, took flight, casting a beam of white light upon Wang Meng, fortifying his defense. Boom! Boom! The two towering humanoid stone statues, the Earthshakers, charged forward with a thunderous force. As they approached Wang Meng, they stomped the ground, sending him hurtling through the air. Simultaneously, two heavy punches landed upon him with a resounding impact. The astonishing damage figures of 512 and 498 erupted from his body, causing Gu Ishue to furrow her delicate brows. She raised her hand slightly, and her golden staff emitted a radiant glow, commencing the healing of Wang Meng. Meanwhile, a fire-based area attack skill, enhanced with an additional 150 points of damage, was unleashed by Lin Liu. A fireball descended from above, striking the two Earthshakers simultaneously. The damage figures of 428 and 428 indicated Lin Liu's prowess, which ranked among the elite players at present. Thanks to her equipment that included a significant portion of gold and even platinum gear from Qin Feng. However, when compared to Qin Feng, she was still a tier below. One skill merely depleted about 1/10 of the small creature's health. This creature is susceptible to control. I will restrain it, the card master in the team stated solemnly. Little Gu, have your owl take flight to scout the surrounding terrain and ensure no other monsters are nearby. Gu Ishu nodded, and her snow-white owl swiftly ascended into the sky. After more than a minute, they managed to defeat the two small creatures with considerable difficulty. Gu Ishue's reconnaissance left them with grim expressions. So, this area has no safe zones? Monsters are everywhere, and our recent battle has attracted the attention of other creatures? In that moment, Wang Meng and his companions came to the realization that the game, Godforsaken, was nothing like a typical online game. This was a survival game. In stark contrast to Wang Meng and his team, Qin Feng found himself in a much more advantageous position. With the stealth level reaching level 3, he could effortlessly navigate through the hordes of monsters. The creatures within the ruins of Jianghaishi were not overly formidable, with their anti-stealth levels capped at 2. His initial goal was to establish a foothold within the ruins, seek a refuge, and explore for opportunities to eliminate some foes. Of course, Qin Feng did not squander his skills. As he passed by various groups of monsters, he unleashed a shadow slash, even without the active effect of the Grace of Liberation. The total damage from 9 strikes of shadow slash could reach anywhere between 20 to 30,000. Against these small creatures, it was nothing short of a massacre. At that moment, the entire ruin was devoid of other players, teeming instead with monsters. For Qin Feng, it was a veritable paradise. He advanced towards his target location, dispatching ordinary monsters along the way, his greedy hand hardly ever ceasing. By the time he arrived at his destination, situated over 20 kilometers away, his evolution points had increased from 98 to 115. Additionally, he had acquired a higher-level version of the Shadow skill. Skills with the same name have fixed quality grades. For instance, the Shadow skill is inherently of inferior quality. However, skills with the same name can vary in levels. The Shadow skill Qin Feng had now obtained was of level 10. Learning this skill book would replace his original level 1 Shadow skill. However, to elevate the Shadow of Reality to level 10, one must supplement it with a greater amount of transferable lifespan. With a hint of experimental curiosity, Qin Feng delved into this skill tome. You have learned Shadow, level 10. Your Shadow, level 1, has been overwritten. Shadow, Platinum, required level, 110, enters a sustained state of invisibility for 2,436 seconds. Break and attack, 150300. Cooldown, 126 seconds. Although the cooldown remained unchanged, both the duration of invisibility and the break and attack had significantly increased. Fortunately, despite the inferior quality of the skill book, my Shadow had long since evolved to the Platinum level, so even after the overwrite, the skill retained its Platinum status. Qin Feng glanced once more at his attributes panel. Now possessing a lifespan of 110 years, equating to just over 40,000 days, he planned to extract his abilities all at once when dealing with Dongfang Xian. He closed the attributes panel and concealed his form, surveying the desolate ruins before him. Little did anyone know that beneath these ruins lay an underground palace sprawling over 1,200 acres. This underground palace was comparable in size to Shanghai Normal University, boasting over 1,000 resting chambers and dozens of grand halls. If he could seize this underground palace, it could house an unimaginable wealth of equipment and riches. In the Forsaken game, there existed numerous ready-made sanctuaries, officially referred to as hideouts. Naturally, players could also endeavor to construct their own, but the materials required were exceedingly abundant, and building a hideout spanning thousands of acres was a Herculean task. However, to conquer a larger hideout necessitated defeating increasingly formidable guardians. He recalled in his previous life, after establishing the God-Slaying Guild, he had gathered 3 teams of 18 individuals and reached level 15 before successfully capturing this palace. Without hesitation, Qin Feng made his way to a staircase within the ruins and descended. His objective was a level 15 Platinum Guardian. Along the way, he encountered numerous small monsters ranging from levels 12 to 15. Originally intended for a powerful team, Qin Feng planned to explore the underground palace alone. As he descended the staircase, turning for about 15 meters, darkness enveloped him. Suddenly, a stone door opened before him. When a hideout is unoccupied, this stone door automatically opens for anyone who approaches. However, once a player has claimed it, others can only gain entry through brute force. Summoning Devout Follower. At the threshold of the stone door, Qin Feng utilized a golden level pendant to summon a silver level follower stationed at the entrance. This silver Devout Follower, as a summoned entity, had an unlimited duration as long as it remained unharmed, making it an ideal sentinel. Then, Qin Feng invisibly entered through the stone door. Hearing a system prompt, "You have arrived at the Purified Soul Territory hideout. Defeat the regional guardian to claim this area." Before Qin Feng's eyes lay a spacious hall. Within the hall, over a dozen level 12 ordinary monsters wandered aimlessly. The spirit of Surge, the spirit of Overload, and the spirit of Incineration are all consciousness entities formed from the convergence of elemental energies. In this dire moment, Qin Feng unleashed his skill, causing the plague blade in his hand to emit a black flash, blinding all nearby minor foes. He executed a swift shadow slash, eliminating 7 or 8 in a single line. Taking advantage of the enemy's blindness, he deftly avoided their erratic elemental attacks while wielding the plague blade to deliver ordinary strikes. Under the enhancements from his profession, weaknesses, and backstabs, even his basic attacks inflicted nearly 3,000 damage, swiftly vanquishing these level 12 minions. Had it been any other player, even an elite team like Wang Meng's, encountering such a multitude of elemental foes in a confined space would have been exceedingly perilous. Yet in an instant, Qin Feng flawlessly dispatched a total of 15 elemental creatures. The spoils of victory, luminous orbs of life, littered the hall. Given the number of monsters in this hideout, upon clearing this area, my evolution points should be sufficient for another upgrade of the Greedy Hand. Qin Feng was quite eager about this. The transformation from epic to legendary status would surely entail a qualitative change. What new effects might the Greedy Hand acquire upon reaching the legendary tier? Just as Qin Feng prepared to penetrate deeper into the underground palace, outside, Wang Meng and his companions were being relentlessly pursued by a multitude of monsters in the ruins of the city. This way, it seems there are fewer monsters here. Let us hide and remain silent. Suddenly, Gu Ishua exclaimed, "Why are there so many monster corpses in this courtyard?" Guided by her white owl, the 6 quickly arrived at the area recently traversed by Qin Feng. Since the monsters in this region had just been dispatched by him, it appeared remarkably clean from above. As Wang Meng and his group fled into this part of the ruins, they were taken aback by the sight of numerous monster carcasses. In an instant, they were astonished. These creatures that had been chasing them were mercilessly slaughtered like chicks before the shadow. They had known the shadow was formidable, yet they never anticipated its strength to be so exaggerated. There are no monsters nearby for now. Let us take a breather, Gu Ishua suggested, allowing the group to relax. And you gazed at the scattered corpses with deep admiration. Indeed, the shadow is impressive. I thought we were strong enough, yet here we are, trembling in the shadow's presence. Upon hearing her words, the expressions of the other 5 turned somewhat peculiar. Wang Meng coughed lightly. "Captain and ahem, please mind your wording." And you widened her beautiful eyes. Huh? Is my description inaccurate? Chapter 59, Platinum Tier, Soul Purger Faisal. Taking refuge in the area cleared by Qin Feng, Wang Meng and his companions finally caught their breath. This is outrageous. How can there be so many monsters on this forsaken continent? I think we 6 should hold off on exploring further until all our team members reach level 10. Then we can proceed together. I'm curious if we die here. Where will we respawn? The crowd engaged in conversation for a while, developing a profound reverence for the ruins of this city. Just moments ago, a swarm of monstrous creatures had surged forth. Had they not fled swiftly, they would now be lifeless corpses. Initially, the 6 of them had separated into teams, leading numerous official players to level up. Having arrived on the continent, they gathered together to scout the area, unaware of the peril that lay in wait. At this moment, Gu Ishiwa switched her perspective to her white owl. The owl ascended into the sky, meticulously surveying the surrounding region, causing Gu Ishiwa to gasp in astonishment. The sight was truly one of desolation. Suddenly, she noticed several corpses ahead, emanating a faint gray light. Could there be loot that the expert had overlooked? Intrigued, Gu Ishiwa expressed her thoughts. And you, overhearing, speculated perhaps their inventory was full, given that Shadow is a solitary player. Their efficiency in slaying monsters must have resulted in an abundance of items. Gu Ishiwa nodded in agreement. There are indeed a few gray items left uncollected. Shall we go investigate? Wang Ming interjected. Hold on. Let me contact Shadow. Meanwhile, Qin Feng was diligently cleansing the soul purification zone. Just as he was clearing the 4th room, he received a private message from Wang Ming. Brother, we noticed some items outside that you haven't collected. If we gather them, would you be willing to pay us for them based on their value? Equipped with a spatial ring and a recently acquired 7-slot storage bag, Qin Feng possessed a total of 34 slots. However, for one with an insatiable desire for wealth like him, even 34 slots felt insufficient. Throughout his journey, he had left behind 5 pieces of subpar gray-white equipment. In truth, those who managed to reach level 10 and venture into the abandoned Divine Continent were not in want of inferior gear. As for the low-quality skill books, Qin Feng had collected every single one, as some were indeed useful. Since Wang Ming desired the 5 pieces of subpar equipment and was willing to pay, he decided to part with them. I will contact you again in an hour. I have a batch of equipment to sell, Qin Feng concluded, shutting the private message window and resuming his task of clearing the soul purification zone. His inventory was already full, and, along the way, the spoils dropped by the monsters littered the ground, yet he remained indifferent. After all, once he vanquished the platinum-level foe, the entire underground palace would belong to him. As for what lay before that moment, if anyone approached the palace entrance, Qin Feng would receive a warning, for a silver-level devout believer stood guard at the door. Even if an invisible player attempted to enter the soul purification zone, they would first need to unlock the stone door, thus alerting the devout believer. As Qin Feng continued his extermination of creatures, Wang Ming and the others logged off. They needed to report the situation of the abandoned Divine Continent not only to the officials of Jianghai City, but also to the higher authorities of the Great Xia Kingdom. Over half an hour later, not just Jianghai City, but many other cities worldwide opened their portals to the abandoned Divine Continent. However, the reports from players emerging onto the continent were not heralds of triumph, but rather a relentless stream of dire news. As players from Magic City arrived on the continent, they found themselves amidst a desolate urban ruin. We, the players from Chaos Han, are not in the same city ruins. It seems that each city's players have different landing points on the mainland. The ruins are teeming with monsters, and I've already perished twice. It has become unbearable, forcing me to log off. I must wait for more players to gather before we can commence our expedition, for otherwise, the monsters will mercilessly torment us. I am somewhat curious about the world-as foremost Shadow. His current level is still 10, which surely indicates he is facing challenges as well. At this very moment, Qin Feng has successfully cleared all the lesser monsters within the underground palace of the purified soul realm. He has traversed over 40 grand halls and thoroughly examined more than 1,000 smaller chambers, vanquishing over 400 lesser foes in the process. Alongside 4 bronze tier and 2 silver tier monsters, this endeavor has granted Qin Feng more than 80,000 experience points and elevated his evolution points to a remarkable 205. Such a bounty of experience is something that ordinary players would take several days and nights to accrue. After all, typical players would not dare to provoke a multitude of monsters, instead opting to hunt down solitary ones at a painstakingly slow pace, resulting in predictably low efficiency. Just 5 points shy of evolving his greedy hand, all he needs to do is eliminate that platinum tier guardian. Qin Feng hears the sound of elements converging, akin to the crackling of electricity emanating from the center of the underground palace. This place is intimately familiar to him, having spent 9 years here in his previous life. He deftly navigates through several corridors, making his way towards the center. Soon, he arrives at a previously sealed chamber. The room spans approximately 30 meters in both length and width, with an altar at its center upon which rests an elemental beast surrounded by crackling lightning. taking on a human form composed entirely of purple electricity. Purifier Facear, 15. Tier, Platinum, Description. The guardian of the purified soul realm. Defeated. And you shall become the master of this domain. Within the city ruins, the highest level monsters are capped at level 15. This Purifier Facear stands as the pinnacle of their ranks, both in level and tier. Although I am currently at level 10, my attacks will be met with some damage mitigation, yet the impact remains negligible. Most crucially, it possesses a level 2 stealth counter. Therefore, before confronting this foe, Qin Feng must raise his stealth level to 3. In his previous life, the single target lightning damage was exceedingly high, even with a full set of golden equipment. His warrior could barely withstand it. However, now he finds no need to endure its singular skill. With a swift twist of the plague blade in his hand, Qin Feng enters the room like a wraith, bestowed with liberation. Shadow Strike, 3,576, 3,549, 9669 weak point attack. As Qin Feng unleashes this skill, he becomes a fleeting shadow, passing through the monster and swiftly reverting to invisibility. The Purifier Facear, enveloped in crackling thunder, possesses azure eyes swirling with lightning before it can react. 9 damage figures have already appeared above its head. Furthermore, its entire form becomes cloaked in a green hue. In the next moment, 5,364, 5,323, 14,503. Once again, 9 elevated damage numbers erupted from above. This was the active effect of the gift of liberation, inflicting a lethal, throat-cutting damage that would persist for 3 seconds. Chapter 60. A first kill once more. Qin Xiaoyou lamented, "Why is this game so arduous?" The soul purger, Facear, continuously emanated blades of light from its thunderous form, with damage numbers incessantly appearing overhead. It sought to retaliate immediately, but could not discern the location of its assailant. The singular high-damage lightning attack it intended to unleash was rendered futile without a target, forcing it to raise its arms formed of electricity and unleash a wide-range assault skill. A veritable storm of over 100 bolts of lightning coalesced from the ceiling above, cascading downwards. The time from gathering to striking was a mere 0. 3 seconds. If struck, given Qin Feng's current defenses and resistance to lightning, his demise would be inevitable. Moreover, in the face of these lightning attacks, Qin Feng's 75 evasion proved ineffective. For any skill or attack of platinum rank or higher, a hit correction was invariably applied. The hit correction of the Soul Purger was undoubtedly above 100. This meant that the hit rate against anyone was at least doubled. For instance, with Qin Feng's 75 evasion, a typical monster's hit rate against him will be only 25. Yet against the Soul Purger, that hit rate would soar to 50 or even higher. After all, in his previous life, Qin Feng had only encountered this creature once, and his understanding of its specific attributes was rather superficial, merely a rough estimate. Fortunately, Qin Feng's agility attribute, after advancing his class and acquiring the Plague Blade, had now reached 182 points. His full-speed sprint exceeded 40 meters per second, as long as he observed carefully and evaded before the lightning fully coalesced. He could avoid being struck. Even if granted double agility, it was implausible to evade this barrage of thunder entirely without any errors. However, for Qin Feng, 9 years of combat experience had ingrained in him the habit of dodging skills. He had faced far more outrageous challenges in later stages. This onslaught was nothing in comparison. In his previous life, he had barely endured this skill through luck and the priest's shield. But this time, he would leave no opportunity unseized. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. As the Soul Purger's health diminished by a third, a layer of thunderous shield enveloped it, while 3 lightning orbs appeared in the surrounding sky, incessantly circling. 3 chains of thunder connected those orbs to the Soul Purger. Bloodlock. The 3 lightning orbs must be destroyed first. After a failed attempt, Qin Xiaoyou threw a tantrum, claiming she did not wish to continue. Consequently, Qin Feng did not bring her along. Ironically, after not bringing her, he succeeded in one attempt, although he had gained experience. Qin Xiaoyou was indeed not particularly useful. Evading skills was a matter of life and death for her. Healing? Did she possess hands? Venomous darts. Qin Feng awaited the cooldown of Shadow Step, then casually hurled a venomous dart, striking the circling lightning orb with precision. After casting the dart, Qin Feng continued to remain invisible. While he concealed himself, the Purifier relentlessly unleashed area attacks. Yet for Qin Feng, dodging those bolts of lightning was an instinctive reaction. As effortless as breathing, one after another, darts were hurled forth, and the shadow slash erupted repeatedly, swiftly obliterating the three swiftly darting spheres of electric light. Bestowed liberation. Shadow slash. The lightning entwined around him, manifested as a flickering blade of light, with damaged figures erupting in succession. 3 seconds later, a series of thunderous electric circles radiated outward from a central point. However, in this iteration, Qin Feng executed a shadow slash, vanishing to the ceiling of the hall, grasping a beam with one hand, thus evading all electric circles flawlessly. It must be said, the difficulty was indeed considerable. But Qin Feng had already devised a countermeasure before the battle commenced. A mere 5 minutes into the fray, amidst the furious onslaught of lightning strikes, Qin Feng activated the black light shield, transforming his entire evasion into a 7-layered damage-absorbing shield. Subsequently, he performed a bestowed liberation coupled with a shadow slash, slicing through and instantly depleting the last third of the Purifier's health. The lightning strikes that fell upon him were perfectly resisted by the black light shield. 3 seconds later, the lightning body of the Purifier Faceal disintegrated in a scattered electric orbs upon the ground. A system notification reverberated in the minds of all players worldwide. Player Shadow, Jianghai City, achieves global first kill of platinum level, earning 10 reputation points. As this system alert spread, players across the globe were momentarily taken aback. Just moments ago, many players were discussing Shadow, presuming his progress was not proceeding smoothly. Yet, a platinum level first kill? Incredible. A solo kill? This is utterly absurd. I've only just arrived on this continent, still struggling in the ruins of the city, and this individual has soloed a platinum level foe. We're already wiped out 3 times trying to bring down a gold level spender, and Shadow has effortlessly taken down a platinum? What kind of talent is required to play like this? Damn, another Shadow from Daxia? Who knows his true identity? I propose we drop a nuke on Jianghai City. A splendid suggestion, but let us refrain from such proposals next time. Do they really think Daxia is easy to provoke? Ha, you drop one, I drop one. Let us all perish together. Just as the system notification of Qin Feng's platinum first kill was transmitted in Shell Town, Qin Xiaoyou was cleaved in half by a silver-level wielder of a massive axe. You have died, losing 14 years of lifespan, non-tradable. You have died, losing 2 days of lifespan, tradable. When Qin Xiaoyou resurrected in Shell Town, her face wore a dazed expression. Again, she had perished? In the team channel, a teammate's voice erupted in anger. You're an awful healer. With such a massive axe you couldn't T-dodge? Qin Xiaoyou was already irked, and upon hearing her teammate's insult, she retorted, Who are you calling awful? If you can't manage to pull well, don't blame me for not dodging skills. I'll dodge you. The teammate fumed. How on earth am I supposed to pull with this area attack skill? Player level 8 Gale has exited the team. Within the team, only 3 individuals remained. Qin Xiaoyou, Chu Yan, and Zhang Wei. Recently, while they were leveling up and battling monsters, they encountered a silver-tier adversary, and this marked their second defeat. Zhang Wei, unable to endure any longer, expressed, The system alerts me that I am hungry. I shall log off to eat. Thus, only Chu Yan and Qin Xiaoyou remained in the party, but it wasn't long before they too met their demise, respawning in the town square. The short-haired girl, Chu Yan, a marksman, navigated through the crowd and approached Qin Xiaoyou, saying helplessly, Xiaoyou, shall we level up first? Otherwise, we shall perish. Qin Xiaoyou was on the verge of tears. Why was this game so arduous? Then, she witnessed the Shadow achieving a first kill against a platinum-tier foe, intensifying her sense of injustice. Why was it that all the teammates she encountered were so inept? Chapter 61. The Legendary Greedy Hand. Bloodline of the Soul Devourer. The Land of Pure Souls. Other players heard a single announcement of the first kill, but on Qin Feng's side, a cascade of system notifications ensued. You have slain the Soul Purger, Phaser, Platinum Tier. You have gained 48,000 experience points. Congratulations, you have reached level 11. Your 4-dimensional attributes have increased by 4. You have received 10 free attribute points. Congratulations, you have obtained 20 evolution points. You have acquired 520 years of lifespan, tradable. You achieved the global first kill of a platinum tier foe, earning a reputation reward of 10 points. Congratulations. You have become the master of the land of pure souls. The barrage of system notifications brought a sigh of relief from Qin Feng. After an hour's endeavor, he had finally accomplished his goal. From that moment on, Qin Feng had established a stronghold in this forsaken land of deities. Most importantly, this refuge could also be extracted into reality. As the master of the land of pure souls, Qin Feng could bring it into the real world and activate its magical defensive barriers. With such defenses in place, Even aircraft and tanks would find it impossible to breach the land of pure souls. Regarding nuclear weapons, while others were unaware, Qin Feng was acutely aware. When the godforsaken game descended, large-scale weapons of mass destruction in reality had begun to decay. Particularly, the most devastating nuclear devices had rendered themselves inoperable by the very first day. Aircraft and tanks might still function for a month or two at best. Of course, extracting the land of pure souls into reality required over 300 years of tradable lifespan. In his previous life, Qin Feng had already undertaken such an extraction, establishing it as the stronghold for the God-slaying guild in the real world. Familiar with the land of pure souls, Qin Feng did not dwell on it for long. Instead, he began to examine his recent gains. Firstly, he had ascended to level 11. After level 10, each level up granted 4 points to all attributes and 10 free attribute points. He continued to allocate these points to agility. Qin Feng intended to focus on agility until reaching level 20. With the ability to become infinitely invisible, many challenges within the godforsaken game could be tackled without damage, provided his speed and reflexes were sufficiently swift. Thus, agility remained paramount for Qin Feng in these early stages. The golden tier only granted 7 evolution points. Unexpectedly, Platinum directly granted him 20 evolution points. With the greedy hand in tow, Qin Feng glanced at his current evolution points, which totaled 225. This was sufficient to evolve the greedy hand once. Before unleashing the greedy hand on the soul purger, Qin Feng decided to enhance this skill first. You have consumed 210 evolution points, remaining 15. Greedy Hand, epic legend skill of the assassin class. There is a 300,500 probability of receiving an additional loot reward. The acquired extra loot has a 100 chance of increasing by 1 tier. New passive effect. You gain a greedy space of 100 slots for item storage. The results of the evolution dazzled Qin Feng. The additional loot increased from 3 to 5 pieces, and he was granted a 100-slot storage space. The latter was an unexpected boon, significantly easing his future monster hunting endeavors. After the greedy hand advanced, Qin Feng released the skill upon the soul purger's corpse. Instantly, 5 pieces of additional loot erupted from the shattered body of a lightning-struck foe, with the most basic items being of platinum grade, along with several emerald-grade treasures. Among them was an emerald-grade assassin's leather armor and an emerald-grade assassin's necklace, requiring levels 13 and 15, respectively. There was also an emerald-grade assassin skill book, requiring level 14 for study. For now, he could not equip them and would store them at home. After all, the entire 200-acre domain of the Soul Purger Palace belonged to him, allowing him to place items freely without concern for theft or loss. The faithful followers entered and gathered all the loot in the palace, stacking it together. Qin Feng had just cleared the elemental creatures of the palace, which had dropped numerous items. He had neither picked up nor even glanced at the equipment or skill books. Now, it was just right for the devout followers to come in and organize those items. Meanwhile, Qin Feng had already devised his next developmental plan. Upon arriving on the continent, he could seek out some bloodline monsters to obtain his first bloodline. This was another crucial aspect of player strength in the game, Godforsaken. Various bloodline monsters existed in the game. Players could acquire different bloodlines upon defeating them. Each bloodline offered distinct effects. In this life, the bloodline most suited to him should be the Soul Devourer. Upon acquiring the Soul Devourer bloodline, he would gain the ability to absorb his own skills, with the potency of the absorbed skills determining the strength of the attributes and effects provided by the bloodline. In this life, he could infinitely evolve skills. Many low-level and inferior skills held no value for him. However, if he evolved them to the epic level and then absorbed them with the Soul Devourer bloodline, his bloodline attributes would reach an exceedingly terrifying level. It is worth noting that in Godforsaken, each epic level skill is exceptionally precious. Under normal circumstances, who would dare to utilize the Soul Devourer bloodline to absorb an epic skill? Once absorbed, the skill becomes unusable, and it cannot be learned again. But Qin Feng's circumstances in this life were different. Many skills are rendered obsolete or repetitive in nature, even when evolved to the epic tier. They cannot compare to initial epic skills. The assassin skills are countless, yet among the active attack skills, Qin Feng cannot possibly utilize them all. It suffices to retain only the most effective ones. Once he acquires the bloodline of the Devourer, he can indulge in a profusion of skill book acquisitions, subsequently enhancing his abilities significantly, he mused. At that moment, his private chat lit up. Milk White Shuezi, congratulations, esteemed one, on achieving the first kill of the Platinum tier. I have another piece of good news. Dongfang Xian has finally logged off due to hunger. It is said he is dining at a restaurant in Jiangnan. accompanied by numerous family members. Their family has procured quite a bit of longevity, preparing to convert it into game power. The voice message from the girl was as enchanting as ever. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng finally smiled. Indeed, it seems that Dongfang Xian's family has brought considerable longevity. Of course, their meal would not conclude swiftly. Qin Feng was in no rush. At that time, he could extract even more abilities into reality. From the Soul Purger, Qin Feng had acquired a total of 100 evolution points. Coupled with the remaining points, he had 115 in total. Most skills that had yet to reach the epic level could now be evolved. Qin Feng glanced at the skill list. Without hesitation, he began the evolution process. He expended 42 evolution points to evolve Shadow Step 3 times to the epic level. Stealth duration increased to 36 seconds, with a cooldown of 22 seconds. Then, he consumed 34 evolution points to enhance Backstab to the epic level, increasing the damage from 50 to 75, with 39 evolution points remaining. Qin Feng deliberated before deciding against evolving the currently Emerald level Poison Dagger. Instead, he chose to spend 3 points to evolve Blooming Curse 2 times, advancing it from Emerald to Diamond, and finally to the epic level, allowing it to be used on the corpses of players within 60 seconds of death. Adding a new effect, the ability to obliterate the body, Qin Feng was taken aback. This effect seemed of little use within the game. However, outside of the game, it appeared to hold a modicum of utility. He did not dwell on it further. He then proceeded to evolve the Dark Moment 3 times. You have consumed 123 evolution points, leaving 30 points remaining. Dark Moment, Platinum, Emerald, Diamond, Epic erupts with a dark radiance, blinding all enemies within the vicinity. Cooldown, 60, 343 seconds. Range, 20, 30, 40, 50 meters. Base duration, 10, 12, 14, 16 seconds. The higher the target's mental attributes, the shorter the duration. With 30 evolution points remaining, he had just enough to elevate Blooming Curse from epic to legendary. Should he proceed with the evolution? Qin Feng pondered. This skill was obtained from an ancient deity's blessing within an emerald treasure chest. In his previous life, he had never even heard its name, only vaguely aware of its effects, attesting to its rarity. At the very least, there were no skill books for sale in the market. Since it is a rare skill, it is wise to continue its evolution. Each legendary skill possesses its own distinct attributes. Perhaps there exist some advantageous special effects. Ultimately, Qin Feng resolved to evolve. You have consumed 30 evolution points, remaining 0 points. Flower Blooming Curse Epic Legend Universal Skill. When used on the corpse of a player within 60, 300 seconds of death, it continuously absorbs transferable lifespan. New. Simultaneously absorbs 50 units of the target's non-transferable lifespan. New. Can absorb scattered orbs of non-transferable lifespan. Exclamations escaped Qin Feng's lips. This was utterly outrageous. While absorbing all of the target's transferable lifespan, he could also siphon off 50 units of non-transferable lifespan. Furthermore, even scattered non-transferable lifespans could be absorbed, although non-transferable lifespans could not be utilized to extract skills into reality. In high-level areas where the passage of time accelerates by 100-fold or even 1,000-fold, it will be the non-transferable lifespan that would be consumed first. With this skill, non-transferable lifespan would never be lacking. With his evolution points depleted, Qin Feng promptly notified Wang Ming, providing him with a nearby coordinate. Naturally, it was not near the entrance of the Soul Purification Zone, but rather 500 meters away, where there were no monsters in the vicinity. The items for sale included spoils from the Plague Wielder and minor drops from within the Soul Purification Zone. The 100-slot backpack that came with the Greedy Hand was exceptionally useful. He managed to carry all these items with half the slots still vacant. Qin Feng nodded in satisfaction and made his way to the coordinates alone. Soon, in the bedroom of a dilapidated residence, Wang Ming and Yu and their 6 companions encountered the still-veiled Qin Feng. As per their usual practice, Qin Feng began listing his wares. First up with the silver, gold, and platinum items. The total worth of this batch reached an astounding 180,000 transferable lifespan. And Yu, as before, was quick to agree. I'll take them all. After all, Qin Feng's pricing was exceedingly fair. Upon receiving the items, the dragon swordswoman beamed, her eyes narrowing into crescent moons. Now, our development in Jianghai City will accelerate. In truth, many official legions from the Air Force of the Demon City and the 46th Artillery Brigade had been requesting equipment from them. However, intercity transactions were currently impossible due to a lack of trading channels. Thank you, Brother Shadow. And Yu expressed her gratitude to Qin Feng, her eyes sparkling with joy. It's nothing, just mutual assistance. By the way, do you want some inferior, ordinary, and bronze items? Qin Feng inquired as he continued to produce more items. As he began to unveil another pile, and Yu and her companions were left astonished. How do you have so many slots in your backpack? The silver, gold, and platinum supplies that Qin Feng had just presented had already filled in Yu's inventory to capacity, necessitating Wang Ming's assistance to accommodate them. Yet, Qin Feng astonishingly produced even more than 30 ordinary and bronze items. Are you some kind of Doraemon? Qin Xiaoyou, filled with curiosity, unexpectedly approached and gently touched Qin Feng's abdomen. Qin Feng, taken aback, wore a puzzled expression. Ultimately, it was not just in Yu and Wang Ming, but even Qin Xiaoyou, Lin Liu, the keen-eyed archer, and the card master uncle, all had their packs filled to the brim. Fortunately, in this forsaken game, death would not cause the loss of items within one's backpack. Noticing their hesitance to engage with monsters in this area, Qin Feng offered them a reminder before turning to leave. As he departed, Yu gazed at his fading silhouette, her beautiful eyes sparkling with excitement as she whispered in the team channel, Look, I told you, the big shot might be a reincarnator. How else could he know such concealed information? Wang Ming, tapping his forehead, replied, Captain, please don't say that. It scares me a bit. The card master uncle chuckled. Indeed, let us not be too sensitive. We were merely driven away by the monsters. Otherwise, we could have surely found something in the vicinity. The shadows merely possess the ability to become invisible, so they are more familiar with the terrain, which is quite normal. Upon hearing this, Yu fell into contemplation. Suddenly, she exclaimed, What do you think the success rate would be if I were to lure the shadows? The group was left dumbfounded. Chapter 63. The Vigor of the Eastern Sage. A reliable woman? He firmly closed the stone door at the entrance. Should any other players approach, this stone door would appear as a mere wall, making it nearly impossible to discern that it was the entrance to an underground palace. Entering the realm of pure souls. Qin Feng surveyed the familiar palace scene, feeling little emotional impact. Instead, he focused on the underground line. Would you like to consume transferable lifespan to extract abilities into reality? Yes or no? Qin Feng chose yes. At that moment, he had a total of 203 years of transferable lifespan, allowing for a significant enhancement in reality. Converted into days, this amounted to a total of 304 days. He decided to extract his level and profession advancement abilities first. This time, Qin Feng faced no complications. Given his ample transferable lifespan, he directly opted for bulk synchronization, level synchronization, profession advancement synchronization. A total of 27,000 days of lifespan was consumed, and Qin Feng's reality level and profession advancement directly synchronized with those in the game. Next came the skills. Previously, he had extracted Shadow Cloak, albeit only at level 1. To elevate it to level 10, he would need to expend just over 946 days. Qin Feng began to select skills from the list for extraction. He consumed 946 days to elevate Shadow Cloak to level 10. He spent 900 days to extract Backstab Enhancement. He utilized 1000 days to extract Greedy Hand. He expended 200 days to extract Instant Shadow Slash. He consumed 366 days to extract Phantom Blur. He utilized 099 days to extract Blooming Curse. He expended 313 days to extract Black Light Shield. Note, the extraction costs are calculated based on skill level and initial quality, not arbitrary figures. After extracting these skills, Qin Feng was left with only 480 days of transferable lifespan. There is still a shortfall in transferable lifespan. Otherwise, he could have synchronized directly. Qin Feng shook his head. He temporarily possessed no extractable skills, save for the darkest moment. Extraction requirement. 649 days. The Gift of Liberation. Extraction requirement. 59,032 days. And an inconsequential skill known as Chisel Strike. The exorbitant extraction requirement for the Gift of Liberation was due to its status as an initial epic level skill. Gazing upon his remaining lifespan, Qin Feng opted to extract 2 pieces of equipment. The first was a pair of golden level stealth boots that enhanced both the duration of invisibility and movement speed while concealed, requiring an extraction of 600 days. The second was a golden level pendant of the faithful, which increased cooldown speed and had the potential to summon a silver level acolyte. Perhaps it would prove useful. The extraction of these items consumed 394 days. The extraction of equipment required significantly less lifespan than that of skills of the same grade and tier, as equipment is consumable, whereas skills endure permanently. Thus, a higher consumption for skills is entirely reasonable. Ultimately, he was left with only 486 days of extractable lifespan. However, at this juncture, his combat prowess in reality was already closely aligned with that in the game. He needed to accrue more lifespan, striving for complete synchronization before his next log-off. Upon completing the extraction, his form materialized in his small bedroom. In truth, this house, a picturesque abode, remained under the name of Qin Xiaoyou. Amassing over 300 years of lifespan to extract from the pure soul land seemed a distant prospect. Knowing the significance of this location, Qin Feng decided it prudent to depart. As he surveyed his familiar surroundings, he felt no lingering attachment. He raised his hand and activated the greed-esque grasp. Do not misunderstand. The room contained no corpses. Qin Feng merely accessed the 100-slot storage space inherent to greed-esque grasp. Currently, there were no magical creatures in reality, rendering the ability somewhat useless. Yet the 100-slot storage was undeniably gratifying. The 100 slots in the game translated to 100 cubic meters in reality, and the calculations for both spaces were distinct. Qin Feng swiftly deposited all his belongings into the storage, even the bed, before making his exit. He entered a state of invisibility, having left his phone behind. He approached the window and leaped from the 11th floor. Under the cover of night, none were aware of the invisible figure soaring through the darkness. As he neared the ground, Qin Feng executed a shadow slash, darting toward a roadside flower bed without drawing any attention. Although he had not extracted all his equipment, his running speed in reality had reached over 30 meters per second. The Jiangnan Hotel was a mere 15 kilometers from this residential area, and he could arrive in less than 10 minutes. Naturally, Qin Feng would not hail a taxi. In fact, his current speed far surpassed that of a cab. At that moment, the Jiangnan Hotel had been entirely reserved by the Dongfang family. The Dongfang family, one of the local clans of Jianghai City, had risen over several decades, passing down their legacy through 3 generations. Currently, Dongfang Xian was the most cherished member of the younger generation. In the hotel's largest private dining room, Dongfang Xian, along with several elder members of the Dongfang family, including uncles, had gathered. They dined while discussing matters concerning the Forsaken game. In the past, Dongfang Xian had seldom spoken within the family, being merely a junior. But now, the Forsaken game has arrived. Dongfang Xian possesses the highest level, equipment, and combat prowess among the core members of his family within this Forsaken game. Many older players have entered this realm, yet they are utterly befuddled by the mechanics of the game, and even more so by the art of combat. Several have fallen prey to monsters on 2 occasions, nearly suffering heart attacks from the ordeal. Ultimately, they had to pay exorbitantly to be escorted to level 3, allowing them to log out and escape the game. It is evident that many elderly players, once they succumb to slumber and enter the Forsaken game, stand little chance of survival, even if they do not venture out. Being trapped within the confines of a small town, after 2 or 3 days, their physical bodies will fail them, leading to starvation or dehydration. This is the true cruelty of the Forsaken game. Currently, on the first day, many have yet to grasp its reality. In truth, even among the youth and middle-aged individuals, a considerable number have already succumbed to despair. Take Iron Man, for instance, who is on the brink of death, with only days left to live, now reduced to a beggar for life in Beaktown. At this time, Dongfang Xian, seated at the dining table, exuded a sense of pride. The Forsaken game heralds an era for young individuals like himself. Moreover, the Dongfang family possesses assets worth hundreds of billions in Jianghai City, spanning various industries, and has converted a significant portion of their liquid assets into tradable lifespans. Dongfang Xian carries with him 250,000 days of tradable lifespan, radiating confidence. His plan is to have the family's younger generation enter the game, procure equipment and skill books, and ascend to level 10 at the swiftest pace to gain a competitive edge, thus securing their place in the forthcoming era. Additionally, there's another matter. Regarding Shadow, I have dispatched a reliable woman to approach him, and she has successfully added him as a friend. Once the opportunity arises to uncover Shadow's true identity, we shall act. If we can control Shadow in reality and harness him for the benefit of the Dongfang family, our rise will be assured. Just as Dongfang Xian eloquently articulated his ambitions, 2 security guards in black suits stationed outside the private room suddenly erupted in a flurry of blades, blood spraying as they collapsed. Chapter 64. Release the Hounds. A bloody hunt. Bang, bang. The 2 bodies, slaughtered by the blade, lay gruesomely at the entrance of the largest private room in Jiangnan Hotel. The soundproofing of this room was remarkably effective, leaving those inside oblivious to the disturbance outside. After swiftly eliminating the 2 with a shadowy strike, Qin Feng stood concealed at the door. His agility was exceptional. He could hear Dongfang Xian's impassioned speech from within. A reliable woman? Qin Feng could not help but chuckle. Little did Dongfang Xian know that the so-called reliable woman had already betrayed him. However, they surprisingly bore firearms. Qin Feng inspected the two corpses, refraining from any hasty actions. Although he possessed skills like Phantom Shadow and Dark Light Shield, they did not guarantee complete evasion. He had not extracted any armor into reality, for a gunshot to the heart or head would be fatal. What was transpiring within the private room? Even if I were to conceal myself, there remains the chance of encountering a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse. Thus, it is wiser to proceed with caution. He raised his hand, promptly activating his equipment's effect to summon a devout acolyte. A gaunt, elongated gray figure crawled forth, appearing at the entrance of this Jiangnan restaurant. Silver tier, devout acolyte. In close combat, it wielded sharp claws, while from a distance, it unleashed green flames. Moreover, as a silver tier entity, the devout acolyte possessed formidable damage resistance, capable of withstanding firearm attacks for an extended duration. Proceed inside, commanded Qin Feng. He himself faded into invisibility, retreating to a corner where a surveillance camera had already succumbed to his destruction. Bang! The core members of the Dongfang family, spanning from the elder generation to the middle-aged and the youth, totaling over 40 individuals, had mostly gathered here. Their levels ranged from 3 to 8, with none having ascended to level 10, thus unable to harness their abilities in reality. The gaunt, devout acolyte burst through the main entrance, shattering the precious wooden door, instantly triggering a cacophony of screams. Amidst the shrieks, men and women, young and old, everyone was taken aback. How outrageous! Who the hell summoned this creature? Stay back. Don't come any closer. Could it be a monster from the Forsaken game? Oh my heavens, help! A barrage of gunfire erupted from the private room. Yet the only sounds that resonated were the anguished cries of humanity. In reality, even armed, these individuals possessed exceedingly poor defensive capabilities, rendering them utterly fragile. To the silver-tier devout acolyte, a mere swipe could dispatch one. A breath of green flame could incinerate a multitude. Since Qin Feng had engaged, he harbored no intention of leaving any survivors. As the gunfire echoed from the private room, the bodyguards stationed outside the Jiangnan restaurant were finally alerted. However, it was evident that their numbers were scant. Ordinarily, such a gathering of the Dongfang family would require the protection of at least 30 to 50 individuals. Yet now, only a dozen remained, all loyal to the Dongfang family. As for the other bodyguards, who would serve as a bodyguard amidst the arrival of a Forsaken game, the remaining dozen were seasoned veterans. The Dongfang family had agreed to compensate them with tradable lifespans, which motivated their continued service. Moreover, their in-game occupational talents were rather mediocre. Those with exceptional professions and talents had long since entered the game to hunt monsters, requiring no charity from the family conglomerates. As the dozen bodyguards charged forth, armed with machetes and iron rods rather than firearms, they approached the private room's entrance. Upon peering inside, they were immediately struck dumb. Some even retched on the spot. We must go. What manner of beast is that? All dead. They are all dead. Wait, there's a significant amount of lifespan inside, at least 10,000. We must flee. There's that monster within. Do you value your lifespan over your life? A group of individuals hastily ascended the stairs, casting a fleeting glance at the scene within the private room, only to immediately turn and attempt to flee in a state of panic. However, in that very moment, the shadow strike was unleashed. Concealed in the shadows, Qin Feng sprang into action. A figure darted through the air, and the brilliance of steel erupted within the space. Even the shattered lens of the surveillance camera was splattered with vivid crimson blood. In a mere 2 minutes, this elegant establishment in Jiangnan had transformed into a hellish nightmare. Shortly thereafter, the frail, grayish figure began to dissipate, fading into oblivion. Almost simultaneously, crimson blossoms manifested throughout the room. Qin Feng glided through the sea of corpses and blood with an air of nonchalance. Wherever he tread, the flowers of death bloomed. These blossoms not only siphoned the remaining lifespans of all present, but also possessed the uncanny ability to obliterate any evidence of the bodies. All the blood and corpses that had splattered across the scene were transformed into wisps of ghostly white smoke during the absorption process. It was indeed a bountiful harvest. A subtle smile graced Qin Feng's lips. Dongfang Xian possessed 250,000 days of tradable lifespan. Initially, only a portion had been revealed. Yet, as the crimson flowers flourished upon his lifeless form, the remainder of his tradable lifespan was drawn to Qin Feng. Qin Feng slowly stepped into the private room. Discovering that Dongfang Xian had already been decapitated, his head removed by a devout follower and cast beside a plate of Australian lobster. Lying side by side with the lobster's head, his eyes were wide open, unable to close in death, utterly unaware that he had fallen victim to the shadows. Few had ever encountered a devout follower. Perhaps only the Grey Rose and her companions could recall any connection to Qin Feng. As for the others, who could fathom what manner of being this was? In his final moments, Dong Fengxian's last thought was, how could the monsters from the Forsaken Game invade reality? Just 2 minutes later, the flowers of death dissipated from the Jiangnan restaurant. The staff, who had been in the kitchen, faintly heard commotion outside, but hesitated to emerge, knowing better than to intrude upon the gathering of the Dongfang family. However, after a while, they sensed something amiss. When they finally ventured out, bewilderment etched upon their faces. They beheld the chaos within the private room. Tables, chairs, and vases lay shattered and strewn about. As they stepped into the corridor, a ghostly white mist swirled and gradually faded away. But where were the people? Where was the entire Dongfang family? The curse of the blooming flowers had left no trace of the corpses behind. Meanwhile, the orchestrator of this carnage, Qin Feng, had long since departed from the Jiangnan restaurant. This time, it was a remarkable harvest. All tradable lifespans had been absorbed, along with an additional 50 days of non-tradable lifespan. Qin Feng realized that he had made the right decision in spending 30 evolution points to upgrade the blooming curse to legendary status. Indeed, the evolution was well worth it. Chapter 65, Truly Talented. No wonder he is a koi. After leaving the Jiangnan restaurant, Qin Feng sought refuge in a hidden corner to assess the fruits of his labor. He had acquired a total of 74 years of tradable lifespan, which amounted to 270,000 days. The non-tradable lifespan, siphoned from the Blossom Curse, had accumulated to over 480 years. Qin Feng perceived that the non-tradable lifespans of these individuals were exceedingly scant. It is noteworthy that he had eliminated over 40, nearly 50, souls in this endeavor. However, considering that a portion of these individuals were elderly, and all had entered the Forsaken Game, emerging at level 3, many had perished multiple times during their ascent, thereby forfeiting a significant portion of their non-tradable lifespans. Nevertheless, Qin Feng's gains from this venture were monumental. He had just traded with Yu, selling an array of equipment for less than 20,000 days. This excursion had effortlessly yielded him 270,000 days. The cost-effectiveness was utterly beyond his expectations. As for his own non-tradable lifespan, it had now accumulated to an impressive 327 years. He truly felt like a harbinger of fortune. With a smile, Qin Feng cast one last glance at the Jiangnan Hotel, faintly hearing the distant wail of sirens, before departing silently. This foray had demonstrated the remarkable efficacy of the Blossom Curse, not only yielding bountiful rewards, but also erasing all traces of the scene, the body's bloodstains and remnants evaporating into a pallid mist. All core members of the Dongfang family, along with over 10 bodyguards, seemed to have vanished without a trace. Even as the police arrived, there were no leads to follow. As for the repercussions of the Dongfang family's disappearance, Qin Feng paid it no mind. Such occurrences would proliferate in the future. For the police of the Great Xia, this would likely be classified as a missing persons case, and they would cease further inquiries. Even if they suspected ties to the shadows, without evidence, they were powerless. Qin Feng recalled that the initial chaos had persisted for several days. Many dared not leave the game, refraining from slaying monsters, instead opting to huddle within safe zones, hastily logging off only for the most basic of needs. It was not until the official operatives, trained or recruited in secrecy by the Great Xia, extracted their professional skills into reality that they were able to apprehend criminals, thus restoring a modicum of order. However, skills involving time and space had been virtually non-existent in previous years. His next target was Qin Xiaoyou. The headquarters of the Qin Corporation had relocated to North America long before the arrival of the Forsaken Game, with the board also situated there. Currently, the only target he could address was Qin Xiaoyou. Eliminating her was imperative. However, the journey from Jianghai City to Modu City spanned nearly 300 kilometers, and walking would take 2 to 3 hours, a considerable waste of time. He needed to devise a means of procuring him out. As he stealthily traversed the streets of Jianghai City, the night wind chilled him, and he encountered few souls along the way. Many restaurants and eateries had shuttered their doors, and not a single delivery rider was in sight. Rather than seeking a grand hotel, Qin Feng opted for a modest guest house to check in. At present, the economic system of large hotels was sluggish, making transactions in gouged houses far more convenient. Of course, without a mobile phone, he could only pay with lifespan, directly offering 1 hour. Though it seemed meager, It brought immense joy to the guest house proprietress. "Boss, please enter. The value of 1 hour of life, at the current rate of 130,000, is equivalent to 250 yuan. At this moment, the authorities have commenced printing money, leading to a devaluation of cash that will only worsen until a new economic system centered around lifespan is established." Qin Feng checked into a guest house, casually ate a bowl of instant noodles, and freshened up before re-entering the game. He was not in a hurry regarding food, knowing that a special source would soon be available. For now, a little sustenance would suffice. After closing his eyes for 10 seconds, his physical form on the sofa began to fade, becoming translucent. A notification echoed in his mind. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself in the palace of his own pure soul domain. The dimly lit underground chamber was filled with the ominous sound of dripping water, creating a damp and eerie atmosphere. His plan was to take advantage of the many monsters still lurking in the ruins, clearing the Zhanghai city wreckage for the quickest level up. Additionally, there were some silver and gold level drops that could be quite valuable, allowing him to trade for more life. However, as he logged in, an unexpected private message disrupted his plans. "And you, Big Boss, Xiaoyou just discovered an entrance to a tomb in the city ruins. But there's a gold-level vengeful spirit at the entrance that we can't defeat. We've noted the coordinates. Do you want to give it a try?" Qin Feng was taken aback. "Xiaoyou? The one the renowned Li Zi refers to as Xiaoyou? We all just adopted the name, huh?" As you spoke, she couldn't help but laugh. It turned out to be Lin Liu again. Qin Feng was puzzled. How did she find it? After searching for a while, they discovered that Xiaoyou had stumbled into a pit. Due to the tomb's special area, they couldn't communicate in their group chat. "We followed the pit inside and saw a level 12 gold monster chasing us. But fortunately, we managed to escape quickly." Qin Feng couldn't help but sigh. What luck, to stumble upon a tomb simply by stepping into a pit in the city ruins? Tombs are rare occurrences, akin to faith temples and cursed relics, presenting random outdoor opportunities. If they could conquer it and defeat the boss, the rewards would be substantial, with the possibility of special items, including mounts that Qin Feng desired. That was her true intention. She had sufficient tradable lifespan at her disposal. The more equipment and skill books Qin Feng acquired, the faster their progress would be. Thus, she generously provided the coordinates to Qin Feng without any thought of exchanging them for something in return. Surprised by Yu's generosity, Qin Feng appreciated having friends like her. He then departed from the pure soul domain, heading stealthily towards the coordinates located 14 kilometers away in the city ruins. Along the way, he cleared several waves of monsters, collecting the spoils. Soon, he arrived at the coordinates provided by Yu and noticed a well in the courtyard of the ruins. Is this entrance a well? Can one simply fall into it? Qin Feng was astonished. He couldn't help but marvel at Lin Liu's talent. Chapter 66. Instant Kill of the Vengeful Spirit. Platinum Skill, Nightblade. Qin Feng leaped into the well, noting its shallow depth and the protruding bricks at the edge, which offered a means of ascent. However, upon entering the well, he found himself within the confines of a burial chamber. You have arrived at the Tomb of Resentment. Your long-distance communications will be blocked. Qin Feng paid this little heed. Upon reaching the bottom of the well, he discovered a 3-meter-wide passageway illuminated by faint luminous stones on either side. Maintaining his stealth, he advanced silently. After traversing 100 meters, Qin Feng beheld a grotesque, rotund creature wielding a large machete, stationed before a dilapidated door. Wraith 12. Grade. Gold. Towering over 2 meters, it was immensely imposing, with its rusted blades exuding a foul stench of decay, resembling a mass of putrid flesh. This very guardian had sent in Yu and her companions fleeing in terror. Qin Feng surmised that, given their tenacity, they must have made an attempt to confront it. After all, they were adorned with golden equipment and possessed golden skills, making a hasty retreat unlikely. Yet, it was evident that their endeavor had ended in failure. His experience with wraiths was limited, but judging by its form, it likely possessed formidable physical attack power and a wide attack range. Could Wang Meng withstand such an assault? Qin Feng speculated briefly. The equipment and skill books he had sold did not offer significant defensive enhancements. Nonetheless, an instant kill was improbable. After all, Wang Meng, as a holy shield warrior, now boasted a health pool of at least 4,000 to 5,000. It seemed plausible that he had sustained considerable damage from a single strike, prompting him to flee. However, for Qin Feng, the question of endurance was moot, for he possessed the skill of divine liberation. With a swift motion, he activated its effects, grasping the blade of plague, and surged forth. The golden grade wraith, with its putrid mass, was soon enveloped by a flurry of blades. 3,987. 13555 weakness attack. 3,987. A total of 9 strikes erupted, each accompanied by a damage number, appearing above the creature's grotesque head. Qin Feng raised an eyebrow in surprise. Its defenses were remarkably high. His stealth attack skill had reached an epic level, with a penetration damage of 535, significantly increased from before. Even against platinum-grade purifiers, his Shadow Slash could inflict nearly 5,000 damage per strike. Yet against this corpulent foe, his output was just shy of 4,000. Fortunately, this discrepancy bore little consequence. Now, with nearly all his skills at an epic level synergizing, the effect was nothing short of explosive. Epic skills against a gold-grade foe were akin to cleaving through vegetables. With a single Shadow Slash executed, Qin Feng swiftly retreated, maintaining his invisibility. The Wraith possessed a total health pool of around 120,000. The severing damage from Divine Liberation had only triggered twice before it felled the frenzied Wraith, scattering heaps of decayed flesh across the ground. Remaining concealed, Qin Feng kept a distance of over 30 meters from the carcass. After a span of several seconds, Qin Feng gradually approached the scene. Having faced numerous setbacks in his previous life, he had learned to exercise great caution in all his endeavors. There were instances where adversaries would self-destruct posthumously, a pitfall many had encountered. Some teams, despite their arduous efforts to vanquish foes, found themselves obliterated by the explosion of a corpse. The rewards painstakingly acquired could easily be snatched away by passing players, their greedy hands seizing the spoils. As Qin Feng reached the remains of the vengeful spirit, he activated his greedy hand. A golden hand seemingly emerged from the void, reaching out to grasp the dismembered body of the spirit. In an instant, an additional 5 pieces of loot materialized, shimmering with 7 distinct platinum hues. Among these treasures was a skill book and a piece of equipment suitable for Qin Feng's use. Dark Knight Ringblade, platinum-grade assassin-type skill. Infuses blades with dark power, inflicting dark elemental damage on all enemies within a radius of 5 meters. With an additional 500 points of dark elemental attack. Cooldown, 57 seconds. Required level, 11. This was an elemental output skill tailored for the assassin profession. My Shadow class boasts a foundational attribute enhancement of 3, 3, 8, and 5 points respectively. The mental boost surpasses even that of strength, resulting in a base spell attack power greater than my base physical attack. However, the Plague Blade, a conventional physical weapon, primarily augments physical attack power. Utilizing the Plague Blade to unleash magic-based skills would considerably diminish the damage output. Nevertheless, this skill, being level 11 and initially platinum grade, presented a remarkably high additional attack value. Qin Feng commanded a further evolution. You have consumed 123 evolution points, remaining 36. Dark Knight Ringblade, Platinum Emerald Diamond Epic inflicts dark elemental damage on all enemies within a radius of 57,912 meters, with added dark elemental attack of 500, 750, 1,000, and 1,300 points. Cooldown, 57 seconds. Required level, 11. Post-evolution, the range expanded from 5 meters to 12 meters, a true metamorphosis. The additional attack surged from 500 points to 1,300 points. Given that this was an area attack rather than a single target strike, the extra damage might not be overwhelmingly potent. The total damage inflicted in a single cast still paled in comparison to the Shadow Slash. However, it proved to be an exceptional skill for clearing minor foes. While Shadow Slash boasted a 5-meter cutting range, it ultimately functioned as a linear attack, often failing to cleanse an area of smaller enemies entirely. In contrast, the Dark Knight Ring Blade unleashed dark elemental damage within a 12-meter radius, effectively covering a circular area with a diameter of 24 meters. Had Qin Feng learned this skill earlier, his efficiency in purging the Soul Purge would have doubled. Upon mastering the skill, Qin Feng turned his attention to the next platinum-grade assassin equipment. Resentment Leather Armor, Platinum Physical Defense, 55, All Elemental Resistance, 45, Damage Block, 42, Health, 777. Equipment Requirement, Level 12, Resentment. After being attacked, gain 30 points of base attack power. Once he reached level 12, Qin Feng would be able to replace his level 5 golden grade Ghostfire leather armor. Though the effects of resentment may seem insignificant, they are better than nothing, especially considering the high base defense, resistance, and block of this leather armor. As for the other spoils dropped, they total around 20 items. Selling them all could yield over 10,000 days of lifespan. It is worth noting that defeating this golden-level vengeful spirit granted merely a little over 1,000 days of lifespan, even after greedily taking 5 additional rewards. The total was only 300 days. He could now enter the tomb. It would be splendid if he could find something valuable, perhaps even a mount. Qin Feng approached the dilapidated stone door and pushed it open. At that very moment, in Shell Town, Qin Xiaoyou had already succumbed to confusion and despair. Chapter 67. Has your mind been consumed by a crawler? As time in the game elapsed, many players in the initial towns faced increasingly dire circumstances. Even in Shell Town, where thousands of players gathered, many found themselves questioning the very essence of life. Qin Xiaoyou was among them. She resurrected in a daze at the town center, listening to the cacophony of discussions around her. I've died again. How can there be so many in this starting town? One lamented. I heard that the wild monsters absorb our lifespan to evolve. Aren't they all just minions that have evolved? Another added. Our team was on the verge of defeating a silver-level monster, but it turned tail and fled, only to bring 2 more silver ones, leading to our annihilation. Someone cried. Wah, is there a benevolent high-level player out there? I've only 1 day of lifespan left. If I die again, it's truly over. And I still need 20 experience points to level up. Boss Wong, it's me, the Iron Man. You don't remember me? I've done tasks for you before. I'm out of lifespan. I know you've purchased quite a bit. Could you lend me a few days? Recruiting an elite team. Free teleportation to the new town after midnight to hunt minor monsters. Within the town, players came and went, nearly every face clouded with despair. Despite the numerous players in Shell Town and the many minor monsters having been slain, for some inexplicable reason, an abundance of silver and even golden-level monsters had appeared. These were not foes that ordinary players could contend with. The common crawlers granted 3 days of lifespan upon defeat, which made it seem as though the game was generously bestowing life upon players. In reality, players were dying repeatedly, losing over half of their originally tradable lifespans of several decades. Qin Xiaoyou was no exception. She had perished once more, with her tradable lifespan reduced to 0 and only 2.5 years of non-tradable lifespan remaining. A few more deaths would bring her perilously close to the brink of death. Left with no choice, she had just logged off and sought out several former acquaintances. What? You refused me before, and now you want me to help you level up? To help you level up? It's not impossible. Spend a night with me, and I'll assist you for an hour. Come see me at this address. How ridiculous. I'm a platinum-level talent, already soaring. What woman could I not have in the future? Get lost. The rejections and even insults from those acquaintances left Qin Xiaoyou questioning her own existence. In truth, she was a hidden profession with a golden-level talent, and by all rights, she should have had no trouble surviving. However, her skills were woefully inadequate. Aside from Qin Feng from her previous life who would assist her, who else would be willing to team up with her? In a typical online game, there would undoubtedly be numerous players clamoring to support her. Yet, this game of divine abandonment was intertwined with life itself, even possessing the capacity to extract abilities into reality. Who would choose to carry a burden? Thus, Qin Xiaoyou came to the disheartening realization that, when faced with such life-and-death circumstances, she seemed to have no one dependable to rely on. The ally who had once supported her, Zhang Wei, had already formed a new team. Even her close friend, Chu Yin, chose to log off, unwilling to face death again, opting instead to wait until after midnight to teleport to her parents' small town, where she could safely hunt minor creatures. The wilderness outside Beak Town had become a realm inaccessible to ordinary players. What about Qin Feng? At this moment, Qin Xiaoyou finally remembered her brother. No matter the circumstances, he would surely not abandon her. While the majority of players were enduring their trials, Qin Feng advanced with relentless vigor. Within the Tomb of Resentment, he carved his way deep into the crypt. The tomb was teeming with lesser monsters. Skeletal remains devoid of flesh, half-bodied crawlers, and grotesque stitched abominations, all ranging from levels 10 to 12. Qin Feng pressed on, his experience points soaring rapidly. Although the experience required to ascend from level 11 to 12 was considerable, as long as the lesser monsters kept appearing, his pace would remain unhampered. Moreover, he had acquired the expansive attack skill, Shadow Nightblade. This enabled him to dispatch the lesser monsters with even greater efficiency. Upon entering a new chamber of the tomb, he would activate his stealth mode, wielding the Plague Blade, and with a single strike, unleash a wave of dark energy that enveloped a 12-meter radius around him. Those level 10 to 12 creatures were effortlessly dispatched. At this stage, he had likely cleared half of the tomb, summoning a devoted follower. He sent them down an alternate path for exploration. The crypt contained numerous branching paths, most of which were dead ends. Whenever he encountered such a situation, Qin Feng would instruct his follower to traverse another route, allowing them to engage any monsters encountered. Though the follower was merely an 8-level creature, it was a silver-tier summon, capable of taking down minor foes with ease. At the current pace, he anticipated clearing the tomb within 10 minutes. He hoped for a platinum-tier reward at the end. That would grant him a platinum treasure chest upon completion. With eager anticipation, Qin Feng continued onward. Meanwhile, outside Beak Town, over 10 kilometers away, a golden-tier devil muscle crawler, a massive humanoid creature brimming with muscle, fell to the ground, slain by a swift blade of energy. Standing before the fallen beast were 6 figures, unmistakably Wang Ming, and Yu, and their companions. Truly, Captain N's power was formidable. Immediately, a young officer carrying a longbow approached, eager to flatter Yu. His name was Ma Niaoyang, the son of a director in Jianghai City. He had always been an admirer of Yu. After the arrival of the Forsaken game, Ma Niaoyang opted for a random profession, but was disheartened to discover that he had been assigned the archer class instead of a hidden profession. His spirits sank further upon learning that Yu had attained the hidden profession of dragon swordsman, prompting Ma Niaoyang to shower her with even more flattery than before. However, Yu paid him no heed and turned to Wang Ming, remarking, "This golden creature is merely at level 8, and we have been battling it for over 10 minutes. I can hardly fathom how a master could have slain a platinum creature single-handedly." Ma Niaoyang quickly interjected, "It's just a sneaky assassin, relying solely on stealth to wear down its opponents. Such a strategy is bound to remain in the shadows." Unwilling to concede, he pondered aloud. "I have heard that the police in the Magic City have a hunter with a level 3 anti-stealth capability. Perhaps we should devise a trap to uncover the true identity of the shadow in reality, and then subdue him. Such individuals can only be put to use by our officials for security. Otherwise, incidents like those involving Song Fei and Jiang Li will inevitably recur. Are we to clean up after him every time?" Upon hearing this, Yu frowned and shot him a glance. "Have you lost your senses? It is not him who is begging us for assistance. Rather, we must ensure we align our interests with his to facilitate cooperation." She continued, "Global Golden first kills, Platinum first kills, both achieved solo. Individuals of such caliber must be courted, not antagonized. Have you been devoured by a crawler?" Chapter 68. A mount has indeed emerged? After Yu's reprimand, Ma Niaoyang wore a crestfallen expression, struggling to comprehend the situation. "Isn't he just a fragile assassin? As long as our anti-stealth levels are adequate, how could we possibly be at his mercy?" He questioned the notion that the officials were afraid of the shadow. Yu, however, paid him no mind and dismissed the surrounding officials, including Ma Niaoyang, with a wave of her hand. Once they had departed, Yu approached to collect the fallen items, a piece of golden equipment for priests, a silver piece, and a silver skill book. Alas, the master casually yields several items of gold, and even platinum with a mere flick of his hand. Just how many has he slain? Or is his talent in treasure hunting? Are these treasures all from chests? Yu pondered in confusion. At that moment, Wang Ming approached, hesitantly inquiring, "Actually, we are still uncertain about the Shadow's character. What if he continues to kill? Are we to keep cleaning up after him? There will surely be objections from above." Yu shook her head resolutely. "Regardless of how the higher-ups perceive it, I am determined to collaborate with the Shadow. Even if they refuse to assist him, I will personally ensure he is supported." Wang Ming, Lin Liu, Gu Yixue, the keen-eyed archer, Uncle Cardmaster. Deep within the depths of the tomb, Qin Feng advanced, having vanquished over 200 small monsters, including several bronze and silver ones. Accumulating experience points is sufficient to reach level 11.5. The 12th level was now within sight. At last, he arrived at the innermost sanctum of the tomb, where a golden coffin awaited him. This was the ultimate reward for exploring the tomb, concealed within that very coffin. However, opening it would undoubtedly unleash something formidable. "Here goes," he murmured, steeling himself for what lay ahead. Qin Feng summoned his devout follower, directing them to approach and remove the coffin lid. A chilling, pale mist surged forth, coalescing into a mummified corpse swathed in bandages. "Son of hatred, 12th grade, golden, curse it," Qin Feng muttered, his irritation swelling at the sight of merely a golden grade. Without allowing the creature to fully manifest, he brandished the blade of pestilence, bestowing a swift release, complemented by a shadow slash. Instantly, 9 glimmers of blade light erupted from the bandaged corpse, yielding 9 damage numbers. The Son of Hatred was struck, losing half its health in an instant. Just a second later, 9 higher damage numbers erupted above its head, leading to its immediate demise. "Curse it," Qin Feng lamented. After all this, it turned out to be even more fragile than the specters at the entrance. He shook his head, but to him, it mattered little. Golden grade entities were fleeting, After dispatching the Son of Hatred, he did not rush but patiently awaited. If there was a Son of Hatred, who could claim there was no Father of Hatred? This forsaken game was riddled with traps. Oftentimes, what appeared to be the ultimate monstrosity was merely an appetizer. Qin Feng had never encountered this tomb of hatred in his previous life. Thus, he was unaware of what awaited him in the end. After waiting for approximately half a minute without any sign of activity in the tomb, Qin Feng finally instructed his devout follower to drag the Son of Hatred's corpse to the corner. Greed's hand. He reached out, successfully uncovering a trove of spoils. However, to his dismay, among the 6 platinum items, not a single one was suitable for an assassin. With disappointment, Qin Feng sighed, shaking his head. He then commanded his follower to examine the coffin. Just as the devout follower reached out, peering inside, a resounding explosion occurred. A beam of chilling white light erupted from the coffin, obliterating the follower's head. 12988, weakness attack. Your summoned devout follower, Silvergrade, has been slain. Qin Feng received the system notification and exhaled in relief. Thankfully, he had sent his follower to inspect it. Otherwise, it would have been his head that was shattered. Regrettably, after the white beam's eruption, there was no further commotion. The platinum-grade Father of Hatred he had anticipated did not materialize, leaving him deeply disappointed. It seemed he would have to settle for the golden grade rewards. Qin Feng waited a moment, and once the cooldown for summoning his follower was over, he summoned another. The same type of summon, unless specified otherwise, could only exist one at a time. After summoning the devout follower, he commanded them to approach once more. The frail, grayish figure obediently approached the coffin, extending a hand to open it. Boom! The pale beam erupted again, claiming yet another devout follower. Enough of this. Qin Feng's eyelids twitched. If this were anyone else, they would have perished multiple times by now. He never anticipated that while the monster encounters would be effortless, he would become ensnared at the chest-opening phase. Time could not be squandered in this place. He had to devise a way to acquire the chest. Even if he died once, he had the Ghost Fire Bell, ensuring no losses would be incurred. Qin Feng did not continue to wait for the summons of the devout believer. Instead, he activated the black light shield and personally approached the coffin. He reached out, but nothing happened. Just twice? Qin Feng pondered. It seemed a bit absurd for the initial traps to trigger twice, and logically, there should be no more. He then cautiously peered into the trap. A golden treasure chest. He opened it. As he extended his hand, a faint golden light emanated from within. Before Qin Feng appeared a grayish-white bell. Was this a mount bell? A mount truly emerged? Qin Feng was taken aback. Just moments ago, he had thought that it would be wonderful if this tomb yielded a mount. And indeed it did. Was this sheer luck, or was it due to Lin Liu's influence? After all, it was Lin Liu who had fortuitously discovered this tomb. Qin Feng had to admit that there was a certain mystical quality about her. Regardless, Qin Feng had obtained his first mount, although its nature remained unknown. Any mount would significantly expedite his travel. Gulme. He reached out and picked up the mount bell. Mount bell, Ghost Night Wolf upon use. Summons a Ghost Night Wolf, level 12, which can assist in combat and be ridden. Requires level 12. A Ghost Night Wolf? Qin Feng felt a surge of delight. This creature was one of the fastest mounts available in the early stages. Quite the fortune he had found. Unfortunately, it required level 12 to be utilized. So he needed to defeat some monsters to reach that level first. Meanwhile, in the Shanshui impression community, Building 11, 11th floor, Qin Feng had vanished. Not only had Qin Feng disappeared, but so had his bed, desk, clothing, and other belongings. Chapter 69. Clearing the Gladiatorial Ruins. Nightwolf. Where is he? Qin Xiaoyou was in shock. Gazing at the empty room that belonged to Qin Feng, disbelief washed over her. After a few seconds of daze, she quickly took out her phone to call him, only to be met with a notification indicating it was powered off. After searching for a while, she found Qin Feng's phone in the trash, utterly smashed and completely unusable. She realized she had to accept a disconcerting fact. She had completely lost contact with Qin Feng. Qin Feng had departed from the tomb of resentment. He glanced at his experience bar, noting he was still a little shy of reaching level 12. Time to grind levels. The next significant advancement for him would be locating the Devourer of Souls. However, from his recollections, this entity did not spawn around the ruins of Zhanghai City. He aimed to reach level 15 first, unlock inner-city teleportation, and then search in the ruins of the Demon City. In his previous life as a warrior, Qin Feng had not delved into the detailed information regarding the Devourer of Souls. He vaguely remembered that they had appeared around the outskirts of the Demon City ruins, specifically near the terrifying sea ship. If the terrifying sea ship yielded no results, he would have to seek assistance from the officials to inquire about further information. With that in mind, Qin Feng made his way towards the largest gathering of monsters he recalled in the Jianghai City ruins. It was a desolate arena, located in the northern part of the ruins of Jianghai City, sprawling over an area comparable to 4 or 5 football fields. Beneath the surface lay 2 layers of terrain, characterized by a labyrinthine environment teeming with magical creatures. For other players, entering this place would likely spell doom. Yet, for Qin Feng, ensconced in a state of infinite invisibility, there existed no threat whatsoever. This was a sanctuary for the formidable. As Qin Feng traversed the area, he dispatched several waves of magical creatures, and within minutes, arrived at the ruins of the arena. He raised his gaze to behold several dismembered entities wandering amidst the remnants, rummaging through the debris. Suddenly, a dark and razor-sharp flash of light sliced through the surrounding space. 4,728, 4,697, 4,712. The dark elemental energy infused in the blade cleaved the dismembered beings in half, causing them to collapse lifelessly to the ground. Qin Feng emerged from the shadows, only to blend back into invisibility. The corpses of the dismembered creatures emitted several glimmers of light, revealing scattered spoils of war. These level 11 and 12 minor foes yielded a mere 100 experience points. Instantly, he activated his exhilarating farming mode. First, he purged the surface of the arena, followed by the first underground layer, and finally the second layer below. Like a dancer in the dark, Qin Feng became the nightmare of all magical creatures in this domain. Even those of bronze, silver, and gold tiers could not withstand his strike. Experience, lifespan, and evolutionary points were greedily amassed by his hand. Time flowed on until the sun rose in the outside world, while the Forsaken Continent remained shrouded in dimness. There was neither sun nor moon, only a haze of light casting a pallor over the earth, draping the entire realm in a shroud of decay. Emerging from the ruins of the arena, Qin Feng rode his spectral, night-walking wolf. Having cleared the entire expanse of magical creatures single-handedly, the subsequent respawn of enemies would take a considerable duration. At that moment, a party of players arrived in the vicinity. 6 individuals, a mix of men and women, cautiously surveyed their surroundings. Suddenly, the scene before them left them astounded. "Why are there so many corpses of minor creatures here? A team has already made their mark," exclaimed one. "Wow, this is incredible. Just look at all these bodies. There must be hundreds." The 6 stared in wide-eyed disbelief, their breaths quickening as they dashed past Qin Feng. Not one of them perceived his presence, for the spectral night-walking wolf also possessed the ability to remain invisible. Spectral night-walking wolf, 13, grade, gold, strength, 168, vitality, 175, agility, 211, mentality, 155. The mount gains experience equivalent to its master, thus leveling up. If traded with the mount bell, the mount's level resets to its initial state. Swift gallop, activated when mounted, increasing movement speed by 245. Night Stalker, during the night, it remains in a permanent state of level 1 invisibility. Attacking will break this state, adding 120 points of piercing damage. Once revealed, a 60-second cooldown is required before re-entering invisibility. Pounce, execute 3 consecutive attacks on a single target, each inflicting an additional 267 points of physical damage. Cooldown, 12 seconds. Wolf Howl, grants allied units an additional 35 points of attack power, physical defense, and elemental resistance, lasting for 1800 seconds. Cooldown, 600 seconds. When Qin Feng first summoned this mount, it was at level 12. After battling in the ruins of the Colosseum, it has since ascended to level 13, enhancing both its attributes and combat prowess. The most crucial aspect is that this mount possesses the ability to become invisible. Although it can only do so at night, it can maintain this invisibility indefinitely as long as it refrains from attacking, which is an extraordinary advantage. While the Night Stalker skill may hold limited significance within the game, its implications in reality are unparalleled. Qin Feng is determined to extract this Mount S-Bell into the real world. However, as a golden tier mount, it is classified as a special item, requiring a lifespan for extraction that is 10 times that of equipment of the same grade, approximately 30 to 50,000 days. By nightfall, he envisions riding the Phantom Wolf into the magical city. With its current attributes, it can reach a maximum speed of 150 meters per second, and even at a normal pace, it can effortlessly achieve 100 meters per second. Qin Feng paid no heed to the 6 astonished players passing by, focusing solely on riding the invisible Phantom Night Wolf toward the soul purification grounds. Only he could perceive it. Beneath him was a semi-transparent Phantom Wolf, standing at 1.5 meters tall, its fur a mottled gray-black, and its piercing blue eyes radiating wildness and menace. Glancing at the level leaderboard, Qin Feng noted that upon reaching level 12, he unlocked the leaderboard for the Jianghai City region. At this moment, he stood alone at level 13, occupying the top position. The player in second place was still only at level 10. Although a mere 3-level difference may seem trivial, it is a gap that others have struggled for days to close. Over the course of last night to now, Qin Feng's gains have been substantial. Not only has his level risen from 11 to 13, but his transferable lifespan has increased from over 30,000 days to nearly 90,000 days, equating to 245 years. Additionally, his evolution points have reached 255. His equipment and skill books have also seen improvements. Just as Qin Feng intended to open his skill panel to evolve his skills, a sudden, tremendous commotion erupted from the eastern part of the city ruins. The ground beneath him trembled several times. Qin Feng cast a glance in that direction and was taken aback. Who could be audacious enough to unleash the Iron Maiden? Chapter 70, Mythical Level Gift of Liberation. You are all weaknesses. The Iron Maiden, a platinum tier title, is formally known as the Steel Saint. It is a fearsome entity that left a profound impression on all players in Jianghai City during the previous life. Its challenge level is comparable to that of the Soul Purifier, Fei Cao. However, due to the public nature of the battle, it attracted a multitude of participants. In the previous cycle, it took an extensive duration of combat before being subdued. Certainly, at that time, Qin Feng had quietly secured the Soul Purger. Thus, he was not involved in the hunt for the Steel Saintess. Other players in Jianghai City had collectively perished thousands of times. A minority were vanquished by others, while the majority fell to one another. The elimination of the Steel Saintess would grant access to a sanctum known as the Church's Sanctuary. If memory serves, many players should have established guilds by now. However, in the previous life, the Iron Maiden was unveiled only on the third day. From a distance, Qin Feng observed a towering iron statue, approximately 10 meters tall, standing amidst the ruins. Due to the considerable distance, its lower half remained obscured from view. The upper half, however, was entirely forged from steel, its hands devoid of fingers, replaced instead by 2 sharp, menacing iron discs. The female visage crafted from iron bore a strange and cruel smile, seemingly unchanging for eternity. Since someone had summoned it, Qin Feng decided to claim it for himself. A slight smirk graced his lips as he altered his course, riding the Phantom Night Wolf at full speed towards the location of the Steel Saintess. Along the way, he remained industrious, promptly accessing his skill interface to commence skill evolution. During the cleansing of the Colosseum ruins, Qin Feng dispatched 2 golden foes, one of which yielded a commendable golden grade skill book. He immediately expended 11 evolution points to elevate this skill to epic grade. Silent Veil, Gold, Platinum, Emerald, Diamond. Epic enter a state of invisibility while remaining stationary. As long as no attack is initiated or movement occurs, one remains permanently invisible. Upon attacking, an additional 300-, 400-, 500-, 600-, 800 points of stealth damage is inflicted. Cooldown 120-, 110-, 100-, 80-, 387 seconds. Required level 13. This skill also grants invisibility, but with a distinction: movement is prohibited. As long as one remains still, they will be perpetually invisible. During combat, one can first strike while hidden, then activate Silent Veil, followed by a subsequent attack to inflict that 800 points of stealth damage. It is noteworthy that, with various enhancements, this 800 points of stealth damage translates to a final damage output of 2,000 to 3,000. The sole drawback lies in the extended cooldown period. However, in reality, this skill is practically invincible. Upon entering the game, as long as I do not log out, I remain in a perpetual state of invisibility. Coupled with the fact that my physical form in the real world becomes untargetable, this implies that with this skill, whenever Qin Feng enters the game, he effectively vanishes from reality. In addition to Silent Veil, Qin Feng acquired several low-grade assassin skill books. Yet, only one, a kick capable of interrupting the target's spellcasting, proved somewhat useful, while the other skills were largely ineffective. Certainly, Qin Feng has acquired these skills as well. Once he attains the bloodline of the Devourer, he can elevate them to an epic level, allowing the bloodline to consume and provide stronger attributes. After evolving the Silent Concealment skill, Qin Feng proceeded to enhance 2 additional skills. Venomous Dart, Emerald Diamond, epic maximum range of 171,820 meters. Upon hitting, it inflicts an additional 240,300,400 points of attack damage and applies a venomous state. Venom, Inflicts 809,0100 damage per second for a duration of 5 seconds, with no weak point bonus, and cannot stack. The Venomous Dart has been evolved to the epic level, consuming 34 evolution points. Ultimately, he expended 200 points to elevate the already legendary skill, Graceful Liberation, to the mythic level. Graceful Liberation, legendary mythic weak point attack correction of 200,300, with a doubling of weak point attack multiplier. Level 5, active use, causes the next attack to inflict a throat-cutting effect, dealing 150,200 damage per second for 3 seconds. Cooldown of 25, 222 seconds, and 15, 97 seconds. Although the transformation appears slight, Qin Feng understands that this skill has finally undergone a metamorphosis. With a 300 weak point attack correction, for Qin Feng, barring certain exceptional monsters, any target he encounters will be rife with vulnerabilities. For players, the weak points are the heart and head. When expanded by 300, it directly encompasses their entire body. Qin Feng's shadow/skill does not inherently rely on weak points. However, with the amplification of vulnerabilities to 4 times their original size, every strike could potentially target a weak point. Under the legendary Graceful Liberation, Qin Feng's shadow/had an average 1/3 probability of striking a target's weak point. This striking position was beyond his control, determined solely by the system's random calculations. But now, with the mythic Graceful Liberation, his shadow/ guarantees that at least 8 out of 9 strikes will inflict weak point damage. This marks a profound transformation. After evolving Graceful Liberation, Qin Feng retained 10 evolution points, which he decided to conserve for the time being. Next, he examined his equipment. First, there was a white bone necklace he wore around his neck, Trickster Pendant, Platinum, an accessory for assassins. Physical attack power of 45, strength of 20, and constitution of 20. Equipment requirement, level 13. Unique effect, 1 stealth level. Upon donning this necklace, Qin Feng had to part with the Disciple Pendant. However, the Disciple Pendant belonged to the summoning category of equipment. The Trickster Pendant directly granted Qin Feng an additional level of stealth, raising his stealth level to 4. With the skill's inherent level of 1, the Trickster Pendant adding another level, and the Shadow class contributing 2 levels, he achieved a total of 4 levels of stealth. The downside, however, is that the Trickster Pendant does not enhance cooldown speed. After replacing the cooldown boosting Disciple Pendant, Qin Feng's cooldown speed decreased somewhat, though the impact was negligible. In comparison, the additional level of stealth was undeniably more significant, especially considering the necklace also boosted physical attack power and strength, thereby augmenting his damage output. Another piece of equipment awaited him in the helmet category. Chapter 71. I do not consume beef. Shadow Veil, Golden Assassin class equipment. Constitution 5, Spirit 5, Evasion rate 32. Equipment requirement, level 12. This equipment does not enhance defense or elemental resistance. It merely offers a modest increase of 5 points in both Constitution and Spirit. However, the evasion rate of 32 is quite commendable. My skill, Phantom Blur, inherently provides a 75 evasion rate. When combined with the 32 evasion from the Shadow Veil, my total evasion skyrockets to 83. In the Forsaken game, evasion probabilities from different sources do not simply add together. Rather, they are multiplied in a cumulative manner. Final evasion rate 1, 1 evasion, 1 evasion, 1 evasion. The evasion rate from a single source cannot exceed 100, which means that no matter how much evasion one stacks, the probability can never reach 100, except under certain special skill effects. Additionally, the skill Blacklight Shield can convert evasion rates into damage mitigation instances. Qin Feng tested this skill and discovered that the instances of damage absorption are calculated separately for each skill, which pleasantly surprised him. If calculated based on the final evasion, an evasion of 83 could convert into 8 layers of damage mitigation shield. However, if calculated separately for each skill, it could yield 7 layers plus 3 layers, totaling 10 layers of damage absorption. This suggests that the Blacklight Shield skill has a remarkably high upper limit. Of course, in the later stages, a single skill could potentially wipe out dozens of layers of damage mitigation. In the later stages, it is more suited for one-on-one situations, as its effectiveness in group combat is overshadowed by evasion. Once Qin Feng had evolved his skills and examined his equipment, he found himself astride the stealthy Phantom Night Stalker Wolf, approaching within a few hundred meters of the Steel Maiden. Towering over 10 meters high, the Steel Maiden appeared incredibly formidable, her massive iron wheels thrashing about, relentlessly cleaving through the surrounding players. A cacophony of curses, chaos, and commands echoed from the forefront. The Phantom Knight Stalker Wolf carried Qin Feng as he leapt onto the rooftop of a nearby ruined building. From his vantage point, he observed a throng of 30 to 40 players besieging the Steel Maiden in the plaza ruins. Did they truly believe they could challenge the Iron Maiden? Such audacity! Qin Feng refrained from direct engagement, opting instead to survey the situation. The Steel Maiden was a level 15 Platinum tier opponent. In terms of difficulty, she was slightly less formidable than the Soul Purger, Fei Cao. Only a team like Wang Ming's, having benefited from the equipment Qin Feng had sold, could barely meet the necessary hardware requirements to confront her. However, for ordinary players, a 6-member team could hardly entertain the notion of defeating a Platinum tier foe. Above the Platinum tier, challenges are designed for player teams. Thus, at least 6 or 7 elite squads akin to Wang Ming's would be needed to mount a credible challenge against a Platinum enemy. Is that him? At that moment, Qin Feng spotted a knight player wielding a lance, positioned directly beneath the Iron Maiden, riding a leopard-like war beast and bravely withstanding her onslaught with a shield. Due to the distance, Qin Feng could not discern the player's alias above his head, nor could he make out his features. However, Qin Feng immediately recognized the identity of the individual. Chen Wuming, codename Radiant Martial Virtue, the president of the Knights Sanctuary Guild. The familiarity stemmed from Qin Feng's previous life, where he had battled this individual for 9 years without a decisive victor. The two guilds competed fiercely in the wild, vying for resources and had engaged in countless confrontations. Chen Wuming's profession was that of a hidden class, the Sanctuary Knight. Thus, upon reaching level 10, which required a sacrifice of 1,000 days of lifespan, he established the guild and named it Knight's Sanctuary. In the previous life, the Iron Maiden was captured by the Sanctuary Knight Guild. Consequently, the Sanctuary Knight Guild came to possess the second largest hideout within the ruins of Jianghai City, the Church Sanctum. In Jianghai City, there exists a notion of the Western Slayers and the Eastern Chapel, which control the western and eastern regions of the ruins, respectively. As for the Knight's Sanctuary, Qin Feng merely chuckled. This guild, to be precise, was sustained in its later stages by a handful of top-tier combatants, with the majority of its members serving as subordinates to these elite fighters. From the very inception of recruitment, the guild had bound its members with a contractual agreement. The guild promised to meet the basic survival needs of its members. However, the lifespan tax rate within the guild reached an astonishing 50. In essence, if a member of the Sanctuary Knight Guild secured 100 days of lifespan in battle, they were required to remit 50 days to the guild. Typically, it was those players with potential but who were relatively weak in the early stages, struggling for survival, that opted to join this guild. Moreover, the guild's recruitment standards were not low. Ordinary players often lacked the qualifications to join. After all, the guild's commitment to ensuring its members' basic survival represented a substantial expenditure in the early game, often leading to financial deficits. Were it not for this, such a high-tax guild would scarcely attract members. Once admitted, one was obliged to sign an agreement, stipulating that they could not withdraw from the guild for at least 3 years. It could be said that they exploited their subordinates to the utmost. The Phantom Knight Stalker leaped down to the plaza below, carrying Qin Feng. Concealed in shadow, he swiftly entered the fray, drawing his blade, the Plague Blade, which emitted a black aura around him. Knight Circle Blade, 17014, critical hit. 15788, critical hit. The mythical gift of liberation allowed the Knight's Circle Blade to capitalize on critical strikes. With a single skill, a burst of white light erupted around him. Warriors, mages, and priests fell in droves. You have slain the player self-destruction mechanism. You have slain the player Su Jiujiu. You have slain the player Xiao Yuya. You have slain the player No Cheese for You. You have slain the player Tulip. Where's my sister's towel fragrance? This sudden turn of events left Chen Wuming, who had been holding the front line, utterly astonished. What had begun as a well-fought battle, with attacks being successfully parried, had resulted in his team losing half of its members in the blink of an eye. Who was it? An assassin? We bear no enmity towards you. Why must you slay our people? Riding upon a beast of war resembling a leopard, Chen Wuming cast a startled glance around, yet found no suspicious figures lurking in the vicinity. A chilling sensation surged through him, as the individual beneath him had evaded Qin Feng's lethal strike due to the distance, thus escaping death. Upon uttering his words, a faint voice suddenly echoed in his ears. I do not consume beef. Before the words had fully dissipated. Chapter 72, Releasing the Drive to Assist, Respecting the Fates of Others, unfolded. Alongside Chen Wuming, other members of the Knight's Sanctuary Guild were also slain. However, their positions during the ambush were somewhat dispersed, and Qin Feng had not eradicated them all. 3 or 4 players, upon witnessing the carnage, promptly scattered in flight. Qin Feng made no attempt to pursue, as it was unnecessary. His primary focus was the towering platinum-grade steel Saintus before him, a colossal entity forged entirely of iron. Its lower half was not composed of legs, but rather a solid iron base, elevated by magical energy, levitating in midair. The eerie and merciless grin upon its visage was sufficient to make a child weep. With a raised hand, Qin Feng unleashed the blooming curse upon all the corpses in the vicinity, including that of Chen Wuming. The residual lifespan available for trade, even encompassing 50 years of non-tradable lifespan, began to be siphoned by the cursed blossoms. Within the godforsaken game, the player's consciousness had entered, rendering their in-game bodies as constructs of the system. Even upon revival, their corpses would persist for a limited duration. What does your aversion to beef have to do with me? Did I force it into your mouth? Chen Wuming resurrected amidst the ruins of Jianghai City, his expression one of fury and humiliation. He understood that the shadow's words implied, "I killed you without reason." The location of his revival was over 10 kilometers away from the steel Saintus. Given their speed, reaching her swiftly was nearly impossible. Moreover, even if they managed to arrive, what could they achieve? One skill had obliterated so many of them. The damage exceeded 10,000. Not only had each of them been instantaneously vanquished, but they also owed the shadow several lives. Initially, Chen Wuming and his companions thought their misfortune had peaked. However, they were soon to discover that greater calamity lay ahead. As Qin Feng unleashed the blooming curse, a system notification of diminished lifespan echoed in the minds of Chen Wuming and his guild members, rendering their faces pale with horror. This time, not only had they suffered a loss of half their lifespan upon death, but they were also subjected to the continued siphoning of their lifespans by some terrifying skill. Even the non-tradable lifespan was being extracted. After a brief moment, the siphoning ceased, and they realized they had lost all their tradable lifespan and even 75 years of non-tradable lifespan. This elicited a chorus of wails and curses within the Knight's Sanctuary guild channel. Yet, in the face of the shadow, they found themselves utterly powerless. Despite their numbers, they had been decimated without even catching a glimpse of the shadow, let alone seeking vengeance. Desiring vengeance only leads to the futility of being slain by the adversary once more, time and again, ad infinitum. On Chen Wuming's end, no thoughts of retribution could possibly arise. Meanwhile, Qin Feng, while absorbing life force, casually glanced at the system notification, only to find a familiar codename, Xiaoyou. She had joined the Knight's Sanctuary? Qin Feng observed the system prompt with an impassive demeanor. Through the blooming curse, he had absorbed 4 days of transferable lifespan from her, along with over a year of non-transferable lifespan. This signified that her remaining lifespan was now alarmingly scant. It seemed she had reached a point of desperation, opting to join the Knight's Sanctuary Guild as a mere thrall. While this choice might ensure her survival, the requirement to forfeit 50% of her lifespan earnings to the guild rendered any aspiration for personal growth nearly impossible. Naturally, Qin Feng harbored no sentiments regarding this matter. He relinquished his inclination to assist, respecting the destiny of others. A fleeting glance at the codename sufficed, as he redirected his focus to the steel maiden before him. After eliminating Chen Wuming and his companions, Qin Feng rendered himself invisible, maintaining a distance of 10 meters. The steel maiden, undeterred by the demise of numerous players around her, remained in combat, initiating area attacks upon losing her primary target. Her iron-wheeled arms began to spin, crafting a lethal circle. The dual iron wheels sliced through the air within a 10-meter radius, completing 3 revolutions. Such a skill would have proven insurmountable, even for the Sanctum Knights, had they still been present. However, Qin Feng had retreated early. Once the cooldown for his shadow concluded, seizing the moment of her temporary disengagement, he swiftly switched his weapon to the ghost ship twin daggers and unleashed the shadow slash. In an instant, he transformed into a fleeting specter, gliding past the towering form of the steel maiden. The blades glimmered as they struck her, resulting in a barrage of damage. 7,551, weak point attack. 7527, weak point attack. 7536, weak point attack. Truly, the Iron Maiden's defenses surpassed others of her level by a considerable margin. Qin Feng meticulously monitored her health points. With a single shadow slash comprising 9 strikes, all targeting her weak points, he depleted over 60,000 health points. This translated to roughly 15% of her total health, indicating she possessed approximately 400,000 health points. While this was significantly less than that of the Soul Purger, Fei Cao, her superior defense ensured her resilience was no less formidable. The crux of the challenge lay in the fact that once the Steel Maiden's health fell below 50%, she would gain a near-perpetual reflect damage ability, achieving 100% retaliation. This was the Steel Maiden's greatest hurdle. Consequently, Qin Feng had no intention of activating the benevolent effect of his gift of liberation, which would trigger her reflect damage and ultimately lead to his own demise. Each instance of Shadow Slash, with its 9 strikes, would result in 9 instances of retaliation, while the Shadow Shield could barely withstand the onslaught. Its cooldown was insufficient to keep pace. This elucidated why Qin Feng opted to exchange the Plague Blade for the Ghost Ship Twin Daggers prior to the engagement. If it were the Blade of Plague, any attack would trigger a toxic explosion of additional damage after 3 seconds, and this damage would fully rebound to Qin Feng himself. However, the dual daggers of the Ghost Ship do not present such a dilemma, including the throat-cutting damage from the Gift of Liberation. Qin Feng must abandon it while engaging in battle. Nevertheless, by seizing the opportunity during its attack intervals to counterattack, he can evade the backlash. Qin Feng meticulously crafted his strategy in his mind, remaining utterly unperturbed. After executing a Shadow Slash, he stealthily retreated, quietly observing as various area skills were unleashed, biding his time for the next opportunity to strike. At this moment, more players were drawn to the commotion stirred by the Steel Saintess. Chapter 73, The Steel Saintess. Soulbound players. While traversing the ruins of the Colosseum to level up, Qin Feng noticed that within the bounds of Zhanghai City, an increasing number of players had reached level 10, converging upon the forsaken cities of the Divine. As their numbers swelled, they gradually cleared away numerous monsters from the city ruins. The disturbance caused by the Iron Maiden attracted dozens of nearby players. They dared not approach, instead dispersing within the ruins, observing from a distance, fully aware that revealing themselves would make them targets of the Steel Saintess's wrath. Who is fighting? I can't even see a shadow, one player exclaimed. I heard it's the shadow. This was summoned from the Knight's Sanctuary, and suddenly, the shadow decimated them all. Is it the shadow attacking now? Another questioned. Wow, did that skill just take out so much health? That must be at least 15, right? So, if it takes 6 or 7 skills, it could eliminate this platinum tier? Surely, it must be an exceptional talent. If only I had that kind of talent. I could soar too. As the players conversed, Qin Feng intermittently reappeared, delivering strikes to the Steel Saintess. Within a mere span of 10 seconds, 2 consecutive Shadow Slashes reduced her health to 51. For the next strike, should he employ another Shadow Slash, he would suffer the counter damage. However, he could first utilize the Blacklight Shield to withstand one hit. Qin Feng remained composed. As the cooldown for Shadow Slash concluded, he activated the Blacklight Shield. Though activating the Blacklight Shield momentarily dispelled his invisibility, he promptly cast Silent Cloak to re-enter stealth. He launched from his position, executing Shadow Slash. 79-75, Weakness Attack. 80-31, Weakness Attack. 0, Counter Damage 80-55. Upon landing 2 strikes with Shadow Slash, thorns and iron spikes erupted from the Steel Saintess's body. Due to the heightened damage from Silent Cloak's breaking attack, this instance of Shadow Slash dealt several hundred points more than before. Fortunately, with the 10 layers of damage reduction from the Blacklight Shield, he managed to escape unscathed. Following this, the Steel Saintess's bizarrely cruel smile contorted into an expression of agony. Her entire form erupted with thorns and iron spikes. 2 fiery cannon barrels extended from her chest, poised to unleash flames at any moment. However, after completing these transformations, she suddenly froze in place. In a state of immobility, its counterattack status persists indefinitely. Qin Feng exhibited remarkable patience, concealing himself nearby as he awaited the opportune moment. If the situation remained unchanged, he would have no choice but to reveal himself and gradually deplete the enemy's health through his limited damage absorption. However, should other players provoke the entity, he could swiftly conclude the battle. None could fathom Qin Feng's intentions. The players surrounding him, upon witnessing the stillness, began to whisper among themselves, filled with curiosity. Why has it ceased to move? Could it be that the shadow has perished? Yet if it were dead, where's the body? What about the loot? Surely, the corpse isn't concealed as well? One must admit, the imaginations of these players were quite vivid. At that moment, a 6-member team approached the vicinity of the Steel Maiden. Leading them was a masked warrior player, wielding a katana and clad in golden chainmail. His gaze was sharp, exuding vitality and confidence. Accompanying him were 3 players who had been lying in wait for some time. Upon the arrival of the masked warrior, they respectfully greeted him. Safety brother, you have arrived. We have been observing for quite a while. We have noted the few skills it possesses. Moreover, it has suddenly become immobile, and its body has exhibited some changes, possibly indicating new abilities. The masked warrior nodded subtly. Was it the shadow that was engaged in battle previously? The warrior, codenamed Safety First, snapped his fingers. Little rabbit, activate your red eyes and see if the shadow is still present. A young female player behind him nodded in acknowledgement. She raised her hand, summoning a rabbit that stealthily hopped onto the rooftop of the dilapidated houses, its eyes transforming into a crimson hue as it surveyed the surroundings. A minute later, the young summoner in a robe, known as Little Rabbit, reported, "I could not locate the shadow. It should be absent." The masked warrior exhaled in relief. With Little Rabbit's level 3 detection ability, if she could not find it, it is likely no longer here. However, remain vigilant. Should the shadow return, alert me immediately. A level 3 detection ability was indeed impressive. The young summoner, known as Little Rabbit, had summoned a tracking blood rabbit that possessed a level 1 detection ability, augmented by a necklace that granted an additional level 1 detection, along with a passive skill, Keen Investigation, that provided yet another level 1 detection. Initially, they had intended to acquire more detection items, but such commodities were exceedingly rare in the current market. The necklace had cost a substantial sum. After all, in this environment, no one wished to meet their demise. The threat posed by stealthy assassins was significant, prompting every team to ensure they had a dedicated expert in counter detection. Unbeknownst to them, Qin Feng's stealth level had already reached 4. Not long after, the masked warrior, codenamed Safety First, emerged from the ruins, katana in hand, advancing toward the Steel Maiden. This scene left many surrounding players in awe. Goodness, that individual is courting death. Surely he does not intend to engage in a one-on-one duel? Hold on, I recognize him. I saw him back in the initial town, effortlessly dispatching a golden-level enemy without taking a hit. Oh my, is that the legendary Safety First? I heard his class is Soul Warrior. With every roll, he evades with absolute certainty. It is said that this esteemed individual was once a top-tier streamer of Souls-like games, possessing exceptional reflexes and skills. Under the astonished and eager gazes of the crowd, the Soul Warrior, prioritizing safety, brandished his katana and approached the towering, platinum-tier monstrosity. The Steel Maiden. Before the Soul Warrior could close the distance, the Steel Maiden swung her iron wheels with both hands, delivering powerful strikes toward him. Meanwhile, amidst the ruins where the residents lingered, the young summoner, Little Rabbit, and her companions watched the masked Soul Warrior with bated breath. Surely, this platinum-tier foe would be no match for him. Indeed, her movements were sluggish, and with his prowess, he could easily respond, as long as he could evade through rolling. The next attack would bypass 50 points of defense, and it wouldn't take long to vanquish her. Ahead, the Soul Warrior faced the Iron Maiden's onslaught and rolled. Roll. Evade. Roll. Evade. After dodging 2 of the Iron Maiden's will strikes, he remained composed, gripping his silver-tier katana, and launched an aggressive counterattack. Taste my Moonshadow in the gaps. With the katana in hand and various enhancements active, he unleashed 3 swift slashes of the Iron Maiden. 3 ethereal blue slashes struck against her iron base. 0. Counter damage 988. 0. Counter damage 976. 0. Counter damage 1002. Before the Soul Warrior could even process the situation, his health bar plummeted to 0, resulting in an instant demise. What? This scene left the surrounding players in utter shock. Chapter 74. This is the true master. In the hidden sanctuary of the church. Just as the Soul Warrior, Safety First, was slain by the Iron Maiden's counterattack, Qin Feng had already seized the opportunity to strike. However, the onlooking players could only see a fleeting shadow darting across the battlefield, followed swiftly by a series of slashes that struck the core area of his chest, causing his health bar to drop by approximately 15 points. As the Soul Warrior perished, the Steel Maiden returned to a state of calm, ceasing her assault. Moreover, she began to move slowly towards the sanctuary of the church behind her. Clearly, when faced with an invisible foe, she refrained from unleashing her area of effect skills. As long as she did not attack, the Steel Maiden remained in an invincible state of 100% counterattack. Maintaining his stealth, Qin Feng followed closely. This Soul Warrior had managed to self-destruct with 1 combo, inflicting substantial damage. After all, the passive ability of the Soul Warrior allowed him to ignore 50 points of defense after a successful dodge, proving particularly effective against the Iron Maiden. Yet, due to his class characteristics, he was unable to inflict damage on her. Qin Feng shook his head inwardly. He was aware that the Soul Warrior possessed a class ability that granted him a 3-second window of absolute evasion after each roll. Furthermore, if he successfully dodged, his next attack would ignore 50 points of defense. It was painfully evident that this player was ill-fated against the Iron Maiden. When the Iron Maiden attacked, he could only roll and evade, leaving no opportunity to counter. Once the Iron Maiden halted her assault, Any attack from him would be met with full retaliation. It was truly a dire predicament. What? The boss has fallen? The situation appeared to be one of counterattack, but something felt amiss. The shadow remained, and had just inflicted a significant amount of damage. In the team channel, the Soul Warrior, taken aback, exclaimed, "Impossible. Why did my attack deal no damage at all? Was all the harm reflected back? Can that shadow truly drain an entire health bar in one go?" The young summoner, Little Rabbit, was equally astonished, stating, "My tracking Blood Rabbit didn't even catch a glimpse of the enemy. Their stealth level must be at least 4. At that moment, Qin Feng's skill cooldown concluded. He could no longer wait for the other players to act, as it seemed none dared to take the initiative. He resolved to reveal himself and provoke an attack. Activating the Black Light Shield, Qin Feng, clad in vengeful leather armor, manifested before all nearby players, capturing the attention of the Steel Maiden. As she launched her assault, Qin Feng brandished his twin ghostly blades and executed a night ring slash. The dark blades swept around him, striking at the Steel Maiden's critical weak point. A damage of 9,000 was dealt. Immediately following, he unleashed a shadow slash, launching an offensive while deftly evading her strike. The Steel Maiden's health bar diminished once more. However, as Qin Feng vanished from sight, a fiery cannon on her chest ignited, unleashing 2 streams of black flame. Even in his concealed state, Qin Feng was struck, yet he was fortunate to possess the 10 layers of damage reduction provided by the Blacklight Shield. After losing 7 layers, he swiftly retreated beyond her attack range. The frequency of the fire damage was alarming. Even a delay of half a second would have depleted his shield layers. Fortunately, his speed was commendable. Qin Feng patiently awaited the cooldown of the Blacklight Shield, a skill that required over 30 seconds to recharge, meaning he could only strike once in that duration. Just then, he noticed someone stealthily approaching the spot where the Soul Warrior had perished, evidently aiming to seize the life orb dropped by the Soul Warrior. As the individual neared the orb, a venomous dart suddenly shot from the side, piercing through his skull. A critical hit of 11,989 dealt a fatal blow. In swift succession, 2 crimson cursed flowers bloomed above the 2 corpses. Any life orb within Qin Feng's sight was not to be pilfered by others. In the next instant, his figure reappeared before the Steel Maiden, employing the same tactic. As she initiated her fire attack, Qin Feng's shadow slash struck her directly. All surrounding players were left in awe as they beheld the scene. They could only see the shadow flickering in and out of existence, moving with astonishing speed. Each time he manifested, it either resulted in a death or a substantial reduction in health. Wow, this shadow is exceptionally formidable. Initially, I was clueless as to how the shadow secured the first kill, but now I am convinced. I had thought our leader, the Soul Warrior, was impressive for being able to solo a gold-level foe in half an hour, but it seems there exists an even greater prowess. Indeed, it was not merely more powerful. It was extraordinary beyond measure. The scene unfolded with an overwhelming intensity, revealing the true prowess of a formidable figure. Whether it was players under the command of the Soul Warrior, onlookers, or the few remaining members of the Night Sanctuary who had managed to conceal themselves, all were left in a state of astonished disbelief. Previously, the strength of the shadow was well acknowledged, yet its true extent remained a mystery to all. The number of players who had personally witnessed Qin Feng in action was remarkably scarce. Grey Rose was one such witness, albeit during their encounters in the novice town. The Pale Snowy had also witnessed him, yet the plague wielder she had encountered was merely of golden rank. As for others, even Wang Meng and his companions had seldom observed Qin Feng's combat prowess. Thus, witnessing Qin Feng engage the Steel Maiden in a one-on-one battle left the surrounding players awestruck, as if they were beholding a deity. It was well known that even silver and gold rank foes could decimate an average player in relentless waves of defeat. Even the Soul Warrior, known for prioritizing safety, could be swiftly annihilated by a platinum adversary like the Steel Maiden. And yet, this terrifying being found itself utterly defenseless before the shadow's might. The players around could hardly believe their eyes, and none dared to disturb Qin Feng's engagement. When Qin Feng made his next appearance, evading the Steel Maiden's frenzied iron wheel slash and withstanding the billowing black flames from her chest using the Blacklight Shield, he brandished his dual blades. With a swift shadow slash, he obliterated her remaining health. You have slain the Steel Maiden, Platinum rank. You have gained 48,000 experience points. Congratulations. You have become the master of the Sanctuary of the Church. You have simultaneously become the master of both the Cleansed Soul Realm and the Sanctuary of the Church. Please select one to retain. Note, the unselected Sanctuary Master title will convert into a tradable Sanctuary Key. Other players using the Sanctuary Key will become the master of that sanctuary. As the Iron Maiden collapsed, causing destruction to the surrounding dwellings, A series of system notifications echoed in Qin Feng's mind. A single player cannot simultaneously hold mastery over two sanctuaries. Thus, Qin Feng was compelled to choose one to retain his title. The other would transform into a tradable sanctuary key. Exchanging them for a 2,000-year lifespan seems quite reasonable, does it not? Qin Feng naturally opted to retain the cleansed soul realm, relinquishing his title over the sanctuary of the church and acquiring the key to that sanctuary instead. He then approached the colossal form of the Iron Maiden, releasing his greedy hand. Due to her immense size, the view of all surrounding players was obstructed. None witnessed the radiant platinum glow emanating from beneath the body of the platinum-ranked foe, interspersed with several emerald glimmers. Chapter 75. The Gift of Black Flame. Bone-piercing leather armor. Assassin's Intuition. Qin Feng had already acquired several emerald-grade items. Previously, when he secured the first kill against the platinum-ranked cleansed soul wielder, Faithar, he had obtained 3 items specifically for assassins. However, at that time, his level was insufficient to utilize them. Now, the Steel Maiden had bestowed upon Qin Feng 2 additional items tailored for assassins. Black Flame, Gift Bone Armor, Emerald Assassin Class Equipment. Physical Defense 95, All Elemental Resistance 120. Damage Mitigation 77, Constitution 77. Equipment Requirement, Level 13, Black Flame Gift. Both attacking and being attacked will inflict 1 layer of Black Flame status on the target, stacking up to 5 layers. Each layer of Black Flame will reduce the target's defense and elemental resistance by 7. Note, the weakening effect is diminished against Emerald Grade or higher. Emerald Grade equipment represents an entirely different paradigm compared to previous gear, merely in terms of fundamental attributes. It surpasses the equivalent Platinum Grade equipment by over 70. This physical defense, this elemental resistance, combined with 77 points of damage mitigation and constitution, makes this single piece of leather armor more protective than the full set of gear worn by others. Moreover, it comes with the Black Flame gift effect, further diminishing the target's defense and elemental resistance. Without hesitation, Qin Feng swiftly exchanged the cursed leather armor for this superior Black Flame gift armor, which proved to be more advantageous than the previous Soul Reaper's armor. The Soul Reaper's level 13 assassin leather armor had a special effect that enhanced lightning elemental resistance by 200 points, which might be useful in certain situations. But the Black Flame gift was far more suitable for everyday use. Next, he obtained an Emerald Grade skill book. Assassin's Intuition. Emerald, you can partially discern the outlines of hidden units. Gain 2 levels of anti-invisibility. Level requirement, 13. This skill book pertains to anti-invisibility abilities. Upon learning it, Qin Feng immediately upgraded it to legendary status. Originally, after emerging from the Colosseum ruins, he had evolved skills such as Grace of Liberation, leaving him with 10 evolution points. Defeating the Steel Saintess provided him with an additional 120 evolution points, totaling 130 points. You consume 1230 evolution points, leaving 97 points. Assassin's Intuition, Emerald Diamond Epic Legendary. You can partially discern the outlines of hidden units. Gain 2,345 levels of anti-invisibility. New legendary effect. You can more acutely perceive the weaknesses of your target. Weak point attack modifier 50. Upon evolving this skill to legendary status, Qin Feng's anti-invisibility level reached 5. This left him somewhat disheartened. As an assassin, how could his anti-invisibility level exceed his invisibility level? It seemed he needed to learn a skill to enhance his invisibility level and evolve it accordingly. The most absurd aspect was that this skill, upon reaching legendary status, introduced an additional effect: heightened sensitivity to the target's weaknesses, and added 50 to the weak point attack modifier. Previously, most targets before Qin Feng were akin to oversized targets. Now, with the additional 50, combined with the passive effect of Grace of Liberation, the total modifier reached 350. Weak points now expanded 35 times. He mused that even with his eyes closed, he could strike at the opponent's vulnerabilities. Qin Feng couldn't help but wonder. If there were numerous skills that enhanced weak point attack modifiers, could he potentially amplify an opponent's weaknesses tenfold, or even 100-fold? At that point, could he hurl a dart skyward and have it automatically track the opponent as weak point? This was akin to having a lock-on mechanism, without the talent for infinite evolution. Qin Feng could hardly conceive of such possibilities. The attribute of weakness attack correction can astonishingly accumulate to such heights. The ultimate effect is simply outrageous to contemplate. There remain 97 evolution points. First, let us evolve the Phantom Shadow to legendary status. Qin Feng chose to evolve the already epic Phantom Shadow. You have consumed 80 evolution points, remaining 17. Phantom Shadow. Epic Legend passively gains a dodge rate of 7,585. Evasion triggers immunity to all damage. Level 5, it appears to have only increased by 10 in dodge rate. In reality, this effect reduces the opponent's base hit rate from 25 to 15. When facing lower-tier monsters and average players, such a high dodge rate is sufficient to render Qin Feng invincible. In addition to this, the Steel Maiden drops some equipment from other classes, including both Emerald and Platinum grades. However, at present, no one can wear these items, as they are all level 13-15. It will be quite some time before others reach this level. Qin Feng is not in a hurry to handle these items. He first collected all the spoils, took the key to the church's sanctuary, concealed his form, and departed from the scene. He contacted Wang Meng. I have a batch of equipment and skill books to sell you, along with something special. When are you free? Qin Feng sent Wang Meng a coordinate, mounted his Phantom Night Wolf, and together they became invisible, making their way to the destination. It was a secluded spot outside the church's sanctuary. Upon arrival, Qin Feng observed a narrow alley where 7 or 8 gatherers were huddled together. Gatherers are level 12 minions, each a grotesquely corpulent monster. Piled together, they resembled a mountain of flesh. Moreover, they possess an effect of defensive stacking. Each gatherer is 2 to 3 times sturdier than the usual minions of the same level. If an ordinary player squad encountered them, it would undoubtedly result in a bloody massacre. Yet for Qin Feng, a single shadow effortlessly eliminated them all. After dispatching this horde of monsters, Qin Feng did not linger, but instead cleared the surrounding area of other low-level foes. It was not until over 10 minutes later that Wang Meng and Yu finally arrived together. Although it was merely a transaction, they had learned from past experiences that Qin Feng had ample inventory space, so the entire team came along to avoid the inconvenience of purchasing items they could not carry. Upon reconvening, Qin Feng noted that Wang Meng and the others had significantly enhanced their equipment and power. At the forefront, Wang Meng donned 2 pieces of platinum gear acquired from Qin Feng, while the rest of his equipment had mostly reached golden grade. Of course, Qin Feng understood that their golden gear was obtained from the novice town and thus of a lower level. The disparity in attributes compared to Qin Feng's gear remained substantial. When considering their total equipment, the difference was even more pronounced. Master, you leveled up to level 13 in just one night. That's truly impressive. And Yu exclaimed as she rushed over to Qin Feng, her beautiful eyes brimming with admiration. Chapter 76. The Hidden Sanctuary of 800 Acres. The Ancient God Slate. Qin Feng glanced at the seemingly innocent female police officer and smiled. It was evident that she was increasingly admiring him. He was the only hidden-class dragon swordsman, whose passive ability allowed each normal attack to have a certain probability of triggering Dragon Flame. Upon further advancement, he could also trigger effects such as Dragon Roar, Dragon Armor, and Dragon S Reverse Scale through normal attacks. Ultimately, he could summon various dragon phantoms with a chance through his regular strikes. She donned a piece of golden grade armor that made her appear even more valiant, exuding the aura of a female general on the battlefield. However, the silver grade long sword hanging from her slender waist seemed slightly out of place. Her entire attire was golden, yet her weapon was silver, indicating that her luck might be a bit off. Wang Meng sighed, a look of contemplation on his face. We've been grinding all night and are still halfway to level 11. Your pace is astonishing. Before he could finish, and you interjected, don't say such things. How can you comment on a man's speed? The group was taken aback. And you turned to Qin Feng with a playful smile. Great one, you agree, right? Qin Feng found himself at a loss against her. He refrained from engaging in banter and directly laid out the equipment and skill books he intended to sell. I've marked the prices. If you want something, just take it. Additionally, I have something valuable for sale. Are you familiar with the hideout? Hiding place? And you responded immediately, nodding. We've heard about it. There are no safe zones in the ruins of Jianghai City, but player groups can occupy a hideout to serve as a base. We can store equipment and resources there, and it can also activate a magical defensive barrier to fend off external invasions at critical moments. Her beautiful eyes suddenly sparkled. Great one. You're not implying that you have a hideout for sale, are you? Qin Feng nodded. My hideout is quite substantial. I just acquired it after defeating a platinum-level opponent. You must have heard about the hideout from others who attained a smaller one after defeating a golden-level foe, correct? And he nodded vigorously. Yes, indeed. However, our Jianghai City officials haven't discovered any hideouts yet. It's the Magic City side that has already secured a medium-sized hideout, which is how he became aware of this matter. Upon hearing this, Wang Meng and Yu and the others widened their eyes in disbelief. 800 acres. They were utterly astonished. It is known that the official hideout captured by the Magic City was only about the size of a football field, equivalent to a little over 10 acres. That alone had made them envious. But to think that the Shadow faction had captured a hideout spanning 800 acres? The larger the hideout, the stronger the defensive capabilities and the more robust the infrastructure. An 800-acre hideout would suffice for every member of the Jianghai City officials to have their own room, and you and the others were left speechless. However, for such a vast hideout, how much were you intending to sell it for? And you cautiously inquired, carefully choosing her words. She understood that this hideout was not only desired by the officials, but was also sought after by numerous other factions. In truth, Qin Feng was merely estimating based on the circumstances of his previous life, calculating that this hideout could fetch a price equivalent to a lifespan of 2,000 years, translating to a staggering 73 million days. In truth, such hiding places are rarely available for sale, as they serve as secure havens for organizations, particularly in the early stages, akin to fortresses. The significance of such sanctuaries in the desolate urban ruins, devoid of safe zones, is self-evident. And you, her expression grave, nodded in acknowledgement before proceeding to examine Qin Feng's other possessions. Ultimately, she acquired the equipment and supplies Qin Feng was offering for a sum of 450,000 days of lifespan. Qin Feng had sold all equipment skill books below level 13, while retaining those at levels 13 and 15 for the time being. He could conveniently store everything in the soul-cleansing realm without worrying about space limitations. Currently, his tradable lifespan stood at 372 years, while his non-tradable lifespan was 724 years. Qin Feng felt reasonably satisfied with his developmental pace. However, the tradable lifespan might not suffice for him to extract all abilities from the game into reality. The Divine Liberation required over 50,000 days, and the Mount Bell demanded around 30,000 to 50,000 days. This amounted to approximately 80,000 to 90,000 days in total. Additionally, extracting emerald-grade equipment into reality would also require a considerable amount of lifespan. Nevertheless, selling the sacred site of the church would provide ample lifespan, even allowing him to extract the soul-cleansing realm as a haven into the real world. A haven extracted into reality would possess formidable defensive capabilities and ensure safety. However, living in such a sanctuary would necessitate the addition of essential facilities such as lighting, appliances, beds, cabinets, and the like. Fortunately, Qin Feng needed no external assistance. He only had to find one and invest some lifespan to accomplish everything. By the way, great deity, and you suddenly recalled something and inquired. We have just received news that in a novice town in Jianghai City, 7 golden gray creatures have gathered, and many have already been slain. I wonder if you would like to address this situation? Our officials are willing to offer 10 years of lifespan as a reward. The gathering of 7 golden gray creatures took Qin Feng by surprise and sent his heart racing. Could it be the ancient Godstone? Generally, magical creatures of the same level are mutually exclusive and unlikely to congregate. The presence of 7 golden grade creatures together strongly suggested that they were guarding an ancient Godstone. If it truly were an ancient Godstone, it would be splendid. Such an item evidently enhances a player's combat power and remains useful throughout the late stages of the game. It was imperative to investigate. Qin Feng made his decision and nodded toward you. Very well, I shall go and see. Which town is it? Chapter 77. The Public Welfare Organization of Dark Moon Town. He also initiated a trade request with Qin Feng. Lifespan offered without cost is an opportunity not to be missed. Observing the 10 years of lifespan and you had presented, Qin Feng felt a sense of appreciation. It is no wonder that this girl is so sincere. If he were to eliminate the 7 golden grade creatures, he could have amassed a considerable amount of loot, easily fetching 4 to 5 decades of lifespan in return. The young lady generously bestowed upon him an additional decade of life as recompense, which was exceedingly gracious. Undoubtedly, this decade of life was primarily at the behest of the Jianghai City authorities, necessitating the elimination of the 7 golden beasts. Otherwise, the inhabitants of Dark Moon Town would face peril while leveling up outside. Thus he set forth. Qin Feng accepted the decade of life, nodded to Yu, and then vanished from sight, making his way towards the heart of the Jianghai City ruins. Beneath the dim sky, the night howling wolf carried Qin Feng, remaining cloaked in invisibility, racing at a staggering speed of 400 to 500 kilometers per hour. Mere minutes later, he arrived at the center of the ruins. At the epicenter stood the towering, eyeless stone statue, over 10 meters high. Surrounding this statue were numerous level 10 players from Jianghai City, forming parties and even larger groups. preparing to embark on a quest to cleanse the ruins of monsters and level up. This location served as the default resurrection point for players above level 10, thus attracting a considerable number of them. Moreover, this area was classified as a non-safe zone. The players eyed each other warily, maintaining a vigilant stance. Amidst the crowd, he indeed spotted a familiar figure, Qin Xiaoyou, who had joined the Knight's Sanctuary. Regrettably, Qin Feng did not spare her second glance. He merely swept his gaze over the gathering and stealthily passed by. He was acutely aware that, as time progressed, many low-level creatures from the initial towns would evolve, resulting in an increased quantity. However, it was unnecessary, for within the initial town, there occasionally emerged items of genuine value, irreplaceable treasures. For instance, the potential existence of the ancient Godstone tablet this time. Evolution points could be farmed elsewhere on the continent. Yet, treasures such as the ancient Godstone tablet, once they materialized, could not be overlooked. Furthermore, in the Forsaken game, experience and lifespan gained from slaying monsters below 1s level by 5 would begin to diminish. Regarding evolution points, he had previously encountered and dispatched several creatures more than 5 levels below him without receiving any evolution points. This indicated that if a monster's level was too low, the evolution points awarded would also be reduced. Darkmoon Town. This town materialized relatively later, did it not? Qin Feng had little recollection of it. Soon, he descended the stairs, arriving at the teleportation array located underground. He stepped into it and entered Darkmoon in the dialogue box that appeared. Spending 500 days of lifespan, he activated the teleportation. After a flash of white light, Qin Feng found himself in Darkmoon Town. Upon exiting the teleportation room, he observed a considerable number of people in the town. Officials from Jianghai City were setting up stalls, purchasing lifespan at a ratio of 150,000. Other companies and factions were also acquiring lifespan with similar rates. Players sought parties, some begged, while others engaged in heated disputes. The entire area within the safe zone of the town was bustling with activity. There were even charitable organizations assisting weaker elderly individuals in leveling them up to level 3, enabling them to log off and avoid the risk of starvation or dehydration for being trapped in the game. Naturally, this organization did not offer its services entirely free of charge. Grandma, as per our agreement, we have helped you reach level 3. During the upgrade process, the old woman received a lifespan of 72 days, which she is now trading to us. A few young individuals are returning from outside the town, escorting an elderly woman. Upon hearing this, the old woman abruptly logged off, leaving the young escorts in utter confusion. They had elevated her to level 3. Yet she failed to honor the agreement regarding her lifespan and even berated them. This old crone, who had just feigned kindness, now turned her back on them. In the future, it would be prudent to ascertain their actual residences, if payment is not forthcoming. One might as well go to the real world to extract the equivalent of 72 days of life, which at the current rate amounts to a staggering 3.6 million in cash. It is not unusual for someone to default on a debt. However, the purchasing power of cash has significantly diminished compared to the past. Qin Feng, naturally, had no inclination to concern himself with them. The arrival of the Forsaken game had completely transformed the lifestyles of people worldwide, resulting in an array of outrageous occurrences. Qin Feng glanced at the coordinates sent by Yu, maintaining his invisibility as he mounted the Night Wolf, akin to a gust of wind, racing towards the northern part of the town. Meanwhile, to the north of Darkmoon Town, Qin Xiaoyou's friend, the short-haired girl, Chu Yin, was cautiously searching for monsters by a river alongside 3 companions, including her father and mother. Chu Yin and her allies were members of the charitable organization Dream Sand River. Has Xiaoyou truly joined the Knight's Sanctuary Guild? I heard their membership taxes are exorbitant, inquired a bespectacled girl in the group, who also shared a dormitory with Chu Yin and Qin Xiaoyou. Upon hearing the question, the short-haired beauty, Chu Yin, sighed. Yes. I encouraged her to join Dream Sand River with us, but she was unwilling. However, she is now level 10, having been elevated by the Knight's Sanctuary. At this revelation, a young man in the group scoffed. They are just using her. Even if they bring her to level 10, she is merely a tool for them. The membership contract with the Knight's Sanctuary binds one for 3 years. Signing it means 3 years of servitude. Without skills, one should simply focus on defeating minor monsters and gradually accumulate life. Just like us, hunting low-level foes and retreating to call for help when necessary is quite sufficient. Is it not? At least life and experience points can steadily increase without the constraints of a guild. Upon hearing this, Chu Yin smiled wryly, but Xiaoyou believes she is extraordinary, especially since she has a hidden profession, which indeed puts her at an advantage over us. The group fell silent. Wait, there's a chain wielder ahead. Chu Yin, you must slow it down. A faceless, chain-wrapped monster emerged not far in front of them. Chu Yan, an archer, had learned the skill Frost Arrow. Upon seeing the creature, she swiftly stepped forward, drew her bow, and released an arrow enveloped in ice towards the chain wielder. Although it did not strike its head, it hit its body, inflicting a 30 slow effect. Instantly, the group surged forward to attack the chain wielder. Behind the four individuals stood Chu Yan's parents, their faces etched with concern. Having toiled through the trials of middle age, they had never anticipated the arrival of the Forsaken game. Worrying for their well-being, Chu Yan urged them to remain in the town and refrain from venturing out until she could bring others to assist them. To her surprise, she discovered the existence of a charitable guild in Dream Sand River, a perfect opportunity to join forces. This would allow her not only to support her parents, but also to aid other elderly players lacking combat prowess and leveling up. However, Qin Xiaoyou was reluctant, leading to a divergence in their paths. At that moment, within the quartet, they possessed a balanced composition of physical damage dealers, magic users, a tank, and a healer. Their collaboration made short work of a common monster, the Chainbinder. Soon, they dispatched the creature with ease. Just as a young male member of their team stepped forward to absorb the monster's dropped lifespan, a sudden barrage of shadowy arrows erupted from the nearby woods, striking him squarely in the head. 429 critical hit. 456 critical hit. 452 critical hit. The young man collapsed, lifeless, having not only failed to claim the monster's lifespan, but also losing his own in the process. A cacophony of mocking laughter followed. Wow, this guy is so fragile. One arrow and he is gone. What can you expect from Dream Sand River? It's filled with weaklings. Indeed, who among the capable would deign to assist the elderly? Emerging from a forest were 6 players clad in silver and bronze armor, their faces obscured, casting derisive glances at the remaining 5. You all, surrender your lifespans. The expressions of Chu Yan and her companions darkened. They understood they were being robbed. They faced a grim choice: relinquish all their tradable lifespan or lose half of both their tradable and non-tradable lifespans. Yet, the crux of the situation lay in their inability to reveal the extent of their tradable lifespan. If they offered too little, the assailants would suspect them of withholding, leading to their demise. Chu Yan scrutinized the intruders and furrowed her brow. The authorities have strictly prohibited killing in the wild. Aren't you afraid of being hunted? The leader of the group, adorned with a black dragon tattoo on his arm, scoffed at her words. To hell with the authorities. Do you know who I am? Do they know who I am? Enough chatter. You have 3 seconds. Before he could finish his sentence, a swift shadowy blade materialized, sweeping in a circular arc and instantly severing the heads of the tattooed man and his companions, which soared high into the air. The 6 robbers fell lifelessly to the ground. In the wake of this sudden violence, blood-red flowers began to bloom atop their corpses, casting an eerie and macabre sight. What has happened? Who eliminated them so swiftly? Gasped a member of the group, while another exclaimed in disbelief, "This is too intense." Chu Yan's mother, overwhelmed by the gruesome scene, retched in horror. Trembling with fear, the group was engulfed in trepidation. Yet, summoning her courage, Chu Yan called out to the unseen savior in the air, "Thank you." Only the blood-red flowers on the ground slowly dissipated after draining the lifeblood from the 6 corpses, resembling shadows. In the team chat, Chu Yan could not help but speculate. It seems others are rather impressed. The bespectacled girl appeared both in awe and excitement, exclaiming, "Shadows? How could shadows come to our little town?" The young rotund fellow trembled with exhilaration. That makes sense. Only a shadow master could be so formidable. Am I truly witnessing a shadow master? Chu Yan, in exasperation, retorted, "What are you talking about? Which of your eyes saw that? They haven't even revealed themselves." At that moment, Qin Feng had long distanced himself from them. His involvement was merely incidental. The reason he acted was not due to having spotted Chu Yan. In fact, he had not even closely observed this group. His speed was too swift. In the blink of an eye, the Night Stalker had carried him over 100 meters. Along the way, he merely noticed a few players ahead, marked with the emblem of the Slayer, and casually intervened, treating them as mere minions to eliminate. His Slayer status was on the verge of reaching level 5. 4 Slayers, defeating other Slayers reduces one's own kill count. Thus, Qin Feng sought only to diminish his own kill count, avoiding early attention from that individual, until he had finished his deeds and vanished from the scene. He remained unaware that he had just saved Chu Yan. In Dark Moon Town, the young man with the black dragon tattoo, along with his 5 companions, resurrected at the town's center. Their faces turned ashen, for all of them bore the mark of the Slayer status. Additionally, having been drained by Qin Feng's curse, all their tradable lifespans had plummeted to 0. Furthermore, being killed while under a 2-tier Slayer status meant their non-tradable lifespans would be halved again, and finally, half would be siphoned off by Qin Feng. The young man with the black dragon tattoo initially had 8 years of non-tradable lifespan remaining. Upon resurrection, he trembled as he discovered that his non-tradable lifespan had dwindled to less than half a year. What the hell? The system notified us that we were killed by a shadow? Why would the world's top shadow appear in this remote town? This is disastrous. How did I lose so much lifespan? All my tradable lifespan is gone. Wait, we still have the Slayer status. They frantically urged, log off, quick, log off. By the time they realized, it was already too late. Within the town, an official team had observed their Slayer marks and approached them with mocking smiles. Remember their code names. Black Dragon is also a dragon, turkey-flavored crispy rice. Although their real identities were temporarily unknown, they were noted for a wanted list, marked for pursuit within the game. The officials prohibited player battles in the town, thus taking action. Once marked as wanted, if encountered by official personnel, they would inevitably face extermination. Moreover, the officials possessed certain special hidden professions that could assist in tracking targets within the game. Consequently, this posed a considerable deterrent to players. However, at present, the number of gamers is exceedingly high while the official personnel are woefully few, resulting in many offenders remaining audaciously unrestrained. Naturally, this bears little consequence for Qin Feng, for with his prowess, he is beyond the reach of any official constraints. Merely 2 minutes later, Qin Feng arrived beside a stagnant lake ensconced within a valley, the very locale of the 7 golden tier beings. Upon entering the valley, he was greeted by distant and enigmatic whispers that echoed in his ears. These whispers were indeed from the ancient deity's stone tablets, though they seemed to carry a curse. Chapter 79. Kill? Isn't that merely a matter of skill? At the entrance of the valley, 6 official players lay in wait. Their original purpose was to caution other players against inadvertently wandering into the valley, where they might fall prey to the gathering of the 7 golden tier entities, thereby incurring losses. Yet, as Qin Feng rode past on his spectral night-walking wolf, they remained utterly oblivious to his presence. How unfortunate we are, relegated to this desolate place for guard duty, wasting precious time that could have been spent leveling up. Sigh. Do you think the shadow could take down those inside? I doubt it. Didn't T-Director die and his team just attempt that? They barely managed to defeat one, only for it to resurrect. It matters not. After all, we granted the shadow a decade of life to resolve this issue. If he cannot, that is his concern. He truly dares to take on something that infinitely revives. Qin Feng, of course, paid no heed to this group. As he passed, he did not even spare them a glance, moving directly into the valley. Along the way, and you had already briefed him on the general situation. A certain unnamed Director Dai, who is fond of gaming, leads the strongest team in the Jianghai City official ranks, second only to Wang Meng's team. Before requesting Qin Feng's assistance, Director Dai had previously ventured into this valley. They dispatched a swift knight player who, riding his mount, drew the attention of the other 6. And after nearly half an hour of concentrated fire, they managed to eliminate one solitary golden tier being. They succeeded, but almost immediately it resurrected. Upon revival, the strength of the 7 surged exponentially in a short span, resulting in their complete annihilation. And US exact words were, to minimize losses, they decided against further attempts at conquest. So if you, great deity, feel uncertain, you may decline. Qin Feng, of course, would not decline. The ancient deity stone tablets are not easily obtained. If it were merely 7 golden tier entities with the current strength of the officials, given time and a willingness to incur losses, they would undoubtedly find a way to conquer them. Yet, the crux of the matter is that they managed to eliminate one only for it to revive. It appears there is some hidden mechanism at play. As for what it precisely entails, one can only ascertain upon arrival. Qin Feng was well aware. The ancient deity stone tablets are created by beings that are inherently communal. At times, those groups are entirely concealed, possessing a remarkably high level of stealth. Players who pass by are swiftly eliminated, often unaware of the source of their demise. Occasionally, what appears to be mere deception is, in fact, a summoner lurking in the shadows, resulting in an endless cycle of player respawns. Soon, Qin Feng entered the valley. He arrived beside the stagnant waters of the lake, encircled by the valley, and beheld 7 golden tier creatures. Each of these formidable beings emanated a dark aura, akin to flames of ebony, shrouded in ominous mist, exuding an eerie and terrifying presence. Each bore the prefix cursed, the cursed head changer, golden tier, the cursed flat rat, golden tier, and the cursed digger, golden tier. They were grotesque in form, with 5 humanoid heads and 2 bestial ones. Their emaciated bodies, twisted and frail, skin wrinkled in layers, evoking both physiological and psychological discomfort. They were indeed the products of the ancient god stone tablet. The stone tablet itself was nowhere in sight. Perhaps it lay at the bottom of the lake. Regardless, these creatures must be dealt with first. Qin Feng observed them briefly, but discerned no useful clues. He resolved to attempt a simultaneous assault on all 7. The strength of the cursed golden tier being surpassed that of ordinary golden tier foes. However, being cursed, while their power was enhanced in certain aspects, it was also diminished in others. At present, Qin Feng was uncertain of the specific circumstances regarding these 7. Nevertheless, his combat prowess far exceeded that of standard golden tier entities. Even with augmented health and defenses, they would not pose a significant challenge. Yet, caution was warranted. He remained alert for any retaliation effects. Maintaining his stealth, Qin Feng refrained from approaching directly. Instead, he slipped into a concealed corner, donned the pendant of the devout, and summoned a silver tier devout follower. Go, he commanded. The devout follower rushed toward the 7 creatures, casting green flames from a distance, which struck the cursed beings with force. 229, 233, 267. A series of burn damage figures erupted above their heads. The area damage from the devout follower, though modest, confirmed that the 7 bore no retaliatory attributes. Boom, boom. As the devout follower launched its attack, the 7 retaliated. 2 of the cursed golden tier beings merely spat forth globs of black slime from afar, eliminating the silver tier devout follower on the spot. However, with no retaliation present, Qin Feng seized the moment. He declared as he struck, moving forward in stealth, his form a fleeting shadow as he slashed through the 7 creatures. Radiant blades of light blossoming upon their twisted, withered bodies. Shadow slash. 14, 297, weak point attack. 14, 519, weak point attack. 13, 888, weak point attack. Under the effect of the mythic grade gift of liberation, each of these foes appeared as mere targets to Qin Feng. Regardless of the skills he unleashed, they all resulted in weak point attacks. The staggering damage of Shadow slash obliterated the health bars of the 7 foes in an instant. Yet, Qin Feng did not let his guard down. After all, when you mentioned that these creatures seemed capable of resurrection, at least one of them could indeed return. As predicted, when Qin Feng retreated a short distance, he beheld the 7 beings, which upon their demise, had dissipated into a swirling mass of black mist, leaving no corpses or spoils behind. The most terrifying aspect was that these 7 clouds of darkness swiftly coalesced, reforming into 7 golden tier entities. Had it been another player, like Director Dai, witnessing such a scenario would likely chill their very soul. After all the effort to vanquish them, not only did they drop nothing, but they also resurrected. Who could withstand such a fate? However, Qin Feng, upon closer inspection, discerned that these resurrected entities bore certain distinctions from their former selves. Each one bore a brand new symbol in various locations on their bodies. In total, there were 7 symbols, signifying heaven, calamity, ancient, deity, Wu, Toth, and Su. These symbols were, in fact, inscriptions from the ancient language of the gods. Even Qin Feng did not fully comprehend them all. Yet fortuitously, he had encountered the name Heavenly Calamity, Ancient Deity Wu Toth multiple times in his past life, a formidable ancient god in the annals of forsaken gaming history. Thus, he instantly recognized the meaning represented by those 7 symbols. It implied that these 7 must be defeated in a specific order. Qin Feng was not entirely certain. After all, each ancient divine stone tablet created a unique communal mechanism. Fortunately for him, the difficulty of defeating them was manageable, allowing for arbitrary attempts. For other players, however, the quest to obtain the ancient divine stone tablet and decipher its mechanisms was an arduous journey, often requiring numerous attempts to kill the same adversary. Those with slightly lesser strength or unfortunate luck could spend 10 days or even a month in futile research. But for Qin Feng, killing was merely a matter of skill. Was it not? Chapter 80. The Cursed Stone Tablet of the Heavenly Calamity, Ancient Deity. A minute later, Qin Feng had consecutively slain 2 golden tier entities, adhering to the character sequence of the Heavenly Calamity, Ancient Deity Wu Toth. Yet, those 2 golden tier beings promptly resurrected. This left Qin Feng somewhat perplexed. It appeared that order was not the key. Regardless, he possessed the ability to become invisible. After his failed experiment, he activated his stealth and commenced an exploration of the surrounding map. However, after surveying the vicinity of the Deadwater Lake, he discovered nothing suspicious. Soon, a thought crossed his mind. Wait, he hadn't yet explored the depths of the lake. Qin Feng approached the lake's edge. He noted that the surface of the water was as smooth as a mirror, obscuring any view of its depths. Reluctantly, he summoned the black light shield. As he raised his hand, his entire evasion rate transformed into 10 layers of black barriers, enveloping his form and providing protection. Without hesitation, he plunged into the water. Down at the bottom, he spotted an ancient stone tablet locked in place, resembling the ancient divine stone tablet. Surrounding this tablet were 7 additional stones, each adorned with a symbol identical to the ones on the 7 beings. Did he need to eliminate the golden tier entities corresponding to each symbol near their respective tablets to unlock the stone? Qin Feng pondered this and proceeded to act. Soon, he lured the first golden creature into the lake, beside the corresponding stone tablet. This was the cursed flat rat, its withered and emaciated body continuously spewing black-green slime in an attempt to launch a ranged attack at Qin Feng. The others were temporarily diverted by the spectral night-walking wolves summoned by Qin Feng. Nearly there. Strike! This time, they finally yielded loot and granted Qin Feng experience and evolution points. Excellent. It seemed his strategy was sound. As the creature perished, the symbol on its body glowed with a black light, resonating with the identical symbol on the stone tablet beneath the water. This directly caused the tablet to shatter. The chains binding the ancient deity stone slab were finally partially broken. After more than 10 minutes, Qin Feng replicated the process, drawing the other 6 creatures to the vicinity of their respective stone tablets for extermination. At this point, he could confirm the mechanism of this ancient deity's stone slab. He needed to eliminate all 7 creatures simultaneously for the symbol of the cataclysmic ancient deity to manifest. Then, he would need to bring them near these tablets and kill them accordingly. If this were left to official researchers, it would take at least 10 days to a month to achieve, and the losses would be catastrophic. Qin Feng shook his head. The most crucial factor was that other players found the difficulty exceedingly high. Even defeating the golden tier alone posed a significant challenge. Currently, there were no more than 10 teams in the entire Jianghai city capable of doing so. Not to mention confronting 7 at once while fulfilling various conditions. An arduous task indeed. However, for Qin Feng, having arrived in this valley merely 15 minutes ago, he had already unraveled all the mysteries. All 7 were level 10 golden tier. After dispatching them, he reaped a considerable amount of experience, longevity, and evolution points. He ascended directly to level 14. His evolution points surged by 294 in one go. Taking into account the remaining points, he now possessed a total of 325 evolution points. Presently, Shadow Slash was his primary offensive skill. With this in mind, he spent 210 evolution points to upgrade this skill to legendary tier. The current epic Shadow Slash, combined with the active effect of the Gift of Liberation for throat cutting, already dealt a total of 5 to 600,000 in base damage. What would happen if he evolved it further? You have consumed 210 evolution points, remaining 115 points. Shadow Slash, epic legendary flicker in one direction, up to 3,040 meters, entering a stealth state, lasting 12 to 15 seconds, dealing 9 slashes to all enemies in the path. Cooldown 12, 88 seconds. Level 4. Width of slashes, 56 meters. Each slash adds 500 to 700 attack power. New. Each successful slash hit grants a shield equivalent to 100 of maximum health, stacking up to 9 layers. The shield lasts a maximum of 60 seconds. The distance is greater, the width broader, and the range larger. The number of slashes remains unchanged. However, a new effect has been added. For each successful hit, the user gains a shield equivalent to double their health. Goodness. Does this mean that with a single Shadow Slash, if all 9 slashes hit, my effective health could instantly multiply to 10 times its original amount? Qin Feng was astounded. He was aware that the legendary skills within the Forsaken game possessed unique effects. The effect of the Shadow Slash significantly enhanced his survivability. Of course, certain skills in the Forsaken game deal additional damage to shields, while a rare few can even penetrate them. However, the former has a minimal impact, and the latter is unlikely to appear among common skills, only potentially manifesting at the epic level. Such enhancements greatly increase the margin for error. Qin Feng was quite pleased with this effect. The only drawback was that the damage increase from epic to legendary for Shadow Slash was not substantial. Yet, given Qin Feng's current combat power, he was not particularly in need of damage. With over 100 evolution points remaining, he decided to conserve them for a significant evolution later. With his strength sufficient, he resolved to always keep some evolution points on hand. This would allow him to evolve as necessary during critical moments, providing greater flexibility in responding to various situations. After evolving Shadow Slash, Qin Feng's attention turned to the ancient divine tablet, which was gradually unsealing. As the 7 surrounding stone tablets were unlocked, the dark chains entwined around the ancient tablet began to disintegrate. After a brief moment, Qin Feng reached out to grasp the archaic slab, which was roughly the size of a laptop. The instant he made contact, chaotic whispers and murmurs echoed in his mind. Congratulations. You have obtained the cursed tablet of the cataclysmic ancient god. Cursed tablet of the cataclysmic ancient god. This tablet contains the cursed power derived from the cataclysmic ancient god. Ethos. Active use. Attach a curse to any equipment. This curse will randomly provide a beneficial affix based on the equipment and your class characteristics, but will simultaneously impose a negative affix. After carrying the ancient tablet and defeating a certain number of monsters, the usage count will reset. It can be used again on any equipment, but the same curse tablet can only curse one item at a time. Upon reuse, you may choose to retain the old effect or the new one. The ancient tablets are categorized into blessing tablets and curse tablets. The former purely enhances equipment with beneficial affixes, albeit with relatively weaker effects. The latter, however, curses the equipment, presenting both a beneficial affix and a negative one. The effect of a single ancient tablet can even double the attributes of an equipment's affixes, and with a stroke of luck, it might even yield powerful affixes that alter class characteristics. Moreover, as long as one carries it while slaying monsters, it can be reused indefinitely. If the affixes do not meet expectations, they can be refreshed without limit. Upon obtaining the ancient tablet, Qin Feng promptly opened his equipment list to test its effects. Chapter 81. Black Spade? The end approaches. Qin Feng's gaze settled on the Black Flame Gift Bone Armor. This was an emerald-level piece of equipment, with the accompanying effect of Black Flame Gift, which could reduce an opponent's defense and elemental resistance by up to 35. He issued the command to use the cursed tablet. Instantly, a surge of black mist emanated from the ancient tablet in his hand, the whispers entwined within it blending with the stark white power of calamity. Enveloping the emerald-level armor he wore, you have imbued the bone-chilling leather armor of the Black Flame with the Curse of Ethos. Curse of Ethos, beneficial affix. The maximum stack of Black Flame status is increased to 15 layers, negative affix. The base attributes of the equipment are reduced by 31. Do you wish to retain this curse? Yes. Qin Feng cast a glance and was momentarily taken aback. The maximum stacking of Black Flame status has been elevated to 15 layers. Each layer reduces defense and elemental resistance by 7, totaling a staggering 105 when fully stacked. This implies that, with this effect, I could mitigate both defense and elemental resistance to negative values. Truly, the augmentations from the Ancient God S tablet are remarkable. Originally, the maximum defense reduction of 35 has now escalated to 105. The effect is incomparably transformative. However, the negative affix is somewhat concerning. The base attributes of this equipment, 95 physical defense, 120 elemental resistance, along with 77 damage mitigation and vitality, will all diminish by 31. After contemplation, Qin Feng resolved to retain the curse. After all, he is an assassin. Furthermore, with the recently evolved legendary level Shadow Slash, which can provide a shield of up to 900 health points, he need not worry about survival. Upon utilizing the Ancient God S tablet, it transformed into a mere ordinary stone, appearing quite unremarkable. Yet, as long as he continues to carry the tablet while slaying monsters, he can incessantly absorb the deathly power of the creatures to replenish the tablet. Approximately 300 monsters must be vanquished to utilize it once more. At that time, he could attempt to see if he could unearth even superior beneficial affixes. The original defense reduction of 35 has surged to 105. Such an effect, once revealed, would undoubtedly astonish all players, yet Qin Feng remains somewhat dissatisfied. This illustrates the immense enhancement the Ancient God S tablet can confer upon a player. Of course, a single cursed tablet can only bewitch one piece of equipment. Should Qin Feng apply it to another item and choose to retain it, the curse on the Black Flame gift would become nullified. That said, there is no stipulation that an item can possess only one curse or blessing. In other words, each additional Ancient God S tablet grants the player an extra formidable affix from the ancient deities, with no upper limit. Thus, it is evident that acquiring more Ancient God S tablets is decidedly advantageous. However, one must be cautious. The relationships among certain ancient gods may be strained, leading to potential conflicts between their tablets, which could affect their effects. Naturally, this consideration will arise after obtaining a greater number of Ancient God S tablets. At present, The benefits bestowed upon Qin Feng by the ancient goddess tablet are immeasurable. Once settled, he gathered all the spoils from the battlefield and sent a message to Yu. All foes have been vanquished. I shall proceed to level up. Feel free to do as you please. Qin Feng had devised a plan to level up throughout the day until evening, when the Phantom Night Stalker Wolf could render him invisible in reality. At that time, he would ride forth to the Demon City to confront Qin Xiaoyou and settle matters. The woman, having set her sights on Qin Feng, who posed the only real threat to her, was certainly not one to let him go easily. In the ruins of Zhanghai City, as night fell, he should have just reached level 15. Qin Feng estimated his progress with a sense of satisfaction. In the Forsaken game, the difficulty of leveling up escalated as one advanced further. At times, it might seem as though only one level remained, yet the experience required could be staggering. By experience alone, Qin Feng had amassed a total far exceeding that of most level 10 players by several multiples. Upon receiving Qin Feng's message, Yu promptly informed the 6 official players stationed at the valley's entrance. When these 6 players ventured to investigate and discovered that the 7 golden entities within the valley had vanished without a trace, they were utterly dumbfounded. Just moments ago, they had been questioning whether the shadow could defeat the 7. Yet, in barely 10 minutes, they had disappeared. Incredible. They hadn't even realized he had been there. Moreover, didn't these entities respawn? How had he accomplished this? In an instant, these 6 official players were engulfed by a profound sense of astonishment. The term shadow now held a distinctly different significance in their minds. As time flew by, amidst the cataclysmic changes brought forth by the Forsaken game, night fell upon the land of Daxia. In the ruins of the abandoned divine continent, a female player known as Spade, accompanied by 5 foreign men, concealed themselves within the remnants of a civilian dwelling, observing a fierce battle ahead. This skirmish involved 18 Daxia players besieging a golden-level creature, clad in revealing attire. Spade bore a spade tattoo on her calf, watching the 3 Daxia squads with a mocking gaze. If Qin Feng were present, he would immediately recognize this woman as Qin Xiaoyou. Of course, both Qin Xiaoyou and the 5 foreign men had activated facial obscuring features, rendering them unrecognizable to those unfamiliar with their identities. At that moment, as Qin Xiaoyou gazed at the golden battlefield, she chuckled. The men of Daxia are truly weak. Sending 18 men against just one golden creature reveals their sheer terror. Dear Qin, let us not be so harsh, replied Tony, the white man with a buzz cut. With a gentle and gentlemanly smile. They're striving for our benefit. We ought to be grateful for their efforts in securing the spoils for us. Qin Xiaoyou laughed lightly. Oh, you're far too polite. Due to the larger population of the Demon City compared to Zhanghai City, the ruins of the Demon City were now home to thousands of level 10 players, with the area of the ruins itself several times larger than that of Zhanghai City. These players were all tirelessly striving to reach level 11. However, even among them, the fastest progress was only halfway through level 10 experience and had yet to undergo class advancement. One cannot blame them for their slow leveling. It wasn't merely a matter of the scarcity of monsters. Rather, the creatures in this Forsaken game possessed intelligence and would not simply wait to be slain. They would flee when outmatched, and upon seeing a greater number of players, they would retreat. Frequently, they would engage in ambushes or even band together to hunt players. All of this has brought immense distress to the players of the Forsaken game, making efficient leveling nearly impossible. After about 10 minutes, in a concealed area of the ruins of Magic City, Qin Xiaoyou frowned as she observed the low damage output of these Daxia players. Is it really taking this long to defeat a mere golden foe? Tony, a Caucasian man clad in heavy armor and wielding a long spear, chuckled and remarked, We're almost done. Let us prepare to receive their gifts. As his words fell, Tony, along with Qin Xiaoyou and 4 others, emerged from their hiding place. Oh no, it's the Spade clan. We're doomed. How did they end up beside us? Let us get out of here, as many as we can. Someone cursed. How could there be such beasts, bringing foreigners to slay our own? The air was thick with chaos as bodies continued to fall. The worthless deserve to be killed. After all, they are Daxia people. Qin Xiaoyou sauntered through the fray, disdain evident on her face as she looked at the slain Daxia players. Backed by the wealth of the Qin family conglomerate, she had acquired numerous lifespans and remained at the forefront in terms of equipment and skill books. Let's play around in Magic City for a while. I've heard that Daxia's officials are hunting us. Although our real identities haven't been exposed, it's prudent to leave Daxia soon and head to North America. There, we can establish a guild dedicated to hunting down Daxia players. However, the complacent Qin Xiaoyou was unaware that her demise was imminent. Chapter 82. The Divine Grant. The Heart of Faisal. Finally, level 15 has been reached. It must be evening outside, right? In the ruins of Jianghai City, at the site of the northern city gate, Qin Feng rode his phantom night stalker, slowly emerging from the ruins. Behind him lay the vast expanse of Jianghai City's ruins, spanning over 100 kilometers, nearly the same size as the actual city. Before him stretched an endless, misty wilderness. It was time to prepare for the journey to Magic City. However, before that, he needed to obtain the Divine Grant. The Divine Grant is an essential item that, theoretically, everyone requires since the Forsaken Game's arrival. But why hadn't anyone stockpiled food, water, and other necessary supplies? This is precisely due to the existence of the Divine Grant. In the Forsaken Continent, every abandoned city is accompanied by a Divine Authority Tower, which houses a guardian. By facing challenges, one can exchange lifespans for various types of Divine Grants. The simplest way to understand the Divine Grant is as a 3D printer. Input lifespan, output supplies. Different types of Divine Grants yield various lists of available materials, including food, daily necessities, crafting materials, and medical supplies, among others. All categories consist of items already existing in Blue Star. Anything that was originally present on Blue Star can be printed through the Divine Grant, provided one is willing to expend lifespan. For Qin Feng, the most crucial grants pertain to food and daily necessities. He certainly couldn't survive solely on instant noodles, nor was it safe to rely on external food sources. Moreover, in order to extract the sanctuary of the Nether Soul into reality, one must possess the Divine Book, which facilitates the production of essential living materials such as generators, lamps, tables, chairs, and beds. Qin Feng gazed into the vast wilderness ahead, enveloped in contemplation. This artifact, however, consumes the lifespan of the player, rendering it vital yet costly. Utilizing one's lifespan as a resource, it enables the creation of various necessities for humanity. Shaking his head, Qin Feng dismissed further thoughts. He opened his friend list, intending to summon allies for the challenge of the Tower of Divine Authority. His motivation for gathering support was not due to his inability to succeed alone, but rather the cunning and treacherous nature of the Tower's guardian. Should the challenge prove too easy, the price of acquiring the Divine Book from him would be exorbitantly high. Conversely, if the challenge were exceedingly difficult, the variety of Divine Books available for purchase would diminish. One must perform adequately to secure the most favorable prices and a broader selection of the Divine Book. In his previous life, Qin Feng had attempted the challenge of the Tower of Divine Authority without bringing along Qin Xiaoyou. This was due to the Guardian's deviousness and his peculiar obsession. The presence of any female players would cause the difficulty of the challenge to escalate dramatically. The Guardian, a six-fingered warlock named Vickley, was notorious for his disdain towards women, a sentiment rooted in his traumatic past. In Vickley's world, possessing 6 fingers was deemed an omen of misfortune, leading to his ostracization, particularly by women who regarded him as a menace. After being publicly scorned by the woman he adored, he became psychologically warped, and the details of his subsequent actions remained shrouded in mystery. Presently, Vickley harbors an intense loathing for women, deriving a twisted pleasure from witnessing their cruel demise. As a result, the challenge's difficulty would more than double with any female presence. Even if a female player managed to succeed, they would have to pay a steep price to acquire the Divine Book from him. Consequently, in Qin Feng's previous life, the majority of female players from Jianghai City sought the Divine Book from the towers in other city ruins. Thus, Qin Feng could not undertake the challenge alone, lest he face exorbitant costs when purchasing the Divine Book later, nor could he bring any female players along. He initiated a private chat with Wang Meng. Wang Meng, are you available? I have a valuable item to acquire. Please arrange for 4 other male players to join us. I will wait for you at the northern city gate ruins. This peculiar request left Wang Meng somewhat bewildered. What's going on? Nonetheless, he complied. All right, I'll grab 2 more with Director Dai. It should take about 20 minutes to reach there. Apologies for the distance. No problem, Qin Feng replied, closing the chat window. Mounted on his ghostly night-walking wolf, he began to scour the scorched earth nearby for monsters to slay, unwilling to waste the 20 minutes until his companions arrived. Upon reaching level 15, Qin Feng could finally don the emerald necklace that had previously dropped from the Soul Purifier. Heart of Faisal, Emerald Assassin-type accessory. 25 to all attributes. 180 to lightning resistance. 50 to cooldown speed. Equipment requirement. Level 15 Soul Reaper. Unique effect, any attack you make will drain 125 mana points from the target, additionally inflicting an equal amount of extra damage. The attributes of this necklace are commendable, particularly the 50 cooldown speed, which is quite advantageous for Qin Feng. As for the unique effect of the Soul Reaper, it holds little significance at present, as Qin Feng could dispatch his foes with a single blow. The mana drain seems rather superfluous. However, for other players, the additional 125 points of damage with each attack would undoubtedly be a significant enhancement. Yet for Qin Feng, a base attack of 125 is not particularly impressive, considering his skills augment his damage by 700 to 800 points, or even over 1,000. He replaced the Con Artist Pendant, sacrificing one level of invisibility. Fortunately, he possessed a skill book to learn from. Qin Feng turned his gaze to a new skill in his skill bar. In the Depths of Darkness, Emerald passive skill for assassins. Upon entering stealth, gain one level of invisibility, with an additional level gained every 5 seconds, to a maximum of 3 levels. Required level 14. This passive skill was also dropped by the Soul Purifier, Faisal. Curious about its evolution, he pondered how high the invisibility level could be raised. With 188 evolution points remaining, Qin Feng set forth to evolve this Emerald passive skill. Chapter 83. Evolution. Legendary in the Depths of Darkness. You have consumed 33 evolution points. Remaining 155. In the Depths of Darkness, Emerald Diamond Epic Legendary passive skill granting 11-12 levels of invisibility, with an increase of 1 level every 5,443 seconds, to a maximum of 3,345 levels of invisibility. Required level 14. Legendary level added effect. For each level of invisibility, an additional 200 points of break-in damage will be inflicted upon detection. When this skill evolved to legendary status, Qin Feng was momentarily taken aback. A maximum increase of 5 levels of invisibility? How astonishing, considering the 2 levels from his professional passive and the inherent 1 level from the stealth skill. His invisibility level could reach a remarkable 8, under normal circumstances, without factoring in combat strength. A pure stacking of invisibility levels to 8 would typically require an assassin player to be around level 30. Yet, with just the In the Depths of Darkness skill, he could gain an utmost of 5 levels of invisibility. The passive adds 2 levels, and with an increase of 1 level every 3 seconds, he would attain the maximum of 5 levels after 9 seconds. At that point, he would wield an invisibility level of 8, inflicting an additional 1,600 points of break-in damage. The newly added legendary effect is equally gratifying. It is worth noting that Qin Feng now possesses 3 stealth skills, including the Epic Shadow skill, which adds 500 points of break-in damage. The Epic skill of Tranquil Concealment boasts an additional 800 points of stealth-breaking attack. In contrast, the Shadow Slash's invisibility merely grants simple concealment without any added stealth-breaking attack. However, the stealth-breaking attack of the skill Deep in Darkness can synergize with these 3 stealth skills. The stealth-breaking attack of Shadowy Veil has been elevated from 500 to 2,100 points, while the Tranquil Concealment's stealth-breaking attack has surged from 800 to 2,400 points. Even the Shadow Slash, which originally possessed no stealth-breaking attack, now gains 1,600 points. My damage has increased significantly. The first-class advancement has notably enhanced all 3 passive effects of Qin Feng's Shadow Profession. What remarkable transformations will the second-class advancement bring? Even Qin Feng himself remains uncertain. After all, he had never encountered the Shadow Profession in his previous life. Following the coordinates provided by Qin Feng, Wang Ming, accompanied by 4 official male players, made their way to the ruins of the northern city gate. As they approached, they were taken aback by the heaps of monster corpses scattered throughout the ruins. Truly, the prowess of the Shadow Master is evident. These monsters would take us several minutes to defeat if they were to face us. Indeed, the key is that these monsters would flee when they found themselves outmatched. However, the Shadow Master need not concern himself with such matters, as each strike is guaranteed to be fatal. The speed of his leveling is nothing short of extraordinary. While we have yet to reach level 11, he has already attained level 15. Yet, why does such a formidable master still require our assistance? Enough chatter, just follow orders. Wang Ming instructed as he led his group. Among them were his sharp-eyed archer and a middle-aged cardmaster from his team, along with 2 priests obtained through Director Dai. For safety's sake, although these priests were not hidden classes, their levels and skills were commendable, having been cultivated as elite players by the official team. One of them, tall and imposing at nearly 6 feet 3 inches, wielded a staff despite being a priest and appeared even more formidable than Wang Ming. His codename was Steady as a Rock. Captain Wang, have we arrived? I don't see the shadow yet, Steady as a Rock inquired. Wang Ming raised a hand, signaling him to remain calm. He initiated a private chat with Qin Feng and soon lifted his gaze towards the northwest. The shadow has directed us to proceed that way. Do you see the spire atop that mountain? That is our destination. Steady as a Rock gasped. That spire is at least 3 kilometers away, right? I've heard tales of the ferocity of the monsters outside the city. Can we five make it through? Wang Ming patted him on the shoulder. With your robust physique, how can you be so timid? Let us go. The shadow has assured us that the monsters along the way have all been cleared out. As the group advanced, steady as a rock remained at the rear, glancing around with a grave expression, clearly on high alert. Wang Ming paid no mind. They continued on their path, and indeed, amidst the thorns in the forest, they encountered several grotesque monster corpses, each boasting levels above 15. At times, dozens of monstrous remains lay piled together, sending shivers down the spines of Wang Ming and his companions. They traversed through the thorny forest, fearing they might be devoured by the monstrous creatures lurking within. Yet, as they pressed onward, they were astonished to find no living monsters in sight. Finally, they ascended the thorny hill, arriving swiftly at the ancient, quaint spire atop the small hill. Player Shadow applies to join the team. Captain Wang Ming received a system notification, which took him by surprise. Hadn't the Shadow always been a lone wolf? Why was he joining a team now? Upon clicking to accept, Qin Feng's obscured avatar appeared in their roster. Qin Feng spoke directly in the team channel. What lies ahead is rather sinister. The stronger I appear, the more exorbitant the items he offers will be. In short, I shall feign weakness during our confrontation. You all must strive to defeat a golden-level creature. By overcoming this challenge, you will have the opportunity to procure valuable items that will not disappoint. Hearing this, Wang Ming and the others felt a twinge of anxiety. No wonder the esteemed figure had joined them. It was to mask his true strength. Yet, they pondered, what does this forsaken game entail? Never having encountered it before, they decided to heed the expert's advice and simply focus on the task at hand. Eagerly, Wang Ming and his companions readied themselves, with one cautious member, known for his prudence, nervously inquiring, "Wait, esteemed one, what skills should we expect from you? Should I be wary of any attacks directed at me?" Shadow replied, "I am a ranged spellcaster and will remain stationary. I possess a fire-breathing skill. When it activates, maintain a close distance and circle clockwise to avoid being scorched. Additionally, be wary of the black oil. The rest of the skills will target the main attacker. I will guide Wang Ming on how to manage those." The cautious one pressed on. "By the way, how long will the battle last? I need to ensure my mana is sufficient. And what if someone were to fall in an unforeseen circumstance?" Shadow reassured him. "No need to worry." Wang Ming, feeling slightly embarrassed, privately messaged Qin Feng, "Please forgive my comrade. Despite his imposing stature, he has become exceedingly cautious ever since two teammates fell during a previous venture due to unforeseen events. Not all, I understand. It is wise to exercise caution, especially in the Forsaken game, where one can never be too careful," Qin Feng replied. Thus, Qin Feng elaborated on the strategies required to confront the golden level challenge in the team channel. Once he completed his explanation, Wang Ming and his companions arrived at the entrance of the spire, the Tower of Divine Authority. With Qin Feng's presence in the team, they were greeted by his silhouette clad in emerald-grade black flame leather armor, standing at the spire's entrance, wielding a platinum-grade assassin's dagger, exuding an aura of chilling ruthlessness. The sight sent a shiver down the spine of the cautious member, who had long heard of the Shadow, but was witnessing his true form for the first time. Chapter 84. Qin Xiaoyou is struck. The obsidian, skull-crushing puppet. After reuniting with Wang Ming and the other five, Qin Feng first instructed the Phantom Knight, Stalking Wolf, to cloak itself and unleashed a howling skill, granting all 6 members an enhancement of 35 points to both attack and defense. Subsequently, under the leadership of Wang Ming, a group of 6 entered the Tower of Divine Authority. Upon arriving at a circular hall with a diameter of approximately 50 meters, a chilling, sinister voice echoed from all directions. "Welcome, welcome, friends from the Blue Star. Surely, the advent of the abandoned god game has left you in a state of trepidation? He. This is the Tower of Divine Authority. If you can successfully navigate the challenges I've set forth, you will earn the right to trade with me. Now, let the enjoyment commence." As these ominous words faded, a black humanoid puppet materialized at the center of the hall. Obsidian split skull puppet 20, grade, gold goodness, level 20. The seasoned player, steady as a rock, gasped upon seeing the golden grade apparition, nervously clutching his priest's staff. The figure appeared humanoid, yet its head was grotesquely split in two, its body coated in a viscous black substance that looked both menacing and terrifying. During combat, this dark liquid would splatter in all directions, igniting in flames when skills were unleashed. Fortunately, the priest class inherently possessed a dispel skill. To be safe, Wang Ming summoned 2 additional priests. With proper execution, defeating this obsidian split skull puppet should pose little challenge. With a sturdy shield in one hand and a formidable axe in the other, Wang Meng leaped forth, aiming for the gaping face of the obsidian puppet. Meanwhile, in the ruins of Jianghai City, in a concealed alleyway, a sudden slap sent Qin Xiaoyou reeling. Before her stood 3 disdainful female players, looking down upon her. What right do you have to approach Chairman Qin? If it weren't for his kindness in taking you in, you wouldn't even have a life left. One scoffed. Keep your distance from Chairman Qin, or we'll make it a point to teach you a lesson every time we see you. After delivering their scornful remarks, the trio strutted away, leaving Qin Xiaoyou alone in the alley, gritting her teeth, tears welling in her eyes. She had once believed that joining the Knights Sanctuary Guild would ensure her survival and enable her to earn more time. However, she soon discovered that the guild was rife with factions and cliques. Chairman Chen Wuming merely viewed her as a tool, intending to cultivate her for the guild's benefit. To contribute more time, having exchanged only a few words with Chen Wuming, she had already drawn the ire of other female players, who would drag her into this alley and slapped her twice as a warning. This experience brought a single word to her mind: bullying. In the past, Qin Xiaoyou knew that Qin Feng would surely stand up for her. But now, she had severed ties with him. Looking around, she realized that there was truly no one left to assist her. Previously, when faced with difficulties, she could still consult Chu Yin. However, now that Chu Yin remained in the small town, having joined a charitable guild, it was unlikely that she could assist in combating the players from the warring guild. Observing the haughty departure of the 3 female players, a twinge of regret washed over her. The most critical aspect was that she had signed a 3-year membership contract with the Knights Sanctuary Guild. The silver lining was that she could ensure her survival over these 3 years. The downside was that she had to endure this environment for 3 years. In a moment of despair, Qin Xiaoyou opened her friends list and spotted a name: Wang Meng. Recalling this amiable official, she clung to the thought of him as a lifeline, sending several messages to express her grievances. She was uncertain of their efficacy, but thought it prudent to try. Perhaps Wang Meng would come to her aid? Yet, this situation left her somewhat disheartened. It was all Qin Feng's fault. I said to sever ties, and he truly did? Doesn't he realize that what girls say often carries a different meaning? Fortunately, I can survive these 3 years, and there will still be someone to accompany me in monster hunting. Although I must surrender 50 years of life to the guild, I can still retain some for myself, undoubtedly progressing faster than Chu Yin and her companions. Once I develop further, no one shall be able to associate with me. Qin Feng, you should stay as far away as possible. I need to remain low-key and avoid provoking those insane women. Qin Xiaoyou clenched her teeth. Yet she remained oblivious to the reality that bullying is often perpetuated by the weakness of individuals. The more vulnerable one is, the more susceptible they become to harassment. If tolerating such behavior could cease the bullying, then the world would be devoid of it. Meanwhile, Wang Meng, when he received the private message from Qin Xiaoyou, found himself in the midst of a critical battle. This was a golden level encounter, and a level 21 at that. Far more formidable than any adversary he had previously faced. Upon receiving a barrage of private messages, he impatiently opened his friends list and set Xiaoyou to mute. Finally, peace was restored. Wang Meng realized that even though Qin Feng had informed them of the mechanics in advance, they still struggled significantly. This was because Qin Feng, in an effort to not showcase overwhelming power, essentially remained on the sidelines. Of course, even while slacking off, the meager skills he unleashed accounted for 40 of the team's total damage. This was already a result of him exercising remarkable restraint. In fact, had he faced this elsewhere, a single shadow strike could have obliterated the enemy. Throughout most of the encounter, Qin Feng deliberately positioned himself in a corner, feigning entrapment by skills and appearing unable to attack. This performance astonished Wang Meng and the others. They thought, if one were unaware, they might believe the expert truly possessed such limited damage. The expert had claimed that he would appear once the battle concluded. How absurdly powerful must one be to gauge the capabilities of others so precisely? The stronger the player, the more exorbitantly priced their wares. It was indeed a bit peculiar. Yet Wang Meng was curious about how the expert knew all this. To this, Qin Feng could only respond in the team channel, the game of the Forsaken harbor's many secrets, with vast information buried amidst the ruins. Do you often reflect on whether you are diligently exploring? Has your knowledge expanded? Ah, I see. Wang Meng sighed. Listening to your words is akin to receiving profound wisdom. As the middle-aged card master unleashed a lightning card, it struck the cracked head of the obsidian puppet, unleashing a surge of electricity that enveloped its entire form. With a weakness attack of 1227, the last vestiges of its health bar were finally depleted. A viscous black liquid sprayed across the arena, evaporating into a cloud of dark mist that swirled throughout the hall. The black flames that had spread across the chamber extinguished completely. Under Qin Feng's flawless performance, he exhibited no signs of anything extraordinary. Wang Meng, witnessing the health bar reach 0, finally exhaled in relief, having forgotten in his moment of tension that he had previously muted someone for private chat. If he failed to recall, he would never receive messages from that individual again. Yet, this was inconsequential. What truly mattered was the demise of the obsidian puppet. A chilling, sinister laughter echoed from all directions, followed by the manifestation of a gaunt old man cloaked in tattered robes before them. Chapter 85. Surely even shadows require 10 minutes, don't they? As the emaciated figure draped in a black cloak materialized, Wang Meng and his companions focused intently. The apparition appeared ghostly, standing in the center of the hall, shrouded in darkness, obscuring its features and form, yet emanating an unmistakable aura of danger. Congratulations, players of Blue Star. You're the first to pass my trial. As long as you are willing to sacrifice your lifespan, you may exchange it here for the resources you seek, he cackled, extending a hand to unveil a list of wares. What the 6 fingers? Steady old dog's eyes widened in astonishment. The atmosphere grew tense at this revelation, the black-robed figure seemingly radiating an icy chill. In the next instant, a wave of dark energy erupted from steady old dog, a thunderous boom resounding. 999,999. His towering frame was obliterated in an instant. A luminous orb of lifespan coalesced from his shattered remains. Qin Feng observed, his lips twitching. It seems this brother wasn't quite as steady as he believed. In the forsaken continent of the deities, those who appeared were predominantly from other civilizations, individuals who had acquired divine strength. They came to the Forsaken Lands to offer services to the players of Blue Star while extracting the lifespan they had earned. Concurrently, they were bound by ancient, unyielding rules. They could not be attacked by ordinary players, nor could they retaliate. They could only establish a taboo within the confines of these rules. If a player transgressed this taboo, they could inflict harm upon them. Clearly, this old specter had set the taboo of not mentioning his 6 fingers. Steady old dog, though seemingly composed, evidently lacked experience in dealing with the Forsaken game, his exclamation leading to his immediate demise. The remaining 4, witnessing this, swallowed hard and silently collected the tradable lifespan that had been extracted from him. Thus, only an untradable life orb remained in the arena, something that others could not claim. Qin Feng silently raised his hand, and the flower of curses blossomed upon that orb, absorbing it entirely. This situation caused Wang Meng and his companions to breathe a bit more rapidly. The untradable life orb had always been something only monsters could absorb, yet Shadow had astonishingly used a skill to claim it. The sight of that enchanting flower of death sent shivers down the spines of Wang Meng's group. Even the 6-fingered warlock, Vickery, seemed taken aback. However, as a person of lofty disposition, he deemed it beneath him to engage in excessive conversation with these inferior players from Blue Star. Select the divine tomes you require, exchange your lives for goods, and then depart, he stated coldly, as a list of items appeared above his 6 fingers. Divine tomes? What on earth are those? Wang Meng and his companions were astonished. Yet recalling their previous experiences, they dared not speak out of turn. They began to communicate through furtive glances and subtle gestures. Qin Feng observed this scene with a touch of exasperation. Without any hesitation, he accessed the item list and purchased all 9 divine tomes listed. Each tome cost 1,000 days of tradable life, which equated to nearly 3 years. This was considered the standard price. If a female were present in the party, the price would at least double, and the challenge would become significantly more arduous. The total lifespan expended for the 9 tomes was less than 25 years, and with 466 years of tradable life at his disposal, Qin Feng found this expenditure to be negligible. These 9 divine tomes will suffice for my daily needs, he mused. However, there was an achievement associated with the Divine Rights Tower that still required completion. Before Qin Feng could make his next move, Wang Meng and his companions had already caught sight of the divine tomes on the list, their eyes widening in astonishment. Unable to contain their excitement, they began to converse fervently in the team channel. What on earth is this? We can expend our lifespan to create resources in reality? With these divine tomes, I could practically open a supermarket with all sorts of food, water, and drinks. Not to mention, look at this divine tome for mechanical maids. Nobody stopped me. I want to buy 10 of those. A friendly reminder, my young friend, these divine tomes can be reused. 1 purchase suffices. Fool, can't I sell what I buy? Actually, you can't. It states here that they're soulbound, my young friend. Oh well, fair enough. Regardless, true to the promise of Brother Shadow, he indeed brought us to acquire fine goods. Of course, when has our big brother ever let us down? Wang Ming and his companions also possessed a fair amount of tradable life, though it was mostly concentrated in Wang Ming's hands. In no time, they began trading, purchasing the divine tomes from the six-fingered warlock. These divine tomes were of unlimited supply for their kind. After all, these tomes were not a product of their own making. They merely served as porters. Ultimately, the lifespan consumed for the divine tomes, upon reaching the hands of the buyers, was something even they could not ascertain. Naturally, the total amount of tradable life among Wang Ming and his companions was not substantial. Together, the four of them managed to purchase a mere 12 divine tomes. Upon hearing this, the six-fingered warlock Vickery chuckled sinisterly. Of course, but each purchase requires a fresh challenge. Next time, the price may differ. Soon after, as Qin Feng observed Wang Ming and his companions concluding their transaction, he wasted no time and directly addressed the six-fingered warlock Vickery. I see from the description of the Tower of Divine Authority that a single individual can undertake high-difficulty challenges to gain prestige. I wish to attempt the highest difficulty. Is that permissible? This statement rendered Wang Ming and his companion silent. The six-fingered warlock Vickery turned to face Qin Feng, his dark cloak concealing his form as he seemingly scrutinized him. After a brief pause, a chilling voice emerged. TSK. You? Based on your recent performance, you couldn't even conquer the lowest difficulty alone, let alone the highest. Qin Feng smiled and replied, let us give it a shot. What constitutes the highest difficulty? Vickery, with a sardonic grin, explained, the difficulty is categorized into 5 tiers, with the highest being the 5th. It remains the golden tier Obsidian Skull Golem, but its attack, health, defense, and cooldown speed are increased by 500. Qin Feng nodded. All right, I shall attempt it. Upon hearing this, Wang Ming and the others gasped in astonishment. An increase of 500 in attack and health was one matter. They understood that, given Qin Feng's true strength, a flawless strategy against the Obsidian Skull Golem might not be overly challenging. However, a 500 increase in cooldown speed meant that the speed of skill activation would quintuple, becoming 6 times the original. Furthermore, a 6-fold increase in defense implied that it would become remarkably resilient. They had barely managed to evade skills before, drenched in sweat. With skills being unleashed at 6 times the speed, even the formidable would struggle to evade. No, I have faith in the expert. Their willingness to attempt this indicates a measure of confidence, even if they could evade skills at 6 times the health and defense. How long would it take to defeat this foe? A single misstep could be fatal. If it were us, we would team manage it in under half an hour. Half an hour? That seems overly optimistic. It might take us an hour at the very least. Even for the expert, it would require a minimum of 10 minutes. Wouldn't it? Chapter 86. The Legendary Shadow Slash? Upon hearing Qin Feng's consent, the six-fingered warlock Vickery chuckled ominously. He coldly warned, let me remind you, if you perish during the challenge, the years of your life that you lose shall belong to me. Are you certain you wish to proceed? Qin Feng, showing no signs of hesitation, affirmed, absolutely. Once he confirmed his intention, the gaunt figure of the six-fingered warlock Vickery, draped in a black robe, gradually dissipated into a plume of black mist, ascending into the heavens. Wang Ming and his companions were pushed aside by an unseen force, finding themselves at the periphery of the Grand Hall. In the center of the Tower of Divine Authority's hall, a barrier emerged, enveloping Qin Feng in solitude. Subsequently, a viscous black liquid began to coalesce in the center of the hall, forming the Obsidian Skull Golem. Qin Feng understood that this creature was one of Vickery's summoned beings, and the 5-tier difficulty reflected the attributes Vickery, as the master of the summon, could bestow upon it. The increase of 500 was not Vickery's limit. Its true strength surpassed what current players could fathom. Certainly, for Qin Feng, this adversary posed little threat, as he had vanquished him in his previous life. Once players attained divinity, they essentially gained the right to communicate with equals. It is said that many players, after achieving divinity, triggered certain punitive conditions and subsequently vanished. Rumors abound that they were transported to other civilizations' game worlds, becoming guardians of the Tower of Divine Authority. Thus, the veracity of these rumors remains a mystery. At this moment, Qin Feng stood alone in the arena, wielding the plate blade. The 4 who had been pushed out of the arena, including Wang Ming, watched anxiously from the sidelines. Even Wang Ming rarely witnessed Qin Feng in action. The last time he saw him fight was in the previous town, when he aided them against a level 2 sprinter. However, now he faced a formidable level 20 golden entity, boasting enhanced health, defense, attack, and cooldown speed, all amplified by 500. This level of intensity likely surpassed that of Platinum rank, without a doubt. Platinum merely imposes certain constraints. The true metrics pale in comparison to the 5th-tier challenge of the Tower of Divine Authority. I heard from a friend that Shadow defeated a platinum-level Steel Saintess in under 2 minutes. Yet this entity before them had even higher stats. Its health alone approached 1 million, coupled with the 6-fold speed of skill execution. Even a seasoned player managing to overcome it in 10 minutes would be a remarkable feat. The hearts of Wang Meng and his companions raced at an unprecedented pace as they widened their eyes, intently observing the unfolding battle. The 6-fingered warlock Vickery hovered ominously in the sky, casting a disdainful gaze upon the golden figure summoned by Qin Feng. What audacity did this jester possess to partake in such a high-difficulty challenge? Did the players of Blue Star so eagerly seek their demise? This was merely the early stage of the game, and yet their hubris had swelled to such proportions. Vickery scoffed, as a wave of black mist erupted from his sleeve, enveloping the partially formed obsidian skull puppet, enhancing its health, attack, defense, and cooldown speed by 500. In this state, the obsidian skull puppet resembled a veritable flame-throwing artillery. Thick black liquid spewed forth, and black flames erupted, as skills unleashed at 6 times the usual speed, leaving no respite for ordinary players to mount a counterattack. Under such relentless onslaught, even Wang Meng would struggle to withstand a single skill's impact, let alone an assassin. However, as the obsidian skull puppet fully materialized, Qin Feng's figure vanished from sight. Having embarked on a solo challenge, he had already exited Wang Meng's team, rendering them unable to perceive his presence. Suddenly, at the very moment the health bar of the obsidian skull puppet illuminated, a venomous dart struck its bisected cranium from behind. 80-19, weakness attack. As the damage numbers materialized, Qin Feng's form reappeared in the arena, only to vanish once more, cloaked in silence as he executed the gifts of Liberation and Shadow Slash. The damage inflicted by the Shadow Slash escalated with each strike, reaching heights previously unimaginable. This phenomenon stemmed from Qin Feng's every slash, compounded by the venomous dart's toxic impact, which triggered the effects of the Black Flame's gift on his leather armor. This effect diminished the target's defense and elemental resistance by 7. In that fleeting moment, the adversary suffered damage tenfold, reducing its defenses to less than 30% of their original value. Even if this creature had its defense bolstered by 500, in that instant, it would be rendered virtually impotent before Qin Feng. The initial strike of the Shadow Slash dealt just over 10,000 in damage. Yet by the 9th strike, the damage soared to over 30,000, such as the remarkable enhancement provided by the ancient Divine Stone Tablet. Were it not for the ancient Divine Stone Tablet's elevation of the Black Flame's gifts tier limit, my Shadow Slash would only inflict approximately 18,000 per strike. In total, the 9 strikes dealt around 200,000 in damage. This singular blow caused the health bar of the obsidian cranium puppet to plummet by a 5th. Clearly, its total health was indeed around 1 million, as calculated during the initial assault by Wang Meng's team, which estimated its base health to be between 15 and 18 million. Multiplying by 5 yields roughly 1 million, does it not? What the heck? A sudden loss of 1/5 of its health? What kind of skill is this? It appears to be a silver tier Shadow Slash. Yet, the instances of Shadow Slash I have witnessed only total 3 strikes. Though the exact number of strikes was obscured by the rapidity of the assault, there were at least 7 or 8 slashes just now. Could this be the legendary Shadow Slash? This astonishing display left the 6-fingered warlock, Vickery, soaring above, utterly dumbfounded. He had just witnessed Qin Feng's performance. This assassin appeared particularly furtive, always opting not to strike unless certain of landing a skill. Furthermore, his positioning was quite foolish, repeatedly cornered by skills, unable to retaliate. Even when he did strike, the damage was merely 2 or 3,000. But now, Qin Feng unleashed a skill reminiscent of a Shadow Slash, inflicting a staggering 200,000 in damage. What's happening? Shouldn't the players from Blue Star still be in their developmental phase? How could such damage be achieved? What level of talent does this individual possess? Vickery's gaze was fixed intently on the battlefield. However, soon after, an even more explosive scene unfolded before Vickery, Wang Meng, and the others. Just 1 second after Qin Feng's strike, the active throat-cutting effect of the Grace of Liberation was triggered. The damage erupted with 9 instances of the throat-cutting effect, each one surpassing the previous by a factor of 2. The highest instance even soared beyond 60,000. Cumulatively, this amounted to nearly 400,000 in damage, causing the health bar of the obsidian cranium puppet to dwindle to approximately 40% remaining. Only at this point did the obsidian cranium puppet finally react. After all, it was merely a golden entity, its mechanisms truly lacking in strength. It began to spew forth a viscous black liquid, with black flames igniting throughout the hall. However, Qin Feng activated the Shield of Dark Light, fortified by a damage-reducing barrier and unparalleled agility, allowing him to evade at a staggering speed of 30 to 40 meters per second, completely unharmed. Just 2 seconds after he made his move, the devastating effect of the Gift of Liberation unleashed a throat-cutting damage that depleted the last remnants of the obsidian skull puppet's health. It had barely managed to unleash 2 skills before it shattered into a myriad of black fragments under the terrifying continuous damage of the throat-cutting attack. Congratulations! You have completed the achievement, Challenge of the 5th level of the Tower of Divine Authority, earning 5 prestige points. This achievement completion counts as having conquered the challenges of the first 4 levels, granting you 1234 prestige points. Congratulations on achieving the global first completion of the Tower of Divine Authority solo challenge. You have received 5101, 5202, 5 prestige points. Regardless of which Tower of Divine Authority 1 challenges, achievements can only be completed once. However, the achievements are categorized into 5 tiers. From the first level of difficulty to the 5th, the rewards increase accordingly. Qin Feng directly challenged the highest difficulty, thereby acquiring the prestige rewards from all tiers. Among these, the prestige reward for the global first completion is notably higher, albeit a one-time reward, available to only 1 individual worldwide. In his previous life, the first completions of the 5 different difficulty levels were accomplished by 5 distinct players. Yet this time, Qin Feng claimed them all. As for the solo challenge achievement rewards, other players may achieve them in the future, provided they can complete the challenge alone to earn the prestige rewards. However, this portion of the prestige rewards is relatively modest, totaling merely 15 points. In contrast, Qin Feng's first completion reward granted him a substantial 75 points. My current prestige stands at 147 points. Upon reaching 100 points, I can purchase advanced items at certain locations. I recall that there were some excellent items available for purchase in the early stages of the ruins of the Magic City. Qin Feng, having secured the completion and first rewards, maintained his stealth and quietly departed from the Tower of Divine Authority. Behind him, the 6-fingered warlock, Vickery, was in a state of utter frustration. Just moments ago, he had perceived this assassin as a mere jester, coming to meet his demise and provide him with longevity. Little did he expect the assassin's damage to be so devastating. The true fool was he. Had he known, each tome of divine instruction should have cost him 100,000 years of life. Vickery was filled with regret, but now he was utterly powerless to prevent Qin Feng's departure. After all, he was effectively imprisoned within this Tower of Divine Authority, devoid of the authority to leave. At the instant Qin Feng vanquished the obsidian skull puppet, a notification of the global first completion of the Tower of Divine Authority challenge echoed in the minds of players worldwide. This announcement left countless players in a state of bewilderment. The Tower of Divine Authority? What on earth is that? Oh my, Shadow has once again outpaced us all. We don't even know what the Tower of Divine Authority is, yet he has completed the challenge first? In the ruins of my city, I have never seen any towering structures. I know it must be outside the city. I possess a level 3 invisibility skill and have ventured forth from the city to explore, discovering the Tower of Divine Authority. However, the formidable golden adversaries within are beyond my solitary capabilities to vanquish. Outside the ruins of Jianghai City, Wang Meng and his companions were equally astounded within the Tower of Divine Authority. What? 3 seconds? Is it truly over? A golden foe with 1,000,000 health? Where's the promised 5-fold defense? Why is it so fragile? What manner of damage is this? Just moments ago, I was apprehensive about whether the expert could conquer this challenge, yet it was resolved in mere seconds. Bewilderment seized Wang Meng and his party. At that moment, Wang Meng's private chat window sprang to life. Justice execution. Wang Meng, what on earth have you all been up to? How did the master achieve another first clear? What is this Tower of Divine Authority? It was none other than the female officer in you. Due to Qin Feng's prior warnings, and you, Lin Liu, and Gu Yixue had refrained from participating in this operation. Nonetheless, their curiosity was piqued, especially now, hearing about the Shadow's first clear of the Tower of Divine Authority challenge. It felt as though ants were crawling in their minds. Wang Meng opened the private chat, offering a rueful smile as he recounted the recent events to Yu. What? The Tome of Divine Grant? It can consume lifespan to extract resources into reality? And the Tower of Divine Authority challenge, where the Shadow single-handedly annihilated a golden foe with 6 times the combat power in mere seconds. Meanwhile, the officials of Jianghai City were once again left astounded by Qin Feng's actions. During this time, He privately inquired within you regarding the price for the hiding place of the church's sanctuary, asking whether the Zhanghai officials had reached a consensus. All right, I'll log off to grab a bite to eat. Leave me a message once you've discussed it. Having just purchased 9 tomes of Divine Grant, Qin Feng still had 441 years of lifespan remaining. Thus, he sought to extract further abilities and equipment into reality, particularly the spectral night walking wolf's mount bell. In fact, Qin Feng had only logged off once during today's monster hunting spree, merely to consume a bowl of instant noodles. The system had already alerted him several times that his hunger level in reality was alarmingly high. Just as he was about to extract his abilities and log off, the system suddenly notified him. Danger detected in your real environment. Please extract more abilities to counter the threat. Below is a real-time scene. A threat? Is the innkeeper planning to rob him? Upon hearing this prompt, Qin Feng's emotions remained unperturbed. He closed his eyes, and a real-time image of the inn room was transmitted into his mind. There he was, seated on the sofa in the inn, having entered the game. His body remained in a semi-transparent, unselectable state. To his astonishment, the sofa had vanished, replaced by a large iron cage confining him. In the room, 2 tattooed, middle-aged men, bare-chested, brandished machetes while smoking and chatting. The 2 men laughed and joked. Incredible, this shadow has achieved a global first clear. With such strength, how much lifespan can he gain in this forsaken game? A few thousand days of effort should certainly yield some small rewards, right? How enviable. If only I were the shadow. Stop envying. Let us focus on the lad before us. It would be best to have a lifespan of a few hundred days, which would translate to tens of millions in cash at hand. What if he resists? Resist? I shall make his head burst open. Alas, these 2 men remain oblivious. The youth they intend to rob is none other than the shadow they covet. Chapter 88. A blade, slashing the tower. Qin Feng observed the 2 middle-aged men lying in wait for him outside. After a brief appraisal, he dismissed them as merely common thugs from a bygone era of gaming. Nothing particularly noteworthy about them. Randomly entering the game to slay a few monsters would yield far greater rewards than lurking around an unknown player. The sole explanation is that these 2 individuals find even slaying monsters within the game a considerable challenge. At present, only around 100 players in Zhanghai City have reached level 10, capable of extracting abilities into reality. Numerous factions and the authorities have hoarded lifespans to cultivate individuals in the real world. However, the limitations of reality hinge on the upper echelons of strength within the game. Regardless of how much tradable lifespan they possess, they cannot surpass the game's inherent limits. Therefore, as long as Qin Feng maintains absolute dominance within the game, he shall undoubtedly emerge as the strongest in reality, no matter how much lifespan others can utilize to extract abilities. Those abilities ultimately derive their essence from the game's strength as a benchmark. Qin Feng shook his head and closed his eyes, commencing the extraction of abilities. He calculated briefly. There was no need to reach level 15 just yet. Level 13 would suffice. Transitioning from level 11 to 13 in reality consumed 137 years and 164 years respectively, totaling just over 30 years. Next came his skills. You have consumed 1,617 years of tradable lifespan to extract the skill gift of liberation, mythical level. You have consumed 7,112 years of tradable lifespan to extract the skill assassin's intuition, legendary level. You have consumed 3,635 years of tradable lifespan to extract the skill knight's edge, epic level. You have consumed 2,371 years of tradable lifespan to extract the skill silent concealment, epic level. The extraction of these 4 skills cost Qin Feng a total of 288 years of tradable lifespan, based on the current ratio of lifespan to cash, with each year fetching 20 million. This lifespan amounts to a staggering total value of 6 billion. After extracting these skills, only 2 skills remained unclaimed. One could blind surrounding enemies, dubbed Moment of Darkness, while the other passively enhances stealth levels, known as Depths of Darkness. The former requires an extraction of 3,465 years, while the latter demands 7,381 years. Qin Feng opted not to proceed with these for the time being, as he first needed to extract the golden level Mount Bell, which necessitates 11,389 years of lifespan. He proceeded to extract the Mount Bell. Upon consuming over 100 years of lifespan, he successfully acquired the Mount Bell, leaving him with merely 31 years of tradable lifespan. Lifespan remains insufficient. This scarcity is precisely why Qin Feng decided to sell the sanctuary hidden within the church. Retaining it would only increase its value further. Selling a hideout bears little consequence, for I can acquire numerous others. The ruins of the Demon City are vast, akin to the land of purification, with 6 grand sanctuaries akin to the Church of Sanctity, all of which remain unclaimed at present. Qin Feng is not particularly acquainted with the structure of the Demon City ruins, as he had only ventured there in his previous life after reaching level 20. By that time, all 6 large hideouts had already been seized by official organizations and guilds. Regarding the platinum-level guardians of these sanctuaries, Qin Feng had never taken the time to delve into their specifics. He had merely caught snippets of players' gossip and chatter. With my current prowess, acquiring a platinum-level skill should prove relatively straightforward. Even if I were to perish once, the Ghost Firebell would serve as a safety net, mitigating any substantial risk. Of course, these considerations would only come into play after arriving in the Demon City. Within the Forsaken game, having reached level 15 signifies that Qin Feng can now teleport to the ruins of the Demon City. With only 31 years of life remaining, Qin Feng finally logs off. In the room where he resides, 2 tattooed, middle-aged men wielding machetes converse animatedly while smoking. Suddenly, one of them shifts his gaze. Wait, this kid has logged off. As their eyes fixate on Qin Feng, who is contained within a cage, they witness him awaken, a sharp little knife inexplicably appearing in his hand. To unleash an assassin's attack skill, one must wield a dagger or short blade, as the game's weapon lifespan is not easily extracted. Carrying a small knife suffices. The expressions of the 2 middle-aged men turn sinister upon seeing the knife in Qin Feng's hand, just as they open their mouths to speak. Abruptly, a dark flash of blade light flickers around Qin Feng, spreading outward. This blade light emanates from the height of Qin Feng's chest, expanding in all directions. Puff, puff. The 2 middle-aged men, caught completely off guard, are cleaved open at the chest by the black blade light. Their eyes widen in shock as their upper bodies fall to the ground, their machetes clattering beside them. Yet, this is not the most terrifying aspect. The true horror lies in the fact that when Qin Feng executes this night ring blade, the dark blade light slices through a 12-meter radius around him. The cage that ensnared Qin Feng is severed cleanly in 2. Furthermore, a sharp crack appears along the walls of the entire room within the lodging. The room itself is cleaved asunder. Puff. In the adjacent room, a burly man pinned atop the landlady is abruptly decapitated, his head soaring into the air. Ah! The landlady exclaims in terror. Lying on the bed, she narrowly escapes the path of Qin Feng's sweeping strike. Originally, she had been acquainted with these underworld figures, inviting them to seize the opportunity to rob the unsuspecting Qin Feng. Little did she anticipate that, while being assaulted, the figure above her would suddenly lose its head. Drenched in blood, she instinctively screams in horror, but her cries are swiftly silenced. As the wind howled, Qin Feng swiftly unleashed a deadly dart, striking her in the head and sending her to the afterlife. Within the confines of an unremarkable guest house in Jianghai City, a flash of black light sliced through the air, cleaving the 3rd floor of the building in 2. The upper half of the structure gradually descended, crashing to the ground with a thunderous roar, sending dust swirling into the night. An imperceptible figure, astride a phantom wolf cloaked in shadows, leapt high towards the east. Inside the guest house bloomed 4 sinister flowers of death, vibrant crimson and alluring, draining the life essence from 4 corpses until not a drop remained. Yet, this commotion went largely unnoticed. For Jianghai City was awash in the cacophony of explosions, sirens, and gunfire, with chaos reigning in many quarters. Chapter 89. He wishes to present me with Qin Feng's head? To the east of Jianghai City, on the highway leading to the City of Demons, the wind was particularly fierce that night. The sky was thick with clouds, occasionally obscuring the moonlight. Normally, this highway would be teeming with vehicles traveling to and from Jianghai City and the City of Demons. But now only the occasional car hurried by, unseen by anyone. A 3-meter-long invisible phantom wolf bore a cloaked figure who sped down the highway at an astonishing pace. Even the few vehicles on the road were left in his wake. This figure was none other than Qin Feng, en route to the City of Demons, clutching the divine book of Daxia's provisions. Within the confines of Daxia's divine authority tower, this sacred tome was the sole means to procure Daxia's culinary offerings. To savor delicacies from around the globe, one would need to traverse the ruins of cities worldwide. However, Qin Feng had yet to reach the level required for international teleportation. He desired a few meat buns, braised beef, and soy milk. As he rode the phantom wolf, Qin Feng opened the divine book and located the corresponding illustrations. These items represented the simplest of Daxia's fare, each priced at a transactional lifespan of 3 to 10 minutes. When converted to Daxia's currency, this amounted to $200 or $300. Yet for Qin Feng, this was a bargain of remarkable value. Though breakfast establishments still operated outside, no one could guarantee the safety of their offerings. After being deceived by Qin Xiaoyou in his previous life, Qin Feng would never again consume food offered by another. The provisions acquired through the divine book were the only ones he deemed trustworthy. Moreover, due to the enhancement of his physical attributes, his body now demanded greater energy, necessitating an increased intake of sustenance. Fortunately, the lifespan required to exchange for these provisions was minimal. Half an hour later, as Qin Feng gazed upon the sprawling metropolis of the city of demons ahead, he slowly closed the divine book. To deal with Qin Xiaoyou, he first needed to ascertain her whereabouts in reality. To locate this woman proves to be significantly more challenging than finding Song Fei, and unlike the informants know, who could easily divulge her whereabouts, there exists no such lead for me now. In a metropolis teeming with millions, the search for Qin Xiaoyou is undoubtedly daunting. Moreover, this woman is likely in hiding, concealed in a secure location. If Qin Feng were to search aimlessly, it would be unlikely to catch even a fleeting glimpse of her before she vacates the city. Thus, Qin Feng first arrived near the high-speed rail station in the metropolis. He entered the desolate subway station, seeking a secluded corner, a sanctuary of tranquility. Activating his stealth mode, Qin Feng's form became completely invisible. As long as he remained motionless and refrained from launching any attacks, he would never reveal himself. In this state of concealment, entering the game meant he would be undetectable by anyone, existing in an invulnerable, unselectable condition, effectively vanishing from this world. Upon entering the forsaken realm of the game, Qin Feng utilized the central teleportation array in the ruins of Jinghaishi, expending 985 days of his lifespan to teleport to the ruins of the metropolis. The cost of teleportation escalates with distance, but given that Jinghaishi is adjacent to the metropolis, it hardly required exorbitant expenditure. Concurrently, Qin Feng opened his friend list, locating the beady-eyed youth who had previously contacted him and sent a private message. The Forsaken Continent, ruins of the metropolis. What? The Shadow has contacted you? Has Qin Feng already dealt with him? Qin Xiaoyou expressed surprise upon receiving the message. At that moment, she was engaged in monster hunting with 5 foreign men in the Wicked Spirit Academy amidst the ruins of the metropolis. The Wicked Spirit Academy, an expansive ruin of an institution, is also one of the 6 major hideouts in the metropolis ruins. However, to obtain the key to this hideout, one must delve 3 levels deep into the academy to confront the platinum-tier wicked spirits that dwell there. This place is fraught with monstrous entities, many of which possess attributes rendering them immune to physical damage. Consequently, few venture here for monster hunting. Qin Xiaoyou led her party in this endeavor, perfectly avoiding the watchful eyes of most players, especially since the authorities of the metropolis were actively hunting her. Despite her real identity being concealed and her physical location being secure, she was acutely aware of her dwindling lifespan and had no desire to perish. Currently, the tradable lifespan she possessed had accumulated to over 600 years. These people from the Great Xia are truly foolish, refusing to sell even a mere 50,000 days of lifespan. They expect me to spend even more. Frustration welled within Qin Xiaoyou as she realized that acquiring lifespan in exchange for money was becoming increasingly challenging. The price of lifespan continued to soar, and she observed with mounting anxiety as the capital amassed by her family, the Qin group, diminished in value. She yearned to convert all her assets into lifespan immediately. Amidst this turmoil, she finally received encouraging news. She had previously expended 3,000 days of her lifespan to commission the Shadow for the assassination of a minor figure. What had once been valued at 50 million days of lifespan had now soared to over 100 million. This situation has indeed caused Qin Xiaoyou considerable distress. Fortunately, the results have finally emerged. Qin Feng, I wonder if you will regret your decisions when you meet your demise? Alas, that may not be the case. If you were to be slain by the Shadow, your end would likely be silent and devoid of suffering, leaving no time for regret. What a pity. Qin Xiaoyou chuckled with delight. Soon after, she received an entirely new piece of news. What? The Shadow claims he has arrived in the Demon City? The realms of game and reality have converged. In reality, he is supposed to present me with Qin Feng's head? Then, I am to settle the final payment? Qin Xiaoyou furrowed her brow. Although she is brazen and domineering, she is not without wit. The Shadow, a fearsome assassin in reality, poses a risk that is unpredictable upon their meeting. The thought of death terrifies her. Naturally, she would not dare to confront Qin Feng in person. She instructed him to forego displaying the head and simply send a photograph. She would ensure that the final payment was arranged. What? He claims he has no phone. He discarded it to evade being tracked? Qin Xiaoyou found herself at a loss for words. In that case, she has no means to verify whether the shadow has truly executed Qin Feng, while she does not particularly care for his fate. Should the shadow fail to deliver and she pay the final sum, it would render her foolish. Moreover, she harbors certain hopes and aspirations regarding the shadow. If a long-term partnership could be established, she would undoubtedly ascend to the pinnacle of the global arena in this new era. Meeting him in reality is not entirely out of the question. Qin Xiaoyou contemplated a strategy, pressed her lips together, and smiled faintly. However, it is imperative to ascertain that we are aligned in our objectives. With this thought, she accessed her friend list and located a male player with the codename Tang Xingjian. Engaging him in private conversation. Chapter 90, they must be disparaging me, right? The continent abandoned by the gods. The ruins of the demon city. Qin Feng, maintaining his invisibility, rode the phantom nightwalker into this locale. He opened his private messages and beheld a young man with shifty eyes sending him a coordinate. This was Qin Xiaoyou's current location within the game. Is the expectation to meet me in-game first and settle the final payment? In response to this request, Qin Feng saw little reason to decline. However, he felt a tinge of confusion. This woman does not even wish to confirm whether he has truly killed Qin Feng before proceeding with the payment. Initially, it was agreed that she would receive Qin Feng's head and meet him in reality, culminating in her own demise. It appears she is somewhat cautious. Qin Feng remained unhurried. If he cannot locate this woman, he could always share the information with the authorities in the Demon City. He recalled that in his previous life, this woman had paraded around the ruins of the Demon City for quite some time before migrating to the North American region within the game. Though this would cost a significant amount of her lifespan, given her stature, it was not an insurmountable challenge. In the eyes of the Demon City authorities, she was a wanted criminal. Enlisting the authorities to track her down is one option, yet Qin Feng had no intention of resorting to such a method. After all this time, it is certain that Qin Xiaoyou possesses a significant amount of lifespan. Naturally, Qin Feng intends to acquire it personally. To kill, to seize life. It is a rather effortless task. If he can achieve it himself, he would prefer not to rely on others. Thus, it is prudent to first encounter her within the game. Qin Feng mounted his spectral wolf and hastened toward the coordinates of the Evil Spirit Academy he received through private message. After a brief journey of about 10 minutes, Qin Feng traversed several kilometers through the vast ruins of the Magic City and finally arrived at the location of the Evil Spirit Academy. The atmosphere here was laden with ominous winds. Amidst the ruins of buildings, numerous stark white dead trees stood tall, occasionally adorned with black crows perched atop, their ashen eyes surveying the desolate expanse. Upon his arrival, Qin Feng spotted a group of players approximately 100 meters away, gathered around the remnants of a teaching building. He urged his spectral wolf forward, reaching a 3-story ruin from which he could observe the scene below. From his elevated vantage point, he beheld two factions engaged in a standoff in the abandoned plaza outside the teaching building's ruins. One of these factions was led by Qin Xiaoyou, codenamed Spade. She was gathered with 5 foreign men, all of whom had activated their facial concealment features, coldly regarding the surrounding crowd. The opposing faction comprised 2 official teams from the Magic City, encircling Qin Xiaoyou. The leader among them was a youth with a square face, emanating an aura of righteousness. Is that him? Qin Feng squinted slightly at the square-faced youth. Xiao Haonan, codenamed Treading the Heavens, a notorious traitor in a previous life who had provided intelligence to the Alice Guild. It wasn't until the 7th year of the game's descent that this fellow revealed his true colors and met a dramatic end. Intriguing. Has Qin Xiaoyou already allied with Xiao Haonan at such an early stage, deliberately luring the officials of the Magic City while simultaneously summoning me? Is she testing my current stance? In this situation, it was evident that Qin Xiaoyou's party possessed superior combat power, as they had benefited from their investments. The 12 officials could only temporarily hold Qin Xiaoyou and her companions at bay, refraining from launching a full-scale assault. The two sides seemed evenly matched, with Qin Xiaoyou holding a slight advantage, thus preventing any immediate conflict. Qin Xiaoyou's strategy was straightforward. Before the official reinforcements arrived, should Qin Feng make an appearance, he would be faced with a choice to assist Qin Xiaoyou or not. Should he choose to aid her, it would signify that the shadows would become adversaries of the officials. In such a scenario, both parties would align against a common foe. This would also facilitate Qin Xiaoyou's efforts to draw the shadows closer. Conversely, if he refrained from assisting Qin Xiaoyou, she would likely opt against meeting him in reality. Fascinating. Observing the unfolding situation, Qin Feng quickly discerned Qin Xiaoyou's intentions. He was certain that if he did not intervene now to eliminate the officials, it would be exceedingly difficult for him to locate Qin Xiaoyou in the real world solely by his own means. Even if he pretended not to have arrived, Qin Xiaoyou would not grant him that opportunity. After all, everyone knew that the shadows were swift. With the officials already present, how could the shadows still be absent? With that, let me demonstrate my sincerity. A slight smile graced Qin Feng's lips as he rode the spectral wolf, leaping from the third floor with remarkable agility. Cloaked in invisibility, his arrival went unnoticed. Grasping the blade of plague, he deftly traced a dark arc in the air, unleashing a shadowy crescent. Dark Knight Ringblade. 42. 288. Weak point attack. 42. 357. Weak point attack. Above the heads of 11 official players, ominous crimson damage numbers materialized, causing them to collapse on the spot. One player, outside the attack's range, failed to react in time before being pounced upon by the spectral night prowler, meeting an untimely demise in a flurry of strikes. You have slain player Taiyang Xingjian. You have slain player Waney Warang. You have slain player, with a series of system notifications echoing. All 12 official players present lay lifeless. In the next moment, Qin Feng and the spectral wolf appeared before Qin Xiaoyou and her group of 6. This sight sparked a glimmer of excitement in Qin Xiaoyou's eyes, concealed behind a black veil. The 5 foreign men accompanying her exhaled a collective sigh of relief, though their expressions shifted to one of tension and vigilance as the shadowy figure emerged. Are the officials of Magic City all impoverished? Qin Feng approached, remarking disdainfully. He had no fear of his voice being recognized by Qin Xiaoyou, for he had acquired a voice changer from the Book of Divine Gifts, both economical and effective. He approached the lifeless body of the square-faced youth leading the group, delivering a swift kick. To his astonishment, the surrounding 11 official members emitted only small orbs of life essence, akin to light bulbs in size. This indicated that those 11 official players likely possessed merely 10 days of life remaining, a sum of both tradable and non-tradable lifespans. Only beneath the body of the square-faced youth did a sizable orb of life essence emerge, estimated to be around 6 to 7 years. Upon hearing the shadow's raspy commentary, Qin Xiaoyou chuckled and sauntered over, her hips swaying gracefully. It is quite common for officials to concentrate their lifespans on the leader, resulting in only him yielding any essence. Shadow, welcome to Magic City. Qin Feng nodded lightly in acknowledgement, then extended his hand, absorbing the 6 to 7 years of life essence right before her eyes. This time, he refrained from employing the blooming curse skill to claim the remaining tradable lifespan of the individual. After all, that portion held potential utility. Moreover, Qin Xiaoyou's assertion that the individual yielded life essence due to the official's tendency to concentrate lifespans on a single member was fundamentally misguided. As for the specific reasons, Qin Feng had no desire to engage in trivial banter with Qin Xiaoyou. His next objective was to devise a means to meet her in reality. At that moment, the 5 foreign men accompanying Qin Xiaoyou stepped forward, led by Tony, a youth with a pompadour hairstyle. Observing the amiable exchange between Qin Xiaoyou and the shadow, they too felt a sense of relief. Tony, beaming, extended his hand toward Qin Feng. Hi. 5 foreign men, eager to engage with Qin Feng, opened their mouths to speak. After all, he was the world's foremost shadow, a terrifying presence capable of killing without leaving a trace. However, Qin Feng merely cast a glance at the 5 individuals without extending a hand. Just as the atmosphere grew tense, he suddenly remarked, I cannot comprehend what they are saying. They must be insulting me, right? Before Qin Xiaoyou could offer an explanation, Qin Feng acted swiftly. In an instant, he executed a short-distance shadow slash, covering a span of 3 meters and enveloping all 5 foreign men. 39155 weakness attack. 39126 weakness attack. In a heartbeat, the 5 foreign men lay dead on the ground. Just as Qin Xiaoyou intended to clarify that they were her friends, the scene left her utterly dumbfounded. Chapter 91. The Young Lady's Invitation. As she beheld Tony and his 4 companions sprawled on the ground, Qin Xiaoyou felt a sudden dryness in her throat, nearly convinced that she too was doomed. However, she quickly realized that the shadow had spared her life. As the corpses of Tony and his companions fell, releasing a small amount of lifespan, Qin Feng's concealed form reappeared before her. Initially nervous, she instinctively took 2 steps back, but soon a smile returned to her face, her eyes reflecting admiration and a hint of inexplicable joy. He is truly handsome. It's a pity he is an unsophisticated bumpkin from the Great Xia, unable to understand English. Otherwise, he would be worthy of being my lifelong companion. she mused. Unbeknownst to her, Qin Feng had interacted with countless foreign players during his previous life of 9 years. Even if he hadn't initially known the language, he had undoubtedly learned it in such an environment. Moreover, with higher mental attributes, players' memory and cognitive speed improved, making the acquisition of a foreign language effortless for those who developed adequately in the later stages. Thus, it was not that Qin Feng could not understand English. He simply conveyed a straightforward message: stay away. At that moment, as Qin Xiaoyou watched the shadow materialize once more, her emotions were a mix of tension and fear. Yet there was an undercurrent of excitement. The strength of this shadow was astounding. If she could bring him under her control, what heights could she achieve in this era? With that thought, Qin Xiaoyou hesitated not a moment longer and immediately initiated a trade request with Qin Feng. Originally, the payment for the assassination of Qin Feng was 500 days of lifespan. Yet, Qin Xiaoyou boldly offered 10 years, more than doubling the amount. This was an excellent completion bonus for the task. Although the shadow had eliminated Tony and his companions, she harbored no resentment. Given the shadow's prowess, would it be realistic to expect an apology? There was no need to dwell on the matter. It was as if it had never occurred. Having received the lifespan, Qin Feng merely nodded in acknowledgement, preparing to depart. He did not initiate a meeting with Qin Xiaoyou first. Otherwise, she would likely begin to suspect him. He waited for her to take the initiative. As expected, when it seemed the shadow intended to leave, Qin Xiaoyou no longer harbored doubts. Please wait a moment, Qin Xiaoyou said, initially cautious and concerned that the shadow might come to kill her and seize her lifespan. Thus, she had no intention of meeting him in reality. However, the shadow had come to see her, swiftly eliminating 12 official players before collecting his payment and preparing to leave. It was evident that he regarded her with indifference, merely viewing her as an employer. This realization eased Qin Xiaoyou's apprehensions. She called out to Qin Feng, "You possess strength, and I have wealth. Might we consider a long-term collaboration? I have a new assassination target. If you're interested, how about joining the gathering I am hosting tonight? Whatever you desire, be it fine wine or otherwise, do not hesitate to let me know, and I shall make the necessary arrangements." Qin Feng smirked inwardly. This woman could hardly contain her intentions. If he were to believe her words and assume that the past held nothing but indulgence, he would likely be oblivious to his own demise. If she had no ulterior motives towards him, why would she wish to meet in person? Nevertheless, Qin Feng had no intention of engaging in any profound conversation. A mere encounter would suffice before he eliminated her. Feigning contemplation, he inquired, "Who is the target for assassination? What is the reward?" With a smile, Qin Xiaoyou replied, "I cannot show you a photograph here. Let us discuss it in person. As for the reward, I can assure you it will be several times more generous than this current payment." "Very well," Qin Feng replied tersely, "time and place. I may not be available." With a playful laugh, Qin Xiaoyou responded, "Brother, let us add each other as friends first. The time and place can be adjusted to your convenience." It was evident that Qin Xiaoyou held the shadow in high regard. With this in mind, Qin Feng saw no need for further discussion and stated plainly, "Then let us meet now. Once you are prepared, inform me of the location." "Excellent. I won't keep you waiting," Qin Xiaoyou exclaimed before logging off. Qin Feng, undeterred, began to grind in the Evil Spirit Academy after her departure. The creatures within this academy were all physical immune specters, such as the Wandering Solitary and the Pallid Phantom, alongside the soul of the apprentice. Yet, for Qin Feng, these monsters were no match, as the Dark Knight Ringblade inflicted dark elemental damage. A single strike could easily vanquish these level 13-15 creatures. While Qin Feng waited within a golden level hideout in the ruins of the Demon City, 12 official players, codenamed Xingjian, revived. After acquiring access to the hideout and binding it, their respawn points shifted there. Upon revival, the countenance of these 12 players darkened. Death was a common occurrence in this Forsaken game, so being killed was not particularly alarming. However, the crux of the matter lay in the system notification they received, revealing that the player who had abruptly dispatched them was codenamed Shadow. Is Shadow opposing us? Does he have ties to Spade? Such thoughts instinctively crossed the minds of these official players. Amidst the crowd, only the captain known as Qiu Haonan, bearing the moniker Xingjian, felt no shock. Rather, he exhaled in relief. Indeed, it appeared that the shadow had allied with the young lady. This development allowed him to ascend alongside the rising tide. The middle-aged man, with a square face that exuded righteousness, pondered this matter with a calm demeanor. However, outwardly, he maintained an expression of profound astonishment and gravity. A woman with a single ponytail, codenamed Late Night Drizzle, nodded with an air of nonchalance, gestured to her companions, and led them away. This official team comprised 12 individuals. divided into two squads. 6 members, led by Qin Xiaoyou, whose vocation was that of a detective, possessed the ability to investigate corpses and track down murderers. Given the significance of this role in maintaining order in the Grand Empire, Qin Xiaoyou's stature had risen considerably. In recent days, he had been primarily engaged in leveling up, his actual combat prowess within the game only marginally surpassing that of an ordinary hunter. The other 6, under the leadership of Late Night Drizzle, were demon hunters, a relatively uncommon hidden profession. Their unique ability allowed them to inflict considerable additional damage to demonic entities, wielding crossbows as their weapon of choice. Late Night Drizzle was among the rapidly ascending powers of the official faction in the magical metropolis, and without her, the Golden Tier hideout aboard the derelict ship by the river would not have been secured. However, prior to the onset of the Forsaken game, she had been a novice in the maritime police force of the magical city, having only recently graduated. Thus, she currently deferred to Qin Xiaoyou's commands. Earlier, while patrolling near the Academy of Malevolent Spirits, she had been engaged in monster hunting when she received Qin Xiaoyou's orders, only to be swiftly annihilated by the shadow. This left Late Night Drizzle in a state of discontent. How could the disparity between her and the shadow be so vast? She hadn't even glimpsed his silhouette before being vanquished. Though possessing a strong-willed nature, she felt no indignation at her defeat. The gulf in capability was simply too great. Yet, she couldn't shake the worry that the shadow might indeed be colluding with the notorious Black Spade. If this were the case, it would signify the emergence of a formidable adversary for the Empire. Black Spade, the woman notorious for her brazen leadership in the ruins of the magical city, ruthlessly hunted players, with many casualties reported even among official ranks. The Empire could never compromise with her. If the shadow aligned with her, even in death, they would have to devise a way to eliminate him. Late Night Drizzle's expression hardened with resolve. Meanwhile, on Qin Feng's side, as he engaged in monster hunting at the Academy of Malevolent Spirits, he received a private message from Wang Ming. Big shot. I heard you ventured into the ruins of the magical city. You even took down some officials? Wang Ming's tone bore no hint of accusation. He merely sought to ascertain the situation. Qin Feng anticipated that the recent elimination of the official players would prompt inquiries from Jing Haishi. He simply replied, "Be patient. You'll know shortly. Be patient." Wang Ming, upon hearing this, felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. How could he remain calm? After all, you are the Shadow. The Shadow's assassination of an official from the Magic City undoubtedly signifies a burgeoning enmity between the Shadow and the authorities of the Magic City. What then becomes of the Jianghai City officials who have fostered amicable relations with the Shadow? Would they, too, be compelled to oppose the Magic City? Such an outcome is, of course, inconceivable. Thus, Wang Ming's impatience is rather evident. Oh, Shadow, at such a critical juncture, how did you become an enigma? Wang Ming shook his head with a wry smile. However, there was little he could do. Since the Shadow remained silent, he could not press further. As for the situation in the Magic City, they could only bide their time and wait for developments to unfold. Soon enough, Qin Feng received a private message from Qian Xiaoyou. This young woman had logged on and, through the friend channel, sent Qin Feng an address. Am I to head to the port first? Qin Feng furrowed his brow. He had intended to stealthily make his way to her location and eliminate her once he discovered where she was. To his surprise, she was exceedingly cautious. A gathering could not possibly be held at the port. Thus, the most likely scenario involved a cruise ship. Would she send someone to escort him once he arrived at the port? In that case, she would at least have a grip on his movements. One must commend Qian Xiaoyou for her meticulousness. Yet, regrettably for her, Qin Feng was well prepared. At the Magic City port, in a rather secluded and inconspicuous spot, a speedboat lay anchored alongside a long pier. Under the dim glow of the lights, a young man clad in a black robe approached the end of the pier, gradually drawing nearer to the speedboat. I seek the Black Spade. He reached the pier's end and exchanged a coded message with the middle-aged boatman guarding the speedboat. The boatman scrutinized him briefly, discerning nothing amiss. He then sent out a prepared message. The person has arrived. Sir, please board the vessel. The boatman invited the black-robed youth aboard. However, unbeknownst to him, the figure beneath the robe was trembling ever so slightly. The boatman was utterly unaware that, just as the speedboat roared to life, the true shadow he was meant to receive was stealthily pursuing from the depths, riding an ethereal wolf that remained cloaked from sight. In Qian Xiaoyou's mind, the Shadow's identity surely did not entail stealthily swimming to meet her. He would undoubtedly board that very speedboat. This way, she could track the Shadow's movements. Little did she anticipate that Qin Feng possessed a mount. Furthermore, wolves could swim, and so could the ethereal wolf. The ethereal wolf propelled Qin Feng swiftly through the water, Although it stirred up some waves, the darkness concealed him from notice. Most critically, the ethereal wolf's speed far surpassed that of the speedboat. Qin Feng maintained his pace alongside the speedboat. Soon, as a resplendent luxury yacht came into view, he understood that this was his destination. Almost there, he cast a glance at the speedboat and silently hurled a deadly poison dart towards the propeller. If the dart lacked sufficient force, it might not even damage the propeller. With Qin Feng's exceptional skill level and stealthy attack, the dart was launched and struck the speedboat's propeller, shattering one of its blades. The entire vessel began to spin erratically upon the sea's surface. The middle-aged boatman quickly reacted, saying, "Sir, please remain calm. It seems the propeller has encountered something. I shall make the necessary repairs." Just as the speedboat halted on the water, Qin Feng, mounted upon his phantom wolf, had already boarded the luxurious yacht hosting a lavish party. In truth, the young man in black robes who boarded was merely a random choice of Qin Feng. In a magical city, there were countless youths with dwindling lifespans, and in their desperation, even a mere 30 days of life was enough to entice them. After all, it was simply a matter of arriving at the port, providing a secret signal, and boarding the vessel. Such an opportunity could grant them an additional month of existence. Within the opulent yacht, there existed a grand chamber. Inside, Qin Xiaoyou adorned herself in a strikingly low-cut black evening gown, complemented by a crystalline necklace that illuminated her beauty. Glancing at her phone, she frowned. The speedboat's propeller is damaged? How could this be? After sending the message, she instructed a maid clad in a black and white, alluring maid outfit. "The matters I entrusted to you have gone smoothly, correct?" The maid, eager to please, responded, "There are no issues, young miss. The beverages have all been infused with the substance you specified. Our esteemed guest will undoubtedly be overwhelmed with primal desires tonight." Satisfied, Qin Xiaoyou nodded. The grand celebration was about to commence. "Shadow, you will fall in love with me. Then, you shall become my loyal subordinate." As Qin Xiaoyou awaited Shadow's arrival, lost in visions of the future, suddenly, a shadowy blade flashed, swiftly slicing through from outside the room. It cut horizontally into the luxurious chamber. In an instant, the maid carrying a tray of drinks felt a searing pain as a crimson line appeared across her neck, followed by her head severing from her body. However, when the black blade of light made contact with Qin Xiaoyou, it was unexpectedly repelled by a protective shield surrounding her. Clang! Qin Xiaoyou was unharmed. As the ceiling and walls of the yacht room were cleaved apart, sliding away to the side, Qin Xiaoyou glimpsed an unexpected figure through the breach. It was Qin Feng, who had just unleashed the shadowy ring blade. He too was taken aback that Qin Xiaoyou had survived, casting a surprised glance in her direction. That gaze allowed Qin Xiaoyou to recognize him. "Qin Feng? Shadow? Shadow is actually Qin Feng." In that instant, Qin Xiaoyou was struck dumb. The sudden turn of events left her mind in a fog. What was happening? I invited Shadow, who should still be aboard the speedboat. Yet, this person before me has just sliced open the yacht room and decapitated the maid. This power undoubtedly belongs to Shadow. How could it possibly be Qin Feng? Could he be in disguise? But why would Shadow wish to kill me? Terror gripped Qin Xiaoyou in an instant. She was acutely aware that her continued existence hinged upon the crystal necklace adorning her neck, a magnificent piece extracted from the Forsaken game, a golden tier artifact. Beyond merely augmenting her basic attributes, it bestowed upon her a single layer of damage-absorbing shield. The extraction of this necklace had cost her over a decade of her life, a fortune valued at 2 to 300 million. Yet, the life-preserving nature of this item compelled her to retrieve it, and to her astonishment, it proved invaluable. However, this necklace could only afford her protection once. Despite having reached level 10 and having extracted several skills into reality, Qin Xiaoyou was significantly more formidable than the average person. Nevertheless, she understood that in the presence of the Shadow, she was akin to a mere lamb. Most perplexing of all was the uncanny resemblance the Shadow bore to Qin Feng. Was it possible that the Shadow had always been Qin Feng? Her directive to the Shadow to eliminate Qin Feng had essentially been a call for self-destruction, which is why he now fixated on her. This realization left her on the verge of tears, uncertain of its veracity. Yet, she recognized that her sole path to survival lay in seeking Qin Feng's forgiveness. Initially, she had envisioned a night of passion with the world's foremost powerhouse, the Shadow, but instead, she was confronted with a terrifying scene. "I am truly sorry. My lord, I was wrong. Please spare me. I have erred gravely. I would give you all my remaining life and become your slave. You may do as you please with me. You may torment me however you wish," Qin Xiaoyou exclaimed, thoroughly panicked. In a desperate gesture, she knelt in the direction of Qin Feng, striving to accentuate her cleavage in hopes of captivating his attention. However, Qin Feng remained utterly unmoved by her ludicrous display. The thought of this woman engaging in intimate activities with several swine daily rendered her unappealing. At that moment, the metallic walls and ceiling, severed by Qin Feng's nightblade, began to crumble, some debris cascading to the ground while other fragments scraped along the ship's hull, plunging into the sea and stirring up considerable waves. The commotion startled the numerous young models and accompanying women on the yacht, who, clad in revealing swimsuits, rushed out from the party hall to investigate. Additionally, several armed bodyguards aboard brandished their weapons and ascended towards the yacht's upper deck. To Qin Feng's surprise, Tony, the white-haired individual who had been merrily engaging with Qin Xiaoyou in-game, was conspicuously absent from the vessel. It seemed those 5 companions had merely been temporary acquaintances. Lacking her trust, Qin Feng paid little heed to this detail. In the midst of Qin Xiaoyou's despairing gaze, Qin Feng's figure vanished. The next moment, she felt a chilling sensation around her neck, her vision spinning as her head rolled to the ground, plunging her into unconsciousness. If begging for mercy were effective, no one would ever be slain in this world. To plead for mercy before Qin Feng was an exercise in futility. With a casual motion, he tore the crystal necklace from her neck. You have acquired a protective crystal pendant, gold level. Protective crystal pendant, gold universal accessory. Constitution 10, health 300. Equipment requirement, level 7, unique effect. Every 300 seconds, gain 1 layer of damage immunity shield, maximum of 1 layer. This necklace holds little value for Qin Feng. However, one should not refuse a gift. Suddenly, the bodyguards aboard the luxurious yacht surged forward. Who, by heavens, is that the young lady's head? Alas, it appears the young lady has met her demise. Be cautious, the target is the shadow. Before he could finish his sentence, another dark night ring blade sliced through the air. On the opulent yacht enveloped in darkness, a black streak of light, circular in form, cleaved through 7 or 8 bodyguards, splitting them in 2 at the chest. Under the starry sky, beneath the yacht's lavish lights, blood splattered forth, cascading like a work of art. Not a single soul aboard the yacht was spared by Qin Feng. Even the delicate models fell victim to him, for some had glimpsed his face. In the end, he casually found a mobile phone, used a corpse's finger to unlock it, and dialed emergency services. A cacophony of sirens echoed from the direction of the port. Soon, several speedboats approached the luxurious yacht, carrying a contingent of officials. A middle-aged man with a square face, Xiaoyou, wore a grave expression as he recounted the situation. A large-scale murder had transpired aboard the yacht, and one of the deceased was the daughter of the Qin family conglomerate. According to the caller, the skills employed by the assailant bore a striking resemblance to the shadow abilities in the game, thereby confirming the identity of the perpetrator. This shadow had first struck against our officials in Modu and now brazenly committed murder, a blatant affront to our nation's laws. Shortly, I will deploy search skills based on the information from the bodies. I have requested military reinforcements, and, if necessary, we will initiate a concentrated fire strike on the area where the assailant is located to ensure the target is neutralized. After he fervently concluded his statement, a wave of shock and regret surged within him. He had initially believed that the young lady was in league with the shadow, only to discover that his longtime collaborator, Qin Xiaoyou, had fallen victim to the very shadow they sought to confront. Yes, among the boats, a demon hunter codenamed Late Night Drizzle, named Lin Qingwei, a member of the Coast Guard, accompanied by 5 team members, followed suit. They were armed and possessed considerable strength within the Forsaken game. Even so, their anxiety was palpable. Observing the tense atmosphere, Xiaoyou attempted to lighten the mood with a smile, saying, "However, let's not be overly anxious. The shadow has likely fled after the crime and would not remain to face capture. Even if he can become invisible, my search skills can still ascertain his position and direction." The group breathed a slight sigh of relief, though their nerves still rendered their hands unsteady. At last, the speedboats arrived alongside the yacht. Over 20 officials boarded the vessel. They each held pistols, their vigilance heightened as they surveyed their surroundings. A chill ran down their spines upon encountering the gruesomely bisected corpses scattered across the deck. "I'll search ahead. You all keep watch," Xiaoyou said, taking a deep breath. Just as he prepared to activate his killer search skill on one of the bodies, a poison dart suddenly appeared from behind him, hurtling toward the back of his head. "Watch out." In that critical moment, only one of you reacted in time. Instinctively, she raised her pistol and pulled the trigger in the direction of the dart's trajectory. Bang, 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 bang. Though one of you missed her target, the search officer Xiaoyou was not so fortunate. A bloody hole appeared in his skull as he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Even with two priests providing him with dual magical shields, it proved futile. The enemy's damage was simply too overwhelming. A single blow had proven fatal. Chapter 94. Shadow. I apologize to you with a thud. Qiao Haonan's tall, uniformed body fell heavily into the pool of blood. His eyes remained wide open in disbelief, unable to comprehend his untimely demise. Why? This shadow had killed so many, yet dared to linger here? As long as the military launched a barrage on this location, he would be doomed. How could he be so brazen? Qiao Haonan's mind spiraled into confusion before he succumbed to unconsciousness. As the search officer fell, the remaining 11 officials, led by Wan Yu, sprang into action, their expressions grave. The two priests raised their hands, casting a collective shield spell. A layer of pure white radiance enveloped the 11, aiding them in withstanding some of the impending damage. Meanwhile, the two mages conjured fire and lightning elements, poised to unleash their skills at any moment. In the midst of this tense scenario, a series of vibrant crimson and eerie flowers began to bloom from the corpses scattered across the yacht. One by one, as the blood pooled around them, it began to evaporate into wisps of ghostly white mist, drawn in by these strange flowers. As the crimson blossoms flourished, the 11 present, including Wan Yu, felt a wave of unease wash over them. In that moment, they sensed they had arrived at the banks of the river of forgetfulness. Witnessing the ghostly flowers bloom and draw away the souls of the deceased, the vivid, uncanny red flowers adorned the yacht, transforming it into a realm caught between life and death. Wait, how could Qiao Haonan, at that moment one in clad her Coast Guard uniform, gazed at Qiao Haonan's lifeless form, momentarily stunned. Team Leader Lin, what's wrong? A short-haired woman trembled as she asked, beads of cold sweat trickling down her brow. Even though she knew it was futile to search for the shadow's presence, she clutched her pistol, anxiously scanning the area as her heartbeat raced to an alarming crescendo. How could Captain Qiao have lost so much life? That massive life, or must have contained at least 3 years. Upon Wan Yu's observation, the others began to realize that something was amiss. Due to the officials of the Magic City successfully establishing a golden-level hideout within the ruins of the Riverside Wreck, they have initiated an optimized exploration and action plan. They have concentrated the tradable lifespans among select personnel, now referred to as standby personnel. These standby individuals remain within the hideout, refraining from venturing outside to avoid the risk of revealing tradable lifespans upon death. Each time an official member embarks on a mission to defeat monsters, level up, or strategize, they're allotted only 10 days of tradable lifespan, thereby minimizing potential losses from death. Consequently, the exploration and strategy losses for the officials of the Magic City will be reduced to a minimum. This regulation applies to all individuals currently stationed at the Riverside Wreck hideout, including Qiao Haonan. However, upon Qiao Haonan's demise, he astonishingly revealed over 3 years of tradable lifespan. It is evident that this was his concealed lifespan. Yet, how could this individual, who had been consistently acting alongside the officials, have had the opportunity to hoard lifespan? As the entire yacht bloomed with scarlet flowers, Wan Yu glanced around and sighed. It appeared that the Shadow's target was not us, but rather Captain Qiao. Otherwise, with the Shadow's strength, they could have swiftly eliminated us all, but they chose not to. The sensation of life and death being under someone else's control was an experience Wan Yu had never encountered before, as if she were ensnared in mire. The codename Shadow and the abundant scarlet flowers aboard the yacht induced an unimaginable weight of pressure upon her. Under such strain, she remained vigilant while biting her teeth in contemplation. What was so special about Qiao Haonan? Suddenly, she noticed that after the scarlet flowers evaporated Qiao Haonan's corpse, 3 mobile phones were left behind. Typically, they were equipped with 2 phones each. But why did Qiao Haonan possess 3? Vanya vu cvfti apruruchit, collecting the 3 phones and distributing them to those nearby for examination. The results emerged quickly. What? Captain Qiao and Qin Xiaoyou had maintained contact? Previously, he had utilized his position to provide significant advantages to the Qin group. After the arrival of the Forsaken game, their communication had intensified. The illicit drugs aboard this yacht were brought in by Qiao Haonan, intended to deal with the Shadow. Based on their correspondence, it seems that Qin Xiaoyou is the queen of spades within the game. As the content of the phones were unveiled, Wan Yu and the surrounding 10 official members were left astounded. Wan Yu rapidly pieced together the entire narrative. The Shadow first established contact with Qin Xiaoyou. She sought to control the Shadow using drugs, but feared being killed, thus instructing Qiao Haonan to bring us forth to test the Shadow. As a result, the Shadow ruthlessly slaughtered us, gaining Qin Xiaoyou's trust. When the Shadow arrived at the yacht, it eliminated everyone aboard before calling the police. In order to ensure that Xiao Haonan would arrive, a ship was deliberately left filled with corpses. In fact, it was indeed through satellite detection that we confirmed the presence of numerous bodies aboard the yacht, prompting us to dispatch Xiao Haonan, as he is the only investigator capable of manifesting his skills in corpse examination in reality. Once we arrived, the plan was to eliminate Xiao Haonan and eradicate all the bodies to prevent us from tracing his location through them. During this process, he eliminated all foes and collected their lifespans, ultimately avoiding any conflict with the authorities. Qin Xiaoyou, a wanted figure, is an accomplice of Xiao Haonan, who is viewed as a traitor colluding with her. From another perspective, Shadow was merely executing the official bounty order. What reason would the authorities have to oppose Shadow? Contemplating all of this, Yueyu felt a chill run down her spine. This Shadow is undoubtedly more formidable than mere strength suggests. Fortunately, it appeared that Shadow had no intention of opposing our officials for the time being, and Yueyu felt a sense of relief. With this in mind, she immediately spoke into the intercom. Surrounding the port of Magic City were special forces, snipers, and missiles ready to launch from a nearby military base, all of which eventually stood down. Initially, the authorities were on high alert, but upon confirming that Shadow was not an enemy, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. At that moment, all the corpses on the yacht had evaporated into a ghostly white gas, permeating the air with the scent of death due to the effects of the death blossom. Yueyu suddenly glanced around and, biting her lip, expressed her gratitude to Shadow for eliminating the spade. Additionally, I must apologize for firing 5 shots at you earlier. With that, she raised her handgun, loaded it, and aimed at her own thigh, firing repeatedly. Bang, 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 bang. After 5 shots, her thigh was drenched in blood, and she half-knelt on the ground, gritting her teeth as she stated, "This is repayment." Team Lin, the short-haired woman nearby, was taken aback and hurried over to assist her. Chapter 95. Is sister used like this? In an instant, everyone gathered around. 2 priests swiftly cast their skills, and a holy healing light illuminated Yueyu's leg. Is this really necessary, Team Lin? The short-haired woman said softly, her voice tinged with concern. Yueyu shook her head. We do not know Shadow's temperament. It is best to exercise caution. Upon hearing this, those around her realized the gravity of the situation and felt a sense of frustration. They were officials, yet they had to tread so carefully around a civilian expert. However, there was little they could do. Everyone understood Shadow's strength, given that there was no malice. No one wished to confront him. In the darkness, Qin Feng disassembled all the corpses on the yacht before turning to leave. Although the priests had managed to extract healing spells into reality, it was not as simple as in a game, where few spells could restore one to full health. Given the severe leg injury from being shot 5 times, it would require treatment until dawn. In reality, suffering an injury would significantly diminish a character's attributes in the game. In the gentle drizzle of the night, the true name of Lin Qingyue, a prominent figure in the magical city of the past, emerged. To avoid conflict with me, she shot herself 5 times, showcasing an astonishing resolve. Qin Feng smiled faintly. He remained silent, riding his phantom wolf, stealthily departing from this maritime realm. With the conclusion of this affair, he gained an impressive 659 years of transferable lifespan, the majority of which stemmed from Qin Xiaoyou. It is worth noting that during his last extraction of capabilities, he had only consumed a little over 400 years of lifespan, highlighting the substantial financial power backing Qin Xiaoyou. At last, he could completely synchronize his in-game abilities with reality. Furthermore, the authorities in Zhanghai City must have already negotiated the price for the hiding place. Qin Feng had decisively determined the location for extracting the hiding spot of the Pure Soul Realm and was merely waiting for the transaction with the Zhanghai officials. At this moment, he departed from the port of the magical city. Upon closing his eyes, he found himself in a realm of darkness, a space existing between reality and the game. Whether logging in or out, one must traverse this space. It is here that one can expend lifespan to extract various abilities from the game into reality. Levels synchronization. Skills synchronization. Qin Feng extracted all levels and skills, aligning his combat power in reality, aside from equipment, perfectly with that in the game. The synchronization of his level from 13 to 15 consumed 411 years. The extraction of the blinding skill, Dark Moment, cost 3 for 165 years, and the passive enhancement of stealth levels, Dark Depths, required 381 years. In total, he expended 1,496 years. He retained 509 years of transferable lifespan. As for equipment, he decided to extract a ring of agility. This platinum-tier assassin accessory would enhance movement speed and prove useful in reality, costing him 155 years of lifespan. For the time being, he opted not to extract other equipment, as they were unnecessary. He would acquire higher grade, more useful gear in the future and extract it then. He appeared in the ruins of the magical city, within the Academy of Evil Spirits. Just as he logged in, a private message lit up. It was in you, Justice Enforcer. Great God, the prize discussion has concluded. Shall we deliberate? She made no mention of the events occurring in the magical city. And you cautiously inquired, 1,500? 1,500 years. According to the current acquisition ratio, would require the authorities to pay 3 to 500 billion in cash to receive. Moreover, lifespans were becoming increasingly difficult to acquire, as the populace was not naive. Witnessing the escalating price of lifespan, no one would choose to sell all at such a time. Most would only sell a fraction, just enough to meet their immediate needs in reality. The critical issue was that many properties were no longer being sold for cash. Transactions were now being conducted directly for lifespan. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng rubbed his forehead. Did the price jump from 1,500 to 2,000? If the officials would discover how this young lady was negotiating with him, they would surely be exasperated. 6 years was not a trivial sum, even for Qin Feng. No problem. And you soon sighed. Unfortunately, I haven't reached level 15, otherwise I would surely take the initiative to deliver something to the great deity. Qin Feng, hearing this, wore an expression of confusion. Sister, is the term deliver used in that manner? In the real world of Blue Star, within a prestigious villa district in a magic city. In the basement. What? No fire has been set? A middle-aged woman, elegantly attired in white mink, sat regally upon a rosewood chair, cradling a curly-haired teddy bear. Her demeanor was poised and noble. Yet as she listened to the report emanating from her phone, her expression gradually darkened. Her name was Dongfang, a member of the Dongfang family from Jianghai City. However, she had married into the Magic City and had resided there ever since. Thus, when the entire Dongfang clan was uprooted by Qin Feng, she became the sole survivor. Initially, Dongfang believed that the Shadow Killers, in collusion with the Black Spades, were doomed. To her astonishment, the Shadows had eliminated the Black Spades and exposed the internal traitors. This inadvertently aided the authorities significantly, which left Dongfang on the brink of hemorrhaging with rage. Absurd. Those lowly citizens annihilated our entire clan, and they think it ends there? These wretches, emboldened by their newfound strength, should be suppressed without delay. Though the noblewoman was seething with anger, she maintained her dignified and elegant posture, her grip on the rosewood armrest tightening with each passing moment. The young man, clad in a white shirt stained with blood, spoke up. Mother, I have a plan to eliminate the shadows. A slight smirk played on his lips, and deep within his gaze lurked a twisted and malevolent smile. Chapter 96. I have a plan to eliminate the shadows? Extract the purified soul. The young man was named Chu Nantian, the son of Dongfang. Being a member of the Chu family, he had everything he desired from a young age, yet the expectations from his parents were exceedingly strict. The Chu family was among the most prestigious in the Magic City. At this moment, the information regarding the shadows had reached Dongfang through her military connections. I personally advise you, madam, to maintain a broader perspective concerning the shadows. The military's prevailing stance is to seek cooperation. If we were to become completely adversarial, the consequences would be dire, and no one could shoulder the responsibility. Listening to the grave voice on the other end of the line, Dongfang could hardly be bothered. She coldly ended the call. She then lifted her gaze to her son, Chu Nantian, and with a faint smile inquired, eliminate the shadows? What is your plan? You have yet to reach the appropriate age to enter the abandoned divine game. In front of his mother, Chu Nantian behaved relatively normally. He chuckled and replied, Mother, although I cannot yet enter the game, I can still use my intellect. The shadows thrive on bloodshed, so let us send some individuals to offend him, and then arrange for those offenders to be at Father's fireworks factory, preparing in advance. When the shadows come to kill, we will detonate the entire factory. At that point, the thousands of fireworks will serve as the shadows' burial offerings, allowing the whole world to witness his demise. Even if we fail, the shadows will never trace it back to us. Upon hearing this plan, Dongfang nodded in satisfaction. She spoke with a serene and composed demeanor. It appears that we have done quite well in your education. However, regarding this matter, I would prefer that you refrain from further involvement. Casting a glance at the bloodied whip in Chu Nanshan's hand, she inquired, So, has that wretched commoner still refused to part with her lifespan? Chu Nantian replied with a cold chuckle. She surrendered 100 days, but I suspect there is more within her. Dongfang responded with a faint smile. Indeed. I generously offered to purchase her lifespan, yet she not only declined, but also dared to defy me. In light of this, let her come to terms with her lowly status. Go, Arthur, and inner life. Remember, do not consume her flesh. The meat of a commoner would cause you indigestion. The middle-aged noblewoman patted her curly-haired poodle, which, drawn by the scent of blood, scampered into the shadows of the basement. Soon, the air was filled with the pitiful cries of a woman, though muffled by a foreign object. I shall take my leave now. Very well, mother. Chu Nantian chuckled. To him, this era was indeed a most splendid time. The casual elimination of a few individuals would hardly attract any attention. His only regret was being merely 17, thus unable to enter the abandoned by the gods game for the time being. The land forsaken by deities. The ruins of Jianghai City. The transfer between cities consumed a fixed amount of lifespan, yet the cost was exorbitantly high. Ordinary players would scarcely be willing to expend such significant portions of their lifespan for transportation. Upon Qin Feng's return, he noted that the number of players in the ruins of Jianghai City was indeed considerably fewer than that in the Demon City. He paid it little mind. Opening a private chat window, he confirmed a coordinate within Yu before making his way there. This time, it was not just the 6 members of Wang Meng's team who met with Qin Feng, but an official team of 30. Upon seeing Qin Feng, and Yu felt a bit embarrassed and said, "Great one, please don't take offense. I possess an excessive amount of lifespan, and the higher-ups are concerned." Not all. Qin Feng naturally did not mind. Even with such a large group, should a confrontation arise, a single skill from him would suffice to decimate a significant portion. Far easier than killing a chicken. Behind Yu, many official players felt a tinge of nervousness upon seeing Qin Feng appear, particularly some female players who were both excited and in awe. Regrettably, Qin Feng merely exchanged items within Yu before departing. Having obtained 2,000 years of lifespan, he intended to extract the pure soul realm into reality. He found a suitable location to log out and return to the reality of Demon City. As night deepened, cloaked in darkness, he rode his ghostly wolf and stealthily arrived at a beach in the eastern part of Demon City. This location was among the few areas globally with the lowest levels of pollution following the spread of desolation. After the desolation spread, areas with higher pollution levels saw a rapid decline in human lifespan, with some severely contaminated zones experiencing rates thousands of times greater. It is evident that regions with lower pollution levels were far more suitable for habitation. Would you like to expend 152 years of lifespan to extract the pure soul realm, your hideout, into reality? Note, this hideout is an underground structure. Please locate it on the map. As the system notification sounded, a 3-dimensional map materialized before Qin Feng, depicting the surrounding area. He extended his hand, and the outline of a sanctified realm manifested upon his fingertips. A vast expanse exceeding 1,000 acres. He manipulated the map with precision, swiftly confirming the location. Is it confirmed that all matter overlapping with the hidden sanctuary will be obliterated upon extraction? Affirmative. Qin Feng did not hesitate. He decisively selected yes. This notification indicated that once he chose to extract the sanctuary to this location, all matter originally present would vanish, including fiber optics, official roads, subterranean structures, and all manner of earth and stone. However, modern facilities along the coastline were rather sparse, which would not attract undue attention during this initial chaotic period. As Qin Feng issued his command, a slight tremor rippled through the surrounding beach area, and shortly thereafter, a stone slab emerged upon the sands before him. It was accomplished. Qin Feng nodded with satisfaction. He approached and moved the stone slab aside, revealing a spiraling stone staircase leading downward. The entirety of the sanctified realm's hidden sanctuary was enveloped in a magical defensive barrier, rendering it impervious to missile strikes without fear of destruction. Onward, Qin Feng descended the staircase, subsequently covering the stone slab once more. As he walked, he retrieved the tome of divine teachings. Let us begin with 2 mechanical maids. Qin Feng opened the section pertaining to mechanical maids in the tome. Some divine tomes were usable both within and outside the game, while others, like the mechanical maid, were restricted to external use only. Shall 274 years of lifespan be expended to create a mechanical maid? Basic version. The basic version of the mechanical maid possesses only the cleaning functionality module. You may expend lifespan to unlock additional features. Chapter 97. The Headless Assassin. Brother Shadow. Save me? How exorbitant. Qin Feng sighed. Nevertheless, the presence of mechanical maids could efficiently manage all household affairs, especially within this sanctified realm, encompassing over 200 acres. Even hiring a couple of housekeepers would be insufficient to maintain such a vast area. Furthermore, when compared to conventional housekeepers, mechanical maids were inherently more reliable. boasting comprehensive functionalities without the need for sustenance, only requiring recharging. Let us create 5 mechanical maids. Then, procure the kitchen module, electrical module, and furniture module. Once purchased, these modules would automatically apply to all mechanical maids, albeit at a considerable cost, with some prices reaching upwards of a decade. Fortunately, Qin Feng not only synchronized his levels and skills with the game, but also possessed an overflow of 200 years of lifespan. After expending a total of 57 years of lifespan, the mechanical maids under his command transformed into versatile assistants capable of fulfilling all domestic needs. Of course, certain specialized features remained inactive. Should he be willing to expend further lifespan, these mechanical maids could emulate the warmth of real individuals, providing an experience akin to that of girlfriend, and could even don whimsical skins such as catgirls, fox spirits, witches, succubi, and other fantastical forms. Certainly, the prices are exorbitant. Most skins are priced at 648, and there is no deception, not even for Qin Feng, who now finds himself reluctant to part with such sums. Moreover, should the ladies desire, there are also mechanical butlers, alongside vampire counts and elven princes among the skins available. After securing the mechanical maid, Qin Feng, utilizing various divine tomes, expended 4 to 5 decades of his lifespan to fabricate numerous household appliances and furniture, which he subsequently amassed in the Hall of Purified Souls. Once these appliances and furnishings were set up, Qin Feng issued commands to the mechanical maids without wasting a moment. He promptly delved into the game. Having ascended to level 15, he was now poised to venture to the haunted ghost ship outside the ruins of Magic City to seek out the level 20 bloodline creature, the Soul Devourer. However, it would be a missed opportunity if he didn't seize control of several large hideouts within the Magic City ruins, which remained unclaimed. The Soul Devourer could be pursued later, as there was no competition for it. Yet, each hideout taken diminished the available options. At the moment Qin Feng logged in, Wang Meng immediately reached out via private message. Boss, there's trouble. Are you still in the Jianghai City ruins? A platinum-level player has suddenly appeared, and they're incredibly formidable, even making their way to our respawn point to slay players. They've already taken out hundreds. We attempted to ambush it, but its speed and ability to go invisible are astonishing. Even Xiao He was taken down in an instant. Upon receiving Wang Meng's message, Qin Feng inquired, "What?" He was somewhat at a loss for words. Did this fellow have the leisure to observe the opponent's physique? Without further ado, Qin Feng instructed, "Send me the coordinates." Having neglected his development in the game for a while due to dealing with Qian Shi, the appearance of a platinum-level foe was an opportunity not to be missed. Qin Feng recalled a bit about this adversary. However, wasn't he originally a gold level, who had elevated it to platinum? This enemy could indeed go invisible, and its stealth level should be at level 3. Upon advancing to platinum, the stealth level would increase, yet could not exceed level 5, meaning it remained within his detection range. Additionally, while its offensive power was formidable, it was fundamentally fragile. If he could find an opportunity to unleash a full assault, it should be easily dispatched. It seemed to possess a clone skill as well. As for the specifics of its abilities, Qin Feng couldn't quite remember. He resolved to investigate further. Within the Jianghai City ruins, at the central statue, this location had once been teeming with players at all hours. Yet now, it was devoid of life. Even if there were players, they hid among the ruins of nearby structures, too frightened to show themselves. For the platinum-level headless assassin, Xiaoyou, was lurking nearby, seeking players to hunt. Within a crumbling courtyard, over a dozen players huddled together, trembling in fear, their voices lowered as they cursed quietly. What on earth is this? It can even go invisible, and level 3 detection can't uncover it. It can hide, has high attack power, and takes us out with a single strike. How are we supposed to fight back? With such overwhelming strength, even if the shadow were to arrive, it would be schooled. Wouldn't it? Shoo, keep it down, or we'll draw its attention. Unbeknownst to this group of players, however, a spectral figure, cloaked in an eerie white hue, materialized before them. This entity, towering nearly 5 meters, possessed an elongated physique, particularly accentuated by its slender legs. Most notably, its hands and feet were devoid of fingers, replaced instead by razor-sharp blades fashioned from bone. As Wang Meng had remarked, this creature, despite its female form, would evoke not a single inappropriate thought in anyone who beheld it. For beneath its skin, a multitude of writhing insects seemed to stir, instilling an overwhelming sense of terror. As the players trembled in fear, suddenly, a streak of white light, akin to a blade, surged towards one of the players. With a sickening sound, that player's head was severed cleanly from his body. What the hell? Run, no flee. The players, who had initially gathered for mutual support, scattered in sheer panic. At that moment, Qin Feng arrived, witnessing the horrific scene unfold. However, endowed with the assassin's intuition skill, he possessed a level 5 stealth detection ability, allowing him to perceive far more than the average player. Within his line of sight, amidst the ruins, he discerned a total of 5 headless assassins, known as Xiaoyou. Indeed, the creature possessed a duplication skill. But which one was the genuine article? Never mind. Discerning the truth was unnecessary. He would eliminate them all. Riding his spectral wolf, Qin Feng dashed forward. As he approached the first headless assassin's concealed form, he leapt from his mount, executing a swift and lethal strike mid-air. 32, 857 critical hit. 32, 452 critical hit. The invisible headless creature erupted in a flurry of 9 blade-like flashes, instantly revealing its presence. As the blood effects manifested, it signified its demise. Maintaining his stealth, Qin Feng landed gracefully. Yet, upon the creature's exposure, its health bar plummeted by half, a sight witnessed by a fleeing player nearby. Realizing that the shadow had arrived, the player cried, "Brother Shadow, save me." Qin Feng, upon hearing a familiar voice, turned to see Qin Xiaoyou. Adorned in a bronze-grade priest robe, she was being pursued by a headless assassin, her face etched with panic. Spotting the sudden appearance of the shadow, she clutched at what she perceived as a lifeline, calling out in desperation. With a mere glance, Qin Feng felt a surge of annoyance. Who exactly is your brother? Chapter 98. Is this truly the highest caliber in the world? Qin Feng chose to disregard her cries, observing coldly. Noting the cooldown of his lethal strike, which still had 9 seconds remaining, he prepared to eliminate the next clone. As he remained hidden, awaiting the skill's recharge, Qin Xiaoyou fled in terror. The clone that Qin Feng had just attacked, bearing the effects of a throat slash, was on the brink of annihilation. Yet before its demise, it caught sight of Qin Xiaoyou. With a swift motion, it hurled a gleaming white blade towards her. The chilling white blade of death swiftly pierced through Qin Xiaoyou's thigh. Simultaneously, the headless assassin, Xiaolou's clone, pursued her from behind, its elongated arms slicing through the air, emanating 2 beams of ghastly white light. The bone blades at the tips of its arms struck upward and downward, penetrating her frail body. In that moment, the delicate frame of the young girl was crushed between the relentless onslaught. A diminutive orb of life essence emerged from her lifeless form, leaving onlookers bewildered. Was her lifespan truly so scant? Subsequently, the headless assassin's clone disdainfully discarded her corpse, which now bore 3 gaping wounds, its feeble body collapsing amidst the ruins. In the next instant, the clone that had first been attacked by Qin Feng succumbed to the lingering effects of a throat slash, dying instantly and exploding into a flurry of white light, shattering into fragments. As this clone disintegrated, the remaining 4 headless assassins of Xiaolou, each towering 5 meters, ceased their search, pivoting toward Qin Feng and leaping forth with great strides. Unfortunately, even at the platinum level, they were utterly incapable of penetrating Qin Feng's invisibility. With a series of swift movements, a layer of violet-black shields emerged around the 4 figures, their invisibility abandoned as they materialized, scrutinizing their surroundings. Clearly, they had realized the formidable opponent who had just obliterated one of their clones could effortlessly pierce their concealment, rendering their invisibility unnecessary. The other players in the vicinity were of no concern to them whatsoever. As these 4 figures revealed themselves, the players hiding among the ruins were seized by terror. 4 of these creatures? No, 5. One had just been dispatched by the formidable figure. These beings could become invisible each time they located us. It was merely one of their clones striking. No wonder it felt as if they were everywhere, just as the onlookers were gripped by shock and unease. Qin Feng struck anew. Bestowal of liberation. Instant shadow slash. He transformed into a fleeting shadow, weaving through the battlefield, unleashing deadly blade light upon the towering forms of 2 of the clones. These 4 clones were positioned quite apart, each standing at the corners of a square, separated by over 30 meters. Yet, they had not anticipated that Qin Feng's instant shadow slash had evolved to a legendary level, with a maximum range extending to 40 meters. It directly encompassed 2 of the clones, and blade light surged forth from within them. As Qin Feng made his move, all 4 clones simultaneously unleashed their area attack skills. Waves of chilling white blades sliced through the ruins, shattering stone pillars and towering walls alike. Regrettably, they failed to pinpoint Qin Feng's exact location. Observing their impending skill release, Qin Feng maintained his invisibility after the instant shadow slash, executing a swift slide. A blade of light swept across, just inches from his face, expertly evading the attack. In truth, Qin Feng was unaware of this skill beforehand. Such evasion stemmed solely from his extensive experience and intuition. 33,157. 32,555. A series of damage numbers, visible only to Qin Feng, erupted above the heads of the two avatars. To everyone else, it appeared as though their health bars had plummeted by half. The dark purple shield could absorb over 10,000 points of damage, making it a formidable obstacle for ordinary players. Yet before the terrifying output of Qin Feng, it failed to withstand even a single strike, shattering instantaneously. A second later, the two avatars exploded into a myriad of fragments. The remaining two avatars, untouched, suddenly turned and sprinted in different directions with their elegant, knife-like limbs. What the hell, they're fleeing. A platinum tier player, in the face of a shadowy adversary. Actually running away? Is this what it means to be the best in the world? The players, who had been hiding and dared not show themselves, collectively gasped in disbelief. Fleeing? Qin Feng observed calmly, unperturbed. He surveyed the desolate ruins around him. All the life orbs had been absorbed. However, in the realm of the Forsaken game, avatars could not absorb life orbs. This implied that one of the remaining two avatars was undoubtedly his true self. Had it not been for the need to absorb life, he could have simply unleashed all four avatars, wreaking havoc while ensuring his safety. But now he was unexpectedly confronted by a terrifying assassin with infinite stealth and explosive damage. Qin Feng shook the bell of his mount, summoning the Phantom Wolf, and leaped onto its back. He charged after one of the avatars with terrifying speed along the eastern street of Jianghai's ruins. The Phantom Knight Stalker Wolf possessed only a level 1 invisibility. Yet, even players with a higher detection level could merely glimpse a dark silhouette streaking past. This speed far surpassed that of the headless assassin, Xiaoyou. The avatar fleeing in this direction had barely covered a kilometer when Qin Feng caught up to it. With a bestowal of liberation and a shadow slash, 9 strikes were delivered, followed by a severing damage that obliterated yet another avatar into a flurry of white fragments. Such misfortune, to have encountered yet another avatar. Qin Feng mused, shaking his head. Moments later, it seemed he had lost the last one's trace. Yet, he aimed for the sky and executed a shadow slash. Soaring 40 meters into the air, he surveyed the ruins below and instantly spotted the tall, headless assassin, Xiaoyou, who had returned to stealth and was racing towards the western outskirts of the city. Attempting to escape the city, Qin Feng smiled faintly, descending from the sky to land precisely atop the leaping Phantom Wolf. Away we go. A black streak of light darted through the ruins of the city. As his vision swayed, Qin Feng quickly closed the gap with the headless assassin, whose 5-meter-tall, slender form was sprinting towards the city's exit, using both hands and feet with urgency. Suddenly, so you're called Xiaoyou? Clutching the blade of plague, Qin Feng became a fleeting shadow, penetrating through the air. Shadow slash.